Chapter 1897. Not the slightest bit. Ryu had Hiraka lay down, his mind still churning with several thoughts. Theoretically, transferring meridians was something that many were capable of. In addition, of all the races in existence, demons were most definitely the most capable of this. This wasn't just because of some arbitrary connection between demons, summons, and corpse puppets, though that certainly played part of a role. It could be said that the origin of necromancy came from summoning necromancers. It was only after this that other paths of necromancy disseminated into simpler, easier to manage forms. This was all to say that all of the mutations and modifications that normal necromancers were used to making, summoning necromancers had pioneered. Of course, this was easy to overlook because often, summoning necromancers would just choose to summon more powerful summons when one of theirs became too weak. However, it could be said that this was a dividing tier between even this rarest breed of necromancer. That said, this wasn't the main reason why this was possible. Ultimately, the ones that were responsible were the demons themselves. Ryu had already learned that the nature of nether chi was chaotic. It opened up many possibilities for paths that could be taken. Rather than chaos that broke order, nether chi was able to allow chaos within order, allowing for change and growth. It wasn't a surprise that this nether chi was found in the nether plane, the place of rebirth. That was where it was most effective, where it could allow for souls to be taken in, reborn, and evolve to a new tier in their next lives, or even regress depending on the situation. This was how evolution took place, and how one generation could be better than the former, and so on. However, it was also because of this that regression was possible. Lowercase chaos didn't guarantee progress, it could easily hamper a person as well. This aside, the main point was that the bodies of demons were the most capable of evolution. However, there was a problem to consider. It had to be remembered that demons could be summoned because of a weakness in their path. They ended up with the worst of both worlds as a result of this, having gained both the weaknesses of the beast races and the human races. Ultimately, it was their connection to the heavens that might restrict them. They had bodies that were prepped and ready for evolution, but unfortunately if Ryu wanted to allow Hiraka to touch upon true chaos, it would be difficult. It had to be remembered that chaos was still a form of order, it wasn't true chaos. As such, there would be restrictions in doing this. Unless Hiraka was in a world that was completely under Ryu's control. He was the one that decided what was order and what was chaos here. Before, he didn't have the right to do such a thing. But now, he certainly could. Ryu made sure that Hiraka was comfortable and in a peaceful state. From time to time, a drop of embryonic chi would appear seemingly out of nowhere and fall into her mouth. Her body was forced into a perfect state of evolution, constantly becoming small bits better with every drop. As this happened, Ryu's focus was on the fiends. Not all of them were created equal. Fiends were born with a set of meridians at the start of their life that would decide all of their talent. It seemed that all of these meridians were just weakened versions of Ryu's own chaotic silk meridians. There, Ryu found it. The best pair of meridians here were a pair of God grade ones. As far as he knew, the tiers were separated into common, black, earth, heaven, ancestral, then there were the God tiers from fragmented to God, and then above that were the ancient grade and the primordial grade. This primordial grade was the highest grade that appeared in the fiend race, and it was the closest existence to Ryu's meridians. However, truthfully speaking, even if there was a primordial grade meridian right in front of Ryu, he wouldn't even take a second glance at it. That was because how could it even begin to compare? Even primordial grade chaos meridians would only have access to a single type of chi. Even if it was one of the rare mutations and they survived the maturing process, it would still only be 2 at best, 3 if the sun rose from the wrong side of the world for a day. However, they were perfect for Hiraka. There were just 2 problems. First, this was a set of meridians from a sovereign. Second, it was of the lightning affinity, not fire. These issues were all troublesome for their own reasons. A sovereign's meridians were obviously tempered by an energy far beyond what Hiraka could manage. Even if you were going to transplant meridians, it had to be done with someone at the same level or beneath you. And obviously, lightning wasn't Hiraka's affinity. There were several sovereign-grade fire chaos meridians here, so Ryu could easily take a step back on that front. But that wouldn't fix the ultimate problem in the end. So since he was going to be doing something crazy one way or another, why not go all the way? Ryu could feel the pressure of the sovereign's corpse as he approached. If not for his inner world, it would be impossible even to store these corpses. In fact, if not for his inner world, even standing before them would be impossible. There was a reverence that people had for lords and sovereigns alike that made sense even if they were not gods. These were ultimately existences that the heavens had blessed with noble titles. They weren't common riffraff, and even as the dead, the pressure they exuded should be enough to kill an expert like Ryu, especially since they were no longer conscious to restrain their aura. Ryu took a breath and pressed a hand down on the chest of his target. It was a man who was rippling with waves of golden lightning. He hardly had a human form anymore and was just a bundle of energy that was vaguely humanoid. Very vaguely. It's possible, Ryu thought with a flash in his eyes. His own chaotic silk meridians churned and slowly, but surely, the energy of the man was being suppressed again and again. This was precisely why the dream wraith had told him to hide his chaotic silk meridians. His ability to suppress fiends with his meridians was what they feared the most. Before him, they would be hard-pressed to use their chi at all. Now, under this power, and with the support of his inner world, he could. Ryu's gaze flashed and he pulled. At that moment, a bundle of runes and energy manifested, ripped right out of the body of the fiend. One would expect to see an organ, but Ryu wasn't surprised by the sight at all. The fiends were all so ethereal in nature, being made mostly of their elements. It wasn't a surprise that their meridians looked like this. But truthfully, this would likely be the case for anyone. The important root of a meridian wasn't the flesh, but rather the heavenly blessings and laws that were tied to them. Just holding them like this, lightning sparked and seemed to want to escape his grasp. It felt like he was holding a wet, slithering snake. Ryu reached out a hand and several fire fiends convulsed. Runes were ripped out of them as well. With swift steps, he appeared by Hiraka's side. But as he was about to press down, he suddenly hesitated. What was he doing? Why hadn't he thought of this before? Ryu's gaze flickered and he sent the meridians back, using their former bodies to chain them in place. All that was left was a single sovereign-grade fire chaos meridian. With a flash of light, Ryu's primordial fire chaotic chi took shape and began to temper it. Ryu observed it for a long while, watching the changes. Soon, he grinned. After just a few seconds, the sovereign-grade runes had actually begun to evolve. Ryu grabbed out with a hand and flicked a drop of embryonic chi on them. Perfect. The meridians broke past a barrier and became god-grade. Ryu didn't stop. As the meridians evolved, their aura plummeted. It was like killing two birds with a single stone. Even the sovereign aura dropped to Lord, and then by the time it was inching toward ancient status, it was already beginning to fall back down toward omniscient. Many hours later, Ryu actually had a primordial grade set of meridians for Hiraka that only carried the aura of the transcended realm of cultivation. It was only then Ryu pressed it down into Hiraka's body. Would it cause a commotion if people thought he was using a primordial grade talent as a summon? Of course. Did he care? Not the slightest bit. Chapter 1898. Two Thrones. Ryu didn't bother to count how much time had passed since he had been in the rebirthing cultist sect. He left when he was good and ready. His mind was relaxed, his heart was settled, and he felt like there was a lightness to his heart as he stepped out of his immortal abode. What he didn't know, but probably expected, was that the moment he made any sort of movement, countless figures, senses, and minds focused on him all at once. All the core disciples of the sect were exceptional not only in talent but also in cultivation. It was unheard of for a true sky god to be among their ranks. In a way, it would have even somewhat made more sense if Ryu had become an inheritor disciple instead. Inheritor disciples were a designated rank that did exactly as its title described. They were existences nurtured to become the next sect leaders, and as such, their raw talent was far more important than their current cultivation. Funny enough, people only tended to complain as though the grass was always greener on the other side. All things considered, if Ryu had actually been directly promoted to inheritor disciple, the reactions would have been even fiercer than they were now. There was simply no escaping the angst of people. Ryu didn't mind the senses that were sweeping over him. To them, it probably felt like they were falling into an endless abyss. If Ryu was so easy to scan, then he would have been dug out for his secrets long ago. With his improved inner world, these fools weren't even capable of seeing through his eyes if he didn't want them to. Even if he hadn't had his inner world, a simple use of his cosmos fog, while it might not be as effective, would still be enough for these characters. He finally came out. How long has it been? 3 months. The world is on fire and he's just leisurely sleeping. Ryu was amused by the conversations happening in whispers that they thought he likely couldn't hear. It was interesting, though. These disciples sure had a great deal of respect for his wife. If not, they would be even more aggressive, and rather than having these conversations behind closed doors, they would be having them to his face. It was clear that although his wife wasn't physically present, her prestige loomed tall. Not only that, but the people she put in place in power didn't take advantage of her absence to try to consolidate their own success, which was extremely rare in a cultivation realm like this. Remembering that Star River woman, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. If there were so many naive and cute Tao gods around, the world would certainly be a better place. Unfortunately, those that could reach that level most often had to go through a great deal of things, and their one-track minds, focused on the pursuit of power and gains, couldn't easily be shifted and changed. He was glad that, at the very least, his wife should have a peaceful time with her own powers. If she was dealing with the machinations of the Ruin Master Guild, and had to worry about her own internal strife at the same time, maybe she wouldn't have lasted this long. There was a flash of an almost careless coldness in Ryu's eyes. It was unearthed not out of anger, but through his demeanor and reflected out from his Tao heart. It was an emotion that was far purer, and allowed him to keep a clear head at the same time. Now, he felt that nothing could stop him, not even his own emotions. Well, at least not when they manifested in such a controlled way. Soon, Ryu had made it through a wave of senses and toward the very same location he had been in before. He looked up at his wife's statue with a smile on his face. That indifferent sort of arrogance radiated down just as effortlessly as Ryu's coldness just before had. She had reached an unfathomable level, so much so that it was reflected even in a statue that could only encompass a small piece of her majesty. Truly beautiful. Just as Ryu was about to begin his challenge, there was someone who appeared before him. If Ryu had bothered to care earlier, he would have realized that this young man's name was Sagar. He, too, was a core disciple, and among core disciples, he was actually quite fledgling, being only at the omniscient god realm. This was rare even among this flock of geniuses. In fact, he was the only one. The other core disciples were Tao lords at worst, while many more were sovereigns. Of course, these lords and sovereigns weren't the usual kind. The vast majority of the lords and sovereigns of this sect could only take up posts as elders and deacons instead. For these lords and sovereigns to be core disciples, it meant that their talent also matched up to their cultivation realm and that they had reached this level quite quickly, relatively speaking. Sagar was about to speak when Ryu completely ignored him. Looking up at the statue, he spoke. "I would like to challenge the Rebirth Cultist sect's throne." Ailsa's statue trembled as though it had sensed someone challenging her. Sagar's expression changed, not having expected Ryu to do this. He didn't even wait until everyone had gathered. Many thought that he might try to milk this situation, but other than being stuck in his own immortal abode for months, he hadn't even checked out any of their other resources. Then, just when everyone had gone about to do their own things, he suddenly came here and challenged. What they didn't understand was that Ryu wasn't here for them at all, and when Ryu's body trembled as two thrones appeared to his back, the entire sect fell into silence before exploding into an uproar. Chapter 1899. A bit. The shocking appearance of Ryu's two thrones was like a curveball not a single one of them could have ever expected. Facing off against it, not only did Sagar suddenly feel like he had underestimated just how crazy this young man was, for some reason, he got the impression that he was truly small and insignificant in Ryu's eyes despite being far more powerful by any normal standards of measurement. Sagar was blown away by the aura and sent tumbling away. Several powerhouses began to appear in the surroundings, Star River being the fastest of them all. When she saw the two thrones, she went completely pale. Never in her wildest imaginations did she think that Ryu would do this. Challenging another throne with just one was insane enough. But challenging one with two, just how could a person do this? What the hell was he thinking? Ryu didn't bother to check in with anyone. With a casual step, he entered the throne challenge. A beautiful world appeared before Ryu. Every throne challenge was different, but they all hinged on one thing: combat power. No matter what kind of sect you were talking about, unless you had the strength to take up the mantle of throne, it was worthless. However, what kind of combat power, the medium through which you exhibited this combat power, and what tools you were allowed to use to display those skills, would all be different. The two throne challenges that Ryu had faced until now had both been the simplest and most straightforward: here's an arena, just fight. But Ryu could already feel that this was somewhat different. At the very least, rather than a world of foggy white, or a simple arena like it had been the last 2 times, there was something more special about this world. However, from the outside, it didn't look much different at all. The only change seemed to be that rather than standing on a slab of rock, he was instead standing on soft grass. Birds chirped in the air, butterflies fluttered in and out of his periphery from time to time, and there was the sweet smell of lavender in the air that would, from time to time, gain a hint of the sharpness of spice and honey. It was a world that could allow you to fully relax. At that moment, the grass swayed to the side as a particularly strong gust of wind blew by. The coils of the greenery wrapped around one another until they formed the body of a beautiful woman. The woman's skin had a touch of green to it, but rather than making her look alien, it felt more exotic than not. Her figure wasn't of the outrageous sort and was more tame, but there were still curves where there were meant to be curves. Her dress was certainly light enough to prove that, the rushing wind causing it to cling to her body. Everyone in the outside world was floored. They knew exactly who that was. Wasn't that Sovereign Emerald Vine? How could she be the first to appear? The sect was simply too young. The Rolodex of genius talents that had risen up through their ranks that could also appear in such a throne challenge was limited. The fact that Ryu already had 2 thrones constricted that list even more. There was simply no way that any one of these challenges would be easy. But that didn't stop them from being stunned nonetheless. Sovereign Emerald Vine was a natural who many felt had top 5 odds of being their sect's 5th Dao God. This was a great pride to their small sect, as despite their youth, they actually had more Dao gods than most powers in this world already. She was known for her gentle personality, but her abilities, especially in an arena like this one, were shockingly frightful. Back when she was still of low enough cultivation to frequent battlefields, she had been a true terror of area control. It could be said that as long as she was the commander of an army, their overall strength would increase by at least 50%. And now, not only had she appeared, but she was already of the peak transcended realm, a full 2 realms above Ryu. This matter was maybe even the most shocking. They still wouldn't believe that Ryu had a chance if they were at the same cultivation realm, let alone now. Although crossing realms was more common in this world, that was a matter of relativity. Sovereign Emerald Vine was no normal sovereign and could be considered to be an existence that stood near the pinnacle of what was possible for talents of this world. As such, crossing these levels to do battle would be impossible. In Ryu's opinion though, he couldn't help but smile. Was his wife helping him out? First the arena, and now this realm. He remembered that when he fought against the dual Radiant Star sect remnants, the realm of his opponents was also around this much higher than him. He had fully expected his first opponent to be an omniscient at worst, considering this was his 3rd throne. In fact, he wouldn't have been surprised even if it had been a lord. Maybe not, Ryu thought. Now that he thought about it, his 2nd throne challenge had been tampered with. So it was actually much harder than it should have been. That seemed to open the door for Ailsa tampering in reverse this time, but she wouldn't do that for 2 reasons. First was his own pride and her expectations of him on top of that. But the second reason was that it was unlikely to be possible. The dual Radiant Star sect's throne challenge was rife for subterfuge because its faith was in a mess. They had split into 2 halves, each of which were fighting amongst one another, making them very susceptible to outside interference. Ailsa's sect, however, had no such weaknesses to take advantage of. Adding on top the fact his wife was being suppressed in a holy world, it was highly unlikely that she would be able to even if she wanted to. But that was fine by Ryu. With a light smile, he flipped his palms and a pair of new great sword staffs manifested. It was about time he showed off for his wife a bit. Chapter 1900. Injured Ryu took a breath and the entire world seemed to revolve around him. 3rd perspective activated, and it felt like he was watching the world from the skies above, with his own body becoming a faint extension of those senses. His gaze flashed and his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils activated. Spread your wings and soar, Ryu spoke softly. Hee! The cry of a phoenix echoed, and before its shadow could be clearly seen, Ryu had suddenly moved, his great sword staff swinging down with a mighty momentum. A white phoenix spread its wings and soared into the skies, all the chi in the region seemingly being ripped into Ryu's control. What are those weapons? I've never seen them before. A sword and a polearm. It looks like a blacksmith used too much material on a glaive. What kind of weapon is that? How can they even be wielded properly? This world had simply never seen great sword staffs. Even in Sacrum, they had been fringe weapons that almost no one used. Most there wouldn't even be familiar with them, let alone those in this world. In truth, they were even more shocked by the audacity of Ryu to attack first against the Master of Control. But then they understood that he likely had no idea who this woman was. Of course, he would make such a mistake. He wouldn't be as clear about the strengths and weaknesses of their best. Even so, many felt that it was ridiculous that he had actually chosen to attack someone 2 cultivation realms above him. Did he believe that Emerald Vine was a simple target or something? There were those, though, who couldn't help but react differently, especially Star River, who had just appeared high in the skies above. At the moment, there was a 1-part confused and 1-part shocked expression on this Tao god's face, and that was because she could faintly recognize the great sword staffs in Ryu's hands. Well, not the weapons themselves, but rather the materials they were made out of. One of Ryu's great sword staffs was pitch black, so dark in fact that it seemed to swallow all light. It didn't look like it had any real, tangible form except when its angle changed just enough for you to see its edge. It was an edge so sharp that even she couldn't help but feel her heart tremble. There was no way that Ryu could cut her with his strength, but she was suddenly wondering if the weapon in his hands might be able to if it was in the hands of another. The other greatsword staff was a weapon that was the complete opposite. It was such a bright and bold gold that it looked almost more like an ornament than not, but it failed in truly being one because it was completely unadorned, just like the Black Shadow greatsword staff. It was perfectly flat, and its sharp edges were even more prominent and obvious. It looked almost as thin as a sheet of paper, yet it was somehow rigid enough that it didn't wave and ripple at the speed that Ryu swung it down at. That was definitely the product of Dove Wing and Raven Wing ore. They were a high-class Lord-grade material that a true sky god should have no business coming into contact with, unless they had suddenly come into a great amount of wealth. Normally, she might assume that Ryu had just picked up these treasures somewhere, but her eyes were too sharp. She could see that these items had only very recently been forged. Who had forged them? How was it possible when she was certain that Ryu hadn't interacted with anyone in these days? But there also weren't signs of blacksmithing near his immortal abode either. How had this happened? Ryu moved like lightning, appearing before the green-skinned woman in a flash. His blade moved of its own accord, swift, decisive, and powerful. What no one seemed to notice was that the moment he entered Emerald Vine's range, his plant foot slightly twisted the grass beneath him. His dove-wing greatsword staff appeared by Emerald Vine's neck. She was still smiling lightly as though she didn't notice that her neck was about to be cut, and it was at that very instant that the scene changed. Nature exploded along with her battle intent, and the grass on the ground twisted and rose up, shooting toward Ryu with blinding speed. They restricted his movements perfectly, several flying toward his arm and several more moving to carry her away. A small little green soul appeared on Emerald Vine's forehead. Its little arms moved like lightning, completing hand seal after hand seal. With a glance, Ryu could see through it. These hand seals were each commanding small, minor changes to the world around them. It was a magnificent technique, and it was interlaced with her Tao so perfectly that they practically seemed synonymous. That makes things even easier, Ryu said lightly. Emerald Vine's expression suddenly changed as she realized her vines actually weren't going to make it there in time. She looked toward where Ryu's foot was, realizing that he had imbalanced the feng shui in the region with a single violent stomp, or so it seemed. In reality, he had sent a strong pulse of ice chi downward, controlling a spiraling swirl that froze the root systems in the region. Yet, his power was so perfectly controlled that it didn't even feel cold. The hand seals came to a stop and the small green figure slammed its hands together. At that moment, Emerald Vine activated a movement technique, vanishing into a swirl of green leaves. Ryu's blade passed right through and the world was left in silence. On the outside, the group didn't believe what they were watching. At first, they sneered at Ryu's attempt, but then they saw something they never thought they would see. Emerald Vine slowly raised a finger to her neck, touching the blood that appeared. The Queen of Control had actually been injured. Chapter 1901. Disgrace. Ryu's expression was entirely indifferent. In fact, he had already retracted his blade as he took another step. He didn't use his spacetime soul nature for reasons only he was aware of. He was sharp and unbothered as a small soul appeared on his forehead. His, however, seemed to be completely counter to the delicate tea green of Emerald Vine's. His own was pitch black and exuded an aura as such. Ryu vanished again and attacked once more. Emerald Vine was far more serious this time and was ready to counter as well. Her soul began to form hand seals again, but at this moment, Ryu mumbled something. Quote, "Lines of fate." The world turned into black and white lines in his eyes, even the beautiful emerald vine becoming nothing more than a series of probabilities. He focused on his soul, and in the eyes of everyone else, the moment Emerald Vine's soul began to form hand seals, his moved at the same time. At first, it seemed like Ryu was directly copying, but only Emerald Vine could see through the secrets. He wasn't copying, he was countering. Her heart leapt into her throat. Those on the outside were shocked once again. Manifesting the soul like that was extremely difficult. The lower the cultivation, the more difficult it was. This all but guaranteed that Ryu's soul talent was exceptional. When they recognized the talent, their hearts skipped a beat. The perfect black body, those words hadn't meant much to Ryu in the past, especially not when he first got it. But to the world, it was known as the soul with endless potential, endless room for growth, endless paths to take. Now, it seemed simple and unadorned, as though Ryu had never bothered to pull out its full potential. But it was hard for any of them to say this when the next scenes unfolded. Ryu's blade appeared flashing through the skies, and Emerald Vine was forced to dodge again and again. No matter how fast her soul moved, how many times she changed her approach, it didn't matter. Ryu countered them all. At one point, his soul even began forming hand seals faster than hers did. Every time she was countered, she was forced to escape again and again. Realizing that things weren't going well, Emerald Vine grit her teeth and changed tactics. She spread out her palms and a pair of whips appeared, lashing out at Ryu from two sides. Ryu didn't seem to fear these at all. He parried them both with his great sword staffs, and it only took him a single exchange to realize that Emerald Vine was far weaker in direct combat. That much was obvious by her initial combat style, and that left an opening for him. His wrists twisted and the vines flicked off to the side. Emerald Vine was about to use her movement technique again, but this time, the instant she vanished into a cyclone of green leaves, so too did Ryu vanish. By the time she realized what was wrong, it was already too late. Ryu was in front of her when she appeared, his blade slicing down in the same arc. The green-skinned woman was cut in two. Silence. It was hard to tell when the last time anyone had talked was in the first place. From the start, it didn't even seem like it was a battle between two characters of vastly different cultivation levels. Many even felt like the projection didn't do Emerald Vine justice at all. That was when everyone noticed that there was a new addition to the crowd. It was a beautiful woman with delicate tea-green skin. She had a light smile on her face and a graceful elegance to her. Just the slightest whiff of her fragrance could leave one feeling endlessly at peace. Sovereign Emerald Vine. Their expressions couldn't help but change. The woman was actually here. How did she feel about this? "There's no need for all of you to look at me like that," she said with a smile. "I've never been good at direct combat, and this boy is an excellent counter to me. I rely on feng shui a lot in my combat, and the goddess has told me once before that it was a mistake to rely on it too much unless I could guarantee that I wouldn't run into an opponent that's better than I am in understanding it. I've since changed my reliance on it thanks to the guidance of the goddess, and looking at this battle now, it seems quite clear that she was correct." The words were light and airy, but it sent another wave of shock through them all. That was because this was essentially admitting that in the field of feng shui, Ryu was actually better than a transcended 2 steps above him who had dedicated her life to that very method. It was truly shocking and difficult for them to expect. But Emerald Vine wouldn't lie to put herself down in favor of a young man they didn't even know. In fact, of them all, Emerald Vine was probably among the most angry that Ryu hadn't bowed to the goddess. How could she come to protect him? All of their gazes moved back to Ryu, their expressions flickering. Ryu didn't seem proud of his accomplishment at all. He felt that it was only natural. This woman did have a particularly large weakness. In fact, he didn't even need to use his chaos chi to defeat her. Before him, she was as weak as wet tissue paper. But that wasn't bad either. At least he got to save on stamina. The world rippled and soon a second figure began to form. It was a lanky man with flowing black hair and deep abysses for eyes. His eyes didn't have any sclera at all. They might as well have been a pair of black marble balls. Ryu's eyes narrowed. Quibus Fairy, he didn't expect this at all. What he also couldn't see was the horror of those on the outside. How could this disgrace appear in their trial? Chapter 1902. Last thing, Ryu didn't know who this man was, but he could feel the aura of a Quibus Fairy quite clearly. How could he not? After all, his wife had become one. Or, rather, his wife had always been one, but had been sealed at birth for various reasons. However, by now, Ailsa had surely come to control her Quibus fairy heritage with much greater strength than Lionel could fathom. Usually, a fairy should only be able to gain a single alignment, but Ailsa was an extremely special case where she was not just born with two, but they were also two of the top 3 fairies in all of existence. The cultist fairy was designed to nurture, could see through a great number of mysteries, and make the cultivation path of themselves and those they chose to teach much clearer. The Quibus fairy, by comparison, was one with death. They were an anomaly to the fairies and were almost begrudgingly placed amongst the top echelon because there was nowhere else that they deserved to be. They were the necromancers of the fairy race. Now, one was standing before him, exuding an almost dull aura that was hard to detect. And yet, it contradictorily made him extremely difficult to approach at the same time. The outside of the throne challenge was in an uproar. The silence that they had grown used to had long since been awash with discussion. Their sect was too young. As such, the number of times that their throne had been challenged before was exactly 0. No one had ever come to do so. They had no idea who would appear, and they had already been shocked enough by the appearance of Emerald Vine already. But this was even more out of their expectation. This man, he was known simply as Silent Quibus. He was dull, unassuming, and if he walked by on the street, most wouldn't even notice him even if he brushed by. However, it was this very man that was the only traitor in the short history of the sect. The youth didn't know the truth behind the story, but they were still informed about this traitor. One could imagine the kind of hatred the higher-ups had fostered to allow this to fester for this long. It could even be said that this man was the reason that Ailsa was trapped where she was. He had never been comparable to Ailsa in strength, but a timely betrayal was often all that was needed to bring an empire to its knees. Ryu looked at the man casually and held out his great sword staffs, already prepared for battle. By this point, he had noticed an oddity in the atmosphere. The arena hadn't changed and they were still standing in the same beautiful forest, though it was a bit haggard now. However, he could sense a faint rejection coming from the surroundings. It wasn't a rejection toward him, but rather a rejection toward the man that was standing in front of him. It wasn't something that made much sense. His first thought was that it was because he was a Quibus fairy. The life force in this region was strong, and this was the opposite of the kind of environment that a Quibus would be matched for. But he dismissed this soon after. That was because Quibus fairies weren't just harbingers of death, that was too much of a simplification of them. They were first and foremost necromancers. There was a difference. Being a necromancer was also being a nurturer, just in a different form. Plus, there was no way that Ailsa's sect would reject Quibus fairies so vehemently without reason. Ailsa had no reason to reject her Quibus side. After all, it came from her mother. If she was going to reject any side, it would be her cultist side because she and her father had never truly seen eye to eye. By comparison, she was much closer to her mother, although the lady was a bit sickly and couldn't participate in her life very much. Interesting. You're a traitor of some kind. Ryu spoke this conclusion casually after looking around. His casual demeanor became a bit colder. That was because any traitor to the sect was a traitor to his wife, and that was simply unacceptable. This was already enough for Ryu to be more decisive in his killing this time. His silver eyes sparkled and lines of fate activated along with third perspective. The world revolved in his mind and he suddenly felt something. Ailsa was watching. Ryu looked up. He was already sure that Ailsa was watching before, but it was so subtle that he would have to really focus on it, or connect his third perspective to her to find it. However, doing that in the middle of battle would be a detriment, so he had held off. But this time, it was as though Ailsa was making herself known on purpose. Though, the only one that could sense it was Ryu himself. The moment he felt it, he understood something. It seemed that this person wasn't just a normal traitor. He was the sort of traitor that even Ailsa was dissatisfied with, the kind a woman would want a husband to erase for her. When Ryu understood this, the hints of coldness in his eyes spilled over, becoming a frigidness that caused space to crack and fragment like a thin pane of ice. All the while, Silent Quibus hadn't moved a single inch. He just stood there as though he was observing something. His aura of a middle transcended was so reserved that he didn't seem to have any cultivation at all. If not for his eyes, Ryu wouldn't even be able to see through how strong he was. Crossing the Tatsuya clan will be the last thing you do in this life. Ryu's words sounded calm and even despite the changes to the world around him. Suddenly, Silent Quibus spoke. Do I need advice on how to treat my woman from a mere descendant? Chapter 1903, Fury Silence. The words were clearly heard on the outside and several had complicated expressions. The feeling that they received was the kind that could only be described by helplessness, as though none of them knew how to refute. Ryu felt the shifts and turns in karma and fate, the twisting lines dancing before him in a way that made one thing clear: it didn't feel like Silent Quibus thought that he was lying. Ryu didn't reply immediately, nor did his facial expression change. It was as though he was checking once, then twice, then thrice, and then starting over again to ensure that he hadn't heard wrongly or perceived anything incorrectly. All the while, Silent Quibus had no intention of attacking, as though he was too lazy to. He wanted this junior to attack so that he could get this over with. He hadn't expected that a portion of his intent would be summoned here for a throne challenge, but that made enough sense that it was still acceptable. Suddenly, he felt a dangerous aura. It was so dangerous that his heart seized and the casual expression on his face vanished into the ether. He felt his hair stand on end, his blood run cold, and his skin prickle with goosebumps that raced across his body and jostled for position at the same time. Ryu still hadn't moved, one of his great sword staffs being held out before him. The only change was that a light wind jostled his hair. He continued to stare forward, the depths of his eyes seemingly blank. Then, his aura began to climb so quickly that it seemed as though he was shattering the bounds of the world in a single bound. His birthed phenomena took shape. His chaos chi erupted, his founding Tao surged. Even the white phoenix to his back multiplied in size several times over. Silent Quibus reacted quickly and formed several hand seals in quick succession. A half-dozen magic circles appeared in the skies and another half-dozen appeared on the ground. Skeletons began to rip their way up from the ground below and giant, rotting palms descended from above. The stench of corpse poison filled the air and it became clear in an instant that Silent Quibus was the worst kind of necromancer. Those that dabbled in corpse poison were shunned even by their own contingency. Even more shocking than that, realizing that he had underestimated Ryu's momentum too much, Silent Quibus formed another pair of hand seals and spoke lightly. Corpse explosion. Boom, boom. Two pits that were being dug out by skeletal hands exploded before Ryu just as he was crossing through that distance. He was completely enveloped. At the same time, a pair of rotting hands descended from the skies and slammed down where he had been. And as though that wasn't enough, a pair of eyes appeared from two more of the sky-bound magic circles. Beams of concentrated darkness cut through the world and pierced through the location Ryu had been in as well. Everything was freely flowing, fast and sharp. It was clear that Silent Quibus was, indeed, the better combatant between himself and Emerald Vine. And what Ryu didn't know was that if not for his betrayal, Silent Quibus would likely be placed as the last line of defense for the throne, not the second. This was because the challengers of the throne wouldn't face the founders of the sect, only the disciples they raised. Which was another reason why it was so ridiculous that Fading and Radiant Star had appeared during Ryu's second trial. Though, this was also in part their fault. This was because Fading and Radiant Star had obscured their strength to protect against being detected by the heavens of the true martial world. This made them even easier to manipulate. But now, there was no such thing. Just pure strength was on display. Silent Quibus had only used a fraction of the strength in his hands and Ryu was already likely to be dead. Or so it seemed. Ryu shot out from the plumes of corpse poison. What good was corpse poison against him when he had embryonic chi? Was there anything in this world that it was incapable of healing in a large enough quantity? The tip of Ryu's blade appeared before Silent Quibus's forehead, catching him off guard. Ryu was fast, his control over space was exceptional, and there even seemed to be hints of the underlying mystery of time layered within it. Just as Silent Quibus was about to form a hand seal, his expression changed and he quickly converted to another, reacting even faster than Ryu expected. At the same instant, Ryu's gaze flashed. Earth's gate, open. Heaven's gate, open. Ryu's strength exploded as he used his speed to cross the gates. The power of his piercing greatsword staff increased by leaps and bounds, hundreds of fold in a single blinking instant. A pattern appeared like a spreading cancer across Silent Quibus's forehead. Clang! Ryu's blade pierced half an inch into his skull, causing the Quibus fairy's heart to leap into his throat. But in the end, the cancerous mark on his forehead took shape and solidified. Bang! Silent Quibus was sent flying, crashing through an array of trees and falling into the far-off distance. Ryu was about to chase, but by this point, the six figures in the skies, and the skeletons climbing out of the earth had already fully manifested. They all attacked Ryu at once, delaying his forward progress. Even when Ryu wanted to use space to directly warp toward that location, the skeletons slammed their hands together, forming a unified formation that locked down the space in the region. In the distance, Silent Quibus slowly got up, wiping a hint of blood off the corner of his mouth and snapping his broken neck back into place. He looked forward with an indifferent expression, but there was clearly something smoldering in the depths of his eyes. He began to form several hand seals, and then something manifested that made Ryu's rage explode to the high heavens. Nemesis. Chapter 1904. Reversal. A crimson steed stepped out from the magic circle. It stomped the ground and neighed, chains rattling across its body. It could only be said that Nemesis was truly a beautiful beast, and even as a mere projection, the arrogance in his eyes was palpable. The rattling of the chains echoed so loudly that space formed clouds of cracks around the steed. His crimson mane flowed wildly in the wind, and the moment Silent Quibus landed on his back, he raised his hooves into the air, and the sound of galloping war horses filled the skies. Boom! Nemesis' front hooves slammed onto the ground, shattering the earth for miles before he erupted forward. Silent Quibu's expression was a bit ugly because he didn't command Nemesis to do this, but it didn't matter so long as he ran Ryu down. Ryu couldn't remember the last time he was so infuriated. He had experienced many things in these last few months and had been forced to undergo a lot of self-reflection as a result. He simply hadn't had the time to care or consider the opinions of others. Even when he was helping out his wife and stopping the Ruin Master Guild, he was almost going through the motions. His mind was always focused on other things, and it was hard for him to feel emotions with the same fervor that he usually did. But right now he was truly infuriated. Nemesis was his brother and probably the beast companion that Ryu had the deepest feeling for. When he first met Nemesis, he was being tortured out of the Loom clan for being disobedient. He was difficult and unruly to deal with, and despite the trouble it put him in, he was unwilling to bow his head. His personality and that of Ryu's were practically identical. In truth, Little Rock was very similar. However, what Little Rock lacked was facing the same sort of hardship that Nemesis had. Seeing the steed he had reared and raised, the very same arrogant war horse that refused to lower his head no matter the situation, being forced to be the riding horse of this person, Ryu's mind went completely blank. His killing intent formed a tangible net over the surroundings, his fury manifesting in a spiraling cyclone of black flames that pierced the skies. Bang, 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 Ryu vanished, his great sword staffs roaring with light as his heavenly Dao tree appeared at his back. He was being attacked from all sides, but it felt like not even one of them could even begin to approach him. Fate reversal, fate reversal, fate reversal. Fate reversal. Ryu's voice echoed like the bleak call of the devil. The hooves of Nemesis appeared above him, slamming down with a great strength that seemed capable of collapsing the stars themselves. At the same instant, a whip of bone had appeared in Silent Quibu's hands and was lashing out toward him. But in that very instant, Silent Quibus roared out in pain, all the bones in his body shattered at once. Subconsciously, Silent Quibus wanted to use one of the life-steal abilities of necromancers. The most skilled necromancers were all able to transfer damage from themselves to their corpse puppets, so he was naturally capable. Unfortunately for him, Ryu just cast Fate Reversal again, directly cancelling his ability. Ryu's chest suddenly exploded as Nemesis' hooves collided with him, but if one looked into his eyes, it would seem as though he hadn't even been injured at all, like he couldn't feel his heart exploding and his rib cage shattering into countless little shards that shredded his lungs apart. Fate Reversal. He swiped his arm to the side, and Nemesis was sliced away, a clean cut pulling across his side and torso. At the same time, Silent Quibu's roar of pain echoed out once more. The Quibus fairy's chest exploded and his heart erupted. Violet blood poured out in all directions, but it wasn't enough, it wasn't nearly enough. Veins appeared across the side of Ryu's eyes, and blood fell from them as though they were tears, but he didn't seem to notice in the slightest. He dropped one of his great sword staffs. They were so sharp that even though he didn't put the slightest bit of strength into it, it was buried into the cracked land down to the very hilt. With his free hand, he grabbed Silent Quibu's whip. It had lost its trajectory after a rain of sudden injuries buffeted the man. Now, he had left himself wide open to being exploited. Barbs cut into Ryu's palms, but he pulled hard nonetheless, using the barbs for extra grip as though he had entirely lost his mind. Silent Quibus was pulled down from Nemesis' back, his face being pulled right into Ryu's knee. Pung! Silent Quibus was hit away with such force that he lost his grip on his own whip. Ryu swiped a hand to the side, throwing the whip away along with layers of his own skin and flesh. With a wave of the same bloodied hand, his greatsword staff soared back into his palm. He took a step and vanished, appearing above the quibus and slashing out in a cyclone. His body rotated and a violent torrent followed. Slash after slash was entirely relentless, and every action the quibus took to try and recover was undone beneath the sharpness of Ryu's gaze. On the outside, many couldn't help but stand completely stunned. Were the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils always this strong? Bang, 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 bang. The toughness of the quibu's body didn't mean the slightest thing to Ryu. He cut into it again and again, his control over his own blades so perfect that he continuously cut the same patches of skin into ribbons down to the very bone. Bang! Ryu landed on the ground hard and heavy, the quibu's body landing soon after. He huffed for breath, but every one sounded like the breath of a dragon. Chapter 1905. Corpse poison. The silent quibus didn't even look alive anymore. He looked like an amalgamation of flesh and blood, but the fury in Ryu's eyes didn't dissipate in the slightest. That wasn't because he felt that this wasn't enough, but because in all his fury, he still couldn't manage to shatter the man's bones. The only attack that had managed to was when he reversed the connection he had with his corpse puppets. But even those shattered ribs had already healed. Even when he reversed the injuries Nemesis had given him, that hadn't managed to cause any damage. Ryu didn't believe that this was because of some difference between the fate reversal coming from him versus several corpse puppets. It was instead because Silent Quibus had learned from the first and found methods to counter him somewhat. And even now, he wasn't dead. The world on the outside couldn't see through this. Well, at the very least the disciples couldn't. They were in abject shock, and even those that could see through some of the issues felt like they were observing something that didn't make much sense at all. They all knew how powerful Silent Quibus was, so how was it possible for Ryu to be so completely and utterly dominant? Even if it was only for a short time, even if he capitalized on a mistake, there didn't seem to be any explanation for this. At that moment, an eerie laughter sounded. Ryu didn't react to the laughter at all. He stood there in silence, his breath causing hot steam to spread into the surroundings. Tired already, Silent Quibus suddenly let out a mad cackle. His previous stoicism seemed to have vanished as he weakly looked into the skies. His eyes had been blinded by Ryu, but he could still seem to see the looming heavenly Dao tree and the white phoenix that flapped its wings above it. Then, he began to stand. His body rattled as though it was made of various mechanisms, and from what Ryu could tell, maybe it truly was. Silent Quibus had obviously begun to refine his own body not much differently than he did his corpse puppets, and it was clear that he had gone exceptionally far with it as well. That was because Ryu had already seen through the fact that that cancerous mark on his forehead was none other than corpse poison. Corpse poison was a very sinister existence, and it was something that was avoided by most necromancers, and those that were exposed for using it were ostracized. Corpse poison wasn't just poison that manifested from corpses. It came from torture, from a chaos of the soul, from a backlash against reincarnation itself. Its production could be put on the same level as those monsters that massacred entire towns, cities, countries, even worlds for the sake of their cultivation. Wrathful spirits had many legends that were spread about them, but what many didn't know was that forming a wrathful spirit was only the first step of forming corpse poison. Ryu's gaze turned to the side and he picked out one of the skeletons. He scanned it, and beneath lines of fate in his Tao, he could practically read through its past life. It was even easier than doing it with a real person because the horrors it had experienced were quite literally the source of its strength now. This skeleton had once been a woman, a powerful one at that. She had been of the omniscient realm and would be entering the Lord realms in just a few more years at most. She definitely had the talent and momentum to do so. That was when Silent Quibus caught her. Through mysterious means, he drugged and subdued her family, then forced her mother, father, and brother to watch her be raped right before their eyes. Ryu could feel every raw emotion of that moment. The humiliation, the unwillingness, the begging for death and yet being unable to have it, and yet, that was just the beginning. It was nothing more than a primer. After he had had his fun, Silent Quibus unleashed an air of debauchery over the whole family. Things that happened afterward were too disgusting even for him to describe, but after they were all awakened from their stupor, whether it was her mother, her father, or her brother, they all committed suicide right before her eyes. She wanted to follow after them, but how could Silent Quibus allow such a thing? He was only just starting. She would certainly become a wrathful spirit if she died now, but that wasn't enough. He made her give birth to the child she conceived after those matters, made her raise it, and then one day, he fed it to her. Ryu felt his stomach churn. He was a person who killed without blinking. He was a person who treated the lives of his enemies as though they were absolutely worthless. But even before the changes to his life, he wouldn't be able to stomach such things, let alone now that he had much more sympathy for life itself. How could he easily assign value to people if he was one reincarnation away from becoming any one of them? But he still watched the rest of it silently. Only when the woman had reached this level of absolute despair did Silent Quibus feel that it was just barely good enough, and he began the refinement process. He finally allowed the woman to kill herself, only to begin to refine her soul right then. The interruption of the reincarnation process was precisely what he needed to form corpse poison. The woman's soul was being pulled in three ways, one to become the Quibu's corpse puppet, the second to reincarnate, and the last to become a wrathful spirit. Together, they formed a trinity formation that created a chaotic reincarnation, one that had the byproduct of corpse poison. If there was a perfect corpse poison out there, it might very well be the counter to embryonic chi, one on the side of life, and the other on the side of death. Silent Quibus finally stood all the way to his feet and waved a hand. Nemesis suddenly appeared to his side. The Quibus opened his mouth wide and took a bite out of Nemesis' neck. Hot blood splashed all around. Chapter 1906. Chi. Ryu didn't believe it was possible for him to be any angrier at the moment. The only reason he hadn't truly exploded was that he knew this was a projection and not the real Nemesis. It was why he had attacked it without hesitation, and it was also the only reason he hadn't completely lost his mind. Still, the raging inferno in his heart burned with a ferocity that flickered in the depths of his eyes with a smoldering red-black flame. Dragon and Qilin scales flickered into and out of existence on his body, his veins bulging and pulsing with a torrent of booming might. As Silent Quibus ate Nemesis, a churning darkness and light began to rumble through Ryu's body. The 8 trigram diagrams rotating in his eyes only began to move faster and faster. The sound of crunching came to a stop, and Silent Quibus looked up, blood drizzling down his chin. A fiendish grin filled with flesh and bone appeared, a ghastly tongue covered in rough bumps that almost looked like mutated dragon scales slithered out, picking at what was caught between his teeth. By this point, he had completely lost any sort of humanity he had in him. Or maybe he never had any humanity to speak of and was simply good at faking what he could remember. However, whatever the case was, it was only now that even Ryu's own Tao could truly see through him, and what it saw would have horrified almost anyone else. Silent Quibus stood there, blood still dribbling down his chin as though he was a baby in need of a bib. And yet, the shadow that grew behind him was shocking enough to pull on anyone's soul. It was an amorphous creature of the shadows with countless faces coming out of it. Each one screamed like a caged animal, wanting to pry itself free, but Silent Quibu's strength was too great. At that moment, there was a sudden enlightenment that came over Ryu, and he heard Silent Quibu's Tao title for the first time. Silent Quibus, Quibus, taken in the sense of most immediate control over death, and silent not just referring to a lack of sound, but the restraint of it. Every soul he tortured, every life he ruined, every world he crushed beneath his boot, was forced into silence, adding to that ever-growing monstrosity that hid in his shadow. Each one was silenced. Whether in path, in Tao, in methods, Silent Quibus was truly a disgusting creature. But Ryu didn't care about any of this. This man turned his partner into a slave. This man dared to try and claim his wife with that disgusting, vile tongue of his. This man would die the worst death imaginable, not just here alone, but in the real world. Ryu would make absolutely certain of that. Ah, you can see it, chi. A grating laughter echoed as the sound of bone crunching resonated through the silent world once again. This time, however, it wasn't Nemesis bones, but instead Silent Quibus. The fairy began to grow in size, rising up until he was almost 3 meters tall. With a wave of his hand, his bone whips vanished, and a reaper's scythe with a blade of jagged rust manifested. Around the scythe's rusted blade, energy fluctuated and then suddenly blinked into a solid existence. Bang! The ground was silently torn into, but it was the eruption of it into a rain of ash that truly caused the booming sound that echoed afterward. The rusted blade was suddenly covered by an energy blade of transparent blackness that extended for dozens of meters. It was a blade so obscenely large that it didn't make sense for a man even 3 meters tall to be wielding it. And yet, It seemed like the perfect weapon for Silent Quibus, a man who reaped lives not by quality, but quantity. It's a shame that my real body won't be able to taste your blood, but I can give you the same experience nonetheless. What remained of Nemesis finally collapsed to the ground. Even in a half-eaten state, with 3/4 of his neck gone and his intestines spilling out of his belly, he had wanted to stand defiantly until his last breath. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to. The Wrath Knight steed looked up with red marble eyes that pierced Ryu's soul. It was like he wanted to stare down his enemy in those last moments, and he had not the slightest hint of ire towards Silent Quibus himself, as though he was a master worth following. It was when their gazes met in that moment that a hint of confusion flickered in the horse's eyes. It looked at Ryu as though it was trying to recall something, but that loss of his edge caused what remained of his life to blink out. Nemesis collapsed entirely, dead. Ryu watched this silently, still not saying a single word to Silent Quibus. Chi. I will shred you apart piece by piece. An arrogant brat like yourself, I really want to know what kind of expression you'll have when it finally falls apart. You all tend to make the strongest corpse poison. There was still no response. Chi. Nothing to say. That's not too bad. How about I let you pick? No, actually, there's something I've always been meaning to try. I've been quite sexist in my life, don't you think? I wonder if it would break a man even more than it would a woman if they were pinned down and violated. What do you think? One of the screaming shadows behind Silent Quibus manifested and grew into a man that was a meter taller than even the Quibus. An unsightly but strangely large bit of rotting flesh swung between this zombie's legs, and under Silent Quibus's control, it began to engorge until it stood tall. How many people do you think are watching right now? Would you still have any pride left after this? Chi. Chapter 1907. Judgment. Those on the outside felt a cold shiver run through them. They had heard of this man's evil, but this was the first time that they were truly seeing it for themselves. Even for those that had been personal witnesses to things from back then, Silent Quibus had never gone so, mask off, before. Any one of them. The main issue, and the crux of the matter that they had only just grasped, was the fact that Ryu had truly already brought Silent Quibus to the brink. He was entirely unable to defeat Ryu unless he brought out his most disgusting means, and if he was going to do so, then he might as well go to the greatest extreme. The aura of a lower founding Dao radiated out and it made many of them begin to choke, and many more were made to vomit. The aura of this founding Dao was too disgusting and it revealed even to the most insensitive people just what kind of grotesque being Silent Quibus was. A person like him shouldn't be allowed a good ending. Ryu still didn't respond, but this only made Silent Quibus's laughter more eerie and grating to the ears. It was as though he preferred if Ryu remained exactly like this. The more arrogant he was, the better. Slowly, Ryu's heavenly Dao tree began to vanish. The result was that more and more of Silent Quibus's corpse puppets rushed forward, closing the gap on Ryu. All the while, they had been stopped by Ryu's visualization only for this sudden change to catch even Silent Quibus off guard. Men like Ryu certainly wouldn't give up so easily, but when he looked into Ryu's eyes, Silent Quibus felt a shudder. There was no more rage, no flickering flame, there was just a deadpan gaze. Ryu had a method of killing Silent Quibus in a single strike. This projection of a transcended wouldn't be able to withstand even a single pulse of his shrine copy. However, that wasn't nearly enough. Not only was it not satisfying in the least, but it also wouldn't leave the mark he wanted to be left. Just as slowly as his heavenly Dao tree was fading, a new phenomenon was beginning to manifest. Ryu's birthed phenomena took the shape of his body, towering into the skies even taller than the looming shadow behind Silent Quibus. Silent Quibus looked into the air and suddenly, Ryu's peak founding Dao seemed to solidify. The world shook and trembled as Ryu's 8-trigram diagram expanded violently to accommodate this existence. Ryu stood in place, his face pale and his chest heaving for breath, but he didn't seem to notice as his expression remained just as deadpan as before. The moment his birthed phenomena solidified, his shrine mountain manifestation took shape as well. The two became so large that it was hard to explain in just words alone. Ryu's birthed phenomena had already been obscenely large to begin with, but when this mountainous natural enlightenment took shape, it grew large enough that his birthed phenomena was able to take a seat of meditation on its very peak. Chi in the air rolled and rumbled, shaking and quaking as an explosion of colors echoed out in all directions. Ryu only became paler, but he didn't stop for even a moment. The corpse puppets rushing toward him were all blown back, many shattering into pieces of rotting flesh without even the chance to approach him. Everything in the world seemed to be laid on the palm of his hand. Soon, the array of colors solidified into just three: gold, black, and an icy blue. Giving one of his souls free rein over the choice of techniques to create, and the support of a perfected understanding of three elements, was bound to bring forth results. In fact, it had created not just a technique, but a foundation of Tao method that already felt impossible to describe. Without Ryu's birthed phenomena and natural enlightenment, just the intention to summon this technique would blow his body to pieces. This, however, was one of the truest manifestations of one above all. Sitting on the mountain above, lofty and tall, he was truly on the highest peak that existed in the world. His birthed phenomena slowly brought its palms together, and then, its closed eyes began to open. Space cracked apart and the throne challenge threatened to collapse. Ryu's lips and that of his birthed phenomena parted at the same time. Death acupoint, countless tiny needles of gold wheezed around as the technique began to form. But what no one expected was that the mere formation of this technique alone would cause what remained of Silent Quibu's corpse puppets to burst into a rain of ash. The wheezing needles of gold were quickly coalescing into a formation of great sword staffs in the skies, but as they gathered from the light chi in the surroundings, every enemy of Ryu suffered. Even the likes of Silent Quibus and the zombie he had just manifested from his eerie shadow were suddenly riddled with injuries. Lines of fate. The surge of light chi accelerated and suddenly shaped 9 beautiful great sword staffs in the air. They still seemed illusory for the most part, but space cracked like black lightning around them, shattering the laws of the world. Countless bundles of black, white, and gray lines manifested in Ryu's vision. Silent Quibus began to shudder, feeling a great danger. At that same moment, his real body, in an unknown location, startled awake, crawling out of a vat of blood and looking around. His real body's vision sharpened as he pierced through the veil of reality, rushing toward the location of the danger, but he still couldn't understand. Damn it, where is it? Ryu exhaled a breath, but it came out as a fog of evaporated blood. One could only imagine the situation inside his body if his coughed-up blood was in such a state. Rob the world of its color. The 9 beautiful golden sword staffs trembled and suddenly became blades of black and white. Judgment. The first word of Ryu's technique seemed obscured by the heavenly laws, but the second sounded loud and clear. All 9 blades descended at once, and before Silent Quibus could even understand what was happening, he began screaming. Chapter 1908. Worse. Ryu looked down upon the world as though a mighty overlord casting judgment from above. The first great sword staff connected and severed the first of the lines of fate. Silent Quibus felt his mind convulse. It was as though he had just lost the right to control his shadows, and they all began attacking him at once. But it only grew worse when the second descended, and then the third. Each time, Ryu targeted a pillar of Silent Quibu's Tao. Such a man would never feel the effects of karma. In fact, the fact he had gone so far could only mean that he had likely even found a method of using bad karma to make himself stronger. Ryu had never heard of such a method before, but the possibilities in the world were far too numerous. He had no way of confirming whether this was possible or not, but what he could do was see through what Silent Quibus relied upon, and tear them apart. Bastard! Silent Quibus held his head, screaming in pain. He was no longer just fighting Ryu alone, but all the people he had ever killed. They bit and nibbled at his soul, scratching and clawing with everything they had just to cause him a modicum of pain. Ryu had no ability to cause this much damage to Silent Quibu's main body. He was certain that his main body was a Tao sovereign at worst, and if he wasn't already a Tao god, then he was very close to it. In that case, Ryu would destroy his road forward forever. The 4th and 5th great sword staffs descended. Then came the 6th and 7th. Each time, Ryu felt a backlash nearly shatter him to pieces, but the cold indifference in his eyes didn't fade. To touch his brother, to have such thoughts about his wife. Black flames flickered deep within Ryu's eyes, their tinge of red only fading more and more. The 8th great sword staff descended, and the world whined and cried. This is only the beginning. Ryu's voice was gruff. It sounded as though he had just barely ground it out, as though he was using up all the energy he had left to push them forth. The 9th great sword staff hung high in the skies, descending slowly as though it had met great resistance. But not once did it falter, not once did it hitch, and not once did it slow. In fact, it seemed as though it was slowly increasing in pace. To say the things you have said today has earned my ire. The ninth greatsword staff fell closer, approaching Silent Quibu's forehead. You may not understand what that means. Maybe most of the world doesn't understand what it means. But there'll be a time when you finally come to realize that what you've done today, no, what you did the moment you laid hands on my family, was the worst mistake you could have made. The ninth sword staff pressed against Silent Quibu's forehead. The screams of Silent Quibus seemed to be sealed as though he was suppressed into a world of his own making, a world filled to the brim with his sins. For what you've done to her, for what you've done to Nemesis, wear this on your heart until the day I come to take your head. Silent Quibus trembled when he heard Nemesis' name as though he had suddenly come to understand something. But he couldn't even raise his head to look at Ryu, nor did he have any ability to communicate with his real body. He was somehow forced to suffer through everything this projection was experiencing, without even truly understanding what was going on. And when he finally realized what had happened here in the future, it would be too late. He felt a despair take root in his heart, a despair that Ryu would make sure he felt a second time. The greatsword staff descended and split him in two. His body was erased, and the souls that came along with it seemed to have been forcefully purified. In a distant and unknown location, the screams of Silent Quibus continued to echo. Birds flew away at their greatest speed in the night skies, the flapping of their wings drowned out by the horrified screaming. Compared to what his projection had experienced, his main body was actually in a far better state. And yet, it didn't matter. That was because the issue wasn't the backlash, the issue was the harm to his Tao and his future path. Just like Ryu had thought, Silent Quibus was just a step away from godhood, but now, an infuriated roar shook the mountain. Boom, boom, his fists drove into the ground and shattered everything in their wake. He had had such a bright future, but this, just what had happened? How could this happen? In the end, he still hadn't been able to find where that feeling was coming from. He had run so far away from that world precisely to avoid Ailsa until he was strong enough. If even Ailsa's gaze wasn't sharp enough to find him, then how could his own be enough to find Ryu? All he knew was that someone had somehow targeted his fate, and there were only a very small number of things that could do that. As such, it wasn't long before he thought of the possibility of a throne challenge. But how could that be possible? Who had the skill to target him through a throne challenge? No, more importantly, who could trigger his appearance in such a throne challenge? After his betrayal, he would have certainly been buried. Unless someone manipulated the throne challenge, or someone triggered a particularly powerful throne challenge, there should be no reason for his projection to be evoked. Silent Quibus was practically shaking in fury. How could this happen? What he didn't know was that his bad day was about to get worse. Deep within him, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened. Chapter 1909. Wobbly Ryu huffed for breath. His birthed phenomena slowly faded along with Shrine Mountain's projection. His body seemed to have lost half its weight, and his skin stuck to his bones. Every time he coughed, more evaporated blood came from his mouth, and his throat felt as though it had just been scorched. To make matters worse, he couldn't see through his eyes again. He knew that every time he used such techniques to snip and cut karma, the backlash would be tremendous, but this was even more exaggerated than usual. If he didn't have embryonic chi, it might very well lead to the permanent loss of his eyes. The good news was that, once again, so long as he used a few dedicated days to circulate his embryonic chi, he would have access to his eyes again within the week. The bad news was that he didn't have a week to spare, and the throne challenge was still ongoing. As though that wasn't bad enough, while he was casting the technique against Silent Quibus, he realized that he still didn't have the power to cast it. The technique was far too powerful, as though his Tao heart was trying to urge him to hurry up and improve. Just look at all the overpowered techniques we could create and use if we just hurried up. So, in the end, Ryu had no choice but to use the feng shui of this arena to bolster and support his technique. But that had, unfortunately, led to him using up all the energy of this world. He would likely not be able to use feng shui in battle again, so all he had to rely on was his own chi. And on that front, there was once again good news and bad news. The good news was that running out of chi would never be a problem for him. In fact, the fact that this world had been mostly stripped of its energy would make it more difficult for his enemies to act while he, himself, had access to the entire chaos plane. The bad news was that it was difficult for his body to even make use of that. He had a hard time moving without falling apart, his soul was completely drained, and even just standing here felt like the wind might blow him over. Those on the outside were stunned into silence. Even Emerald Vine's smile was nowhere to be seen as she, too, was stunned. She couldn't fathom how a child 2 realms beneath her projection could hold back that much and still win. What she didn't understand was that Ryu's greatest strength had always been his comprehension. If he was willing to forego everything else, there were very few that could outmaneuver him. He had even managed to slip out of the control of his own great-grandfather back when Primus tried to stop him from entering the heavenly path. However, all of that didn't seem to matter right now. It was already unfair that the likes of Silent Quibus had appeared so early. It was clearly a mistake given how powerful he was. He should have appeared last. But now, he had appeared second, and there were still 7 more battles to go. There simply didn't seem to be a chance for Ryu at all. Was a genius going to die like this? It wasn't possible to just abandon a throne challenge. You either made it through or you didn't. And the latter had an obvious conclusion. Ryu's heaving breaths continued. He really didn't seem like he could fight anymore, but his own state didn't dictate what the throne challenge would do. The moment it sensed that Silent Quibus had died, the next challenger began to appear. It was another young woman, almost dainty in appearance. It looked as though she might tip over from her own clumsiness at any moment, or that might have been because she was chugging what was clearly and obviously a jug of wine. In the outside world, everyone looked toward a young girl with flushed cheeks. Well, young girl, was pushing it, considering she was a Dao Lord. She looked up with lazy eyes as though she could feel everyone's gazes on her. A little bit of alcohol drizzled down the corner of her lip, and for a moment, she almost looked like an adorable little vampire. Her appearance was comparable to a woman in her early 20s who still had a little bit of baby fat on her cheeks, and her drinking habits were those of a man in his 40s going through a midlife crisis. They said that she was also drunk the day she chose her Dao title, too, because now she went by Wobbling Fairy. It was truly too unsightly a name for a woman as talented as she was. Ryu's breathing was the only thing that could be heard. It moved like a torrential storm, swaying what was left of the trees from side to side. He was still circulating his embryonic chi, ignoring his eyes for the moment to try and address the situation in the rest of his body, but he knew that it would still take some time. Time he didn't likely have. He didn't look down on the dainty woman. In fact, there was something so carefree about her that it made his own Dao heart tremble. This was just a projection of a higher transcended realm version of her, yet her Dao heart was actually so powerful. How powerful was it now? The dainty Wobbling Fairy's little nose suddenly scrunched up. I don't like you. Her words slurred, but they were still very blunt. Ryu didn't respond. He didn't really care if this woman liked him or not. He didn't care if most people, in general, liked him or not. It was irrelevant to him. You're too arrogant. Are you going to fight? Or are you going to just keep talking? They were simple words. Words Ryu would have spoken to anyone. His pride was too great to take advantage of her stupidity to recover more. But they were also words that suddenly turned the awe of the rebirthing cultist sect into ire. How dare he say such things about the sect's little sister? Even Star River felt inexplicably angry. Wobbling Fairy's true body released a little burp. Excuse me. Her soft voice only made the contrast between Ryu's words worse. Chapter 1910. Little woman Wobbly Fairy blinked as though not expecting Ryu to say such a thing, but she also didn't seem to be particularly angry either. It was hard to tell if this little woman was even capable of feeling anger. Little woman, some of Ryu's edge was suddenly taken off when he had this thought. He couldn't help but remember Hope and how she was still in a coma. That was a woman who was more than likely carrying his child right now. Although part of her soul was snatched away, the others, and her body, were still very much alive. In fact, deep within her mind, there might even still be a strand of consciousness remaining. Even if it was the Ryu of before, he would have cared for her. It wasn't just because she was carrying his seed, but because she had risked herself for the sake of saving him. There were only a very few number of women who would be willing to do that for him, and all of them had the title of wife. For this reason alone, Hope was worth his worry, his pain, his anguish. There was a sigh that left Ryu's lips. He could already sense that this was partly because Wobbly Fairy was already attacking him with what seemed to be a domain, but he also didn't care. Maybe that was also part of the problem with being drunk. It was hard for your better logic to get the better of you. Ryu had never been a drinker. The wine of Sacrum, or more accurately, the Shrine Plain, was too potent for him to partake in as a mortal. By the time he could cultivate and withstand stronger wine, he already had over 1,000 years of lived experience and had simply never gotten into the habit. He didn't feel any sort of fascination with drinking and losing his mind in such vices at all. His mind was his sharpest weapon. Why would he make it foggy on purpose? In the outside world, many seemed to already notice that there was a fog surrounding Ryu. The dense cloud of alcohol was practically visible to the eye. Wobbly Fairy probably didn't even attack on purpose. Just the alcohol content of her breath alone was enough to form a domain. Usually, the little woman would be sitting on her own because although she was adorable, the number of people who could withstand the passive effects of her Tao were too few. Ryu was already in such a bad state before. There was simply no way for him to withstand such a thing now. Despite the fact they had just been angry with him, they couldn't help but sigh. None of them wanted to see Ryu lose like this, not after he had vented so much of their hatred and disgust for Silent Quibus. However, what happened next astonished them. Ryu sighed again and then shook his head. The weariness in his eyes vanished and for some reason, his gaze seemed to have become more focused. He looked up at the little woman again and somehow felt a little better, almost as though acknowledging what he was feeling inside had made things easier on him. Ryu couldn't help but chuckle on the inside. Alcohol makes you feel better. Which alcoholic said that? This was obviously not the same sort of alcohol that a casual person might drink, and it wasn't even the kind that a cultivator would drink either. It seemed that after being filtered through Wobbly Fairy, it had become something entirely different. He had already seen that her Tao heart was surprisingly firm, and he realized now why that was. Well, no, I still don't understand it fully. Is it the alcohol that gives her such a strong Tao heart? Or is it because of her Tao heart that she's capable of forming such strong wine? Ryu thought for a moment and wondered if he should try drinking. What sort of things would it open his mind to? The wine Tao was an expansive one. It was technically a branch of alchemy along with the tea Tao. Both had their merits. For once, Ryu wasn't very familiar with these disciplines. But if he thought about it, the wind Tao and the tea Tao were probably to alchemy what feng shui was to formation mastery. Maybe. By the time Ryu regained complete clarity, Wobbly Fairy suddenly tumbled over and collapsed. The crowd outside was astonished and couldn't help but wonder if Ryu had suddenly killed her. But none of them had seen how he had done it. It was only Star River who seemed to understand a little about what she was seeing now. Ryu's Tao heart had actually overwhelmed Wobbly Fairy's. Impossible. Star River was lost in a daze of her own. The problem wasn't the fact. Ryu's Tao heart was so strong, though that was shocking in itself. After all, Wobbly Fairy had the strongest Tao heart by cultivation realm in their entire sect, and that was saying something. By comparison, Ryu was 2 cultivation realms beneath her projection and still overwhelmed her. Still, what she truly found shocking was the fact that Ryu's Tao heart seemed to be shrouded by something. He was carrying an extraordinary weight that was making the sharpness of his Tao heart turn murky and unfocused. Just now, the reason Wobbly Fairy collapsed was because a great deal of her wine Tao had been sucked out just to polish Ryu's Tao heart the smallest bit. And that had actually resulted in all her energy being stripped away. She had lost to what was only a small sliver of Ryu's Tao heart. Star River's gaze couldn't help but turn to their little mascot, only to find her staring unblinkingly at Ryu's image in the skies. This was the first time Star River had ever seen the little woman focus so intently on anything. Then, to her speechlessness, Wobbly Fairy collapsed and began to cutely snore. Chapter 1911. Another bow. Ryu took a breath and gave Wobbly Fairy a small bow in thanks. He seemed to be giving out more and more of these recently, and the result only shocked Star River all the more. Star River was the first to react. Ryu didn't even finish his bow before she flashed, appearing by Wobbly Fairy's side and soaring into the skies with unbridled speed. Then, under everyone's speechless eyes, she actually launched Wobbly Fairy into the clouds above as though she was tossing away a ticking time bomb. Before anyone could understand why the hell the woman they respected so much treated their little mascot like this, the clouds of thunder began to boom. Tribulation. They all had the same thought. The ground quaked and many of them tumbled over, falling to their asses. The shaking boom of the skies above was enough to make these seasoned cultivators into insecure toddlers being tossed about. Wobbly Fairy was actually breaking into Tao sovereignty. It was no wonder Star River reacted the way she had. If that tribulation had triggered where Wobbly Fairy was, they would have all been screwed over. If you got caught up in someone's tribulation, not only would it become far more difficult for them, but it would also begin to target those around them as well. The heavens wouldn't allow anyone to help in a tribulation. Star River even had to be careful with how hard she threw Wobbly Fairy out, or else if she gave the little woman too much momentum, it might be deemed by the heavens that she was helping out. It was a huge headache. Luckily, Star River had managed to react quickly enough and couldn't help but look toward Ryu with a complicated gaze. There were only a very small number who noticed, but was it a coincidence that Wobbly Fairy was only breaking through after her projections match with Ryu? Many might be able to draw such a conclusion, but fewer understood just what the implication of the bow was and how it played a role. Of those here, only Star River's eyes were sharp enough to notice the fact that the insight alone wasn't enough. With the insight, it might have taken Wobbly Fairy another year or two to finally break through. Of course, this was still extraordinarily fast. Wobbly Fairy wasn't even 1,000 years old yet, but she was already about to become a Dao sovereign. Her talent was ridiculous, but what was more shocking was the fact a simple bow had been able to erase the time needed. Maybe the reason Wobbly Fairy had so carelessly fallen asleep was because she didn't think her tribulation would trigger right this moment either. Ryu stood in silence, looking up with a curious light in his eyes almost as though he could feel the tribulation that he had just triggered. But what he cared about wasn't the tribulation per se, it was the fact there was one at all. Did this world have different rules? He had been there when Ika broke through to Dao sovereignty before, and there was no tribulation or else he would have died long ago. Did Ika suppress it? Now that he thought about it, back then, the strength Ika displayed was far too weak for someone who should have been a Dao sovereign. Of course, she still toyed with her enemies, but her strength was far too limited. Ryu's memory was perfect, so he could recall every little detail. Nothing was able to escape him. It's possible, I know too little about the Lord, Sovereign, and God realms. Honestly, I know too little about the Sky God realms in general. I'll have to rely on my wife to see what sorts of documents she's gathered in her journey after I get out of here. In the meantime, Ryu's next opponent began to shimmer into existence. Let's end this quickly. Wobbly Fairy's help had aided him to resolve one of his biggest issues, Focus Chi. He would have to study the link between his Dao heart and Focus Chi more later, but for now, he wanted to blaze through the rest of this challenge. And that he did. The battles seemed difficult on the outside, a battle of wits where Ryu would only eke out a victory in the end, but what no one noticed was that these were precisely the kind of battles that Ryu favored. He was outsmarting his opponents, finding their weaknesses and then targeting them. While the battles seemed arduous, with every one, Ryu was actually regaining more and more of his stamina, and his body was getting to be in better and better condition. By the time he was on the last two battles, he had already recovered to over 70%, and though he still didn't have access to his eyes, it didn't seem to matter in the slightest. Suddenly, Ryu's eyes narrowed. As this figure shimmered into existence, he could feel that there was something special about her. This woman was already a Dao god. These were the very same bouts that Star River was so afraid of. But right now, between Ryu and Wobbly Fairy, Star River could only give more concentration to the latter. Although it was almost impossible to help someone in a tribulation, that didn't mean that she couldn't save Wobbly Fairy if it seemed like she was going to die. She truly hoped that Wobbly Fairy wouldn't fail, but sometimes there were things that you just couldn't control. Seems it's about time, Ryu thought, watching this woman take shape. There were two Dao gods that the rebirthing cultist sect had raised up on their own from the time they were used until now, and these two Dao gods were, as such, a part of their throne challenge. Silent Quibus was the most talented of them all, but because of his sinister path, he had to prepare far more for every breakthrough, and as such had fallen a step behind, but these two. Chapter 1912. Distortion 1912 Distortion Ryu smiled lightly. Is that so? Gemini and Savannah appeared at once, their eyes still somewhat murky and glazed over. It took them a moment to understand what was happening, and then they both looked at Ryu at the same time. The two were simply too beautiful. One had flowing pink hair and the other had flowing blue, or so it seemed. The latter's, that being Gemini, had hair that was almost ocean-like in its texture and look. It was more of a greenish blue than just a normal blue, and it even changed slightly in tone and shade as it danced in the wind. Ryu took a breath and summoned Haraka. Doom. The fire giant lady landed with a heavy thud. Ryu had placed her on the ground, but almost the instant she appeared, whatever ground there had been sank down considerably. At the moment, she was dressed in an armor of pearly white. She had been caught looking down at herself when she appeared, and it took her a moment to realize that her master had summoned her. After hearing about Hiraka's wishes, Ryu found something else for her to wear. Technically speaking, this armor was actually Izmine's, but he took it for Hiraka. This would certainly get him a rant later on, but he only chuckled about it. Izmine was certainly the most disobedient of his women. It would be a good chance to set some things straight about their relationship. Technically, without the word of his father, she would still only be considered a concubine to him and not a wife. But one way or another, she was his woman now, so he would treat her well, after she understood who her man was. Everyone was quite stunned, though Ryu didn't expect them to be. He had been using Chaos Chi this entire time, so he would have thought that they would have long since noticed. What he didn't know was that no one had commented on his Chaos Chi because no one had sensed it. In fact, they were having a hard time sensing the exact details of the battle overall, or, at least, they were having trouble with Ryu. This was definitely thanks to Ailsa. Much like Aika had protected him during his second throne challenge, Ailsa was doing the same now, although in a far more subtle fashion. Ryu took a breath. This battle will be yours, Hiraka. Show me what you have. Boom. Hiraka responded by slamming her long axe with her fist. The latter should have given way, but instead, there was a cascade of blue flames that sparkled into the surroundings. Hiraka roared, and compared to her usual docile and gentle voice, this sounded like the true call of a beast. Boom. She rushed forward, swinging out her axe madly. Ryu observed from the side, trying to figure out something. Did he believe that Hiraka could win this battle on her own? The likelihood was near zero. Although he had helped her talent, it had been too soon and her other strengths had yet to keep up. He couldn't give her a Dao to master and he couldn't help increase her inheritances. Though he was able to use his Dao to help guide people down their right paths, that also took time. Unfortunately, without his eyes, this was also much harder. He couldn't support Hiraka in battle like he had Lucard, and that made things much more difficult. However, Hiraka could certainly give him time. Within the first exchange, it was clear that she was at a severe disadvantage. But that disadvantage was still not nearly as severe as one would think should be the case. Even Ryu was a bit surprised. In this situation, if he had his eyes, it would certainly be an easy victory. But instead, it seemed that they would have to take a different path. Ryu slowly pressed his hands together and his gaze flashed. A projection of his inner world began to manifest, but it was slow and hindered. His inner world was directly connected with his eyes, so with one part of the connection ruined, it was almost impossible to take advantage of this ability. Ryu knew this, which was why he hadn't been using his inner world. But since this was the final battle, he might as well go all out regardless of the cost. Realizing that this still wasn't enough, though, Ryu's bone structure thrummed with life and his cosmos fog began to manifest. It was only then that the two women seemed to realize that something was wrong. But Hiraka was too large, and her flames too overbearing, for them to take her lightly. Boom, boom, boom. Ryu took a breath once again and darkness began to pervade the region. With a flash, space and time began to distort. During his Dao Heart's exploration of dark, light, and ice, it realized something. In his body, he didn't just have these three perfect paths. In fact, compared to his spacetime comprehension, his comprehension of darkness, light, and ice was all pitifully weak. It could be said that he had absorbed the equivalent of a far stronger holy world of space and time affinity long ago. So why did he not have any techniques of spacetime? The actual reason was that this knowledge wasn't as easily accessible. He had given up raw knowledge for potential instead, so it was harder to read into. However, with his talent, if he really, truly focused, why couldn't he? His Dao Heart hadn't succeeded in creating a powerful technique just yet, likely because what it would create would be beyond anything he ever had before, beyond a god's brush, beyond heavenly Dao tree, beyond judgment. However, that didn't mean that there were no gains. His thoughts had become more flexible and the ways he implemented spacetime had changed something. Distortion, Ryu said lightly. At that moment, the two women were completely frozen in time. Their eyes could only widen agonizingly slowly as Hiraka's axe cut them both in two. Chapter 1913. I'm sorry. Hiraka's eyes went wide with everyone else. They had never seen such a shocking thing in their lives. Did time just stop? Ryu's coughing was the only thing that brought them back to reality. He had just suffered an injury not of the body, but of the soul. Manipulating time was one thing, manipulating the time of another person was another matter entirely. If Ryu had tried this against Silent Quibus, let alone an injury, his soul would have shattered and he would have directly died. To put this matter into perspective, just cutting one of Silent Quibus's lines of fate took practically everything out of him. He ended up half dead cutting 9 of them. Freezing someone in time was like cutting them off from all of their fate. It was only for an instant, a brief flash in the pan, but one could still imagine the level of pressure that had to be endured when this was done. Ryu wouldn't dare to do this at all unless he had absolute power if it wasn't for the fact he had a perfect blackbody soul. He was also lucky that his spacetime soul nature was, in fact, a soul nature. As such, it was relatively easy to direct the backlash. Otherwise, if his spiritual foundation was harmed instead, he would ruin his path of cultivation forever. Master. Hiraka snapped out of her stunned state and caught Ryu as he almost fell over. The world disappeared around them as Hiraka caught a wobbling Ryu with a palm, something she was more than large enough to be capable of. Ryu blinked and frowned. He began to see double and the world was no longer clear to him. It seemed that there were compounding effects for having his eyes and soul injured at the same time. Though, this made sense considering how connected they were. That distortion technique just now wasn't so much of a technique as it was an application of chi. It was similar to how one wouldn't call a casual sword finger a technique. It was just raw use of spacetime chi. But that was what made it so fearsome. Just the capability of doing so was shocking enough. Had Ryu had his eyes, it would have been far easier to execute. But luckily, his inner world projection and his cosmos fog had lessened the burden considerably. Maybe next time, instead of a full stop, we can go for a harsh slowing instead, as he thought to himself. He coughed, and then the atmosphere began to change. Hiraka was looking toward the disciples of the rebirthing cultist sect with a wary glare. She wasn't sure who these people were or who might try to take advantage of Ryu while he was injured, so she was on full alert. However, at the moment, all anyone had eyes for was the throne descending from above. It was a beautiful throne of jade green. It had complex golden runes inscribed onto its body and it made it look particularly majestic. At its head, there was a familiar formation. The simplest formation in existence, the 8-trigram diagram. It was a slightly darker jade green than the throne which carried the same tea-green tinge as emerald vine. Everything about the throne was trimmed and perfect, but Ryu didn't even have the eyes to see it. Hiraka, however, felt that through her connection with Ryu, she could actually feel her power growing stronger beneath its effects. She even saw a gentle energy helping Ryu to heal before he completely passed out. Ryu's eyes suddenly opened. He smelled a familiar scent in the air and shot up, only to find an equally familiar figure. His gaze flashed, but he realized quite quickly that it wasn't Ailsa's real body, it should just be a clone. She had likely left something behind to protect her sect while she was away, and this was that contingency plan. He smiled lightly. You're here, at least in part. Ailsa nodded. And you are still falling unconscious for days at a time. Haven't you grown bored of it? Ryu chuckled. This is what you get when you slave for a wife who doesn't warm your bed at night. I'm sure I would feel more comfortable with you by my side. Ailsa gave Ryu a look. It seems you still haven't learned how to speak to women. It still works, doesn't it? Ryu grinned. Only because your face is handsome. Is that the only reason why? Ryu blinked. He didn't seem to be implying anything, but Ailsa still took a casual glance at his crotch. Still, she was so calm and casual about it that Ryu didn't even notice until several seconds later. Maybe. A silence fell between the two, but neither seemed uncomfortable with it. They were husband and wife already, and neither had a reserved sort of personality. In fact, in most cases, it would end up being a match between the two to see who folded first. Surprisingly, though, at least this time, it was Ailsa. I should apologize. Ryu frowned but didn't reply immediately. It's disrespectful to you that such rumors were allowed to spread. All those years ago, I was careless. Nemesis and Little Gem are the only two that made it here with me. Little Gem was taken away the moment she was sensed by a nearby Griffin clan. We had finally managed to break her curse, but that turned her from a castaway to a talent greater than even me. I was not strong enough to stop it. I kept Nemesis by my side at all times back then. But when I started the sect, I thought it would make things easier. By then, Nemesis had also grown extremely powerful. He was slower because, as you know, Nemesis is also cursed because of his taboo talent. Unfortunately, there came a day where the backlash was extremely severe. He was attempting to break into the God realm, likely because he wanted to help me more, and Silent Quibus took advantage. I hadn't been there at that time, and by then, the rest of the story was obvious. Ailsa only let Silent Quibus go without chasing him down because he had Nemesis life under his control, but everyone else seemed to think she was taking particular care of Silent Quibus. It was a matter where the more you explained, the more suspicious it seemed. And because Ailsa was scared of what happened to Little Gem repeating, Nemesis' existence itself was a great secret. Ailsa took a slow breath. Again, I am sorry. By this point, Ryu's gaze had become entirely furious. Ailsa Tatsuya, I swear if you say another word I will strip you of that last name and divorce you here and now. Do you think I fear your godhood? Ryu's voice rumbled like thunder, a tempest of fury rising into the skies. Chapter 1914. Unacceptable. 1914. Unacceptable. Ryu was absolutely furious. He had been fine with a lot of the things until now. He had been fine with Ailsa feeling superior. She was his wife, even if she wasn't stronger than him, he would put her on a pedestal. She wasn't just some normal woman walking down the streets or passing by him, not a woman he wouldn't even give a second glance to. She was a woman he had shared his heart with, his bed with, a woman he planned to share his future with. She was his wife. He would elevate her as far beyond him as his shoulders and back would allow. He would never show even a tinge of distaste for how she viewed herself. He simply didn't care. He had been fine when she started ordering him around, having him pick up the slack where she had failed and cover her back. Anyone else who had ordered him to do such things would have gotten more than just a little bit of his fury, they would have paid deeply for their arrogance. The only reason he had accepted the orders of the Dream Asura was, again, because a wife of his was in danger. Who else in the world was capable of commanding him to do anything at all? Yet, he had already put his life on the line several times for Ailsa and he didn't even show the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. He had been fine even when she gave him the core disciple position. Of course, there were logistical reasons why she couldn't just directly give him a place as an inheritor disciple. A husband being the descendant of a wife was too ridiculous and it would mix up their hierarchy, but how smart was Ryu? How smart was Ailsa? Couldn't she have given him an honorary elder position instead? What about a position as a guest alchemist or formation master? She knew how high his level of skill was in these fields, and even if it was the case that Ailsa had grown far beyond him in this regard, he didn't believe for a moment that the same was true of all her disciples as well. Ryu's talent in these secondary professions wasn't just something a normal amount of hard work could surpass. On top of that, because it would have little to do with his combat prowess, proving that he was capable of such a thing would have been far easier than risking his life to become a throne, and the rewards would have been just as good if not far better than what he could expect from even being a core disciple. However, even though he had thought of that solution, he didn't blame Ailsa for it a single bit. She was already throwing her sect into enough chaos by raising him to the level of core disciple to begin with. As for the rest, he could handle it all on his own. He had even had no intention of blaming Ailsa for the situation with Nemesis and Little Gem. He didn't even blame her much for the misunderstanding that led to all of these fools somehow believing that another man actually had such a chance with his wife. He had been fine with all of these things, not even showing the slightest hint of displeasure toward Ailsa. But this was where he drew the line. He had never uttered the word divorce in his life, at the very least, he had never uttered it in regard to himself. Not once in his life did he ever consider such a thing. In the cultivation world, it wasn't as though divorce was impossible. But the problem was that most divorces happened between men and women who had never fused their souls together before. Such husbands and wives were only husband and wife in name and in ceremony, but not in soul. Divorcing someone you had fused your soul to required practically crippling both of you. For a Tao god like Ailsa, such a divorce would practically sever her path forward completely. She would likely never be able to improve in her cultivation ever again. This was the harsh truth that lay before them. For Ryu to say this, one could imagine just how furious he was. In the cultivation world, words held too much power, and the moment Ryu spoke of such a thing, Ailsa had already felt her primordial yin tremble as though it might be expelled from Ryu's body at any time. Her face became pale and her entire body trembled. It was as though she had lost her soul for a moment and the body that she had controlled to the point of becoming a Tao god was practically worthless at the moment. Right now, Ryu wasn't the frail boy who felt lost to his path, he wasn't the ice-cold young master who had hated the world, nor was he some cheap cultivator overestimating his abilities. He was a towering mountain, a furious head of a household that seemed to want to burn the entire thing. It should have pained him to see Ailsa's face in such a state, but he didn't have the mind to care or pay attention to it. What Ailsa had done just now was unforgivable. Apologizing to him was bad enough. Had their relationship truly regressed to the point that she had to treat him like such an outsider? But not only was she apologizing, there wasn't even the slightest bit of remorse on her face as well. Ryu was sure that she felt for the loss of Nemesis and Little Gem, but the way she was speaking, it was as though she was only apologizing as a perfunctory measure, as though she had every intention of dealing with the situation all on her own and was just casually informing Ryu. It felt like rather than speaking to her husband, she was speaking to one of her subordinates, one of her lackeys, one of her little soldiers that had lost their lives in her war. That was absolutely unacceptable to Ryu. Chapter 1915. Pale 1915 Pale, go. Ryu growled. If he stayed here any longer, his fury would cause him to take that next step. Against anyone else, he would have done so already. When did he ever give warnings? He didn't even usually have the patience to listen to the drivel of his enemies, and he almost always attacked to kill the instant he felt their hostility. The fact that he would hold back and not follow through on his threat immediately just went to show what kind of furious state he was in. He didn't even want to have this conversation anymore. He didn't want to hear Ailsa's excuses, he didn't even want to see her. Since she was much further gone than he had expected, she could draw her own lines. Right now, he was the throne of her sect. There was nothing at all that she could do to him, not with a clone, anyway. When he had the strength, he would confront her again. On that day, he would decide whether he would follow through on his words or not. But for now, Ryu's gaze became icy cold and he didn't wait for Ailsa's response. He waved a hand, donning a casual pair of robes before he directly left his immortal abode. Ailsa's clone sat there as though she had completely lost her soul. Her blood seemed to have fled her body and didn't show any signs of returning anytime soon. She didn't even seem to realize that Ryu had long left. Ailsa's main body didn't get the information of what had happened until much later. By then, it had already been over half a day. Her situation was too special and it was hard for her to even sustain the clone to begin with, so she also had to limit how much interaction she had with it. The clone was the incarnation ability that many gained after becoming Dao Lords. So it was technically an extension of her control and not a technique like Ryu's. That was why there was such a lag. When she got the news in the flood of lagging memories, she had been in the middle of a meeting with her generals. She was giving them strict orders for how they should deal with the next 3 months. The failure of the fiends to recover their cracked false shrine was something that had put them on edge. They were quickly trying to gain ground elsewhere, and since this was one of the few god-grade holy worlds, this was naturally a target location. Usually, battles here would be quite casual and not offer much in the way of stimulation. That was because everyone knew that the people here were all too important. They were the best, of the best, of the best. If any one of them died, it would be a huge problem. Not only that, but no one was willing to have an all-out battle of Dao gods. The situation had changed now, but not many would notice it. So it was Ailsa's job to keep them sharp and ready. Only like this would they be able to ensure that everything continued to run smoothly and no one would be taken off guard. But what no one expected out of this meeting was for their mighty commander, an undefeatable peak Dao god, to suddenly react as though she had been severely injured. Her cultivation seemed to run in reverse and she lost all the color in her face. Several of her close attendants tried to do what they did best and attend to her, but she didn't even react to their calls for a long while. Because of the lag in between her control, her clone wasn't under her jurisdiction 24/7. However, how could Ryu not be able to see through that? The fact he had seen through it and still decided to have such a sharp reaction told the entire story that needed to be told. Ailsa's clone might not be under her main body's control, but she was still Ailsa. Under the right circumstances, the things it had said were things that Ailsa herself could have easily said, and that was what pissed Ryu off the most. He had been extremely lenient. He didn't complain when she ordered him around, he didn't complain when he assigned her a low position in her sect, he didn't even complain that her clone had waited so long to come and see him in the first place. But it wasn't until she pushed him over the cliff that she realized how much she had been pushing him in the first place. When she first saw Ryu for that time his master sent his projection across existence, she had been elated. It was her initial reaction that was her realist. However, after he was ripped away from her again, everything truly began to settle in. Now she knew Ryu was safe, she knew that he was thriving, so new feelings began to replace the pining she had had for him. The unfairness of it all hit her in waves. She had lost so much time, and meanwhile her husband couldn't even properly help her with her struggles. He was still too weak. Every day she had to deal with the harassment of the fiends and the disgusting words of their commander. She felt more and more aggrieved because she knew that in the past, the Ryu she knew would have already stormed over. And at the same time, she felt guilty. Wasn't what she was feeling now how Elena had felt. That span of lost time, only to find that the husband you were pining after day was actually spending his time with other women while you were bleeding. The difference was that if Ailsa had met Ryu first, she would have never allowed him to have other women. It was something that she forced herself to allow because she knew that she was already the second. In comparison, Elena had always been for Ryu having more than one wife, and as such, the betrayal she felt was different. But, chapter 1916, would he care? 1916 would he care? No matter how she looked at it, it was hard to blame Ryu for it. She was the one who had said she was just fine with it, but now that her standing had changed and she overlooked the world, it was a lot harder to accept. And she knew that this wasn't just a matter of Ryu's love life. If that was all it was, her reaction would be far more petty and less hurtful. In the world of cultivation, it was only natural for powerful men to have multiple wives due to the difference between primordial yins and yangs. Men benefited from having multiple women, and promiscuous women, except in rare cases, were hurt instead. The martial gods were a clear example of this exception. Their women were often extremely promiscuous, and they were equally as powerful. But obviously, Ailsa didn't fall into such a category. That said, there was a case in which men could be hurt by their promiscuity as well, and that was in the case that their woman was too powerful. Taking in a primordial yin that was too strong would result in a man dying a very early death. All of these underlying laws are what eventually formed the overall culture of the cultivation world. If one added Ailsa's personality on top of that, it was even harder on Ryu. This was all because, culturally speaking, it was already difficult for Ailsa to accept that her husband was so much weaker than her. It was easier to accept back in Sacrum because she was acting for more than herself. It was the death of her brother that pushed her to Ryu in the first place because she didn't like the way her family did things. But now, not only was the gap between them even wider, there was no such reason weighing her decision. Then there was her own personal arrogance, an arrogance that was usually tempered by Ryu's existence, but had now had countless years to blossom and bloom on its own. She was just like Ryu, she was his life partner for a reason. When she officially married Ryu, she was just as willing to let him be as willful as he desired as well. The problem was that after so long, it was hard for her to place Ryu on the same pedestal that he was willing to place her on. And that was still just one aspect of the problem. The gap between Ryu and Ailsa manifested in far more ways than just this alone. As she had said, a primordial yin that was too strong was a detriment to the wielder. However, back then, Ryu had absorbed her primordial yin when it was much weaker, and his talent was capable of suppressing it. But all of those things were before Ailsa had improved so much, before she had become a Tao god, before she had grasped such a Tao and such a title. However, Ryu had already taken her primordial yin. If it had continued to grow like it was meant to, then Ryu would already have long since been dead. After all, Ailsa had not only raised her talent far beyond the previous standard of Sacrum, she had also far surpassed Ryu in cultivation. With these two aspects put together, Ryu's death should have been inevitable. So why was he not dead? That was because her primordial yin was being suppressed. Simply put, the Ailsa of now should have already been several times more powerful, but she wasn't allowed to be. She was quite literally incapable of being any more powerful than she was now because Ryu had become her limiting factor. Now, suddenly, everything came to a head. She already had all of these other reasons to somewhat resent Ryu, all before she even got to the point that he was the reason she was so weak. If Ryu wasn't her suppressant, how could she watch his little gem leave? How could the likes of Silent Quibus do anything to her? How could she still be stuck in this holy world, forced to react to her enemies instead of going to them? It was all Ryu's fault for being far too weak. Of course, this wasn't to say that Ailsa wasn't a powerhouse. But that was what frustrated her all the more. She had such a handicap and was still someone that the Ruin Master Guild could only pull these petty tricks against. If she had access to her fullest array of talent, how could any of this have happened? Again, none of this was Ryu's fault, at least not directly. But after being suppressed again and again, crushed in spirit, forced to experience loss after loss, and not even having a friend like Yana by her side to at least help with her struggles, it had become too much to bear even for a Tao goddess like herself. She had ended up taking it out on the one person who was willing to take it, the one person who she could be willful with, the one person who wouldn't react like she was a brat or a woman who had lost her mind. And yet, she had still ended up pushing it much too far. The worst part was that she couldn't even take the initiative to contact Ryu. It was he who had third perspective. And, after the blow Ryu dealt her clone, she already knew that it was a lost cause. She could no longer control it. It was still sitting in the same spot, having completely lost its soul. Even if she wanted to establish a connection, she would have to sacrifice even more than she had when she created it in the first place. As though all of that wasn't bad enough, even if she could establish that connection, even if she could communicate with Ryu, even if she could sit before him again and have a redo, would he care? This time, she had truly gone too far. Chapter 1917. A cold storm seemed to brew around Ryu. Every step he took, the world quaked, well, not physically, but its laws seemed to bend and twist. His chilled of order and chaos constitutions were forming a net around him, and though this was usually suppressed, he wasn't in the mood to be bothered. Strength. He needed strength. Ryu had always been surging after the pinnacle. It was something that he did for himself, though sometimes that pure purpose might be derailed by a want for revenge. He had never expected to be stricken so hard from an internal source at all. Although he could guess all the troubles and worries that Ailsa was facing, and he even felt guilt because it was his fault for being such a weak husband, there were still things that he was simply incapable of accepting. There were lines he would never accept crossing. The bottom line of it all should be that a husband and wife should be forming a united front against the world. Ailsa pretending like she would have to solve everything on her own infuriated him far more than any villain or enemy ever had. Ryu walked into the rebirthing cultist sect's library. Those that saw him felt a shudder deep in their souls, and any intentions they had of trying to get close to him or speaking with him went out the window. Ryu had displayed a ridiculous amount of strength. It was likely that no one believed there was anyone beneath the Lord Realm that could defeat him, at least none that were present now. Although he had only been fighting against Transcendence, to fight against so many in a row and to even come out with such victories wasn't something that they could just gloss over with ease. Still, while they were afraid of Ryu, especially in his current state, they found his actions to be quite commendable. He didn't raid their treasure houses first, at least not yet, but he had instead walked into their library. This library was grand, having floating bookshelves that swirled and rotated in a paradise-like world. However, as grand as it seemed, it didn't hold any of their techniques. This place was one of pure and raw knowledge, nothing else. From a layman's perspective, this was the most insignificant place that Ryu could think to take advantage of, but it was also the place that hid the most potential at the same time. Ryu began to read, and soon information about his whereabouts and the gloomy air around him began to circulate. What no one expected was that Ryu would spend months here, going through book after book relentlessly. Soon, he even began to chase after the golden bookshelves. In the rebirthing cultist sect's library, there was a grading system of bookshelves divided from black all the way up to gold. It was an amazing sight, but it was more than just for looks. The higher caliber the bookshelf, the better and more important the knowledge. And because of that, they were extraordinarily difficult to catch. What no one expected was that not only could Ryu catch them, he did so with absolute ease. Everyone was in a state of complete and utter shock because these bookshelves were designed to only be caught by sovereigns. An exceptionally strong lord might be able to do so, but only under the right conditions and only with the help of others. What they didn't see was the fact that these bookshelves had orbits. They seemed chaotic, and they were, but what sort of lowercase chaos was Ryu unable to calculate after completing his heavenly Dao tree technique? He didn't even chase the bookshelf. He just stopped in a particular location and waited a few seconds. Then, it would sweep him up and he would spend the next month reading while sitting atop it. Then, he would repeat. The knowledge that Ailsa had gathered here was extraordinary. It wasn't something the likes of a true sky god should even be capable of grasping, but Ryu had still read until the very last book. He reaffirmed many things, changed his perspective on many more, and also finally comprehended the path of cultivation to its limits. He finally truly understood what it meant to be a sky god. Until now, his comprehension of it had only been limited to control and what aspects of control he could exhibit, but he realized that it was deeper than this. He could summarize his studies in a single sentence. They say that the strongest of cultivators could make the heavens their source and the earth their cauldron. I don't believe that this is the case anymore. Ryu took a breath and sparkles of enlightenment spread out from him and covered the surroundings. Those that were enveloped by it felt that their bodies were undergoing a metamorphosis. They suddenly understood things they never had before, and to their greater shock, all of the sovereigns and Tao gods of the sect rushed over. At first, they were just there to see what the commotion was, but the moment they saw it, they too stepped into the range of influence of Ryu's domain, basking in it with a shocked pulse in their heart. How could a true sky god possibly display such might? No, this wasn't might, it was something different than that. It was one of the most envious abilities of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, focus. But somehow, it seemed to have fused with insight and third perspective into something entirely new, creating a power that didn't just seem to enlighten Ryu alone, but burrowed into the laws of heaven and created an atmosphere that felt like reading these laws akin to an open book. My body is my sky, my Tao, my heavens, my mountain. Ryu's Tao broke through the dome of the heavens, and golden clouds spun wildly about in the skies. His Tao had broken past the shackles of this world and transcended to something beyond. Chapter 1918. Moonlight. Ryu slowly opened his eyes. Not having his life partner by his side for so many years was definitely a hamper on his progress. He was so aimless sometimes, and it made him miss the days when Ailsa would tell him exactly what to do. It was an odd thought for him to have, especially when he was both so arrogant and likewise so angry with her right now. But she was also his wife and one of the only women that could make him change his approach to life. After reading the documents that she had left behind, he realized even more how powerful her presence in his life had been. But he had already known this, and these thoughts didn't change much at all. Right now, he wasn't here by the grace of Ailsa's kindness. He was here because he was a throne and no one could stop him from reading what he wanted to read regardless of the circumstances. Ryu slowly stood to his feet to find that many were looking right at him. At that moment, a young woman appeared before him. She was teetering as though she might collapse at any time, and it only took Ryu a glance to realize that she was the wobbling fairy from earlier. It had already been 6 months since Ryu had been here, and he had been asleep maybe even a week or two after his throne challenge, so it had almost been 7 months since he had seen her despite how short the time seemed to them as cultivators. Is something the matter? Ryu asked. He only asked so much because he was giving this little woman face. She reminded him of Hope. The irony was that of all his women, he had spent the third most time with Hope. Only Elena and Yana had been by his side for more time. Those days, stuck in the black hole time warp, the only person he had to talk to was Hope. And then there was the fact that she had put her life on the line to save him from a shameless blow from a shameless man. All of that didn't even mention the fact she was very likely carrying his child right now. He had suppressed much of these feelings during their combat so it wouldn't affect his actions, but now it was hard to continue to do so, especially considering his mental state. While he had calmed somewhat from 6 months ago, there was still a smoldering fury deep within his heart, and right now this little wobbling princess was suppressing that fury. The wobbling fairy looked up at Ryu curiously, or at least that's what Ryu thought she was doing. It was hard to tell when her eyes were so unfocused. Come, she said with slurred speech that almost sounded like baby babble. She took Ryu's hand into her small one. She seemed barely capable of almost wrapping her hand around 4 of his fingers. Ryu frowned. He still had other plans and wanted to break through. But in the end, he chose to let this little woman pull him along. Well, it was hard to say he had much of a choice at all when she had already broken into the Tao sovereign realm. Although she was new, it was clear that she had also become among the strongest of this realm in an instant. Ryu was probably one of the very few that could withstand the cloud of wine around her right now. Wobbling Fairy took Ryu away under everyone's gazes and soon they were standing beneath the moonlight in a wide field. Motes of light floated about almost aimlessly and in contrast with the deep blacks and dark greens, it was quite peaceful. There was the sound of running water in the distance, and the moon shone brightly from above. However, other than this, there was nothing. No wildlife, no amenities, just the strictest form of nature that there was. This place was Wobbling Fairy's courtyard, and they had received not just one odd glance for being here. Wobbling Fairy disappeared for a moment, then came back with a jug of wine larger than Ryu's head before handing it over. She was a bit forceful with it, causing Ryu to take a step back. But it didn't seem like she had done it on purpose. She was just one, seemingly incapable of controlling her body, and two, she was letting Ryu know that he couldn't refuse and had accidentally gone a bit overboard. Ryu looked down at the jug of wine in his hand. He had never been a drinker, mostly because his first life was too weak. It was hard enough finding spiritual herbs that wouldn't shatter him into a million pieces, let alone finding a wine that could do the same. Wines were almost always extremely strong, contrary to the world of mortals. Ryu shook his head and chose to unseal the jar. The smell alone almost knocked him out. It was like honey that was far too concentrated. It wasn't pleasant at all. If anything, it could make a man sick if he breathed it in for too long. But this scent was like a claw ripping up his nostrils and into his brain. Instantly, he felt the world spinning around him as well. Such strong wine. Ryu shook his head, trying to maintain his focus. But more and more of it was just slipping away. He was about to take drastic measures to dispel it when Wobbling Fairy moved again. The jar in his hands was forced to his lips and his head was forcefully tilted back. Everything after that went completely black. It took nothing more than a single drop of that red liquid. Ryu found that his mind was completely lost, and when he woke up, there was a woman in his arms. Ryu couldn't help but frown. Had he just been drugged and taken advantage of? Chapter 1919. Drugged. Ryu was completely speechless. He even felt somewhat uncomfortable. It wasn't long before he noticed that that feeling of discomfort was more than just about the fact he had just been treated like a damsel in distress. There was also a great amount of impurities coming out of his pores. Ryu was rendered speechless again. How could he still have this many impurities within him? That didn't make any sense at all. And why was this woman sticking so close to him when the smell he was giving off was so foul? He looked down and shook his head. As expected, this woman really was Wobbling Fairy and she was completely naked. It doesn't feel like we had sex, though. And something is missing. Wobbling Fairy's primordial yin wasn't in his body right now. Of course, with her strength, technically speaking she should have been able to stop him from taking it, but Ryu's pride didn't allow him to believe that such a thing was even possible. A primordial yin didn't have to be taken away by just force alone. It could be coaxed away while a woman was in the throes of passion. Then again, Wobbling Fairy spent so much of her time completely drunk. Maybe she was far more used to having her state of mind rendered that Ryu's skill in bed was completely useless on her. When Ryu thought about it, that was definitely possible as well, though it hurt his pride a bit. Still, he felt that something was off. Ryu noticed something else shocking at that moment. The impurities in his body were actually being absorbed by Wobbling Fairy. He was completely stunned. Why would anyone's body do such a thing? What kind of sick constitution was this? Impurities were the foulest things in existence. Many thought of them just as residue energy and waste that the body wasn't able to absorb, but it was worse than that. In mortals, for example, impurities were the reason their lives were so short. They could alter their cells and force them into making mistakes. Over a long enough period of time, this led to age and eventually a natural death that was actually not so natural at all. This was why mortals on the higher mortal plane lived so much longer than mortals on the lower mortal plane, despite neither of them being cultivators. The environment in the higher mortal plane was purer, and as such, there was less to worry and consider about. What Wobbling Fairy was essentially doing right now was throwing her life away. Even as a sovereign, there were only so many impurities that she could take. This was because cultivators technically had far more sinister impurities than mortals did. While they lived much longer lives, they came into contact with things of a far higher level, and thus had like impurities attached to them. Ryu might only be a true sky god, but the things he had come into contact with were not a joke at all. Just take his natural treasures, for example. If his impurities came from them, then Wobbling Fairy was essentially absorbing impurities only a Tao god could handle while having only just become a sovereign. However, her body didn't seem to be in any discomfort and she was in a comfortable sleep. She nestled into his arms, pressing her small breasts against him and wrapping her surprisingly strong thighs around his legs. Well, her thighs weren't surprisingly strong just because of their strength alone. She was a sovereign, so even if she didn't train her body, her legs were certainly more powerful than what Ryu could handle right now. It was instead that they had quite a bit of muscle definition to them, something that was impossible to see usually with the way she dressed. She had a petite body, but her lower half was certainly something to behold. Her ass was pert and sturdy, round enough that even with his large hands Ryu doubted if he could cover more than a couple of fourths of it. Ryu frowned looking down at her. He had stirred several times now, but she didn't show any signs of getting up. And her defenses seemed far too strong for him to sense if she was still a virgin or not. In fact, even if he sensed it, he would have no way of knowing if she had had former partners. She had just been far too casual about this matter. Ryu wasn't arrogant enough to believe that every woman would just fall into his lap because he looked her way. There was something else going on here. It seems I have to use a more crude method. Ryu shifted and his hand slipped down her body. He shivered with a bit of guilt when his disgusting hands left a trail of black down her body. But even that was quickly absorbed by her. He had no choice but to do this. He didn't want to stick a dirty finger in there despite the situation having already gone so far. Ryu eventually felt his finger slide down a slit he was all too familiar with. Well, he wasn't familiar with this slit in particular, but it was still close enough to every other he had experienced. Though, because of her lower body musculature, Wobbling Fairy's lips were quite tight and pulled back, making them more prominent and almost fleshy. He slid in an inch or two before he actually came across a barrier. When he felt it, Ryu pulled back, his mind swirling in confusion. The bodies of cultivators were different from mortal women. A mortal woman might accidentally break her hymen doing any sort of physical activity, but a cultivator's body was too powerful. Unless the hymen was completely broken by a physical object, it would remain there. Ryu hadn't actually expected this approach to bear any results, though, because it was too crude and it would still leave too many questions even if the hymen wasn't there. After all, how would he know if she had had another partner or if she was like his favorite pink-haired lewd wife and had done it herself? But now, Ryu suddenly winced. He had been pulling his hand back and had just made it out when Wobbling Fairy's thighs suddenly squeezed down. His entire hand and wrist shattered. Chapter 1920. Man. Ryu didn't know what to say or do for a long while, especially since even if he healed his hand now, it was still in a vice grip. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Maybe it was a risk to take such a step, but he had wanted to know. Now he was stuck in such a ridiculous situation. This woman wasn't even awake. What if she accidentally destroyed the rest of his body while she was casually rolling around? I need her to wake up. If I die like this, it would be too ridiculous. He shook his head, then used his free hand to raise a finger to Wobbling Fairy's mouth. He pressed a drop of embryonic chi to her lips. She gobbled it up greedily. Damn it! Wobbling Fairy started sucking on his finger greedily as though she was still looking for more. Clearly, she had no idea how erotic such a thing was. What is wrong with this woman? She certainly had to be the one to take her clothes off of her own volition, and I doubt she wouldn't know that she would end up in such a state. So why is she actually trying to take advantage of me? No other explanation even seemed plausible. Ryu had considered the fact that she needed to be naked to absorb the impurities on his body, but not only did he not know where these impurities had even come from in the first place, it was clear that she could absorb them from any exposed location on her body. So it was only necessary for him to be naked. Why would they both need to be naked? Wobbling Fairy continued to suck on his finger and her thighs began to rub together as though she was feeling the heat. Ryu was once again rendered speechless. It was true that absorbing embryonic chi made you feel extremely good. He had even used it in the past to elevate the sexual experience of his wives, but it wasn't an aphrodisiac. Everything about this woman was just off. Maybe it's the combination of my hand trapped between her legs and the embryonic chi. This explanation gave the little woman a way out, but unfortunately, it offered no such things to him. If Ryu had been in the mood for laughter, maybe that would be exactly what he was doing in this situation. But right now, he was neither in the mood for women nor jokes. He wanted to go and improve, and this woman was seemingly wasting his time. The only reason he hadn't exploded already was because somehow there were so many impurities coming out of him. Clearly, this woman had helped him greatly, and that could be considered a favor he had to return. Wait, what? Ryu's eyes widened. He had been so distracted by everything else that he didn't even notice. When had he broken through to the perfect sky god realm? He had had several plans. In fact, he wanted to reach the transcended sky god realm in a single bound with his next round of cultivation. But what he hadn't expected was to sleep for a bit and then wake up in a new realm. Had he broken through while he was drunk? What was his foundation like? What kind of breakthrough did he have? Several dozen more questions came to mind before he simply shook his head. It just didn't matter anymore, it was already done. And from what it seemed, he couldn't see any obvious problems with his current situation, well, other than the fact there was this big-assed little woman wrapped around him. Well, even that situation wouldn't be so bad if not for the fact his fractured hand and wrist were trapped between her thighs. Embryonic chi wasn't working, it just increased his pain and made her rub her thighs more. Now, he couldn't even take his finger out of her mouth because she had caught his wrist. Ryu sighed. I have to make her open up her legs. He pushed the woman and rolled on top. It was a bit awkward, but wasn't as bad as it could have been. At the very least, his arms weren't being contorted. One was stuck between her legs, unable to move, and the other was caught in one of her hands. Ryu blew some wind from his mouth, trying to use it to tickle her. But Wobbling Fairy reacted as though she hadn't sensed anything. Fine, fine. Ryu lowered his head and took her nipple into his mouth. At the same time, he poured another drop of embryonic chi into her mouth. Wobbling Fairy shivered and Ryu could feel her body begin to loosen up. But then she started grinding her thighs even harder. The pain shot through Ryu's body, but he stayed firm. In fact, he started trying to move his hands deeper instead. He just wanted her to instinctually accept him. Ah, Wobbling Fairy moaned. There. Ryu finally pulled his hands away and rolled backward, putting some distance between himself and the woman as he used a drop of embryonic chi to heal his hand. Luckily, Wobbling Fairy hadn't been using any chi, so he didn't have to expel any sovereign chi, making the healing process much easier. Taking a breath, Ryu expelled all the impurities from the surface of his skin. He thought about throwing it away completely, but then he noticed that Wobbling Fairy's circumstances seemed odd. After some thought, he tossed the impurities at her. As expected, the moment it touched her body, she began to convulse and then greedily absorbed every single last drop. Ryu exhaled, ready to pat his ass and leave. Wobbling Fairy was definitely a little beauty, and he had taken some advantage of her, but her chastity was still, mostly intact and being beautiful alone had never been enough to persuade him either. But before he could leave, Wobbling Fairy actually stirred, then her eyes snapped open. Are you even a man? Why am I still a virgin? Chapter 1921. Choose Ryu was rendered speechless for the third time. Was this the same little woman who? Wait, she's sober right now. Ryu realized immediately. She wasn't. Teetering as usual, her words weren't babbling nonsense, and she was very clearly looking at him with a level gaze. Her eyes were sharp, her aura suffocating, and for a moment Ryu felt like he was standing before a Tao god and not a Tao sovereign. No, it was more than that. It was a truly powerful Tao god, one who might not be as strong as his master, and certainly not the Phoenix Sky god, but she was closing in. Ryu's eyes narrowed. Do I look like someone you can bed when you please? Wobbling Fairy blinked and her head cocked to the side. Her eyes were almost saying, are you serious? She looked down at what was between Ryu's legs as though to confirm that there was truly a pair of dick and balls down there. But this confirmation only seemed to make her more confused. Are you perhaps? Ryu's eyes narrowed. He really wasn't in the mood to play such games, but it was also clear to him that she wasn't playing around either. Ryu got up with the intention to leave, but a binding power strapped him in place. Indeed, she was extremely powerful. Ryu looked back, his gaze even. It seemed as though he didn't realize that his life was in the hands of another. But Wobbling Fairy didn't seem to mind his gaze either. She propped herself up on the grass, laying down on her side and resting her head on an elbow-propped hand. Her body was in full and complete view, but to Ryu's gaze, she might as well have just been a floating pair of eyes. I understand, Wobbling Fairy said after a long while. I apologize for my actions. She waved a hand and Ryu was free. But before he could leave, she spoke again. How about a transaction instead, then? You take my virginity and in exchange, you will receive the power to reach the omniscient realm's pinnacle within 3 months. Ryu turned back and Wobbling Fairy smiled lightly. Indeed, for a man like this one, this sort of approach was probably the better one. Why? Ryu asked. Of course, he was also curious about what was so special about Wobbling Fairy that she could guarantee such a rise in cultivation, but Ryu was also in a state where he wanted to improve quickly so long as it didn't come at the cost of his foundation. He no longer had any moral hang-ups about such things at this point, and though his father's words still rang in his ears, something told him that Wobbling Fairy didn't want him to be her man anyway. Of course, what she wanted and what he did were two different things. As far as he was concerned, a woman who had been with him wasn't allowed to be with another. By stopping him here instead of letting him leave, she was willfully forfeiting that right whether she knew it or not. Your impurities, I need them. Where are you getting them from? Your soul, your spiritual foundation, your meridians, she answered without skipping a beat. My soul, Ryu thought, his gaze flickering. The others could be explained somewhat, but this was definitely a surprise. Unless she meant the corporeal souls. But it doesn't seem like it. Are you truly Wobbling Fairy? This time, the petite woman was surprised first. Her eyes narrowed slightly before she replied. Close enough. Interesting. You're the persona she hides behind when getting drunk, is that so? Either you don't like your current state, or you use your drunkenness to hide your aura, maybe from enemies. Just now, you weren't faking your sleep though. You were well and truly asleep. That leads me to believe that it's more probably the former, though a bit of the latter is still in play. That deep sleep Wobbling Fairy was in had to be self-induced. The moment she woke up sober, Ryu understood. She would rather be in a deep coma where she would induce her drunkenness once more by absorbing her wine aura than be awake in this state. Unfortunately, she hadn't been able to produce her wine aura because her body was busy chugging away at Ryu's impurities and becoming stronger. When Ryu tossed all his impurities at her at once, she had ended up breaking free of the threshold of her deep sleep. She likely didn't want to be awake right now at all, maybe to hide from memories she didn't want to recall. And that deduction was sealed by the fact Ryu felt her Tao heart was far weaker in this state than it was when she was drunk. In this state, Ryu even felt that with a little push of his Tao, he could shatter it and ruin her path of cultivation. She felt far stronger now, but she was also the most vulnerable she had ever been. That realization shifted the dynamics of power that were at play right now. As expected, the moment Ryu said such things, her expression changed wildly. But by the time she recovered, Ryu was squatting before her, pulling her chin up with a finger. It didn't seem like he was the perfect sky god in this situation at all. He looked down at her beautiful face. I can give you what you want, but are you willing to sacrifice what you would need to? The women of Ryu Tatsuya, can only be with one man in their life. There is no room for regret, because the moment you do, I will make your life a living hell. Wobbling Fairy's heart shook in her chest. Though her breasts were small, their ripples were very real and carried their own sort of soft enticement. If Ryu had said these words before he almost shattered her Tao heart just now, Wobbling Fairy would have taken it as a joke. But right now, what do you choose? Ryu asked. Wobbling Fairy's breathing quickened. Chapter 1922. Lie down. Ryu stared right into Wobbling Fairy's eyes, seemingly not noticing her naked body at all. Wobbling Fairy could see every bit of his intention within them. He didn't look at her like the beauty she was, or even like a woman at all he saw was a tool to get stronger. Wobbling Fairy was quite experienced herself in terms of life experience, that is. She had seen all sorts of people, and her Tao also made her quite capable of seeing the true side of people. So, it wasn't as though she had never seen men like Ryu before, men who cared more about their cultivation realms than anything else, men with ambition enough that no woman could sway them from their goals. But still, something felt different right now. She could also tell that it wasn't that Ryu was incapable of feeling love, it was just that he was incapable of caring enough about her to aim any of the affection he might have toward her. In fact, she could even tell that had Ryu been in a different mental state, he might not have cared to take her up on her offer at all. And yet, despite this, he was still drawing such a clear line. Selfish, passionate, arrogant, and more than a few sprinkles of chauvinism. That was how she summarized the man before her, and she doubted that even Ryu himself would reject it. Wobbling Fairy remained silent for a long while before replying honestly. I will do whatever it takes to grow strong. Her answer was quite clear. It had taken this long in her life to run into just a single Ryu, so the odds were clearly not in her favor. However, if she did run into such a man, Ryu's words certainly wouldn't be what held her back from using him. What was unexpected, though, was that Ryu didn't have a fierce reaction to this at all. He reacted as though he either hadn't heard her, didn't understand the underlying intention in her words, or simply didn't give a damn. And that was when she remembered. Ryu wasn't forcing her to choose between either him or a future with another man. He was making her choose between either following his rules or facing his wrath in the future. There is no room for regret, because the moment you do, I will make your life a living hell. Those words he had spoken echoed in her mind, and she almost didn't register the questions Ryu asked after the fact at all. Ryu had long released her chin and sat across from her, his eyes deadpan. He didn't speak again, and she was forced to go back into her memories to replay what had just happened. How could she end up so distracted as a Dao sovereign? What was she thinking? Someone could have easily killed her in that moment had they had the strength, and she was pretty sure that Ryu's gaze was sharp enough to see through that. What is so special about your constitution that it would allow me such a breakthrough? The question finally rang in Wobbling Fairy's ears, and it was another wake-up call to the kind of man she was dealing with. Despite having her in front of him, he was still so eager to ask all these questions. Normally, when a sovereign told a true, or rather, perfect sky god that something was possible, they would just accept it. How far was the gap between their stations in life and their views on the world? But Ryu was clearly not about to take her word for anything. He likely had his own ways of verifying what she was about to say. He was right to ask as well. After all, what Wobbling Fairy was proposing didn't make any sense. No one should be able to guarantee such a breakthrough. After all, rising through the ranks of Sky God wasn't just a matter of accumulating energy. You had to have several breakthroughs in your Dao. The only reason Ryu wasn't shocked that he had managed to break through to the perfect Sky God realm was because after his recent Dao breakthrough, he had already had a clear path forward. He had been planning on capitalizing on that clear path, but he would certainly need more than 3 months to do so. After listening to Wobbling Fairy's explanations, he slowly shook his head. As expected, things weren't so easy. The reason she guaranteed such a thing was because she knew Ryu's Dao was so high. He would be able to easily progress if he settled for a knock to his Dao every time he took a step forward. With his current Dao strength, he would still manage to keep a higher founding Dao while entering the omniscient Sky God realm if he relied on her methods. But this was obviously unacceptable to him. It was a sure fact that many would hope on this chance. In the eyes of many people, Ryu's Dao was bound to fall eventually. But Ryu had no intention of taking such a route. However, he didn't leave either. That was because Wobbling Fairy was useful for other reasons. Who said that he could only use her to break through in his Chi realm cultivation? According to Wobbling Fairy, her constitution was very unique. She could take in the impurities of the world and, by extension, expel the purest of energies. This seemed like an easy constitution to cultivate with, and for the most part, it was. There were impurities everywhere in the world, and they were more abundant than even pure energy. But it was precisely for that reason that good quality impurities were hard to find. There was only so much smog she could take in before it wasn't effective on her at this point. She needed the truest toxic sludge of the world, for lack of a better descriptor. In order to do that, she needed Ryu. Ryu had the largest concentrations of hidden, high-quality impurities that she had ever seen. He had several high-class natural treasures in his body. He had a Dao heart that had been tainted by someone else's seal for millions of years, and then there was his soul. Wobbling Fairy's description of Ryu's soul made his heart skip a beat. It made him recall the fact his perfect blackbody soul's disappearance was still a mystery to him. It had to be remembered that Ryu found his perfect blackbody soul in the Death Shrine. Before that, he had thought that his soul talent was piss poor, and he even had to reforge his own soul into the indestructible soul. However, somehow, the foundation he laid for his indestructible soul became precisely what he needed to fuse back with his real soul, as though it had all been planned out. He didn't understand that at all, and it was more than just a little bit fishy to him. Unexpectedly, whatever happened to his perfect blackbody soul while it was away had left it littered with impurities. At least, that was Wobbling Fairy's description of it, because Ryu himself couldn't even sense anything at all. Ryu was truly shocked to find out his body had impurities at all. When he first started his cultivation journey, he refused to use anything but spiritual herbs. Then, when he finally started using pills, he refined them personally and never took anything with less than 100% purity. As such, in his view, his body was a mask of perfection. It was more acceptable to him that his spiritual foundation and meridians would have such issues. After all, they were both connected to lands far from himself, plus had been influenced by many foreign objects. But his soul, he had never considered it. What he didn't expect was the fact that the world of impurities was far more unfathomable than he knew, and he couldn't help but wonder what it would mean for all of these to be taken away. Now, though, the question was how best to take advantage of this. Using Wobbling Fairy to reach the peak of the perfect sky god realm was obvious enough, but then what would he do with the rest of that latent energy? Lie down. We can begin now. Wobbling Fairy nodded slowly. She lay on the grass and opened her legs. Her gaze was calm, and it was clear that while her Tao heart in this state was incredibly fragile, that was only because it was far too hard and rigid. When she made a decision, she wouldn't change it. Ryu looked at her for a long while, seemingly trying to get into the mood. But then he shook his head. Wobbling Fairy frowned. It was hard for her not to take it as a bit of an insult, but what came next was an even worse insult. Ryu actually summoned another woman from thin air and then smiled, wrapping an arm around her waist. Lord Husband, Eska blinked with surprise. Eska, Ryu said softly. Chapter 1923, worth it. I'm sorry, this situation is a bit of an odd one, Ryu began to explain. Eska blinked again, looking at Ryu before noticing the naked woman lying down before him. A truly odd situation, indeed. Her gaze looked down at Ryu's crotch and seemed to understand something. Even so, she still waited. Ryu was quite patient with his wife, telling her everything. I see, Eska nodded calmly, her cool silver eyes meeting Ryu's. Do you need my help? The two were close. Ryu had pressed Eska's body into the side of his hip and he could feel the warmth and softness of her breasts against the side of his chest. Even though she was still fully clothed, every curve could be felt by him. Ryu smiled. Are you not happy? How can that be? Eska shook her head, just as elegant as ever. I understand that you're not happy, I shouldn't call you for such a thing. It's quite unfair of me. Eska was taken aback by Ryu's words. She leaned back a bit to see his smile and couldn't help but look away after a split moment. Ryu's smile was truly her weakness. She wasn't like Izmine or Ailsa at all. She hadn't fallen for Ryu until she saw something other than his cold gaze. Ironically, her relationship with Ryu had started in much the same way it was about to for Wobbling Fairy. But the difference was that she had ended up quite lucky in the end. Ryu changed to the point that he became the very man she had the greatest weakness for. That gentle smile, the care in his eyes, the tone of apology, it all made her feel quite weak. She could only look away, feeling her heart quicken. How could she say no to this man? Still, Ryu didn't take advantage of her weakness at the moment. He just lightly held her waist, breathing in her delicate orchard scent. Ryu had a great fondness for mature, arrogant women like Eska. They had a uniqueness to them that he couldn't get over. Even Eska's scent was more complex than most of his women. It seemed to change with the wind, swaying with the movement of her hair. Lord Husband, you don't need to apologize for such a thing, Eska said softly. No, I do. Ryu smiled a bit bitterly. You haven't been a tool to me in a very long while, and I don't want you to see this as that. In fact, I hope you will see it the opposite way. I want you by my side for this because it places my heart at ease. Eska's heart fluttered and her face became redder. It was impossible to hide. Her skin was just as porcelain white as Ryu's own. If it was any more transparent, one would even be able to see the veins running beneath. Ryu used his other hand to gently cup her cheek and then kissed her lightly. Eska's body went almost limp in his arms as though she had just melted. She embraced Ryu's kiss, and then his tongue, her soft breathing becoming heavier. A jolt of electricity ran through her body when Ryu glided his hand down her waist and the outline of her wide hips, gently grabbing a handful of her ass. She could feel herself moistening already, feeling an eagerness to be one with Ryu that she hadn't experienced before. It was clear to Ryu now that the truest key to Eska's body was her heart, and right now it was as open as the fluttering wings of a butterfly. A slight moan left her lips as Ryu's hand slipped below her round ass, catching the hem of her dress and running his palm up the smoothness of her skin. Her breathing hitched. Ryu's fingers slipped between her fleshy plumpness, pressing against the line of her panties, pushing her bottom lips apart with an almost forceful gentleness. For a moment, it almost felt as though he was going to push the fabric into her, but she was in too much of a daze to care. Ryu's lips left hers and kissed down the slender curve of her neck, sucking on her collarbone lightly as her underwear became flooded with a fragrant liquid. Every one of his actions was gentle and soft, caring for every inch of her without missing a drop. He was almost agonizing in his patience, and it took the last bit of her willpower and reasoning to not press him down herself. It was only then that Eska remembered that she wasn't here for herself, but rather to help Ryu. She didn't believe that Ryu didn't have enough control over his body to stand at attention if he needed to. He could stop blood flow to that region just as easily as he could force blood flow even if he wasn't aroused. The real reason he wanted her by his side was because of the exact reasons he had stated. She put his heart at ease. Her hands reached down and she gently caressed his balls, trying to not lose her focus. Soon, she could feel something hot forcing her slender fingers apart. She stroked Ryu with the same gentleness he had shown her and then pressed him against Wobbling Fairy. All the while, Wobbling Fairy lay on the ground with Ryu between her legs. There were complicated feelings swirling in her heart, but she pressed them down with a vicious will. She winced a little bit when she felt Eska's actions, but Ryu didn't seem to have eyes for her at all. One would have thought that she wasn't here at all. She winced again as she felt Ryu press into her, a discomfort running through her body. However, soon, she shook her head and her eyes returned to a deadpan indifference. She had fought more bloody battles than she could count. The pain was nothing more than psychological. If she cut off that part of her, nothing would bother her at all. She felt something rip as she was completely pierced through. She took in a cold breath and felt herself settling down. Now, it had begun. Ryu had taken many virginities in his life, but never once had any of his women reacted like this. That was because he had taken his time, he had coaxed them, allowing their bodies to warm up. Even when it was with Eska and Eismine, back then Eismine had been in a practically rabid state of lust. Wobbling Fairy, unfortunately, didn't gain such a luxury, and it could be said that this would be a memory she would hope to soon forget. She closed her eyes, prepared to focus on her cultivation. The exchange of energy between herself and Ryu had begun. Ryu, though, didn't seem to notice this. He had pulled Eska into his arms, lifting her up. She wrapped her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck, kissing him deeply. Their breaths were in sync, as were their heartbeats. They had forgotten the rest of the world, basking in one another's warmth. The heat in Eska's loins was only growing more feverish, and she lamented that Ryu only had a single rod to use. That was until Ryu's hand suddenly grabbed her ass, lifting her even further until her thighs rested on his shoulders. Eska was completely taken aback until her eyes almost rolled to the back of her head. Ryu had pulled her panties to the side from the back and plunged his tongue into her delicate folds. He alternated between a combination of licking and light sucking, making Eska quiver with every gesture. Eventually, she couldn't hold back her moans at all. Spine-tingling orgasms ran up her spine, but Ryu was relentless. It was as though he was trying to make her experience every ounce of pleasure for every ounce of displeasure he had experienced in the last several months. She called out his name again and again, gripping his hair so hard that it seemed she might rip up a piece of his skull at any moment. Wobbling Fairy twisted in slight discomfort. Ryu's own personal excitement had made him pump faster, and she still hadn't quite adjusted. Now, she was suddenly in an even more uncomfortable position. She still couldn't understand why it hurt so much. Compared to the heat that was before her, her body felt stone cold. For a moment, she even thought that Eska was faking her pleasure. But then she saw Eska's face. She had lost control of herself, falling back to the point she had to be caught before she crashed into Wobbling Fairy. And it was at that moment that Wobbling Fairy saw her face. She could only see the whites of Eska's eyes. Then there was the flushed skin, her quivering lips, the sheen of sweat that coated every inch of her. Then she remembered how elegant this woman had been when she first appeared. That was when she understood that this woman probably didn't have it in her to fake such a thing. Her embarrassment would shine through immediately. The only way for her to release like this was if she really couldn't hold it in anymore. Does it really feel so good? Wobbling Fairy couldn't help but wonder. Looking down at her own crotch, with a slit trail of blood running down her inner thigh, and the wincing pain she was experiencing, she felt that this might very well be the worst experience of her life. Was it worth it? She clenched her fists. Definitely worth it. Chapter 1924. Anger. Ryu was absolutely relentless. Eska couldn't think straight, and her body didn't seem to be in her control at all. It was like her soul was being pulled out from her body, and only through the most embarrassing places at that. However, she could also feel Ryu's emotion. He was handling it differently than he usually would, but she could tell that something was off. Truth be told, this wasn't because of Wobbling Fairy. She, much like Ryu, didn't care very much about this woman at all. Although she only really knew a part of the story, she could tell what was happening. Wobbling Fairy wanted to use Ryu much like Ryu wanted to use her. There wasn't any obligation between either party to make the other feel comfortable. Ryu had given Wobbling Fairy a chance to say what needed to be said, but in the end, she made her stance quite clear on the matter. If there was another Ryu that arose in the future, she would likely give him the very same deal. After all, none of what was happening currently was related to her virginity. It was just a special kind of dual cultivation. Dual cultivation was special because there was truly no closer state a pair of cultivators could be in. Well, no closer state that a pair of male and female cultivators could be in. After all, there were still cheat-like existences like Eismine and Eska who experienced an even closer existence with one another, but this was only possible because they were both women. Ryu hadn't reacted much to this, mostly because he didn't particularly care about Wobbling Fairy at all. The reason he didn't want women he had been with to be with other men wasn't because he was afraid that they would fall in love with them, nor was it because he felt that he might be outclassed by them. It was purely because of his pride. Ryu was a man who wouldn't casually lay down with women in the first place. The places he had been shouldn't be places that other people could touch. It was that simple. That was how he viewed the world, and he never particularly cared about hypocrisy. In the cultivation world, strength was king. If his women ever wanted to betray him in such a way, they were free to do so, and they would also be free to suffer his wrath in the future. In a world where faith and karma were so inextricably linked to one's strength, and also given how much Ryu cared about his own, it was impossible for him to let such women do as they pleased without suffering consequences. When Wobbling Fairy made her thoughts so clear, he didn't react because he had already placed her into a particular category. From today on, even if Wobbling Fairy didn't know, there would likely be a day when Ryu killed her with his own hands. Such a woman, why would he give a damn about her or her comfort? It also wasn't his fault that she had no idea how her own body worked. How old was she to still be incapable of understanding such basic things? Much like Ryu could control blood flow to his loins, so could she. Even if the arousal didn't reach her mind, it would be a simple matter for her to make it not hurt anymore and give herself added comfort. But Ryu could tell that while Wobbling Fairy was much stronger in this state, there was also something particularly fragile about her. She was especially brittle and seemed to feel, at least subconsciously, that she should be suffering. So such things didn't even cross her mind. If Ryu had cared about her, he might have certainly said something or done something to help. But his entire focus was on Eska. He already felt bad for using Eska for such a thing, so he didn't waste any brain space on other women at all. In fact, he didn't remove a single bit of Eska's clothing so that she would maintain as much of her elegance and dignity as possible. Her nude state wasn't something Wobbling Fairy needed to see, even if she was a woman. Eska was completely fine with Ryu having all of these thoughts. She didn't mind them one bit, and she cared more about the fact that Ryu felt bad than the fact he was the reason for all of this. Ryu's sincerity was able to make her melt, and it was what she loved the most about him right now. But that didn't mean that she didn't still feel like there was something off about the current Ryu, and she could somewhat feel why. Ironically, this wasn't because Ryu was being too forceful with Wobbling Fairy, it was instead because he wasn't being forceful enough. Of course, this forcefulness didn't mean putting Wobbling Fairy under a state of even more torture and pain. It was instead because his willingness to conquer didn't seem to be here, as though he wanted a reason to have to kill Wobbling Fairy in the future, as though he wanted to feel her blood run through his fingers one day. The most obvious point in favor of this wasn't the fact that Wobbling Fairy was in pain rather than screaming to the rooftops like she was. Rather, it was because Ryu hadn't attempted, not even a single time, to take away Wobbling Fairy's primordial yin. At first, this confused Eska. Usually, he would be all over such a thing. He would blur Wobbling Fairy's mind until she couldn't even recall when she lost her primordial yin in the first place. But it was as though he knew that if he took her primordial yin, it would force her into submission in ways that he didn't like. Why was Ryu so angry? He didn't react to Wobbling Fairy's conviction to betray him in the future, so why was he so violent now? Slowly, a sense of understanding began to come over Eska. Chapter 1925. Grim Ryu was almost certainly upset about a woman, and Wobbling Fairy mapped on perfectly. He didn't have it in him to have such murderous intent toward this woman, but having such intent toward a woman he cared little about and a woman who equally cared so little about him was far easier. Eska was barely able to cobble these thoughts together after several hours. Another woman would have felt their loins aching by this point. Ryu's tongue had simply never left her sweet, moist folds. But eventually, she was able to complete them. "Ryu," she said softly, gasping for breath. I can't. Go." Eska was lying through her teeth. With her body's composition and strength, not to mention access to Izmine's heavenly dew branch recovery abilities, she would have loved to ride Ryu's face for months on end if he was willing. Ryu obviously knew this, or else he would have never taken such an approach to begin with. After all, he wanted to pleasure Eska, not abuse her. If it was really too much for her, he wouldn't have taken such an approach. Because once again, he cared for her, and now wobbling fairy. Still, after Eska said these words, even though Ryu knew they were an outright lie, he still stopped. That was because he could also tell that while Eska's body was raving and roaring to go, her mind was slowly slipping out of his grasp. If he had continued even though she said such things, she might have completely shut down. A woman who had lived as long as Eska, and experienced as much, had a mental state that was impossible to rattle unless she allowed it to be so. If she chose to grow cold and distant, no matter how good Ryu made her body feel, her heart wouldn't be moved. Breaking the mind of such a woman was basically next to impossible, and it wasn't something most should even consider attempting. It had taken a lot of change and effort to get Eska to warm up to him like this. If he ruined it over a woman he cared little for, no less, would that even be worth it? However, Ryu wasn't so calculating with his thoughts this time. All he knew was that his wife wanted to stop, so he obliged. Eska, somewhat embarrassingly, climbed down from her position, unwrapping her legs from around Ryu's neck. Look at her. She had lived for trillions of years and avoided doing such embarrassing things for at least that long, but now she was so comfortable with it. What happened to her shame? She looked at Ryu with a hint of resentment in her eyes, but Ryu couldn't help but feel a great deal of his gloominess vanish in that moment. He hadn't known that Eska could make such an adorable expression. She looked more like a wronged young woman than an ancestor who had lived for so long and held up the skies with a palm. Eska shuddered with more embarrassment when she saw the glistening sheen around Ryu's lips, a sheen that could have really only come from one place. She hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe his face down, and only then did her racing heart calm down. Seeing her cute actions, Ryu couldn't help but pull her into his arms again, kissing her deeply. Eska's eyes went a bit dull and dim again, as though a mistiness was just moments away from sweeping her away again, but she barely managed to catch herself from slipping her tongue into Ryu's mouth. She pulled away gently, shaking her head. Eska's eyes went a bit dull and dim again, as though a mistiness was just moments away from sweeping her away again, but she barely managed to catch herself from slipping her tongue into Ryu's mouth. She pulled away gently, shaking her head. Let me focus. You. Eska covered her mouth, her embarrassment blooming again. She couldn't remember having ever said anything so embarrassing before. Ryu burst into laughter. Maybe it was well worth it to call Eska out for such a thing. He hadn't ever seen this side of her before, and he felt like it was all the more interesting after peeling back her first layer. Do you want to stop? Ryu asked after a long while. That's okay, you've done enough. I'll finish this off on my own. Eska shook her head, slowly regaining her bearings. Ryu asked in confusion. Are you okay, Lord Husband? Eska asked after some hesitation. Ryu's gaze flickered. Am I okay? He looked at Eska deeply, not knowing how to answer the question. Eska pressed a gentle palm against his chest, leaning against him. I can feel that there is something wrong. You can speak to me, I am willing to listen. This wife of yours doesn't have many good traits outside of having lived for such a long time. Her hesitation in saying wife was only made all the clearer when she smiled soon after, almost as though the word tasted sweet on her tongue and rosy lips. Looking at her, Ryu felt a certain part of his body shutting down. Wobbling Fairy, who had already closed her eyes and entered a deep state of meditation, clearly felt this as well, but she didn't say much, focusing on gathering the impurities she had just taken from Ryu. They had already been going at it for hours, and it was probably best they take a few breaks from time to allow one another to consolidate. Then they could continue after. If you don't want to, that's okay as well, Eska said softly. Ryu took a breath, casting a gaze toward Wobbling Fairy who seemed to have cut herself off from the rest of the world. Ryu sighed, shaking his head. Eska felt a bit disappointed, but to her surprise, Ryu actually began to speak. And an even greater surprise than that was that he didn't start with Ailsa at all. Eska was truly taken aback when she realized what Ryu had been through in the last several years. She had had no idea. In fact, now that she thought about it, ever since she and Izmine had met up with Ryu again, he had taken all the pressure off of them. He had made their lives so easy they weren't even aware of what was happening in the outside world. Tears brimmed in Eska's eyes as guilt swelled in her heart. Chapter 1926. Embarrassing. Eska cupped Ryu's face in her hands. The care and concern in her eyes was clear, almost to the point it nearly made Ryu a bit uncomfortable. He had never seen those eyes from anyone but his mother and grandmother's, and that was about enough of an explanation for why he wouldn't want to see them from his wife. But he quickly realized that it was even deeper than that. He didn't want to see such pity and guilt in the eyes of his women. Originally, he didn't even want to speak about these things at all. If it wasn't for the fact he could see that it would make Eska sad if he didn't, he wouldn't have said anything at all. But now that he had, whether he wanted to originally or not, there was some of his burden being placed onto her shoulders. Eska was simply a different woman from Ailsa, and they both had their own places in his life. Honestly, if Eska was the one to see him back then and she tried to comfort him the same way, maybe he would have never snapped out of it. It had taken Ailsa's brand of encouragement to make him see any sort of light. Still, those hints of discomfort in his eyes when he looked into Eska's eyes didn't just vanish. It wasn't the type of person he was, and it was hard for him to accept such a thing. Eska looked into his eyes deeply, her tears still streaming. Her gaze bounced between his irises as though trying to see something, and in the end, she smiled a bit bitterly. She could see through some of Ryu's thoughts. Some people just didn't like to be coddled and told that everything would be alright. And some people didn't want to be constantly yelled at and told to get it together. When Eska thought about it, she wasn't sure she wanted a man that wanted to be coddled either, which was ironic considering she felt that she wanted to do the coddling. But when she thought about how she would feel if Ryu constantly came to her for such things, she found that she would return to her state as an ancestor, where the entire burden was on her, and maybe that was the real reason she cried. Not because she was afraid of holding some of the burden for Ryu, but rather because she knew exactly the kind of pressure Ryu was holding up and it broke her heart. Seeing the hints of discomfort in her eyes, she felt even more guilt because she actually sighed a breath of relief. At the same time, her attraction toward Ryu seemed to grow to another level. Not only had he been vulnerable with her, but he didn't want her pity. He had only spoken because she wanted him to, and nothing else mattered to him. Not even his own pain and anguish. "I'm sorry," Eska embraced Ryu, taking him off guard a bit. He could tell that she wasn't apologizing for leaving him to carry all their burdens, she was apologizing because she wanted him to continue to do so. However, that only made Ryu smile. He stroked her hair gently. Why had Ailsa's words infuriated him so much? It wasn't just because she was looking down on him with her apology, or that she didn't really mean it. It was because she treated him like a person she would have to fake such an apology to in the first place, like he was some child she had to care and caress lest he break apart. It had been a long time since he was so thoroughly enraged. If not for the slivers of emotion that remained in his heart, let alone threatening divorce, he would have done it right then and there. Maybe only one of his wives could get away with such a thing without facing his immediate wrath. Eska's thoughts and emotions, rather than making him feel that life was too unfair, instead put him at ease. If his women couldn't rely on him, then who could they rely on? Anything they wanted, anything they needed, they should have the confidence to rely on him to get it for them. That was all he wanted, and that was all he could ever want. Maybe the reason he loved arrogant, prideful women so much was because this was precisely the kind of woman that could give him the most satisfaction upon reaching this point. It was probably selfish of him, probably a bit childish, most definitely a great deal chauvinistic and all the best sort of buzzwords, but he simply didn't care. He was Ryu Tatsuya and this was how he preferred to live his life. Eska could practically feel Ryu's heart ease. She pressed her ear to his chest until the rapid, erratic heartbeat became a calm, soothing baritone that echoed only once every several seconds. "Can you do something for me?" Eska suddenly asked. "Anything," Ryu said with a calm smile, gently stroking her hair. Eska pointed toward Wobbling Fairy and blushed a bit. She opened her mouth to speak but couldn't quite get her words out. After a while, her blush overwhelmed her and she made a decision. She suddenly vanished, or, rather, she morphed into Izmine. Her breast shrunk and her ass became far tighter. At the same time, her skin bronzed. Ryu raised an eyebrow, but he didn't retreat. After all, Izmine was his wife as well. What, is she tagging you in? Izmine rolled her eyes. She wants you to fuck her brains out, but she's too much of a prissy princess to say that out loud. Why's that? Ryu asked, a bit confused. He knew that Eska wasn't just going soft on him. She wasn't a kind-hearted person by the normal metrics. Eska would certainly not bat an eye even if he were to kill Wobbling Fairy right now, so why? Izmine scoffed. It's fucking embarrassing, that's why. Chapter 1927. Thank my wife. Ryu was speechless. What are you acting all confused about? It's fucking embarrassing. What do you think will happen when this woman gets out of here? What do you think she'll tell her friends? Ryu raised an eyebrow. Did these people not know who he was? When had he ever bothered to explain himself? Did he need to care about such things? I doubt she has friends. That's not the point. Ryu blinked. He was pretty sure that was her entire point. If she didn't have friends to speak about this with, then no one would know what happened here, and then it wouldn't be a problem in the first place. Plus, even if Wobbling Fairy had had friends, what difference would it make? It would take a very close friend for her to divulge this information. After all, a woman having sex for the sake of power was something that would be a huge hit to Wobbling Fairy's faith. It would be like ruining her own reputation. Even if she lied about the story and said that Ryu coerced her, it would still be a hit to her faith. The world wasn't such a magnanimous place. No matter how you looked at it, it was worthless for Ryu to spend his time on such a thing. Of course, since he had promised Eska, he would still do it. But he didn't think that her reasoning was so childish, or maybe it was. At the very least, Izmine wasn't explaining it properly. Fine. Since you want me to state it so clearly, I will. Even if it's only one person, it's too many. Our little princess can't let the world think she has an inferior man, do you understand? Ryu's lip twitched. No wonder Eska didn't want to say it out loud, blood would have shot out of her nose from all the embarrassment. He still half believed that Izmine was making this up, but then he recalled something. His first time with Eska was not much different from this, but if he thought back now, she must have really enjoyed it. He understood more about Eska than he did before, all her little quirks and subtle tendencies. Plus, with his perfect recall, he was able to put himself right back in that moment. Indeed, that must be the real reason. She was embarrassed that she had liked the moment so much, but Wobbling Fairy was getting away with hating it. Wobbling Fairy was able to put a strong dividing line between business and pleasure, but Eska had let those lines blur. For a woman as disciplined as she was, this was a little bit of a mark on her resume that she couldn't forget. Ryu laughed, shaking his head. Eska was being too hard on herself. These two situations were not the same at all. That was because Eska had introduced herself willing to become his concubine for a lifetime. Wobbling Fairy, by comparison, only wanted a business transaction. Even if Ryu had used his same skills on both of them, the end result would likely still be different because the investment of the two parties wasn't the same. Eska knew she would have to be by his side for life, so she wanted to find reasons to like him. By comparison, Wobbling Fairy wanted to find reasons to do the opposite. Get it? Got it, good. Izmine gave his balls a light squeeze. Go get her, champ. Ryu chuckled and then pressed Izmine's head down. I'm going to need more help than that. Hey, what do you take me for? Why didn't you do this with Eska? Eska likes it when I'm gentle. Do you like that? You have no idea what I like. You're a terrible husband. Despite saying that, her lips had already wrapped around his cock. It was only a few minutes before there was a popping sound as she pulled it out of her mouth, looking at the heating rod in her hands with a bit of mist. Ryu grinned, reaching down to pinch her ass. Later. You promised. Izmine said as more of a command than anything else. Yes, anything for my little wife. Are you making fun of my chest? Izmine gave him a glare, but it was hard to take it seriously when his cock was still pressed against her cheek. Never. Izmine gave a half-satisfied snort before giving his tip a kiss for good luck and then vanishing. The smile faded from Ryu's face as he looked toward Wobbling Fairy. She was still in a deep meditation, but she was reaching the end, already prepared for Ryu to enter her again. Quite frankly, he still wasn't quite in the mood. Much of the energy he had gotten from her was stored away in his inner world and hadn't circulated through his body. But, he looked at her face and shook his head. Slowly, he crawled on top of her. Wobbling Fairy could seemingly feel his presence, and she frowned a bit even in her meditation, but her eyes remained closed as she prepared herself for another round. She felt a hand press against her lower half, and then there was a drop of silky liquid that she experienced for the briefest of instants before it vanished. Her body shuddered, and her eyes snapped open. All the pain from her lower half vanished, and she couldn't help but look toward Ryu with an incredulous expression. "Ready? What?" she mumbled, confused. "You should know that this changes next to nothing. Thank my wife for this." Wobbling Fairy was only more confused. She had completely cut out her senses, so she didn't know what happened while she was meditating. She felt a sudden jolt of electricity when Ryu's hands began to run across her body. She squirmed a bit, feeling hints of discomfort. But this time, it was coming from her heart and not her body. Ryu didn't seem bothered by her apprehension. He stared down into her eyes until she was almost forced to meet his gaze. Her heart jolted again. Somehow, she forgot that she was staring at a man several cultivation realms beneath her own. What she didn't know was that the moment she stopped looking at Ryu as someone beneath her, she had already lost the war. Chapter 1928. Opportunity. Wobbling Fairy lay limply on the ground, gasping for breath. Her eyes were an odd combination of misted over and in a daze, or maybe both were the same thing. She really couldn't tell anymore. It had been an entire month, and the process could have only been described as relentless. In just the first few minutes, it felt like everything from before had been overridden. She had tried to block off her mind again, tried to focus on just cultivating, but no matter what she did, it didn't matter in the slightest. Her Tao heart in this state was a bit frail to begin with. When met with this sort of temptation, it was like she had become an addict, chasing after a high only Ryu could give her. At the same time, the differences between the way her treatment started and how it ended made it all the more striking. It was clear that Ryu had been capable of making her feel good but hadn't bothered because he didn't give a damn about her. In fact, Wobbling Fairy looked over toward Ryu, who was in a silent state of cultivation. At the moment, his wife, the elegant beauty she had seen before, was resting her cheek on his thigh, seemingly in peaceful rest. However, Wobbling Fairy knew that this was actually a sign of distrust. She had already gained everything she needed. If she wanted to kill Ryu now, it would be understandable. Of course, the odds of this were incredibly low. After all, Ryu wasn't just a now perfect sky god, he was a throne of their sect. In Sacrum, it was impossible to kill a throne without suffering severely. In higher order worlds, it was possible to do so, but that didn't mean that there wouldn't be a price to pay as well. The targeting of a throne required a lot of forethought and planning, and the likes of Wobbling Fairy still wasn't high enough in the upper echelon of the sect to make such a decision herself. If she killed Ryu and harmed the sect, she would then be the enemy of not just one Tao god but four of them. No matter how powerful she was in this state, it was impossible for her to be able to take such a risk. Ryu obviously knew this, or else his only guard wouldn't be Eska, who was still a long way away from the Tao sovereign realm. However, by the same token, it made his stance clear. But, no less clear than Wobbling Fairy had made her own stance. Wobbling Fairy pressed a hand to her belly, feeling some resentment. "You've already taken my primordial yin, yet you're still so unreasonable and cold." Wobbling Fairy was stunned by her own thoughts. When had she become so childish? But maybe this was a small part of herself, a small bit of naivete, that she couldn't completely get rid of. She didn't even know when she lost her primordial yin. She had just barely caught a faint trace of consciousness, only to realize that it was already gone. She had never had any intention of letting Ryu take it. In the beginning, there was a huge struggle because she could feel that Ryu wanted to take it away. She remembered sneering on the inside, thinking that he was overestimating himself. But now, she had said it would take 3 months for Ryu to be able to reach the omniscient sky god realm, but that was under the assumption that he didn't receive her primordial yin. Now that he had taken it, even doing so in a week or two wouldn't be too shocking. In fact, he might even be able to take a small peek into the Tao Lord realm, though she definitely wouldn't recommend such a thing. A genius like Ryu could get away with losing a sub-realm of Tao grade when moving from perfect to transcended sky god, or from transcended to omniscient. But the gap between omniscient and Lord was so massive that Ryu's Tao might fall out of founding Taos entirely. If he was too forceful, it might even fall all the way back to hegemonic. It wasn't worth it. What left her a bit speechless, though, was the fact that Ryu didn't seem to have improved his Chi realm cultivation at all. As far as she could tell, he hadn't made any improvement in the slightest. What she didn't know was that Ryu had stored away all her energy and was actually observing her primordial yin. There was a bout of enlightenment swirling around him. Ryu found that wobbling fairy's primordial yin was incredibly odd. It's almost like the nether chi of primordial yin, somewhat. It's not exactly that either. But why would she, a fairy, have such a thing, when Mei didn't? There was nothing normal about her primordial yin. It felt like it was founded on a completely different concept. Of Ryu's heart trembled. Curse. The eyes of an adorable, fluffy little griffin reflected in his mind. Cursed individuals were the bane of the heavens and they were punished as such. They brought calamity, and they were often thrown out by even their own clans. If they couldn't break their curse, they would spend the rest of their lives as cripples, suffering calamity after calamity. But if they could break their curses, they would soar to the skies and display abilities that had simply never been seen before. Somehow, Wobbling Fairy was able to shed her curse and unlock this ability. It was no wonder her mind was so disordered and her Tao was so odd. She was actually a survivor of the heaven's curse. What kind of treatment would she have had to have suffered just to make it to this stage? Of course, this didn't make Ryu feel sympathy. It was rather that he realized just how shocking what the item in his body was now. This is an opportunity. Chapter 1929. Solutions. Just with this primordial yin swimming in his body, Ryu felt that he was able to strip himself of all impurities. No part of his body was capable of escaping this, not his soul, not his meridians, not even his spiritual foundation. Just by virtue of cultivating, Ryu would be able to constantly allow this primordial yin to swallow up any impurities that he gathered into the future. This shouldn't be underestimated. That was because also by virtue of cultivating, he would be gathering impurities onto his body. He had thought that just by using spiritual herbs and 100% pure pills he could avoid this, but he realized after his interaction with Wobbling Fairy that his concept of impurities was far too lax and incomplete. The reality was that there were impurities even in the air he breathed. Every time he gathered chi from his meridians, there would be more that swarmed in from the chaos plane. Every time he improved his soul, there would be more. No matter where you looked in the world, there were impurities. And because of that, Ryu had been unwittingly carrying around shackles that he didn't even feel. The moment it was gone, even without cultivating, he felt a qualitative change in his constitution. That being his child of order and chaos constitutions. They both flowed with impossible smoothness and his combat prowess had taken another massive leap forward. Before, it was necessary for Ryu to use Heaven and Earth's gate if he wanted to fight an omniscient sky god. He also wasn't sure if that would even work if he was facing off against the truest geniuses, at least the true geniuses of this world, that is. But now he didn't think it was necessary. With his perfect sky god foundation and his newly minted constitution, he should be able to fight with them head-to-head while relying on his other abilities. However, if he took this step, he might not even need to rely on higher combat awareness and skill at all. It was potentially possible that he would finally be able to match them in terms of raw power alone. As for how he would do that, it was hinged on this new body realm cultivation method that he was forming. He had already felt that using light and darkness would be the path for him. But after some thought, he realized that maybe this path was too simple. It didn't take enough advantage of what he had. While he was dual cultivating with Wobbling Fairy, he realized that there was a change happening even to his natural treasures. Their impurities were being weeded out, and they were also slowly growing more powerful. Ultimately, these natural treasures were capped at the height of the true martial world, which technically meant that if Ryu went to find those same natural treasures in this world, they would be a level higher. But after Wobbling Fairy stripped them of all their impurities, they had truly reached perfection. On the one hand, this made it even more difficult for Ryu to control them. They had grown so powerful now that even observing them might crush his soul and rend his spirit. On the other, this provided an opportunity to do something that might very well be insane. Temper his body. It wasn't that Ryu had never thought of doing this before. Tempering your body with natural treasures was the most obvious path of body realm cultivation. The main issue was that harming your body was one thing, but finding a method to cleanse and heal it afterward was another thing entirely. If he took even a strand of these energies into himself, he would die. Where would the tempering come at that point? Even if he managed to survive, how would he expel it? If that energy just kept rampaging around, there would be no opportunity for his body to gain a rebirth in the first place. That was where two other factors came in. The first was the most obvious, the holy worlds. Although the holy world standards were now far beneath that of the natural treasures, they were still a lightning rod of sorts that Ryu could make use of. With the insights from them, Ryu would be able to temper his body with darkness, light, and ice. However, this was the less important of the two factors. That was because the most important factor was the fact that the properties of the natural treasures had changed after their impurities were expelled. They were far more powerful, and as such should be far more difficult to control. But on the other hand, their erratic tendencies were cut down and they were far easier to predict. Essentially, much of the lowercase chaos of the natural treasures had been stripped away after Wobbling Fairy got a hold of them, only leaving what could be easily predicted by Ryu behind. If Ryu could create a landscape where he could easily predict what they would do and when, he would be able to use them to essentially carve out a model of body realm cultivation in his body, quite literally at that. It would be an extremely painful process, but the last thing Ryu feared was pain. The trouble with this approach, though, was that Ryu wasn't satisfied with just 3 attributes. He wanted to reform his body using them all. That meant that he not only needed to prepare a method for light, darkness, and ice, but he also needed one for the others as well. He would need to form a foundation for the first 3 that wouldn't interfere with the ones that came later. And that was almost impossible considering he didn't have as much of an understanding of them. It seemed, then, that he only had 2 choices. Either give up on the perfect body realm cultivation method he was chasing after, or wait until he could gather a holy world of them all. Usually, Ryu would choose the latter, if it wasn't for the fact he felt he had a solution to this as well. Chapter 1930. 13 The impurities of a substance weren't as simple as they seemed. It could be said that the way impurities were different depending on what the origin of them was. Impurities, as Ryu had said, were far more complex than he had ever given them credit for. They were often the byproduct of the world creating, and could be said to be an act of balancing by the heavens. After the natural treasures were cleansed, Ryu was even able to notice that the gap they had closed down was actually related to the level of the world itself. This sounded confusing, but simply put, the weaker the world, the more impurities there would be in creating the same treasures. That was why without these impurities, the natural treasures that Ryu made use of were made to be even more powerful. So why was this important now? It was because Ryu had familiarity with precisely this change. When he went from sacrum to the true martial world, although he didn't notice it, what he was actually doing was expelling the impurities from his body and growing toward a stronger version of himself. This meant that whatever comprehension that Ryu had wasn't insufficient, instead, it was impure. And by understanding what was impure about it, Ryu could get a rough estimate for where he would have to go in the future with his body realm cultivation method, and thus make preparations in advance. To make a complicated matter simple, Ryu was about to reverse engineer the impurities of his other natural treasure to understand their tendencies and how they worked. Then, he would have a rough estimate of what they needed in the future, and once he had this rough estimate, he would be able to lay the foundation for his body realm cultivation method while being at least 70 to 80% confident that he wouldn't have to completely overhaul it in the future. Of course, there was still a chance that this method could go wrong, but Ryu was willing to take that risk for 2 reasons. Not only was he extremely confident in himself and his deductions to begin with, the second reason was that even if it failed, so what? Ryu's Dao heart was in the process of creating a technique that would allow him to recultivate the realms he felt he hadn't brought his full potential out in. Once that method was completed, who said he would only have to use it on his Chi realm? In fact, Ryu was actually quite confident that he could recultivate his body realm right now without any special methods. Compared to the Chi realm, the body realm was much more straightforward and relied on consuming heavenly items rather than resonating with them and comprehending them. By its very nature, the body realm was much less complex, and as such recultivating was easy. The only price was pain, and once again, that was the one thing Ryu feared the least, and it was also the reason why among all of his cultivation realms, he had tried out and changed his mind the most about his body realm. In the past, he had used a cultivation method of light and dark, he tried relying on his bloodlines alone, he had even tried out a taboo cultivation method. Each one of these things were vastly different from the former, and yet it didn't make much of a difference at all to his overall cultivation. Of course, after his interaction with Wobbling Fairy he also realized that each one of these methods had left behind their own lingering issues, but now that they had been handled, it was even easier. What Ryu didn't expect, though, was that it would actually take him an entire 3 months just to form a rudimentary skeleton of this body realm cultivation method, and even then it was only enough for the mortal realms. He wasn't even close to finishing for the immortal realms, let alone the cosmic realms and the god realms beyond. It had to be remembered that the immortal realm started at the immortal ring realm. The cosmic realm ended with the world sea realm. The fact that Ryu was struggling so much just went to show just how difficult what he was attempting was. However, Ryu didn't mind it. If he had one weakness as a cultivator, it was probably patience. Many who had lived the number of years he had had great experience with secluded cultivation, but he did not. Right now, however, he had all the motivation in the world. It had taken him 6 months to evolve his Tao to a new level, and now he was willing to pour as many years into this cultivation method as he needed. And just like that, another 3 years passed. It could be said that in this time, the rebirthing cultist sect was having its own mini-storm. It had been 3.5 years since Ryu and Wobbling Fairy had entered her courtyard, and yet they showed no signs of coming out. At first, no one found it odd. Wobbling Fairy was such an innocent character in their eyes that the idea that anything untoward was occurring didn't even cross most of their minds. But by this point, even Star River was having a hard time not imagining what might or might not be happening in there. 3 years wasn't a long time, especially not to a Tao god like herself. But this was very clearly an odd situation. It was odd for a single woman to invite any man into her courtyard in the first place. It was on this day, 3.5 years later, though, that a great commotion was unearthed in the courtyard. What they didn't know was that this very same commotion would continue for another decade. And in this decade, neither Ryu nor Wobbling Fairy would appear. Boom! A pillar of swirling elements rose high in the air and the entire sect was bathed in its light. Chapter 1931. 26 Ryu sat in silent meditation, swirling lights dancing around him. He had never spent so long on a cultivation method before. Even his current self-created mental realm cultivation method had come to him through natural enlightenment. It could only be said that deducing the remaining path of his body realm cultivation method was far too difficult, but how could it not be? He was trying to find a method of maximizing treasures that stood near the pinnacle of existence itself. Maybe it would have been more efficient to just go out and conquer the holy worlds he needed, but Ryu didn't do that for 2 reasons. The first was because he wanted to settle his mind down. He was constantly being pulled in too many directions, and the matters with Ailsa didn't make things any better for him. He wasn't used to extended periods of closed-door cultivation, and unless he did get used to it quickly, he would find himself stuck one day. He wasn't arrogant to the point that he thought he didn't need secluded cultivation. Maybe there would come a day where he would need to retreat for many centuries, or even longer. The road of cultivation was long, and unless he was willing to walk it, he didn't have the right to have such thoughts. The second reason he chose to do things this way was because there was no shortcut that existed that didn't come without a price. Sure, getting those holy worlds would save him a lot of time and effort. But it had to be remembered that those holy worlds only allowed him to see through to the pinnacle of what was allowed in this world. Who knew how many worlds that were several times more powerful were out there? If he pigeonholed himself here, he would end up regretting it in the future. By taking the long way, he would be able to have the best of both worlds. On the one hand, he would be able to excavate the full potential of this cultivation method, and on the other, he would be able to use the holy worlds he would conquer in the future to speed it up and strengthen himself with immediacy without also being stuck at a bottleneck in the future. It was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and that was when his cultivation began. It was a beautiful sight to behold, but no one could see the level of pain that Ryu was undergoing, and no one could possibly expect anyone to withstand that sort of pain for an entire 10 years. Light began to converge into his body along with darkness. Ice penetrated into his very cells, boring holes into his body and making it seem as though he would become a sculpture of frigid energy any time now. It was a beautiful sight to behold, but no one could see the level of pain that Ryu was undergoing, and no one could possibly expect anyone to withstand that sort of pain for an entire 10 years. The 9 pillars in Ryu's body began to crumble apart, only to be replaced by new kernels. A seed of darkness, a seed of light, Gaia essence, lightning elemental spirit, a black hole, infinity mist, origin flame, a rainbow wind. The pillars condensed and Ryu himself became the core. His body shattered and then reformed, before shattering and then reforming again. Several spirit bodies clashed, trying to fuse into one, and yet not quite being able to do so. Wobbling Fairy watched all of this from the sidelines. By now, Eska had returned to Ryu's inner world. Of course, in these years, she had had some interaction with the woman and they couldn't be said to be strangers any longer. However, it was still hard for Wobbling Fairy to accept what she was seeing. Her gaze was sharp. She knew that despite Ryu's calm expression, it couldn't possibly be the case that it was as painless as it seemed. This cultivation method was even more sinister than the life destructions of the body realm. She had never seen someone willingly put themselves through this after having already surpassed the threshold of godhood. It was one thing to have the mental fortitude to make it through something that you would have to no matter what, but to do it when you didn't have to, that was the most shocking. Ryu didn't show any signs of stopping. He continued for years on end, never once using Wobbling Fairy's energy, and then, sometime during the 6th year, he finally began doing so. The power flooded into him and his body realm cultivation began to skyrocket by leaps and bounds. Every step it took was only more exaggerated. On the 7th year since Ryu began cultivating, boom, he broke into the transcended realm despite not having actively cultivated his chi realm at all. His Tao seemed to just naturally spill over, maintaining its peak and even seeming a bit stronger than what Wobbling Fairy remembered. She had simply never seen a Tao this powerful before. However, by this point, Ryu's body realm had long since reached this level, and had already surpassed it. Strength swirled through his body and his power only became more and more exaggerated. There were only 3 of his elements at play right now, but these 3 were already enough for Ryu to sweep through the geniuses of this world with just his body alone. Boom! On the 8th year, Ryu's body stepped into the omniscient realm and a blazing intent rolled and rumbled through him. His chi realm cultivation had entered the higher transcended realm despite him not actively cultivating it at all. What no one realized was that the very act of deducing the paths of his natural treasures was a path to Ryu improving his Tao. As for the energy of his cultivation, he had an entire chaos plane to access. At this point, so long as his Tao progressed, the natural spillover of energy between himself and the realm would cause his cultivation to increase. Boom! On the 10th year, Ryu finally reached the very peak of the omniscient realm with his body, while his chi realm naturally reached the peak of the transcended realm. Almost a quarter century had passed. 13 years just to finish the final form of his body realm cultivation method, and another 10 just to finish his recultivating of it. Ryu slowly opened his eyes and the world went still. Chapter 1932. Rumble. There was a certain calmness to the current Ryu that had never been there before. His expression was the same, but his eyes had gained depth in a way that was impossible to describe. The air around him was also particularly calm, as though wind itself wasn't allowed to flow freely in his presence or like a vacuum of space had been formed beneath his will. If one looked closely, it was possible to see a rainbow-colored light swimming through his veins. From time to time, that light would flicker and exit through his pores, forming a gorgeous array of scales that carried a crystalline texture not too dissimilar from Selhira's own. However, these scales almost looked like illusions of the eye, disappearing mere seconds later as though they had never been there before. Ryu had put a lot of thought into his body realm cultivation method, more thought than he had put into anything else in his life, in all likelihood. Yet, he seemed to have forgotten one very important thing: his bloodlines. The strength of one's blood was often directly correlated to one's bodily strength. After all, even if 2 people were cultivating the same exact method, a gap in bloodline talent could easily cause one of them to fall well behind even if they kept up with cultivation realm. This was to say that neglecting his bloodlines wasn't the way forward, at least not for long. However, for some reason or another, Ryu seemed to be entirely unconcerned with this. He slowly rose to his feet and his body began to crackle and pop. A dense web of muscles pulsed beneath his skin and the world whined beneath his power. He had reached the very pinnacle of the omniscient body realm, while his chi realm was at the pinnacle of the transcended realm. The only thing that should have lagged behind was his mental realm, and yet, Ryu drew a finger across the air. A line of flames followed, and Wobbling Fairy's courtyard trembled. At that moment, an alchemy furnace flew out from the depths of Wobbling Fairy's immortal abode, taking her off guard. Ryu was just taking her things without asking, but she didn't even have the time to complain before he began to take more. Spiritual herbs of countless varieties began to fly through the air, some of which actually came from outside of the courtyard. It looked as though Ryu was robbing the sect blind from an outsider's view. Many of those spiritual herbs were of the omniscient and lord grade. In their opinion, Ryu shouldn't even be able to use these herbs. However, there was a calmness about Ryu at the moment that made Wobbling Fairy's heart skip a beat. The two had only laid with one another once over a quarter century ago, but that time was practically a blink in the eyes of cultivators like them. Plus, it wasn't as though Ryu had allowed her to forget his presence because he had taken up space in her courtyard for all these decades as well. Still, she had a lot of time to think about how she felt about Ryu, and in the end, she could only sigh. She had little goodwill toward Ryu, but she was now also aware of his temperament and how it worked. So, she knew that she had to make a decision. Ryu was simply too talented. It was either she fall out with the sect now and kill him, or she accept the fact that she would forever be beneath his thumb. Such a hypocritical, narrow-minded man would never let her go unless he became a completely different person, but how could she possibly bank on such a thing? This new display by Ryu, though, Ryu flicked out his finger and several drops of embryonic chi cut through the air, dicing the spiritual herbs into pieces before they burst into a sudden inexplicable flame. He burned away their impurities in a single step all at once, as though he wasn't worried about destroying the spiritual herb. However, after his experience with Wobbling Fairy, his comprehension of impurities, how they worked and hindered life, had all reached an unprecedented height. When that was matched with the knowledge he had gathered from Ailsa's library, he might not have practiced alchemy in many years, but his skill was practically second to none, or rather, second to a very select few. Formations began to appear around the cauldron with every breath Ryu took, and tribulation clouds had already begun to appear high in the skies. At this point, the commotion that Ryu had caused for the last more than decade had settled down. In fact, this place had become a practical holy land for cultivation, even more so than in the past. Much like Ryu's Tao breakthrough had allowed many of them gain insights into their own Taos and progress, his body realm cultivation had brought down so many laws that they found their comprehension of the elements breaking through one after another. As a sect of mostly spirituals, this was absolutely invaluable, as most of them were likewise cultivators that focused on an element or two. Due to this, the area around Wobbling Fairy's courtyard had become a holy land, and the highest echelon members of the sect took turns cultivating near it. Wobbling Fairy's courtyard was already deep within the sect, so only a very select few could even be near it to begin with. And it was also these select few that noticed these changes first. At first, they thought that Wobbling Fairy was somehow already breaking into the god realm, but this wasn't the case at all. However, even though they knew that this was impossible, it was hard for them to fathom how a larger tribulation could appear. Ryu ignored it all, his hands moving faster and faster, and the last bits of rust practically fell from his fingers. Bang! The cauldron began to rumble and the skies shook. Chapter 1933. Rhythm. The skies overturned and streaks of lightning began to fall down. However, Ryu grabbed upward. Comprehensions of his lightning elemental spirit flashed through his mind, and his own tribulation seed churned. Rainbow light flashed through his veins and his arm pulsed with power. He grabbed the bolt out of the skies, his gaze blazed. Shatter. Bang. The bolt scattered into smaller sparks of golden rain, falling onto the cauldron in a controlled manner. The cauldron began to shake and quake, but it was in a much more controlled and almost rhythmic sense. This seemed to be just an illusion at first, until even the thunder in the skies began to move to this rhythm. For a moment, everyone who was within earshot of these thunderous boom of synchronized bass drums felt as though their hearts were being forced into a familiar cadence as well, almost like the skies were controlling even them. Wobbling Fairy's eyes opened wide. This couldn't be a coincidence at all. What kind of refinement method was this? Boom. Boom. The cadence of the drums became faster, and soon it wasn't just their hearts racing, but their blood boiling as well. It felt like they were marching off into war, the drum line moving in sync. Their hands moved so quickly and with such passion that droplets of their sweat fell to the drum heads like the pitter-patter of rain. And then a real rain descended. The cauldron rumbled and shook, and Ryu's focus only became greater, sharper, stronger. Boom! Ryu slapped out with a palm, and a pill flew high into the skies, rattling along with the beat of the tribulation as though its own blood was boiling as well. All of that effort, all of those spiritual herbs, for just a single pill. And yet, although this pill was very clearly, only, of the omniscient grade, somehow, Wobbling Fairy felt that it was the most shocking pill she had ever seen. He has such talent. Ryu had just used the rhythm of the heavens themselves to concoct a pill, and even then it didn't seem as though he had used his full potential. He had only relied on it for a few minutes, but what would happen if he was concocting a stronger pill? No, how was it that he was able to control the cadence of booming thunder above in the first place? What wobbling fairy was clearly too distracted to notice was that Ryu had one of the most shocking talents of the lightning Qilin at his beck and call, not just Tribulation Lightning Seed, but his storm talent and lightning god talent. His insight into the music Dao had already deepened greatly after reading through Ailsa's documents. He had always been a master of the four arts, and he had been trying to incorporate them into his skills for a while now. This, however, could be said to be his greatest success. This pill wasn't for him, though. At least not directly. Ryu descended to the ground, ignoring the commotion around him and landing softly. He gently pulled out a woman from his inner world, his gaze flickering for the first time in decades when he saw her. This woman was none other than Hope. With careful movements, he opened her mouth and put the large pill inside. One would have thought that she might choke, but the moment the pill touched her pink tongue, it melted into the dew of the heavens, sliding down her throat and then coating the entire inner lining of her body. Ryu closed his eyes, feeling Hope's primordial yin rattle around inside his mind. For a long while now, he had been thinking about how to save Hope. Even if he had the strength to kill Old Juan, that in no way guaranteed her safety, let alone the fact he had no idea how much strength Old Juan was hiding. Old Juan, after all, had a taboo sect legacy and he had hidden it for so long. Who knew what else he might be hiding? And, such a cunning opponent would definitely be troublesome even if their overall strength was actually quite weak. If Ryu wanted his revenge, he knew that he had to find a method of taking Hope's soul back first, but that had seemed like an impossible task. With Old Juan's intelligence, he might have even already figured out that Ryu and his father were actually related to one another, and that would make him even more sure to protect the one trump card in his hand, Hope. Plus, that was only part of the problem. Even if he did manage to succeed in doing all of this, there was no guarantee that Hope would ever be the same again. She had had her soul extracted by an unconventional method, suffering a yang palm when she was a woman. It had thrown her body into all sorts of disorder. Unless Ryu could figure all of these things out, not only Hope, but the child she might already be carrying would likewise be in a great deal of trouble. A woman who would risk her life for him was already worth him giving his everything to. A woman who held his first child was elevated to a pedestal even beyond that. It could be said that Ryu was already willing to wade through fire and the waters of hell for Hope, but all of that determination was meaningless if he didn't have a solution, but now he felt that he did. Third perspective. Before, Hope had been able to rely on taking the pill filled with Ryu's essence to bring the two of them closer. Now, Ryu would rely on the same thing. Ryu had learned to live without portions of his soul, and there was no reason that others wouldn't be capable of this. They just needed a catalyst and a helping hand. The trouble was that Hope had lost an extremely important piece of her soul. The warped nature of the palm had even impacted several souls at once. But Ryu now finally had the connecting piece he needed to fix it. Impurities. Chapter 1934. Plan Hope's soul situation right now could be said to be a complete mess. Because the inappropriate palm technique had been used, all of her souls had bits and pieces of it taken away. It had to be remembered that Old Juan's initial target was Ryu, so he had used the young version of his palm. But because his target ended up being Hope instead, an unexpected variable, things went wrong. Back then, Old Juan hadn't even known about Hope's existence because she was always hiding within Lionel's world. Otherwise, he would have certainly planned for such a potential outcome. Regardless, this ended up being both a good and a bad thing. The good was that since Old Juan had used the wrong palm, it was impossible for him to use Hope's soul like someone of this taboo path might have otherwise. As such, Hope wouldn't have to suffer the usual rounds of humiliation and dual cultivation she might have had to otherwise. And the bad was already well described. Her souls were a scattered mess and she couldn't even gather her consciousness anymore. Had it not been for Ryu stabilizing her situation by feeding her the young essence pill she had prepared, she would have already died by now. However, this, bad, was exactly what Ryu planned to use to overturn the situation. Because her souls were a scattered mess, there were bits and pieces of every aspect within. Originally, Ryu had thought that she had completely lost her primordial yin, but this wasn't accurate because of one thing, impurities. What he was looking for had been obscured by a concept he didn't understand in the past. But now he did. If he used this properly, then he would be able to help Hope heal her soul right here and now without having to risk saving the other pieces. That left an obvious question: then, what would happen to the other pieces of Hope's soul? There were too many things that could be done with a piece of a soul, things that Old Juan was likely waiting for the right opportunity to use. If Ryu wanted to ensure that this couldn't be done, then he had to get Hope's soul back no matter what, and that seemed to put him right back at square one, or so it seemed. And that was precisely why he had just used third perspective. Years ago now, he had already figured out exactly how to maximize third perspective. He could use his control over karma to see those he had the closest karmic ties to, even speaking to them and understanding their situation. Even Ailsa hadn't been able to contact him with any sort of ease because she had been stuck in a holy world, but Ryu was able to cross that barrier without breaking a sweat. Now, though, he was about to use the same concept across worlds. That left a troublesome issue still. Even if he established such a connection, so what? All that would do was let Old Juan know that he understood his relationship with the taboo and also knew he had Hope's soul in his possession. Until now, Old Juan was still in a bit of a limbo on that matter. Giving such a cunning character too much information would be more detrimental than not. Once again, Ryu seemed to be right back at square one, but this analysis was missing one very important thing. Primordial yins couldn't just be taken by normal means. The more powerful the woman and the more talented she was, the more control she could exert over it, stopping men from taking it from her. Hope was so extremely talented that she had actually failed to progress beyond the transcended realm. Her talent was overwhelming to the point that it was difficult for her to progress at all. But this matter wasn't as dry-cut as it seemed. The truth was that if Hope had continued to cultivate in her world, rising to the top and becoming a Tao god would have only been a matter of a few centuries to millennia. She would have never come close to running out of life. The only reason she had been stalled by her overwhelming talent was because her world had been destroyed by the Phoenix Sky God, the path to reincarnation had been cut off from her, and the true martial world rejected her existence, making every step forward infinitely more difficult. However, things were changing now for several reasons. There were many, including the fact that she was carrying Ryu's essence. But the most important of all was that her fate was now tied to Ryu's own. Meaning, the limitations of the past had been stripped away. This was all to say that her control over her own primordial yin should be among the absolute greatest throughout all of existence. If one combined that with the fact that Old Juan hadn't taken it through proper means in the first place, it could be said that Ryu's plan had a basically 100% chance of succeeding. The moment the pill completely dissolved into Hope's body, Ryu bent forward and gave her a kiss. It seemed like he was just taking advantage of her, but this plan required an exchange of yin and yang essence. The best way to do that would be to dual cultivate together, but Ryu didn't want to do that while Hope was unconscious. Unlike his opinion of Wobbling Fairy, he had the expected warm and tender feelings for Hope. So, he thought of something else. The pill essence within Hope began to separate, part flowing into Ryu and the portion that remained becoming even more potent within Hope's body. Ryu could feel a great drain on mental faculties as his third perspective shot across the cosmos, but he continued to push. If the Dream Wraith could send him here so easily, and his master could send his soul across existence to see his wife again, he didn't believe that he couldn't at least replicate it in a far easier manner. Ryu grit his teeth, the softness of Hope's lips being the only calming sensation that he had. His fierce eyes more than ruined the moment, but he couldn't focus on such ridiculous things for now. Veins popped up across his body, but he could already feel his momentum waning. Just when it looked like he wasn't even going to make it close, the pill's essence stormed into his mental realm. His soul broke through the true Sky God realm and entered the perfect realm, and then from the perfect realm it continued to charge up. There was a very specific reason Ryu was choosing to break through in this way, even though it seemed smarter to break through first and then try. Every time he broke through as his soul stretched across the cosmos, he was being acknowledged by another heaven. These row of heavens acted like an additional spark to his fire, boosting his forward progress and even accelerating him forward. Every time he broke through a barrier with his perfect blackbody soul, there was a rush of even more energy that poured through him. His body was so powerful now that his soul didn't run into any bottlenecks at all. It just kept growing and growing, filling into the space that had long been excavated for it. At the same time, deep within Hope's body, something began to stir. The impurities within her were dispersed and the small kernels of what remained of her soul were slowly manifested and quickly continued to grow. Batum. Her heart thrummed with life and her blood began to circulate normally. At the same time, a root of life, suppressed within her womb, was likewise beginning to stir. Ryu sensed all of this, but he was completely focused. He had to establish the connection. That was the only way for all of this to succeed and not be in vain. A roar came from his heart as he burst through the final barrier. His soul rocketed up to the omniscient realm as he tore into the world of his home, where his parents were located, his family, sacrum, bang. A rainbow road seemed to connect the two worlds, and Hope's subconsciousness stirred. She could already feel her primordial yin and the other bits and pieces of her soul before Ryu did. This was an excellent sign. Ryu pressed on, and in a flash, shoom, he could see it. Old Juan sat in silent meditation, alone. The atmosphere of the sect seemed to be a bit off, and it was quite easy to explain. Aika was devastated after Ryu's death, and the scene of his father's appearance after that only made things worse. The prestige of the sect was being upheld by Jojo alone, but the spirit behind it seemed to have faded. At the same time, Samson and Old Juan had had a rift open up between them after those matters. Clearly, Samson was holding onto the weight of a guilty conscience and couldn't even face Old Juan after what he had done, but he also still hadn't told Aika the truth. It was in this situation that a pressure descended from the skies and a box within Old Juan's spatial ring rattled. Bang! Old Juan's spatial ring shattered apart, taking his whole hand with it. Chapter 1935. Reaper Spirit Iron. Old Juan hardly had the time to react before he was completely taken off guard. He didn't even have the time to register the pain either before a black box within his spatial ring began to tremble wildly. His expression changed. This black box wasn't just a normal item, it was one of the treasures that he received from the taboo sect he happened upon the legacy of. It was known simply as the Soul Box. The Soul Box was made of a special material that had long gone extinct, mostly because it had been wiped out along with the Soul Reaper sect. The material was known as Reaper Spirit Iron, and it had two main functions. The first was that the first soul it came into contact with, it was capable of replicating the fluctuations of and becoming an eighth corporeal soul and the fourth incorporeal spirits at the same time. Essentially, it was like giving one's souls one extra life-saving grace, though it wasn't exactly like that. After all, each one of the 7 corporeal souls and 3 incorporeal spirits had their own function. Losing one didn't necessarily mean that the others would step into their place like what had happened with Ryu. However, with the special techniques of the Soul Reaper sect, this was made possible. The second function of this Reaper Spirit Iron was to form the land of the Reaper, a plane all to a Soul Reaper's own where they could gather their strength through a secondary land. It was like having a second Dantian and a second spiritual sea put into one. It could be said that 90% of the techniques of the Soul Reaper sect relied on the Reaper Spirit Iron, which was also why it was part of the inheritance in the first place. This was the same with a lot of taboo sects. They usually had special requirements that their disciples had to meet, otherwise even taking the first step of cultivation would be impossible. The inheritance that Ismine and Eska received was the perfect example of this. One could imagine then just how important this Reaper Spirit Iron was, and how much effort was put into protecting it as a result. Unfortunately, Old Juan had been unwilling to go the full extent needed to protect his own properly because he had to hide the fact that he was following the legacy of a taboo sect. Under normal circumstances, the Reaper Spirit Iron would be hidden within the body. If one managed to reach a high level of mastery within their cultivation technique, it would even become possible to hide the Reaper Spirit Iron in the same plane of your spiritual foundation, making it almost impossible to target directly. However, doing so would taint your aura. The evil of the Reaper Spirit Iron would grow like a cancerous tumor on your spiritual foundation, and eventually it would leak into your Tao and your Qi. Of course, this was a good thing to the former Reaper Soul sect, but to Old Juan, until he was strong enough, that was nothing short of a death sentence. It would also expose him to the likes of Aika and the others, and that wasn't something that he could accept just yet. It could be said that if Old Juan was willing to go so far, his control over the Reaper Spirit Iron would be so great that Ryu would have no choice but to give up on retrieving Hope's soul. Unless he grew to the point of having absolute power, it would simply be an impossible mission. No amount of control Hope had on her primordial yin would be enough. But Ryu, while not knowing much about the Soul Reaper sect, knew enough thanks to Selhira's mother that he was ensured of his success. Old Juan could only watch his future crumble apart as the Reaper Spirit Iron cracked. The material was too weak. It had such special, powerful effects, but it was fragile as a result. This was because it was a material that existed between the real plane and ethereal plane, making it inherently volatile and unstable. The moment Ryu locked onto it, and Hope subconsciously followed suit, crack. Old Wan's expression changed and he moved to rapidly perform hand seals, only to remember that one of his arms was gone. There wasn't enough time. He couldn't focus his mind fast enough to complete the technique he needed to, especially in the state of shock he was in, if he didn't have both hands to complete seals with. This time, this wasn't a matter planned by Ryu but was instead a lucky spin. But the truth was that even if Old Wan had both hands, the likelihood of success on his end was pitifully small compared to the prepared Ryu. Crack, shoo. At that moment, a beam of light left the Reaper Spirit Iron. Along with it, several more souls began to jet out in all directions, quickly escaping in an attempt to return to reincarnation. Some, however, were so savage that they pounced right for Old Wan. Old Wan's expression changed once again. This was bad. There was no time to consider anything else. His aura pulsed and cast a wide net of suppression, stopping most of the souls from leaking out. Beads of sweat fell from his brows as he realized that this wasn't sustainable. His jaw set and a cold light flickered in his eyes. He had made many enemies along the way, and with the method that this person had used to target him, they didn't necessarily need to know his identity in order to succeed. That made it harder to tell exactly who it was. But, if he had to guess, it could only be one. A boy with a cold set of silver eyes that seemed to stare at him loftily from above regardless of how much higher his cultivation was. Forcing me to make this decision, I guess it was about time, anyway. Old Wan's eyes flickered and the cracked Reaper Spirit Iron began to move toward his Dantian. Chapter 1936. Little Woman Ryu nearly collapsed. The drain on his mind had reached the point of excessiveness and he hadn't even been able to speak or taunt as he would have otherwise. Usually, with how much anger he had bottled in, let alone leaving Old Wan to guess what had happened, he would have found one way or another to force him to confirm it. However, he simply didn't have such a luxury this time, and maybe that was for the best. His arrogance often got the best of his logic, and truthfully speaking, the less Old Wan knew for certain, the more time he would have to spend on potential contingency plans in the future for the largest number of enemies possible, and the less singular pursuit and focus he would have on Ryu. That would only help him. In addition, since more than just Hope's soul had escaped, there wasn't any of that sort of certainty to help him either. Luckily, the tail end of Ryu's pill managed to pump more life and vitality into him. The final breakthrough into the omniscient mental realm expanded his spiritual sea to realms never before seen. Part of the reason his mental realm cultivation was so slow and lagging in the past was because he wanted to constantly push it to its full potential, but that was difficult if his body wasn't strong enough. This time, he had made a bit of a compromise. His body still wasn't strong enough to push his soul to its fullest potential, at least not within the omniscient realm. In fact, it was too weak to do so even in the transcended realm. However, he had still progressed it to the omniscient realm. This sounded like a bad thing, but it actually went to show just how much potential his soul had. Even with his new body realm cultivation method, he could only bring out a small sliver of its perfection. Unless he managed to finish his body realm cultivation method, it would be impossible to bring out its truest potential. But that wasn't far off either. All he needed to do was to find the perfect holy worlds to conquer. What was unfortunate, though, was that because his cultivation had increased, the number of holy worlds he had to pick from had also decreased significantly, but this was done on purpose. After conquering 2 holy worlds back to back, even though it had been over a quarter century since then, many powers would be highly wary of him. After all, such a time span was nothing more than a blink of an eye to powerhouses of this caliber. He would need to offset some of those worries by having more power himself. Otherwise, things would be more troublesome than not. He had exactly zero intention of using the help of Ailsa. Even after all these years, he had barely calmed down from those events. It was hard to when you had an origin flame that didn't allow some of the details to become fuzzy. That said, even if he was willing to rely on Ailsa, the result might not be what he wanted anyway. That was because Ailsa was still stuck in her holy world and the situation wasn't exactly the best. How much she could help him to sneak into holy worlds, especially after he conquered a 4th, 5th, or even 6th, would be up in the air. Ryu's gaze flashed. He finally had the strength to push himself up and he watched as Hope's eyelashes fluttered. A smile spread across his face as her eyes opened and he stared into those opal wonders. A single line of drool pooled down the corner of Hope's lips as she looked around in a daze. The world lacked sharp focus and she didn't even realize what was happening. She mumbled something to herself before the figure hovering above her finally came into focus. Ryu. She blinked and then a flood of memories came back. Ah, where? Hope's head snapped around, only to find that there was no danger at all, or so she thought until she saw a wobbling fairy and nearly jumped to her feet. Calm down, there are no enemies here, Ryu reassured with a chuckle. Ah, Hope blinked again, feeling slightly embarrassed. Then, her face suddenly went ripe red, not just because of her closeness with Ryu right now, but because she noticed that there was a line of drool on her lip. She hurried to wipe it, wanting to find a place to hide. How old was she? How could she still be drooling in her sleep? Ryu laughed with a booming cadence, finding it all hilarious. This was the little woman he remembered, indeed. When she wasn't being all mopey and depressed, she acted more like a little girl than the grown woman she was. What are you laughing about? It's a natural phenomenon, okay. Natural. Ryu's laughter only stopped a while later, only to be replaced by a gentle warmth hidden in his very gaze. Thank you for saving me, Hope. Hope's eyes widened, then she suddenly didn't know where to look. Like a little deer caught in the headlights, her mind spun and steam almost came out of her ears. Her little head was overheating. Ah, this, you don't, she forgot how to speak, her words not coming out with any sort of logic at all. There is something I have to tell you, though. Hope was taken aback, but then she nodded seriously, anything to move on from this embarrassing moment. Still, did he have to cradle her like this? She could move on her own, you know. However, what she didn't expect was for what came next to be even more embarrassing. Ryu explained how she had to feed her his young essence while she was asleep in order to delay until he could save her. Hope's organs practically ran out of blood as it all rushed to the surface of her skin. She was pregnant, maybe. Chapter 1937. Hard time. Hope's mind was a mess, though she didn't know why. She had long been prepared for this inevitability. In fact, she needed it. It was only by having Ryu's child that she would be able to accomplish the things she needed to, but for some reason, when it was actually happening, she found herself unable to control her thoughts and emotions. She began to cry inexplicably, but before Ryu could even comfort her, she began to laugh, then she began to cry again. Ryu's lip twitched. If he didn't know better, he would have thought that this woman had been possessed. Suddenly, she hugged Ryu tightly as though she was trying to fuse them into one. If not for Ryu's breakthrough, she would have crushed him. After all, Hope was an omniscient sky god as well, having finally broken through all those years ago thanks to tying her fate to Ryu's. Clearly, she had either completely forgotten this or hopefully realized he was strong enough now, or Ryu at least hoped the latter was the case. If not, she could have crushed his entire body. He had had enough of women shattering parts of him because they were too strong. One time was already one time too many. Ryu smiled, patting her back. Silly little woman, shouldn't you at least check if you're pregnant or not before crying and laughing like this? Ah, Hope realized that she hadn't even checked first, so she looked inside her body. Then, she all of a sudden deflated. She wasn't pregnant yet. It seemed that the previous injuries to her body were worse than she thought. The way her Yang Essence pill worked was by releasing a male's Yang Essence into her womb over a long period of time. That way, high-level cultivators didn't need to have sex at the perfect time, or have sex for months or years on end, just to conceive a child. Instead, the pill would do all the work. This was probably why the pill she thought would be a big hit was such a big flop. It turned out that cultivators actually quite liked to have sex. But that was only part of it. The real reason was that low-level cultivators didn't have poor enough birth rates to need to rely on such a pill. Having a kid or two every few decades was already more than enough. The existences that really needed this pill were the highest echelons of the world, and there was certainly a market for it. The main issue was just that Hope had been hiding away from exactly those people for much of her life, not wanting to die an early death for the crime of not being of their world. This aside, the main point was that this pill was meant to be used when the woman's body was in an optimal state, but Hope's body had simply not been for a long while. It could be said that while she was unconscious, her body had never been in an optimal state for conception, so barely any of the Yang essence had been used up at all. Suddenly, Hope began to blush again when she felt the pill rotate in her womb for the first time, releasing some of Ryu's essence into her. It seemed that it had finally decided that she was in a good state, so the race toward conceiving started now. A shudder went through Hope as she finally relaxed. This was good, an excellent step. The final barrier holding her down in this world was finally alleviated. Ryu, I think I'm going to break through to godhood. What? Ryu's eyes widened, but he couldn't say much before Hope suddenly kissed him. Her breath smelled like orchards and her lips were impossibly soft. This wasn't the first time Ryu had felt them, but now that she was awake, it was like a completely different experience. Hope suddenly pulled away, a slight blush on her face. Watch me, she said softly. Suddenly, Hope burst into the skies. Ryu was in a bit of a daze. He almost touched his lips with a finger before he caught himself from doing something so embarrassing. He didn't even quite understand why he was in such a daze until Hope had already torn through the barrier of lordship and was rocketing toward sovereignty. I see, for Hope to say that she wanted to become a Tao god now, and kiss him right afterward, it was just in too great a contrast between what he had experienced with Ailsa. One seemed to grow distant from him upon becoming a Tao god, and the other wanted him to witness it to draw them closer. It wasn't fair to Ailsa to even compare these two matters. After all, Ailsa had made it all the way on her own, while Hope, quite literally, could not cultivate if not for Ryu's interference. It made sense for Hope to be far more reliant on Ryu than Ailsa was, but the one thing that Ryu had never truly understood was that emotions were rarely, if ever, so rational. Hope made him feel a childish innocence he hadn't had in a long time, and at the same time, she stroked a piece of him that he could never get rid of, his ego. What kind of man would be unmoved if a soon-to-be Tao goddess wanted to be with you? But it also made Ryu understand that his anger, at least in part, was quite shallow of depth. He was in one part enraged because Ailsa was no longer treating him like she should her husband. But there was an equally large part of him that was infuriated solely because she had bruised his ego, without regard for the reason why. It seemed that he would only allow his wives to be willful insofar as his ego could take the beating. He had allowed Elena to embarrass him in public, May had quite literally tried to kill him in the past, but then, funny enough, he didn't even want Cyril anymore because she looked down on the ego he took so much pride in. Ryu was a hypocrite, but he was also a proud hypocrite. He was aware of the contradiction of some of his actions and thoughts, he just didn't care. But this was the first time he wondered if it was the right way to do things. Boom, 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 Hope's aura soared again and she crossed into sovereignty, continuing to charge ahead faster and faster. The limiting factor of Hope's cultivation had always been the world's rejection of her. Now that there was Ryu's young essence in her, although she wasn't officially pregnant, she now had an anchor in the world. As such, all those years of accumulation burst forth in a single rush. Her Tao broke through continuously and her body became a sieve for the world's power. Ba-boom! The booming cadence of the tribulation lightning layered on top of one another, and in that moment, Hope finally broke through the final barrier, shooting into the Tao God realm. 3 stacks of tribulations appeared high above her head and the first strikes began to rain down. However, from just a glance, Ryu knew what Hope was doing. No matter how much accumulation you had, breaking through 3 such powerful realms when you had been a transcended for so long before, and hardly had any experience in the omniscient realm, was a no-go. This didn't mean that Hope would die, but her foundation would certainly be shaky. If she moved into the sovereign realm, it would still be salvageable, but by jumping to godhood, it was like she was cutting off her future path, unless she refined her path. She was going to become the favor alchemy god. Wouldn't it be inappropriate if she didn't display to the world what exactly that meant? Hope opened her arms wide and a twinkling aura of stars began to form around her. These stars connected into a constellation that formed an enormous cauldron in the skies. This cauldron was simply gorgeous, looking as though it had been carved out of crystal and diamonds of starlight. And Hope was right in the middle of it. When the first tribulations began to descend, horrors of all elements and kinds, they began to pour into the runes of the cauldron, and just like that, Hope began to refine herself into a pill. Ryu watched this in a bit of a daze and with hints of pride flickering in his eyes. He had never before felt his pride hinge on the actions of someone else. His pride in the Tatsuya clan only went insofar as he loved his family members and would uphold their honor, but he never really felt pride for coming from the Tatsuya clan, per se. He always hinged his arrogance and pride on his own abilities, never that of someone else's. But right now, watching Hope, that was exactly what he felt. That feeling only grew when she descended from the skies on a river of stars. her beauty unmatched and untouchable, and it grew feverish when she fell back into his arms. A hint of shy expression was on her face and she seemed to have completely forgotten that wobbling fairy was still there. Her eyes said things that the rest of her body didn't need to. An unknown sensation burst from Ryu's chest and he closed his eyes, wanting to laugh at himself. She wanted to become a Tao god first before truly becoming his wife. She wanted him to take her right here and now, and for some reason, he had a hard time doing so. Chapter 1938. Charm. Ryu reached forward, holding Hope in his arms and gently cupping her cheek. He stared into her eyes with a depth of emotion Hope had simply never seen from him before. She couldn't help but shiver to her core, not understanding where all of this was coming from. However, soon, that depth of emotion became firm and unwavering. Before Ryu could say anything, he looked up, then smiled a bit. "Little wife, I probably won't be able to give you what you want." Hope was in an even deeper daze when she heard these words, completely stuck on the words, "little wife." But then she couldn't help but blush down to her collarbone. That was right, she had forgotten something incredibly important. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. The protective formations around Wobbling Fairy's courtyard shattered apart. It was obvious what was happening. A Tao god had just broken through in the middle of their sect, and she didn't seem to have an aura they recognized at all. How could it not cause a complete uproar? Before, they couldn't interfere because there were too many dangers involved in getting involved in the tribulation of another, whether that was to help or to harm. However, now that the tribulation was over, how could they continue to be so indifferent? Wobbling Fairy was still in a bit of a daze, so she didn't react before there were several powerful auras in the skies, two of which was Tao gods. One of them was, unsurprisingly, Star River. But the second was a Tao god that Ryu had never seen before. She was likewise a beautiful woman, but it was hard to care very much when Hope was in his arms. He hardly gave her a glance. Cultivation was a path of tending toward perfection. It could be said that it was very rare for cultivators to be ugly, at least by mortal standards. Saying that a man was handsome and a woman was beautiful was meaningless at this level. Rather, it was a matter of relativity. Still, it was hard to look at a Tao god and not feel like they were the most gorgeous being you had ever laid eyes on. There was a reason despite having so much love in his heart for his wives, even Ryu had to admit, at the time, that May's master was simply the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, but then he saw Ailsa. And now he held Hope. Of course, May's master was still very much on their level, but Ryu had seen enough now that he could be calm in the face of such beauty, which was also why the two Tao god beauties felt odd as they looked down. Where was the Tao god? There were only 3 people down there. One of Ryu, the other was Wobbling Fairy, and the last, no, that didn't make sense either. How could a Tao goddess possibly be sitting in the lap of someone who wasn't even a Tao lord? Even if it was a Tao sovereign it would be far too ridiculous. "Is there a problem?" Ryu asked with a light smile. This, Star River didn't know what to say. Wasn't the problem obvious? Why did this brat always insist on being such a nuisance? "Say, little wife," Ryu whispered in Hope's ear, causing her to blush even more, "how's your combat strength? Do we need to fight?" Hope suddenly became serious. She had obviously been unconscious all this time, so she had no idea what Ryu's current situation was. Ryu suddenly laughed. "No, we don't need to fight. I only asked because I was curious." Hope didn't even know what to say. Wasn't he a bit too carefree? There were better situations to be so curious in. He had just made the entire situation tense for no reason. Ryu chuckled. He had only spoken like that to put Star River on edge a bit. This Tao goddess was a bit too arrogant, but also a bit naive. It was an interesting combination that made her fun to tease. "There's nothing to be so concerned about. My wife had a breakthrough into the Tao god realm, is there a need for so much commotion?" Star River froze. The beautiful Tao god by her side also froze. The various other sovereigns didn't even know how to react. They felt that they should react the same way, but at the same time they didn't have the right to react at all about the decisions of a Tao god. Wobbling Fairy was the only one among them that did, and her smile was just bitter. She had been here the whole time and she still hadn't quite adjusted. Funny enough, it was still easier for her to accept since she had seen that Hope was only at the omniscient realm before. However, anyone who was able to cross so many realms at once had to have already accumulated the insight and foresight of a Tao god already. It was still hard to believe that a cultivator at Ryu's level could gain the favor of such a woman. "You Star River still didn't know what to say. Ryu had been here for a quarter century already and he seemed incapable of not causing a commotion everywhere he went. But this still felt like too much. Watching this scene, Ryu realized just the kind of pressure it was on a Tao goddess to take on a man the world saw as weaker than herself. If it had been Ailsa, the reaction would be even fiercer than this. After all, Hope was still a lower god, and the vast majority of Tao gods would never take even a half step out of this level. Obviously, Hope wasn't of this kind or else such a triple-stacked tribulation wouldn't have been possible. But, do you see that, Hope? They don't believe I have enough charm. Isn't that a bit sad? Hope sputtered with laughter. This was only because they didn't know what Ryu's current capabilities were. Chapter 1939. Not until 1939. Not until Hope's laughter filled the air with a bell-like chime. It really wasn't fair at all. Hope's views on Ryu were completely different from everyone else's, not just because she had spent so long with him, or because he had saved her, but because from the very beginning, her ruler and Gage were different from everyone else's. When they first met, she asked Ryu to be her husband because she could see through his potential. She needed someone with a strong path of faith to follow because that was the only way to elevate her own from her otherwise grim fate. As such, from the very beginning, it could be said that she already looked at Ryu like he was already a Tao god. Otherwise, she would have never asked him such a thing because it was completely unacceptable to her to be anything less than a Tao god in the future. Without at least that much power, she couldn't even begin to think about revenge for her home. Obviously, then, her views were simply different from everyone else's and it wasn't something that could be helped. An awkward sort of silence hung in the air. Well, it was awkward for others. Ryu didn't actually care very much. It took a while for things to get sorted and for everyone to accept the reality that was before them. It was also tricky for other reasons. The throne of their sect was Ryu, not Hope. And though, technically speaking, Ryu could use his liberties to take resources for himself, that he would inevitably hand over to Hope, that was also technically against the rules and the bounds of karma would stop him from doing so. This was a weird gray zone no one knew how to handle, especially since just allowing a random Tao god to be out and about in the middle of your sect wasn't exactly something that anyone would just allow. They were in fierce discussions on how to deal with this as Ryu directly returned to his own courtyard for the first time in decades, having already allowed Hope to enter his inner world to become acquainted with Eska, Izmina, and Haraka. However, what he didn't expect was that after he finally returned, Ailsa would still be sitting in the same place he left her. Or, rather, her clone was. He frowned, looking at her. But he noticed that there was a bit of an unnatural dullness in her eyes. She lost connection with her clone. There was a tinge of worry that sprouted in Ryu's heart when he realized that. He wasn't sure if she had done it on purpose or not, so he was worried. There was a world where she had done it out of spite and rage, and Ryu wasn't naive to that possibility. However, with how indifferent and lofty Ailsa was being, cutting off such a connection, after working so hard to form it in the first place, was far too immature. It was unlikely she would do such a thing, especially when she could just hide the clone deep within her sect like she had done before. There was no reason for Ryu to have any interaction with it at all if she didn't want it to be so. Ryu stood there for a long while, still trying to understand how he felt, and still feeling dissatisfied with the answer. This was the longest bout of seclusion he had ever been in, and it had tempered his mind a great deal, allowing him to return to a state of at least relative calm. But it didn't seem to be enough to fix all the swirling thoughts in his mind. Plus, he had too much to do. He still had to find May and make sure that she was okay, and there was also Selhira who had been on her own for a long while now. Of course, Ryu could feel their connection even more strongly than in the past. And since he could use third perspective to communicate with Ailsa, who was by far the hardest among them to contact, then one could imagine that it was even easier. For the other two, this was why Ryu had felt so reassured to enter such a long bout of cultivation. He knew that neither May nor Selhira needed his protection, and he also felt that his presence might actually be a hindrance to them. Whether it was Selhira or May, they both had a great battle third. Selhira was a dragon, and May wasn't a true dream wraith to begin with. Their first battle made that clear. This world was maybe what was best for them. Ryu shook his head, stretching out a finger, he pressed it against the clone's forehead. Then, he activated third perspective, using the clone as a conduit. His goal was pretty simple. He would help her establish the connection she needed with her clone again. That would make it clear enough if she had done this on purpose or not. Ryu was far more powerful than he had been in the past, and his eyes had likewise followed suit. Although he had long since unlocked all 999 seals in his eyes, they were still limited a great deal by his cultivation. Now that he had strengthened so much, the cost of doing certain things had likewise plummeted. It had already been easy for him to establish a connection through third perspective, though. So now, it just felt like breathing. As expected, it was only a moment before the connection was formed. When he confirmed that Ailsa had also felt it, he removed his finger. The dullness in her clone's eyes flickered and soon faded away. "Okay, you can go now," Ryu said lightly. Then he turned and walked deeper into his courtyard. Over quarter century, his soul clones had all been working on separate matters. There were a great deal of techniques, ideas, and thoughts that he had to consolidate before he went out on a rampage. That shouldn't take him more than a few hours, honestly. After that, he would figure out his next steps. Ailsa's clone watched Ryu's back recede, a bit of a tremble in its pupils. She was Ryu's life partner, she knew him too well. He didn't even want to look at her if he didn't have to, not until he was stronger than she was. Chapter 1940. Within Ailsa opened her mouth to say something several times, but before she could even decide what she would say, she sensed the familiar aura of Ryu sinking into a state of meditation. His face was peaceful and focused, unmoved by all things. It seemed that his Tao heart had reached a state of peace, or maybe it was that he had managed to temper any waves that were hidden within. Calm, unaffected, unmoved. It was like he had an inability to sense that she was still there at all. There were some things in life that simply couldn't be taken back easily. It was likely that even if she went to an extreme, it would be hard to change Ryu's mind. She had thought about it, considered what she might do to change things. But she also realized after having decades to calm down that it was all meaningless. The reason words couldn't be taken back so easily was because having said them already, it meant you had the capacity, the thought, and the feeling to back them. Saying things out of rage, helplessness, or any other excuse of an emotion could only go so far. Saying that you didn't mean them afterward, or that you were muddle-headed, wouldn't erase what had happened. This was doubly so for cultivators who had a speed of thought that completely overshadowed their usual talking speed. In the time a cultivator could speak out a single sentence, they could analyze it from thousands of angles all at the same time. The only way to take something like that back was to go to an extreme. Ailsa had thought of many ways, most of which boiled down to announcing that Ryu was her husband. Unfortunately, she knew Ryu too well. If she actually did such a thing, he might truly never speak with her again. Setting aside the fact that it would seem like she was pitying him, there was a deeper reason. It would be like she was doing what she had done before. There was no doubt that revealing Ryu to be her husband would harm her. Hope's fate was tied to Ryu's own, but Ailsa, though his life partner, had her own fate to manage. Going off on her own and doing such a thing would be harming herself for the sake of elevating Ryu, and by extension it was no different from her saying that she was save Little Gem and Nemesis on her own, worse than even apologizing to her husband. Ryu had made himself clear through his reaction. Ailsa's pity infuriated him, her unilateral decision-making as though she was the only one capable of holding burdens anymore was even more infuriating. Taking such a step wouldn't fix anything. If anything, it would only make things worse and Ryu might truly choose to take the most vicious step possible. Then there was the first point, pity. If she did it, she wouldn't be doing it because her mind had truly been changed. She would be doing it because of her own guilt, because she had harmed her husband with her words, because she felt bad for him. Would her own arrogance have changed? Would her own thoughts, deep down in the depths of her soul, have changed? She knew the answer to that was no. She would be acting because the heavens decided that they were life partners, because in the past they had had an excellent relationship, one they had curated through seas of hardship, not because of anything she could feel right now. The more she looked at Ryu's meditating figure, the steadier her shaken heart became. "I'm not so easy to surpass," she said softly. Ryu reacted as though he hadn't heard a single thing, but it was the very kind of reply that Ailsa expected. Ryu wasn't a man who liked to speak. In his first life, he had learned to sharpen his tongue because it was the only weapon he had. But he never preferred such an approach. When his second life started, and he finally had the power to cultivate, he never spoke when he could use his fists. He had already lost count of the number of people he had killed just for saying things that were of the slightest annoyance to him. If there was one part of him, a foundational part of him, that he could pin down and say, this is the real Ryu, then it was this. It wasn't his arrogance or confidence, not his hypocrisy or careless disregard for moral standards outside of his own. It wasn't even the willingness to swim through fire and run through needles to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. It was that he would prefer to let his actions speak louder than his words. He had already said everything he needed to, and he didn't have any intention of saying anything more. No matter how sure she was, Ailsa's pupils still couldn't help but tremble when she saw Ryu's reaction. His state of mind didn't waver, as though she was a mountain to climb rather than his wife. And maybe that was her fault from the very beginning. But what was done was done. Her clone stood slowly and then vanished. Ryu didn't lose his focus a single time, the cadence of his breathing remaining even. He had already been focused on consolidating his understanding. The hours ticked by and everything was perfectly arranged in his mind. Now, he had already turned his attention toward how to raise his Qi realm to the omniscient realm as quickly as possible. He needed to break through his Dao comprehension first, and for that he needed more experience and understanding. The reason he had managed to raise his Dao so fast was because of all the accumulated knowledge in Ailsa's library. But making it further, especially while maintaining this current level of his Dao, would be extremely difficult. The best way was to gather Holy World, use his realm heart to perfect them, and then incorporate those insights into himself. The same day he succeeded in completing his body realm cultivation method was the same day he would enter the omniscient sky god realm. Within 10 years, Ryu thought to himself. Chapter 1941, 127. Ryu awoke, his eyes flashing like lightning. His clones had certainly made a ridiculous amount of progress in these 26 years. The depth of the techniques from his Dao heart were astonishing. It sounded a bit ridiculous to be so shocked by something he had accomplished. But Ryu had completely cut himself off from that side while he focused on cultivating his body realm. It wasn't just a matter of the power of the techniques, but their streamlining. Ryu had always been able to create powerful techniques in the past, but the issue was that they impacted himself too strongly. He seemed to almost kill himself every time he used one of these skills. This time, his Dao heart, while in a restrained relationship with his perfect black body, didn't just create more and more techniques, there was some true depth to them. His Dao heart created the technique ideas while his perfect black body added some true depth to them. In this time, his Dao heart had created 127 techniques. Of them, over 100 were stronger than heavenly Dao tree in a god's brush, and over 100 of them would directly kill him if he used them in any capacity right now. It was almost amusing how much his Dao heart wanted him to fly headfirst into death. However, his perfect blackbody soul was able to perfectly find a balance in 6 of them. Not only did those techniques have the same strength, but he could now use them without actually dying. His personal favorite was an improvement on domain, the technique of Hope's race. It took the techniques of the radiant and fading star sects and molded them into a completely new form. Ryu looked down at his hand, sparkling starlight dancing on his palm. It seems I need to go into seclusion more often, Ryu thought to himself. He called the technique Tatsuya Constellation. It formed a new constellation, using his fate star as the core to create a new movement technique. Rather than having to deduce the star chart of every new location he entered, Ryu would become the center of his own star chart. But this technique wasn't just an extension of the movement art, nor did it just guide his power and skill either. It could bend and warp reality, allowing him to exhibit a type of Lord control even without using his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. Right now, Ryu had run into a bit of a bottleneck. His internal matrix had once allowed him to have a 3-grade Dao advantage over his cultivation realm. Essentially, as a true sky god, he had a Dao no weaker than a quasi-omniscient Dao. It wasn't exactly like that, as there was still some difference between a real omniscient Dao and his own, but this closed the gap enough that he could truly fight against existences on that level. Unfortunately, it seemed that the gap between the omniscient realm and the Lord realm was truly massive. Even with his internal matrix and all his improvements, right now he had what he would consider a half-step Lord Dao. This was different from a quasi-Lord Dao, as it wasn't capable of imitating a true Lord Dao at all. By extension, his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation didn't allow him to use true Lord control either. However, when this Dao manipulation technique was matched with his Dao, he could transcended with Lord control. It was truly something that could overturn the world. Whether it was Lord, Sovereign or God control, they represented aspects of imposing will onto the world and forcing reality to bend to one's will. It was the reason why the Dragon Emperor could launch a breath of fire and not tear apart space despite his strength. With Lord Control, the simplest application was forcing reality to remain intact and bear the full brunt of his power. Sky gods as low as transcendeds were capable of tearing into the void, but what no one spoke about enough was just how much of your strength dispersed when this happened. With Lord Control, to an extent, it was possible to force reality to bear your strength, thus increasing your strength exponentially. However, truthfully speaking, this was only the simplest explanation of Tatsuya Constellation. Its other abilities were things that Ryu was already quite excited to use in battle. It seems I'll have to reforge my great sword staffs, again. The reason Ryu had this thought was because the next 3 techniques were all related to his weapons techniques. The trouble was that they were so powerful that the only way his perfect black body could find to allow him to use it now was by offsetting some of that burden. Ryu didn't really like the idea of relying on external items, but in the end, he didn't mind it too much. I guess I know the next false shrine I'm targeting, Ryu thought to himself. He could already forge the one false shrine into one of his great sword staffs, but he would need a darkness false shrine in order to forge the other. He still needed to destroy 2 more of these false shrines within the next 70 years or so it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The final 2 techniques didn't require such external items. One layered on top of Tatsuya Constellation and Lines of Fate, forming a complete domain of spacetime. The second was the reason he had ignored his bloodlines during his body realm cultivation, or rather, it could be said that he had been thinking about his bloodlines the entire time. His spirit bodies, his bloodlines, his body realm cultivation skills, his scaled and winged forms, his bloodline birthed phenomena, there was too much, honestly. Trying to get his full potential out of all of them was next to impossible. This time, his Tao heart had come up with an ingenious method, one that relied on a skill of his heavenly pupils he had always kept perpetually active ever since it mutated into existence. Ephemeral Tapestry. Chapter 1942. Ephemeral Tapestry. Ephemeral Tapestry wasn't a technique, it was a mutation of Ryu's mysteries of heaven and earth pupils that he had unlocked while cultivating a heaven-grade technique. Of course, the heaven-grade technique was utterly useless now. It was impressive back then, but it couldn't hold any weight. In addition, it was just the trigger of the mutation, not the foundation of it. If Ryu was correct, he was fairly certain that this mutation wasn't really a result of the heaven-grade technique itself, but rather his bone structure. Or, rather, his former bone structure. Ephemeral Tapestry painted the world in vivid color before Ryu's eyes. With it, she was no longer some invisible entity he had to rely on his soul to sense, but was rather real and tangible. This mutation allowed him to do 2 things. The first was that it allowed him to wield atmospheric chi even before stepping into the immortal ring realm and forming his immortal rings, and second, it sharpened his control of chi. This was only natural. While others could only rely on the vague sense of the chi around them, Ryu could quite literally see the movement of the chi in the air. The best comparison was like a mortal being able to see the air they breathed. But unlike a mortal who wouldn't be able to do a thing even if they could see the air, Ryu had an additional layer of control as a precise result of this. Ryu's chi control had always been excellent, but after unlocking Ephemeral Tapestry, he had stepped into another level entirely. He often didn't need much effort at all to master techniques and exhibit high levels of control. If Ryu had to make a guess, he believed that the mutation truly rooted itself from his former ice jade crystal body. Friend of nature and cultivation speed were 2 of the 4 main pillars of the ice jade crystal body. One made him more in tune with the world and made beasts more likely to follow him, while the latter allowed him to absorb chi even through his very skin itself. When these 2 came together with his other talents, it wasn't too hard to imagine how Ephemeral Tapestry might have been able to come about. The question, then, was how this was related to his current techniques and what he meant to do with it. For much of his cultivation journey, Ryu's bloodlines had been a hindrance. Well, that wasn't exactly true. At the very start, he had thought they were his greatest asset. That said, later on, he realized just how much they were hindering him. Back then, he had been a poor man, in a figurative sense, unable to cultivate on the one hand, and born to a small world on the other. He didn't have the proper measuring stick to realize just how poor his bloodlines were. Now, though, he had taken several steps that allowed them to exhibit more of their power. Not only did he strengthen them, but with the help of his inner world, he even separated them from the normal bounds of their fate. After coming to this world, Ryu had come to realize how great of a move this was. If not for it, every time he stepped into a stronger world, he would need to recultivate his bloodlines and increase their strength again to the new standard of the world. But this time, he didn't have to do such a thing because he could force his bloodlines to act to the tune of his own making. That said, this wasn't without its drawbacks. Part of what made bloodlines so powerful were those restrictions. How could Dragon Claw be powerful if the fire dragons didn't represent an arrogant disregard for the heavens? How could his lightning god talent be powerful if the lightning Qilin didn't represent judgment of the heavens? How could his rebirth flame embody reincarnation if that was no longer what phoenixes represented? What about his ice flame? His dark flame? Just having a powerful body wasn't enough. These were the foundational strengths of these bloodlines, and ignoring them was like picking up a mountain just to drop it onto his own feet. It felt impossible to come up with a solution to this. On the one hand, rooting his bloodlines in his own inner world gave him a great deal of flexibility, but on the other, it restricted his bloodlines in other ways, making it difficult for him to rely on the foundation that his ancestors had laid out for him. There were too many worries, until Ryu realized something. A balance. He had been so eager to run away from the restrictions of the heavens that he had forgotten one of the most valuable lessons he had learned on his cultivation journey. The heavens weren't his enemy. In some cases, they were actually the best of friends. When the shroud of his first life's hatred was shed, and he realized just how lucky he was in this life to have so much of what he did, he also realized that there were times when the heavens could be relied upon. Without the heavens, his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation would still be in the cosmic seed realm. Without the heavens, his greatest strength, his heavenly pupils, would be nothing more than a burden. Without the heavens, he wouldn't even have any of the talents that he did right now. Maybe in the future there would come a time where he could truly separate entirely, but now wasn't that time, nor was there necessarily a need for the Phoenix Sky God to be trying so hard, to have offended so many people and worlds. It could only be said that even they were still restricted in some way by the heavens. If even someone so powerful was still under the umbrella of the heavens, who was he to ignore it completely just yet? And that was when he realized exactly what his body needed. Chapter 1943, Doubt Ephemeral Tapestry. Beyond Perfect Body. Ryu's body shook slightly and blinding light began to swarm beneath his skin. His veins gave off a bright rainbow-like color that was quickly overwhelmed by gold, black, and an icy blue. These colors came together in a beautiful array, forming a map of complex runes and tattoos across Ryu's body before it suddenly solidified. At that moment, there was a resonance between Ryu and the world around him. When he suddenly opened his eyes, there was a bright flash, and deep within them, it was possible to see the roaring forms of his bloodline-birthed phenomena, as though they were souls trapped within his inner world. Though trapped as they were, they didn't seem to be fighting it. Instead, they were displaying their majesty, their shadows growing in size and then fusing into Ryu's body. Scales danced into being across Ryu's body, his claws growing from his hands and a trembling power exuding from his frame. Ryu had simply never felt such strength in his life. He felt so powerful that collapsing mountains would be a matter of a single finger, so powerful that a single stomp to the earth would make even the skies above quake. His hair danced with an icy blue color, pervaded by strands of gold and dense blackness. Flames of various colors danced around his wrists and ankles, flashes of lightning pulsing in his eyes. With every beat of his heart, his veins bulged and his muscles squirmed as though they were going to burst out from his skin. Right now, he didn't quite look like a humanoid dragon. In fact, he looked far more human than anything else. Even the scales on his body were both sparse and illusory, almost as though he was wearing chi armor rather than his own skin. Strong, Ryu thought to himself. His heartbeat was steady as he allowed it to slowly fade away, his eyes flickering with hints of excitement that he quickly suppressed. This was only the first stage of this technique. It wouldn't be complete until he had absorbed all the other holy worlds he needed. But even so, the power was shocking to an extreme. Beyond Perfect Body worked by using ephemeral tapestry to commune with the world, forming a connection between it and his inner world almost similar to how he might sometimes project his inner world into the outside world. However, in the latter case, he was circumventing and oppressing the outer world. But in this case, he was forming a bridge between the two. Using his perfect comprehension of the elements, he was essentially using it as a cheat to commune with the truest fate of the bloodlines within his body. This way, he wouldn't be restricted by his own limitations, because he would be relying on the heavens to withstand it all for him. Essentially, the more powerful the world he was in, technically speaking, the more powerful his body would be. Just like how third perspective worked best when he was trying to communicate with someone he had a strong fate link with, he was essentially using his holy worlds as a shortcut to commune with the heavens. Because the fate was so strong between them, almost all of the pressure had vanished. The only trouble was that Ryu only had a strong comprehension of light, dark, and ice right now, and those were either secondary affinities to his bloodlines or only good enough for a few of them. Because of this, despite how powerful he had felt just now, he knew that he actually had an impossibly large amount of room for growth so long as he could claim the holy worlds he needed. By that point, let alone being invincible beneath the Lord Realm, he just might start slaughtering them like lambs as well. All of that just left the final technique, the very one that he planned to layer on top of Tatsuya Constellation. Ryu's gaze flickered and he slowly stood to his feet. First, he needed a target. Since he was lacking in a darkness shrine to forge his other greatsword staff, he would do that first. Star River's lip twitched as she looked at Ryu. First, she was a Tao god. Not just anyone could come and see her when they pleased. But not only had Ryu come, he strolled into her territory and right into her courtyard. No one could even stop him because technically speaking, a throne did have access to the entirety of a sector clan. These were privileges that Ryu had earned through his own combat strength. Second, was he asking her to break rules to give him what he wanted? Ryu had come here and essentially asked her to give him access to a holy world she had no jurisdiction over whatsoever. Technically speaking, since this was a sect headed by a peak Tao god, there was nothing anyone could do to stop her. They might even assume that it was Ailsa's direct order. But Star River looked toward a beauty that had been sitting across from her. This was none other than the second Tao goddess Ryu had seen on the day of Hope's breakthrough. She seemed to be much more serious than Star River, and from what Ryu had heard, she was known as Plucking Stars. That was quite a domineering sky god name, probably one of the most domineering Ryu had ever heard. Just from the title alone, he could tell that she was actually much more powerful than Star River. However, despite Ryu's demands, she actually didn't say anything at all, just staring into space silently as though this matter had nothing to do with her at all. The situation is not good right now. Stirring trouble like this will just make things go from bad to worse. I highly doubt that, Ryu said casually. He was just one person. Sending you in isn't the problem. Star River almost hissed in exasperation. But if you actually clear the holy world again, everything will erupt. Chapter 1944. Kicked out. Ryu raised an eyebrow. I can only let you in if you promise not to conquer the holy world. Ryu would have yawned if he had it in him. Unfortunately, he was feeling particularly good right now, and he was neither a person who would fake his reactions nor mince his words. That's exactly what I plan to do. Plucking Star's expression flickered for the first time, and Star River looked like she was going to lose her mind. But before she could speak, Ryu spoke first. Are you a Tao god or not? The playfulness in Ryu's expression changed, replaced by an almost cold indifference. Right now, he didn't have the patience to waste here while these people were dragging their feet. What's that supposed to mean? Star River almost snapped, but seemingly feeling the implication of Ryu's words, she still managed to control herself. I've read the records on your war in the library. The death of our own Tao gods is the first in millennia, and you've yet to get any sort of revenge. If not for me, the plan of the fiends would have succeeded, and you all would have lost on two fronts. Yet, instead of focusing on getting those losses back, you're sitting here and speaking to me about not rocking the boat. Do you not find it pathetic? Ryu was about to speak again, but he stopped himself. He was about to say something about what he would do if he was a Tao god, but the words would have sounded weak. He realized that he had lost control of his emotions again, but he meant every single word nonetheless. Who do you think you're speaking to like that? Star River's temper flared, and she finally showed some of the edge of a Tao god. You're asking me for help, and yet instead of showing the posture of someone who needs something, you're actually being so arrogant. To Star River's surprise, Ryu didn't react to this at all. She would have thought that he was ignoring her or didn't hear her at all if it wasn't for the fact she was staring her dead in the eye. For some reason, Star River found herself getting very uncomfortable with the silence, the gentle sway of her and Plucking Star's tea being the only sound in the room. Is that what you think? Ryu finally spoke. He nodded once and then turned around to leave. Star River's eyes opened wide. This was the last sort of response she expected. She thought about going after Ryu, but then she snorted. She was a Tao god. Why would she go after a little transcended throwing a tantrum? However, minutes later, she furiously rose to her seat, the tea table almost flying into the distance. If not for plucking Star calmly using her chi to stabilize it, it would have already shattered to pieces. Star River vanished in the next instant and plucking Star slowly put her teacup down, looking up with a curious light in her eye. Ryu struck out with a palm and a disciple fell from the skies in heaps of blood. He coughed up mouthful after mouthful of the precious liquid, hacking and wheezing as though every bone in his body had been shattered apart. The disciple, though, couldn't seem to feel the pain. Or rather, it was overwhelmed by despair instead. He clenched his chest, feeling as though he had lost a part of himself. Next, Ryu said coldly, "You bastard!" Sagar roared out from a distance, zooming over with a shocking speed. His omniscient sky god aura blazed with light, and he cut toward Ryu with everything he could muster. He had wanted to kick Ryu down a peg for a long while now, but after the throne challenge, especially after seeing Ryu's strength, he simply couldn't find an opportunity to do so. Now seeing all the disciples laying in a mangled heap, his fury rose to his head. A golden halberd appeared in his hands and all the metallic energy of the world seemed to sing. Golden tattoos stretched across his brown skin and it made him look like a true deity. However, Ryu just stood there, standing in the skies as though it was flat ground. His robes hardly rustled, his feet remaining firmly planted. Sagar roared, slashing down with his full might. Ryu reached out a hand as though he was about to greet a friend with a handshake rather than entering battle. Boom! Ryu's hand and the halberd's blade met. A resounding clash echoed into the distance and strong winds cut into the ground. Soon, the sound of metal grating against metal echoed, but Sagar couldn't move forward even a single inch. Light gathered on Ryu's fingertips and rainbow light surged within his veins. He squeezed down. Crack! The blade fragmented and then shattered completely, the pieces that fell into Ryu's palm being ground to dust. Ryu's eyes flashed and the world turned a blinding white. He took a single step forward and pressed down a palm to Sagar's chest. Boom! Sagar was known for his metal control. His body was far stronger than most other fairies. In fact, it was stronger than even most beasts and fiends. Every disciple of the rebirthing cultist sect, while they might not be the highest echelon of genius, was still a genius among geniuses. They were just slightly lacking in comparison to the absolute best of the Fae because they were technically an inferior race by comparison. However, Ryu, despite being a cultivation realm beneath him, gave him the most casual loss of his lifetime, treating his absolute defenses as though they were nothing more than paper. Sagar's chest exploded in a rain of sharp skin, golden blood, and dense globules of blood. He plummeted from the skies in a meteoric heap and then he sensed the same thing all the others had, an emptiness. He had been kicked out of the sect. How? Chapter 1945. Disrespect. Next. Stop. Star River's roar came from the distance. She was so fast that the moment she appeared in everyone's vision, she seemed to have already arrived, her silver long gown fluttering into the wind. Ryu gave her a glance and then continued to speak indifferently. Next. I said stop. What are you doing? Challenging your disciples, Ryu replied plainly. That's well within my right. So long as any one of them defeats me, they become the new throne, isn't that it? I want to avoid the hassle so I came here to defeat all of them first. This was, indeed, the case, though it was a very rare application of the throne rules, and that was mostly because Ryu had explained it all too simply. Technically speaking, because it was his third throne, it was much easier to take the throne away from Ryu. After all, he had to face transcendence during his challenge despite having only been a true sky god at the time. That meant that now that he was a transcended, although Lord still wouldn't be able to challenge him, omniscience certainly could. The problem with all of this was that while it was technically true, there were restrictions. After all, the heavens wouldn't allow a sect to force a throne into a battle of fatigue. That meant that after a certain point, thrones had the right to reject. When would a throne ever be the one to take the initiative? Clearly, Ryu was just stirring up trouble on purpose, and if that was all, that would be fine. After all, he hadn't actually killed anyone yet. But he was doing something far worse than that. That's not all you're doing. Star River replied, infuriated. The clouds changed color and the weather seemed to reply to her fury, ready to strike down Ryu at any time. Somehow, he was cutting off their fate to the sect as though they had been expelled. Usually, this was only possible when done by a high enough ranked elder, and it couldn't be reversed without an equally highly ranked elder also taking action. The problem was that Ryu was a throne. There was no one that superseded his authority in regard to the sect's fate. Somehow, he had found a loophole in these rules and was cutting down their disciples one after another. This didn't seem like a big deal, except it was. Fate was impossibly important to a sect, and it couldn't be explained simply just how important it was. To lose all of their lifeblood like this would cripple their faith well. If Ryu continued, even if all their elders remained intact, in just a matter of a generation or two, their sect would be completely finished. So, isn't it more convenient for me if they don't even have the right to challenge me at all? What did I say that was a lie? Star River's eyes practically bulged out of their sockets. You are a descendant of the goddess. How can you do this? Star River's words were like a bomb going off in the sect. By this point, practically the entire sect had been alerted. They weren't a very large sect to begin with, which was part of why Ryu's current actions were so terrible for them all. A descendant? Ryu asked calmly, looking into the distance as though he was lost in his own thoughts. I don't know what you're talking about. The Tatsuya name is mine, was always mine, will always be mine. When it rings through existence, echoing over all heavens to hear it, it will be because of my path of cultivation. Ryu's words echoed, but he didn't seem to be speaking to anyone in particular. He had said these words for no one other than himself, and yet they were words that made Star River pale down to her collarbone. She wanted to hurry and shut Ryu up, but it was already too late. Disrespecting a peak Dao god like that could end your life instantly. Just stop, Star River finally said, her eyes darting around. This isn't appropriate. If you continue, I'll have to. You'll have to what? Ryu finally looked at her once again. Star River froze. If she said stop him, it would impact her. If the backlash was bold enough, she might never progress in her cultivation again. It was only now she seemed to remember what it was Ryu had said before he left her courtyard. Is that what you think? Do you finally get it? Ryu asked. As a throne, the amount of resources I can ask from your sect is nigh endless. Those resources include and extend to what you may have deemed to be functionally out of your jurisdiction or control. I asked you not because I needed to beg you for anything. The same way I can peruse your libraries at my leisure, take your techniques as I please, plunder your resources with a thought or a breath, I can force your hand to do almost anything for me. If you ever say that I, Ryu Tatsuya, have to beg for anything again, I promise you it won't end like this the next time. I will raze this sect to the ground before I allow you or anyone else to disrespect me again. Dao God or not, by the end of his words, Ryu was exuding such a biting, chilling cold that the temperature over the entire sect plummeted, penetrating through the protective formations and pervading the very laws themselves. After saying this, Ryu vanished. I will give you 3 days. Otherwise, my challenges will continue. Star River stood in the skies in a daze. Her pupils trembled fiercely, and if not for being aware of her status, she would feel tears brimming in her eyes. She had lived such a long life, but she had always been sheltered and cared for. Never had she suffered such a grievance in her life. How could a man be so callous and cold? Didn't he realize that she was trying to protect him? Chapter 1946. Cleared little silk cut across the skies, leaving trails of fluttering crystals in her wake. In these years, the always sleeping butterfly had obviously finished her evolution into sovereign beastdom. It was quite funny in Ryu's opinion. This little guy got a boon from his mother and had been on a rapid pace of evolution for as long as Ryu had known her. But she spent most of that time asleep in her little cocoon, not helping much at all. Ryu had a feeling that that would change after she truly became a god beast. Only then would things truly change. Little Silk was just a small creature without a significant bloodline. In a lot of ways, she was quite like the beasts of this world, forging her own path forward. She had managed to reach the 11th order on the shrine plane all on her own despite not having a significant background. After a boost from his mother, something that Ryu still hadn't quite studied all that closely, she managed to take her billions of years of experience and condense it, using it to break through barrier after barrier. While it seemed like this little guy was just freeloading most of the time, at the very least, while she was awake, she was quite useful. By now, it had already been a couple decades since she last woke up and Ryu couldn't help but wonder when she would enter her last stage of evolution. And at the same time, he couldn't help but think about Nemesis, Little Gem, and Little Rock. It had been so long since he had seen any of them. He wondered if they met again today if their relationship would still be so close. He hadn't ever been worried about such a thing before, but if that could happen even with his own wife, what of a few beast companions had known for a fraction of the time they've been alive? Nemesis was stuck with that disgusting example of a man. Little Gem was apparently taken away by a Griffin clan in this region of existence, and as for Little Rock, he honestly didn't know. Ailsa had never mentioned Little Rock. For all he knew, Little Rock was either dead, or maybe had ended up wherever Yana was. Ryu hoped that Yana had such a companion by her side. The fact that Ailsa had never mentioned Yana once made him realize that they were certainly not together, and if there was one person he wasn't worried about turning their backs on him, it was Yana. Yana and Ailsa were simply different people. At the same time, he had spent far more time with Yana. She had watched him grow up, and those memories from her first life should have long since come back. In fact, they had grown up together across not one lifetime, but two, first as Nuri, and then as Yana. For the first time in a long while, Ryu smiled, genuinely. He didn't find himself having to fake it as he thought of that adorable little half-fakrik who would get embarrassed about the slightest thing. He should have been able to use his third perspective to find her. At the very least, he had tried, and tried, and tried. But he couldn't even form the connection. All he had managed to do was confirm that she was alive. As for where she was, he couldn't even pinpoint a direction. He was still too weak. Ryu looked into the skies in a bit of a daze. He needed to be faster. And anyone who stood in his way would feel his wrath. Shoo! Little Silk cut through the air and suddenly appeared high above what looked like an encampment. However, this encampment, as always, was split into two fields, one manned by the fiends and the other by the Fae. The holy world was one with an omniscient grade and it had a fire and wind affinity. Ryu landed on the ground, a chilling wind spreading out in all directions. The heat was a bother to Little Silk, so she didn't bother to hide her aura, masking herself in cold to avoid the discomfort. A member of the Sun Clan phase suddenly appeared before Ryu and his companion, a sovereign with a powerful momentum. Compared to the other sovereigns that Ryu had met in this world, he was very clearly on an entirely different level. It went to show that while battling across levels wasn't a problem in this world, it was also a matter of who you were coming across. Because this world only had a single plane, all those of great, mediocre, and poor talent were gathered on the same place and co-mingled far easier than they would in Sacrum or in the true martial world. As such, battling across levels was much more common in this place. It would only be impressive if your opponent was an acknowledged genius. Even so, Ryu hardly acknowledged the man. He gave him a nod and then took out an order. The expression of the Fey man somewhat changed when he read this, then became a bit ugly. He was about to open his mouth to say something that would delay Ryu while he went to report this, however it was already too late. Ryu had, at some unknown point, vanished from Little Silk's back. And because he was masked by her sovereign aura, even if the Fey man had sensed him, it would have changed a single thing. It could be said that the only reason the man was respectful in the first place instead of shooting Ryu from the skies was because of the power of this beast. And now, Ryu entered the world of fire and wind, scanning the region with a light of indifference in his eyes. Let's end this quickly. Ryu began a blazing trail through the world, erupting across settlement after settlement and destroying everything he came across. Not a single fiend survived, and those Fae that stood in his way were crushed just as unreservedly. It was not even more than a few hours before he found himself at the final city, standing high in the skies with hardly a bead of sweat on his face. He hadn't relied on anything other than his powerful body the entire time, knowing that he still wasn't in a position to use his chaos chi out in the open. Unfortunately, Haraka had lagged too far beyond him, and while her depth had been well excavated by now, and she had entered the perfect sky god realm, she was still a bit away from the transcended realm and as such couldn't be the cover Ryu needed to use his chaos chi. This seemed odd, honestly. Haraka was a genius in her own right and 26 years should have been more than enough to make it to the omniscient realm. After all, not everyone had a founding Dao like Ryu did. And that was part of the problem. Ryu was trying to pull out far more of her potential. As far as he was concerned, her former Dao was too weak. If she wanted to stay by his side, whether it was her or Empana, they both needed far more. The fact that she had even progressed from the true Sky God realm to the perfect Sky God realm only meant one thing. She had reached the depth Ryu needed her to. As for her next breakthroughs, that would be up to her. Once Ryu was finished here, it would concoct some pills precisely for her. But for now, a young fiend blazing in flames and another wreathed in a volatile hurricane suddenly appeared in the skies. Ryu had almost carelessly learned about them on his way here. They were geniuses that were known as sub-heavens, existences that had a chance to enter the heaven rankings once they reached the pinnacle of the omniscient realm, but hadn't just yet. That said, the heaven ranking was a ranking that incorporated the perfect, transcended and omniscient realms. So in Ryu's opinion, any genius not worthy of making it on while they were still in the perfect realm was an ant in his eyes. A sub-heaven after already entering the omniscient realm, that was all the more pathetic. Ryu took a step forward and his palm almost pattered the air. It was a light tap, but the fact there was a sound at all made the expressions of the two fiends change. How could he make such a light gesture cause any sound to echo at all? Bang! It was already too late to react by the time they had these thoughts. A palm suddenly grew and a violent vital chi filled the skies as it was suddenly transported across space and seemingly even time. The winds and the bounds of reality fought back against this palm fiercely, outlining its once invisible edges in a stormy force. And then both fiends were pressed into the city beneath them. A pillar of light broke through the skies beneath disbelieving eyes. Holy world of wind and fire. Cleared. Chapter 1947. This time, Ryu was immersed in a blazing aura that spiraled into the skies. His realm heart had already acted, taking this world and pushing it toward absolute perfection. Let alone being of the omniscient grade, only a rare few god-grade holy worlds could match up to it. However, even as he was immersed in this aura, Ryu didn't seem to care about it much at all. In fact, he was still focused on the holy worlds he needed. Lightning, earth, space, time, these were what he needed, but Ryu wasn't sure if he could even find a holy world of space and time. After strong-arming Star River into not wasting his time anymore, he managed to find out the location of everything he needed, and he also got the order from above to enter them all. Unfortunately, there were none of space and time. Ryu had been hoping to knock everything out in one go, but it seemed that he wasn't so lucky. Still, he wasn't quite convinced. It had to be remembered that technically speaking, space and time weren't the rarest elements, but rather the most common. They were the only elements that one could learn to control so long as their cultivation was high enough. There was no other element quite like that. The reason Ryu's spacetime soul nature was so amazing, though, was that even if you learned to control the two, you could easily be overwhelmed by someone with higher affinity. When Ryu had this moment of enlightenment, he realized that he was using his spacetime soul nature incorrectly. Rather than trying to use space and time like everyone else, he needed to take advantage of his soul nature to add complexities that the superficial control of others couldn't match. When he had this breakthrough, the effectiveness of his spacetime soul nature in battle skyrocketed, and he had even been able to fool the eyes of lords who, presumably, already had great control of space. This was all to say that there should be no reason for this world to not have spacetime worlds. If anything, they should be the most common. So why did they believe that there weren't any? If Ryu was correct, this was a matter not of them not existing, but rather them not being able to find it. If he treated the spacetime holy worlds of this world the same way his own soul nature could be compared to the natural progression of spacetime control amongst cultivators, then it made some sense. It should be a combination of the worlds appearing easily, and yet not being able to be found by those with weaker spacetime affinity. If Ryu was correct, he would have to rely on himself to find these worlds and clear them. Depending on how things went, that could either make things far easier, or far more difficult. Regardless, he would clear the lightning and earth holy worlds first. Only then would he go and find this potentially hidden spacetime world. But first, boom, 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 Ryu's aura began to change. Translucent scales rushed down his skin, flames and winds spiraling through his veins. Ryu, who was already mind-numbingly powerful in body, suddenly had a qualitative change in his aura once again. His body's foundation was being excavated with every passing moment, the insights he gained from the holy world flooding into his body. He forgot about everything else, diligently cultivating as though there was no one who would try to kill him. Why would he be worried at all? Even if there wasn't, little Silk, didn't he have a Tao god for a little wife? Boom, 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 the echo of Ryu's heartbeat shattered the space around him. The sound of his blood rushing through his veins reminded them of geysers, the creaking of his bones and snapping of his tendons booming like thunder. 3 days later, Ryu's eyes slowly opened, wild cracks in space flashing like lightning around him. He flexed his muscles once and a booming cadence came from him once again. Many in the surroundings were shaken. Was this the kind of body a transcended could have? Even if most had already seen through the fact he had an omniscient realm body, it still felt far too powerful. Even God Ling Tian didn't have such a powerful body when he was in the omniscient realm, right? Ryu's gaze cleared and he looked over to find that hope had, indeed, had to appear. But after she had, the fiends had long since scattered and there was no one left to threaten him. At this point, the Fae didn't dare to do anything, not when Ailsa's decree had already come down. But the shock in their hearts was immense. This was the third. In the last hundreds of years, there were probably a dozen total holy worlds that had been cleared. But now, Ryu had cleared 3 in just a quarter century. What they didn't know was that it was just the beginning. He took Hope's hand and then stepped onto Little Silk's back before vanishing. The news seemed to come in waves. It wasn't just a matter of clearing holy worlds, but it was the implication. Could one person even have so many affinities? Didn't you need to match the holy world to have a chance of clearing it? So why didn't Ryu follow these words? But that was still only the beginning. That was because with every world Ryu stepped into, he would ultimately run into geniuses. And every time, there would only be a single outcome, death. The fire-wind holy world was relatively simpler. This was because fire, wind, earth, and water were the most common of the holy worlds. As a result, most geniuses would choose to go to a dedicated world. A dual world might be a great boon for Ryu, but to fiends who were practically cursed if they were born with more than one affinity, and for fairies and fae who usually had one dominant attribute as well, it was nothing more than a hindrance. As such, the concentration of geniuses in the fire-wind holy world was relatively low. There were just 2 sub-heaven geniuses. There did exist a lightning earth holy world that Ryu could have gone to. But not only was this lightning earth holy world in fiend territory, it would have been far too boring. So instead, Ryu went to an omniscient grade lightning holy world and that was when his carnage truly began to be unleashed. 17 sub-heaven geniuses died on top of the death of the number 91 and 97th ranked heaven genius. When this news was disseminated, especially when it was recalled that Ryu was only in the transcended realm, it was something that shook the very foundation of this chaotic world. And then Ryu actually got stronger. He incorporated the lightning holy world into his body realm cultivation technique and his aura skyrocketed once again. For every element he added, his strength didn't increase linearly, but rather exponentially. And the closer he got to completion, the more exaggerated the leap was. His aura was so powerful at this point that in terms of sheer body realm cultivation alone, he was already nearing the best of the absolute best. This didn't refer to just a single world, or a single corner of existence, it was a measurement of all of existence. No matter how strong the world, no matter how powerful the background, the talent, Ryu's body was as strong as any other omniscient realm body to exist currently, to have ever existed in the past, or would ever exist in the future. And yet, he still wasn't done. Ryu entered an Earth holy world soon afterward. No one knew where his next targets would be, and every time he appeared, he seemed to vanish without a trace in the next instant. Also, news that he had a Dao god as a Dao protector following him around made many extremely cautious with how they would approach this matter. That was when Ryu entered the world. Just half a day passed. 32 sub-heaven geniuses fell. Then came the 83rd, the 72nd, and the 69th ranked geniuses. They fell like weeds at his hands. No one ever personally saw Ryu take action, at least not closely. Most of this news came from the unlucky fae, fairies, and naturals that had their worlds basically taken away from them by Ryu. All the glory, all the benefits, all the strength was concentrated onto his body alone. When Ryu incorporated the earth element into his body realm cultivation method, the skies overturned. Tribulation clouds so massive they put most Lord Realm tribulations to shame appeared. Thunder cracked and rumbled, and yet Ryu continued to sit in silence high in the skies, breathing in the delicate scent of rain. The first bolt of lightning fell from on high, but soon after, there came a scythe of wind, then a pillar of earth, a blade of light, and a suffocating fog of darkness. A multicolored light painted the skies, crushing Ryu from above. This time, he couldn't just casually dismiss it all with his lightning god talent. Chapter 1948. No different. Ryu slowly opened his eyes, looking high into the skies. He couldn't remember having ever gone through a true tribulation in his lifetime and honestly, This would really be no different. Streaks of flames descended from the skies. Ryu's body only flickered once and the flames swam over him, being absorbed in one part, and dismissed in another. He reached out with a hand, causing the dismissed flames to form a long whip that lashed out at the air, shattering the falling meteors of Earth apart. With a squeeze, the whip cracked into pieces of falling rain, drizzling down from the skies in a fluttering descent. The pieces of the meteors collapsed, crashing down. Boom, 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 boom. The land beneath was devastated, crater after crater ripping it up. It was a harrowing sight, one that told the tale of the power of the heavens, and yet it highlighted the strength of the young man that stood in the middle of it all the more. Ryu stood from his seated position, taking a step forward. Whipping winds and howling thunder boomed in a cascade of air and sound attacks. However, the air around him rippled with an odd cadence. The sound waves dispersed and the wind flew right through his body as though he wasn't standing there again. He clenched a fist and the wind that should have vanished suddenly gathered at his hand. He pulled back and his aura soared. Bang! He punched out, his power ripping a hole through the tribulation clouds above. However, the rumbling thunder didn't stop, a violent upsurge rolling through the skies as countless runes and patterns began to reform the tribulation clouds with an even more powerful vengeance. A rainbow of colors flickered. On the one hand, such clouds were absolutely gorgeous. But on the other, it was like watching the heavens celebrate the end of the world. The elements began to gather once again, even more powerful than before. The cycle was relentless. Raging flames, howling winds, streaking bolts, falling meteors. And Ryu's response was the same every time. He directly ignored the fire, wind, and lightning as though they were made for him. Then he turned the power of the tribulation against itself, gathering up its power as though it was normal atmospheric chi. All the while, a swirl of colors pulsed through his veins. The vascularity of his body pumped the gorgeous blood through every ounce of him and he seemed to embody all of his spirit. Bodies in a moment. The skies split open like the ocean's waters and a waterfall suddenly formed high above. However, this water didn't fall immediately. Instead, it began to rain. It was a fantastical sight, and one that looked completely harmless. Until the first water droplet hit the ground. Boom! The eyes of those spectating widened into a dense horror. How could so much weight be concentrated into such a small droplet? What would happen if... Run! It was unknown who spoke these words first, but in that same instant, the clouds unleashed a hail of revenge. It began to storm, the thunderous and booming claps of the heavens above resonating with the falling rain and enhancing them into a formation that cast a heavy formation over the land. Everyone's body began to feel heavy. Without a choice, they were forced to use their trump cards to escape further and further away, the horror in their eyes clear. However, Ryu stood in the midst of it all, almost carelessly holding his hand out as though he was waiting for the first droplets to hit his palm. And that they did. Doom, doom, doom. Veins bulged across Ryu's arm, but his hand didn't move in the slightest, holding up the water as it began to pool. The rain droplets hitting against his skin felt like countless sledgehammers ramming into him, and yet he didn't move the slightest bit. The rhythm of the heavens filled with the booms of a bass drum. It echoed through his heart and then suddenly erupted with his aura. Boom! The rain was stopped by a barrier around him, dancing with just the faintest wisps of infinity mist. Crack, crack, crack. In one moment, there was a strong rainfall, and in the next, the entire world became one of ice. Trees were encased in a crystalline armor, craters filling up with water iced over, and all the droplets in the sky seemed to freeze in both time and space, their bodies forming into snowflakes that reflected the light of the rainbow clouds above. It was a gorgeous sight without equal. Ryu raised up a hand, a line of blood flowing down the corner of his lips, but his indifferent eyes piercing through the secrets of all things. Shoo! Fafa! Fafa fafa! The water droplets turned sharpened snowflakes suddenly began to accelerate through the skies once more, reversing course and ripping hole after hole through the clouds. The tribulation clouds were destroyed once again and Ryu continued to stand high in the air, his white and sky blue embroidered robes fluttering wildly. Ice coated some of his hair strands, and yet it didn't seem to impact their dancing in the wind at all. He looked high into the skies, clasping his hands behind his back as though he was still waiting for something, and he didn't have to wait very much at all. The rainbow clouds suddenly split down the middle, one becoming dark cumulonimbus clouds, so dense it felt like blackness itself was invading the land. On the other sides, it looked as though silky gold strands were being woven through the hands of the heavens, forming golden elands for as far as the world could see, and then both sets of clouds rumbled, turning their rage toward Ryu. The strands of darkness gathered up and formed black armored knights. The strands of light did the same, creating an army of gold armored knights. The clanging of armor echoed through the skies as they raised their weapons. Heaven's Knights. Chapter 1949. Sever. For the first time, a savage grin spread across Ryu's face. What a truly full-circle moment. This time, he wasn't a favorite. He wasn't a person of this world, but he had taken so much from it. It was only natural that their heavens try to wipe him out. Sending down Heaven's Knights was only the obvious course of action, but rather than feeling like he was being targeted, his blood boiled. 26 years, it had been too long since he had had a real battle. Not against those pitiful so-called geniuses who couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. His body shook, and suddenly the translucent scale armor that coated him became more obvious. The torso of his robe shattered into a rain of fabric, and a robust, vascular figure appeared. His skin was so clear that it seemed possible to reflect the lights of the tribulations itself, his muscles so condensed they looked like filaments of steel had been run beneath his skin to form them. Ryu took a step forward, and he, actually attacked first. He appeared before the first Heaven's Knight and punched out with a brutal fist. Space seemed to want to crack beneath his power, but it was forcefully restrained. At that moment, there was the faint outline of a star to his back. He had already activated Tatsuya Constellation. Bang! The head of the half-formed Heaven's Knight shattered to pieces. Ryu moved like a phantom, killing 3 more before the Heaven's Knights could even react. It was like he didn't take them seriously in the slightest, but the time he would have to do this was shortened. That was proven moments later. Suddenly, the Heaven's Knights seemed to awaken all at once, a pair of red eyes from each one of them training onto Ryu. Boom! A heart-shuddering pressure rained down and they seemed to form a formation with one another. Swords, spears, halberds, and weapons of all sorts were raised into the skies. Ryu sidestepped a blade, only to find 2 more piercing toward his back. His body flickered and he pivoted his hips, sliding through the oncoming weapons and turning back at the same time. His palms crashed into the chests of the Heaven's Knights and a violent, chaotic force ripped them to pieces. He had already noticed that in this tribulation, his soul and chi were restrained. They seemed to only want him to use his body, and he was perfectly fine with that. The savagery in his eyes only grew as his vital chi pumped through his veins. It rushed through the 9 mutated pillars in his body. The swirl of colors in his blood only became more prominent and his strength exploded. He slammed out with a palm, earth and ice fusing into a balanced mix of perfect defense. Clang! He reached out with the other hand, lightning, fire, and wind mixing into a violent spiral on his finger. Pung! Shoo! 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 Poochie! His impromptu finger technique pierced through the chest of one Heaven's Knight, and then mowed down another 3 without making a single sound before shattering a 4th in a rain of runes and blood. The more he battled, the more savage his methods became. It was like he had gone back to the close combat expert he had once wanted to be, ignoring his greatsword staffs. A buried fury seemed to bubble up in the depths of his heart. The more he killed, the more violent it became until he suddenly couldn't hold it back anymore. Roar! He raised his head and bellowed into the skies. The rainbow colors surging through his body gained a dark tinge to them and his rage flame bellowed out. All the Heaven's Knights above him were enveloped by a cone of red-black fire breath, only to be incinerated to ashes. Ryu took another step, ripping a claw down the head of a Heaven's Knight and tearing them into 5 pieces. A tail of multicolored energy formed to his back along with a pair of multicolored scaled wings. With a single swipe, a scythe of energy ripped into a troop of Heaven's Knights, severing them at the waist. Everywhere he stepped, death reigned. And soon, there was no one left to kill. His heaving breaths sounded like the howl of a storm, but when he looked into the skies, he knew that it wasn't over. Is this all that you have? Ryu's voice seemed layered by 3, an abyssal rage ripping into the resonance of the clouds above. There was a change, and suddenly the world fell into silence. A finger. That was what it looked like, and it was hard to tell when it had appeared at all. It was so large that from another angle, it might have looked like a pillar of solid elements falling from the skies above. Ryu found himself locked down by an aura so powerful that he couldn't move a single inch. It was so oppressive that his bones began to creak even before it got close. But the excitement in his eyes only grew more fierce. With a violent momentum, he shredded through the lock of that aura. Take form, and let your name roar. Ryu mouthed these words, but for some reason, most couldn't hear exactly what he said at all. However, while they couldn't hear him, they could see the result. A birthed phenomena appeared high in the skies, 13 immortal rings the size of planets pulsing to its back and a silver star even larger than hundreds of them combined appearing even higher above them. All the energy in the world seemed to coalesce, and Ryu reached out an arm, the intent in his eyes blazing as the seed of light pulsed in his body. His vital chi responded, and a line of blood came from his finger, forming a golden red great sword staff. Pung! Ryu spun the one great sword staff in his hand once and let it slap into place in his palm. He took a step forward, his hair fluttering before he slashed out, his eyes glowing so brightly they looked like a second and third silver star in the skies. Sever, he said coldly. First, there was silence. Then there was a sudden rush of wind. Finally there was a collapse as the finger that held up the heavens was split in two. Chapter 1950. Another target. Ryu's arm trembled, but his aura pierced the skies. The finger collapsed into a rain and he basked in its light, his heart thrumming with a valiant air. He took a breath and closed his eyes, the great sword staff in his hand cracking to pieces and then shattering soon after. Silence fell onto the world, a delicate cadence of wind and rush of energy filling what was once violence and oppression. Ryu continued to stand high in the skies, his mind at peace and his body being filled with energy. He slowly opened his eyes after a long while. Everything settled down and his aura became restrained, so in tune with the world that it was difficult even to see him though he made no effort to hide himself. It's about time to go. Ryu's next target was going to have to be the dark false shrine he needed, which meant he was going to have to take a much less safe trip into fiend territory. He had been lucky with the light false shrine. All of the other shrines were hidden in locations on the other side of the rainbow wall. If he was going to want a chance at crushing them, he would have to take some matters into his own hands and risk it. As Ryu was about to descend from the skies, he looked into the distance to find several figures rushing toward his location. They were truly powerful, one of whom was even a Tao god. This was a bit surprising to him. It was either a coincidence that such a powerful individual was relatively close, he had spent too much time on his tribulation, or they had truly gone all out to catch up to him. Ryu had been moving from holy world to holy world quite quickly because he didn't want to have to run into a Tao god. He knew how troublesome that would make the situation. Given Star River's reaction, he could guess the reactions of everyone else. It was just that he didn't respect it in the slightest. They were in the middle of a war and they were too worried about rocking the boat. The fiends had just killed several of their Tao gods days ago. Was that not rocking the boat sufficiently for them? They wanted to tuck their tails in some more. Most of them had already forgotten that the holy worlds were supposed to be battlefields and they had instead started to view them as business ventures. Everything had been so calm for so long that they didn't believe they would see the end of the war anytime soon, not realizing just how much Ryu had helped all of them by stopping the repair of the light false shrine. Had that plot succeeded, the fiends would have gained their full slate of shrines, and at that point, they would be able to press the rainbow wall forward even faster. The Fae and their lackeys were on the brink of destruction and they didn't even notice. But now they wanted to stop Ryu from antagonizing their enemy too much. It was hilarious. Boom, boom, the Tao god came to a stop on a floating vessel, but by this point, hope had already appeared by Ryu's side, making the Fae man a hint more somber. The sharpness he had come with certainly wasn't there any longer. He didn't know what race Hope was, and her aura was a bit clouded, but she seemed to be human, and that only made him more hard-faced. Ryu looked him up and down and realized that this man was a member of the Moon Fae. Or rather, he should be a part of one of their subordinate clans, probably a much higher level than the bastards who had tried to pluck his eyes out of his skull. Well, technically, they hadn't tried, they had done it. Luckily, he had his own protections. Stealing his eyes back then was already very difficult, and now would only be more so, whether Hope was factored in or not. "Who are you?" the Moon Fae asked coldly, looking at Hope. But she didn't respond, instead looking at Ryu as though waiting for him to answer. "There's no need for you to be so concerned with my wife. If you want to speak to someone, speak to me," Ryu said plainly. The Tao god was taken aback, and his first instinct was to look toward Hope to see how she would react to this sort of slander. But the last thing he expected to see was a shy blush. What was happening in this world? This world is truly idiotic, Ryu spoke lightly. I've done more for this world in a handful of years than you have in your entire lifetime, yet you think you have the right to decide who I'm worthy of marrying and who I'm not. Don't you think that's ridiculous?" The Tao God was a bit too shocked to react with the expected rage. He had never expected a mere transcendent would dare to speak to him in this way. It took a long while for the Tao God to recover. His expression became stern and cold, his gaze piercing into Ryu. And yet, the latter only looked back at him calmly. "This cannot be allowed to continue. You will come to me, and you," he looked toward Hope, "will allow it. Your identity is unknown and that is unacceptable in these times of war. I don't know what your human race thinks you're doing, but such unilateral decision-making can earn you a one-way ride to death." Ryu gave the man a single glance, then didn't bother with him anymore. "Let's go, Hope. We have another target." Hope said lightly, starlight descending around them. In that moment, the Tao God felt as though all the surroundings had gained a strange pressure to them. By the time his vision cleared, the two were gone. Chapter 1951, Human Emperor. The Tao God was taken aback. How could two people just disappear in front of him like this? He was a Tao God as well. No, he needed to report this. Now that they had confirmed that Ryu did have a Tao God by his side, they couldn't rest idly. He was convinced that this was some plot of the human race, maybe as revenge for all the things that had happened back then. But did they really want to bring the entire world down with them? This was simply unacceptable. This is the best time for something like this to happen. If not for Goddess Tatsuya, the humans of this world would have already long been wiped out. Now that she's occupied, she won't be able to interfere. The main problem, though, is how many Tao gods could the humans possibly be hiding? It should be impossible for even one Tao God to appear without our knowledge, but this one clearly has, so how can we guarantee that there won't be another? The Tao God's thoughts raced, but even he didn't notice the shift in his thoughts. When he thought about stirring trouble with the fiends, he was hesitant and second-guessed every step. But now that he thought that his targets were the human race, he was suddenly eager to take the initiative. Rather than worrying about potential internal strife or anything of the sort, he was actually looking forward to finishing off the job they had failed to finish all those years ago. The human domain. The human race only had a single Tao God, a wizened old man who stood at the higher Tao God realm. It could be said that this old man who seemed to already have a foot in the grave was the only existence left holding up the skies for the race. Despite his cultivation, he was probably closer in strength to a middle Tao God. His vitality was already running on fumes, and except for in short bursts, he couldn't display his pinnacle strength any longer. Plus, any time he did, he would lose more of the already short lifespan he had left. Of course, as a Tao God, short was relative. He could still live for a few thousand years more. It was just that this was nothing more than a blink of an eye to the life he had already lived. And his enemies seemed to be doing everything in their power to make him waste more of that life away. Despite being so old, and a higher god with significant merit and strength beneath his belt, he was treated like any other lower Tao God, forced to take on tasks while his so-called peers spent their time in secluded cultivation. Of course, on the surface, they were working too. They all took up posts in holy worlds and were technically holding down the fort. But anyone with half a brain cell could see that they were resting on their laurels. The only one of any of them that did any actual work was the goddess Tatsuya, and even she lived a far easier life than he did. Sometimes, he would sit and laugh to himself, wondering what the point of cultivating to the higher Tao God realm had been. All that effort, all that work, all that talent, and for what, exactly? There was a time when the humans of this land had had their own say, their own power, only to be stabbed in the back. And now they didn't even have the right to spread their own history to their own descendants, lest they lose the chance to ever reverse the situation. One of those youths seemed to have finally appeared, but he couldn't even go to his hearing. He had been forced onto another mission, strapped down by duties that caused him to lose another few decades of his life. He didn't even know how those things ended. For all he knew, that human youth, a genius of the founding Tao, had long since died. I should have chosen a different title, he thought to himself. They called him the Human Emperor. It was a burden he had taken on for himself despite the kind of weight that came with it. Maybe if not for his Tao being built off this foundation, he would have long since escaped this world, leaving to another place rather than suffering this torture again and again. He looked up at the dark skies of the Chaos Plane, sighing lightly. Then, he continued his trudge forward, his loose, torn robes dragging against the dusted ground. Ryu appeared by the rainbow wall. I'll do the rest on my own, Ryu said to Hope. Don't appear unless you feel like you absolutely have to. Hope hesitated, but in the end she sighed and nodded. She had a deep understanding of Ryu by now, and nothing she said was going to stop him from doing something so dangerous anyway. One would think that much like on the real plane side, the Chaos Plane side had their holy worlds divided evenly among the two parties. But as one might expect from the cowards, this wasn't exactly the case. It was more like 80/20ths. If he suddenly appeared on the Chaos Plane, the Fae would be even less likely to tolerate his actions because they were facing the odds. Their own lives were already at risk, so they were already balancing on a wire. Ryu gave Hope a casual smile. Don't worry so much, this isn't the place. My steps slow. After saying this, he took Hope into his inner world and vanished onto the other side. As he moved, his aura morphed and changed. Soon, he was wreathed in a dark aura. His body grew an entire meter, his hair and eyes became dense mats of black fog, and one of his arms and a leg followed suit. Chaos Chi thrummed around him and he became a dark fiend in a blink of the eye. Chapter 1952, The result. Ryu's movements were unhurried, as though he wasn't moving through enemy territory. There was a confident air about him that was intractable in the face of danger. If anything, he was quite looking forward to it. As he moved, he was also gazing at the world with his eyes, seeing through its mysteries and taking everything in. Cultivation wasn't just about holding yourself up in a room and pressing forward, hoping to see the best. It was also about experiencing life. Part of the reason Ryu was so at ease without having ever entered such a long-term closed-door seclusion before was precisely because his eyes gave him a huge advantage in this aspect compared to other people. He tended to improve by leaps and bounds because, much like the moniker of his eyes made clear, he could see through the mysteries of heaven and earth. However, he had seen too much, done too much, accumulated too much in the years of life. But he had never been able to settle down and just put that knowledge to good use. When he finally entered his first bout of closed-door cultivation, all of that experience burst through at once. Now that he had reached the end of that sprint, though, he had a lot more accumulation to do before he could benefit from such a closed-door cultivation again. But what Ryu had realized after these handful of weeks he had been free was, maybe it wouldn't take that long after all. Ryu didn't realize just how much his cultivation realm was holding back his eyes until now. He had unlocked all 999 seals and he had thought that that would be the end of it. But he had underestimated just how much his eyes had to suppress themselves just to continue to coexist with his body. Right now, his eyes were so powerful that even if that Dao sovereign of the Lumina clan tried to pluck them out again, he might not even be able to pierce his fingers into his eye socket and end up rebuffed. It wasn't just a matter of the robustness of his eyes, but its techniques as well. He could just see so much more. That strike he levied against the finger that descended from the skies is the perfect example of this. Back then, he used Dao acupoint and actually found a weakness in the attack of the heavens. Of course, that wasn't as impressive as it sounded. That was because the attack was formed of all the elements his body realm cultivation was forged of. And thanks to his realm heart, all of the holy worlds he absorbed were taken beyond perfect extreme. That was all to say that Ryu's comprehension of the elements was actually far beyond what this world was even capable of. If he couldn't find a flaw in them, then he would be the fool. Still, it was a shocking matter nonetheless. It felt as though all of his strength had taken an enormous leap forward and he was beginning to see through more of the secrets of the black-veined spirit-seeking lilies. It had to be remembered that back when Ryu was fighting against those horde of sky gods of the martial gods, he had ended up swallowing a large amount of black-veined spirit-seeking lilies in a desperate attempt. Those black-veined spirit-seeking lilies allowed him to use Heaven's Gate, or rather the unmutated form of Heaven's Gate, that allowed him to tap into his potential trillions of years into the future. However, because he went overboard back then, he lost his eyesight. The truth was that if not for a very special circumstances, Ryu would have likely lost access to his eyes forever. Luckily, he was an Emperor Phoenix. In those moments, just before his mother gave up her life for him, he unlocked his rebirth talent. But that wasn't all. That was because his rebirth talent had mutated as well. Rather than 9 chances at rebirth, he was given a single one. However, that single chance at rebirth was unlike any other. If not for his eyes, Ryu would have likely become a true monster right then and there, accessing the largest potential the shrines had to offer and becoming a talent rarely seen across existence. However, his eyes had ended up swallowing up all that potential for itself. These were all things that Ryu had only been able to make vague guesses about in the past, but now he was absolutely certain of the truth, ironically thanks to the current strength of his eyes. Still, although he had missed out on becoming a shocking genius in a single bound, Ryu didn't regret that for even a single moment. That was because he was starting to understand the kind of monstrosities his eyes were becoming. The black-veined spirit-seeking lilies were products of sacrum. Alone, they shouldn't have had a huge effect on Ryu's current self. However, because of the coincidence of the mutation of his rebirth talent, everything changed. As a result, the black-veined spirit-seeking lilies and their medicinal effects received a sort of boost in rebirth of their own. These were exceptionally rare spiritual herbs designed to help talents break their limits. You were only meant to take one in the first place, not absorb hundreds of lilies like Ryu had. All at once, then, his eyes were given a concentrated rebirth unlike any other, taking more than 99% of Ryu's special rebirth mutant talent for itself. In the result, Ryu waved a hand through seeming empty air, but he could practically feel every particle. And soon after, it felt like he was running his hands through the karmic strings of the world. When all of this settled down, a light smile tugged on the corner of his lip. While it couldn't be said that he could see through the future, he was probably as close to it as a person of his cultivation could get. Chapter 1953. Crotch. Ryu spent months leisurely traveling through the chaos plane as though he was waiting on something. Sometimes he entered cities he came across, enjoying the scenery and continuing to move unhindered. Maybe in the past he would have been worried about some super expert seeing through his disguise, but right now he didn't even believe that a normal Tao god would be able to, and a much stronger one would only be able to do so if they knew what they were looking for. And the odds of that, especially now that Ryu was fairly confident in hiding from the fate and karma searches of others, was next to nil. Soon, though, Ryu's journey came to an end. He walked through a forest of black flames that gave off a chilling cold. The smell of death hung in the air and goosebumps flared across his skin. This wasn't a fear response, but rather a direct response to the cold, something Ryu found interesting. However, he wasn't surprised. With his current body composition, there hardly existed any weather elements that could harm him. The only explanation, then, was that this was beyond the elements. The smell of death wasn't just a simile or analogy, it was truly death. This was beyond cold, it was so chilling because it reminded the body of the feeling of death, and Ryu's own had an instinctive reaction to avoid it. Ryu could shut off this bodily response of his, especially with his current control over his own. But he didn't do so. There was no need to stand out to such an extent. Soon enough it became obvious why he was having such thoughts. He walked to a cliff's edge that looked down on a valley below. In the center of it all, the portal to a holy world lay. However, as one might imagine, there were fiends present, as well as fae, and surprisingly to all but Ryu, humans. This location was actually quite close to the borders of the Rainbow Wall, and what the fiends probably didn't want others to know was that their false shrine was also located here. However, by the luck of the draw, or so it seemed, this was a holy world that they might as well have had complete control over themselves. Ryu, though, wasn't even so sure anymore. This world was of the Lord grade and it had an exceptionally strong dark affinity. This sort of yin-based world of a rare affinity was exactly the kind of thing that the Moon clan of the real plane should be all over. It had to be remembered that the Moon and Sun clans of the Fae didn't represent fire and ice. Those names had much deeper meanings. In fact, in some languages, it would translate directly to Yin and Yang clans. There was a reason that the first holy world Ryu went to, the one of ice and darkness, was under the control of a Moon clan subordinate. If not for the fact it was such a weak true grade world, there might have been some real dark chi user present. There was something else that was interesting to Ryu, though, something that he had begun to piece together as he moved through this world with these frankly quite new eyes of his. And that was that the Fae and the Fiends had much more in common than the fact their race titles both started with the letter F. In fact, they were practically perfect mirror images of one another. The Fae were the ancestors of the spirituals and it could be said that they were inborn with high elemental affinity as a result. However, unlike spirituals, they had exceptionally strong bodies as well and their elemental affinities could even be somewhat secondary depending on the circumstances. What was interesting was that the Fiends were the same. They were creatures with exceptionally strong bodies with likewise incredibly high elemental affinity. Ryu also found it interesting that their super geniuses actually shared the same last name. It was coincidental to the point of almost being amusing. Young Master Moon of the Fey race's Moon Clan. Arya Moon of the Fiend race's Earth and Water clans. It was amusing to be sure. So much so that when Ryu first learned about it, he hadn't even thought much of it. That was because from what he could tell, although they were both called moon, the translations were different, one meaning the dark side of the moon and the other meaning the brightness of the moon. However, wouldn't it be more amusing if they were connected precisely because of that reason? If the people of this world were fooled by such a thing, Ryu would feel like he had been far too kind with his earlier words to Star River. All of that said, this was still just surface-level analysis. Ryu suddenly leapt down from the cliff's edge, falling down in a rapid howl of wind. His presence had already been noticed by many, but his actions made it so that those that didn't notice him before couldn't help but look over. This was a Lord-grade holy world, so the security was exceptionally tight. It could be said that they knew Ryu had arrived the moment he stepped foot into this forest of death, let alone now. However, Ryu seemed to be perfectly fine with this. Boom! He landed with a heavy thud and the ground quaked. Flames of death and darkness danced around him and he took almost careless steps forward. Soon, his path was blocked by a Lord Dark Fiend. "Who are you?" "You don't need to know who I am," Ryu said almost indifferently. "Just know that I'm here to force Arya beneath my crotch. Is that enough of an introduction for you?" A flare of rage spiked in the Lord Dark Fiend's eyes before he burst into a howling laughter that shook the valley. A transcended fiend wanted to bed their young miss. Almost 30 years ago now, Arya Moon was already half a step into the Lord Realm, just teetering outside of it. By now, she had obviously taken that step. Chapter 1954, Easy. Many years ago, when Ryu's founding Tao was first revealed, most thought of 3 people: Arya Moon, Young Master Moon, and the only 3 elemental fiend chilled in current existence, Yeager Sun. However, it had been a long time since then. And, considering the cultivation speed of true geniuses, there was already another slate of excellent talents who had likewise entered the omniscient realm with founding Taos. However, compared to these 3, the current geniuses were a lot less likely to manage to maintain their Taos into the Lord Realm, unlike Arya Moon who had done exactly that. The gap between the Lord Realm and omniscient Sky God Realm was such that upon managing to maintain a founding Tao, you were simply on another entirely new level. Although it was still unknown if she would be able to maintain it all the way through, what shocked people was that her Tao didn't fall to the lower founding Tao. Instead, she managed to maintain a middle foundation Tao. So although they had been replaced with a new slate of geniuses, it could be said that Arya had already transcended beyond the normal bound of genius by this point. At this pace, she had a good chance of becoming the first founding Tao god of the fiends in a very, very long while. Ryu's words, however, had little care for all of this. He was simply taking advantage of the savagery of the fiends. It had probably been many, many years since anyone dared to say such a thing about Arya, so much so that the Lord Dark Fiend was taken off guard. According to the customs of the fiends, this was only natural. But the problem was that those of higher cultivation realms wouldn't have the face to say such a thing, nor would most allow it to happen. But now only was Ryu of a lower cultivation realm, he was 2 entire realms lower, including the large moat that was the Lord Realm. The Lord Dark Fiend immediately took Ryu to be one of the new so-called geniuses rising up. Given Ryu's cultivation realm, he would likely have been born in the last few decades and simply didn't understand the terror of Arya, especially since the woman had basically receded from the world ever since she started to make her push to the Lord Realm. It was only recently that she had come out and been set in charge of this holy world. But there were only a very select few who were even aware of this, which was why the man didn't even feel like there was much wrong with Ryu's identity. Only a high-class fiend would be able to have this information, so Ryu should certainly be one of their own, and likewise a genius, which was why he would be given this information in the first place. If he was being deployed here as a transcended, it should be that his status was fairly high and he had a great deal of potential. But, the Lord Dark Fiend suddenly struck out with a palm. It was fast and ruthless, and completely sudden. He had only just stopped laughing and its echo was still roaring through the skies. Yet, his palm was already at Ryu's chest. Ryu's eyes narrowed. A lord was indeed powerful. The attack felt almost slow in his eyes, but that was because of his heavenly pupils, not because of his natural reaction speed. Without his eyes, he would certainly be struck by this palm. And although it didn't have any killing intent, it would have certainly put him on bed rest for at least a few months. The gap between Lord and Omniscient is actually so large, fascinating. The Lord Dark Fiend felt that something was wrong immediately. His thinking speed was that of a lord, so he could see that Ryu wasn't stunned, nor was he just so slow to react. He even seemed to be contemplating something. This was something that only one capable of reacting to Lord speed should be capable of. But how could a transcended be capable of such a thing? Suddenly, the Lord Dark Fiend's palm came to a stop. However, judging by the expression on his face, this was clearly not something that he had planned. Instead, whoosh, bang, a strong force of wind caused Ryu to take a step back, but when he tried to stabilize himself, he was forced to take another, and then another. Ryu finally came to a stop and shook his head. Still 3 steps after that. Still not strong enough. However, while he was disappointed, the most shocked individual was the Lord Dark Fiend. He looked at his palm as though he couldn't believe what had just happened. Right when he was going to strike Ryu, it felt like his palm was suddenly traveling across dozens of meters rather than the few inches that separated them. His momentum all came to a stop after traveling through the space, and the only thing that hit Ryu was the residual wind. But even then, the aftershocks of a lord's strength should be able to at least make Ryu cough up a mouthful of blood even if the lord was holding back. But to only take 3 steps back, he didn't even put up any defenses or circulate any chi. That meant that Ryu was forced to take those 3 steps back only as a result of how much effort and strength he put into his normal standing posture. This was such a shocking matter that the Lord Dark Fiend continued to look at his palm as though he was certain that something else must have gone wrong. Ryu suddenly sneered, "Don't worry, when I become a lord, I'll remember that strike." The Lord Dark Fiend's expression changed as Ryu walked past him, making a move to enter the portal. Though he said this, Ryu had already ignored the matter. However, entering didn't seem like it was going to be so easy. Chapter 1955. Random assortment of words. The aura of a god descended from above, sweeping through Ryu as though interested in seeing through his entire being. Ryu looked up, his eyes narrowing. This was probably the most dangerous part of his journey. The situation here was practically entirely under the control of the fiends, so they were more lax with how things worked usually, but there was no escaping the fact that their false shrine was here. No matter how lax they were, there would be a limit. This was why Ryu had acted the way he had just now. Not to mention the fact that the Lord Dark Fiend didn't have any killing intent, it wasn't a matter worth considering too much. He was only using the Lord Dark Fiend to make himself seem like a genius, but not strong enough to actually cause any real trouble. Someone arrogant enough to say that he would force Arya beneath his crotch, yet would also let go of such a slight, was obviously more bark than bite. If he couldn't deal with this one lord, there was no chance of dealing with Arya. So technically speaking, whether they let Ryu in or not wouldn't change the overall situation. However, even under those circumstances, a false shrine couldn't be messed around with, especially after they had already lost one. If they lost any more, it could mess with their plans. "Which line do you hail from?" A voice that pervaded all things echoed. Ryu's gaze flickered. However, if he wasn't prepared for at least this much, he would have wasted his time. There was a reason he knew that Arya would be here despite it being undisclosed information. He had deduced it by reading the lines of fate. That said, information about the lines of the fiends was a different matter entirely. That information he had gathered through more normal means. The Dreadlord. A hushed silence fell when Ryu spoke these words. The fiends didn't have families in the normal sense, they had ancestors which they separated into lines. These sounded like the same thing, but not quite. That was because the first fiends weren't born the same way other races were, nurtured through evolution until this current point, before they were proliferated by the heavens. The heavens, under normal circumstances, did not like the fiends. Only in cases like this world where they were already a mainstay could the heavens begin to show them some favoritism. This was to say that the fiends did not manifest through natural means. The only exception to this were their ancestors. They were the start of their race, the only naturally occurring fiends, and lofty existences born in the depths of chaos. It was said that they were born with the start of existence itself, but didn't gain consciousness until generations later. Upon gaining consciousness, they birthed the first of the fiends. The Soul Reaver, the Blight, the Emberlord, the Stormcaller, the Abyss, the Skyfire. Some of these lines were more shocking than others. However, there were 36 ancestor fiends divided into 12 elements: fire, wind, water, earth, lightning, ice, shadow, light, dark, metal, wood, and void. Some of these elements seemed to overlap like shadow and dark, or earth and metal, but the fiends were very particular about keeping these separate. On this world, however, there were only a portion of them. There were no metal, wood, shadow, or void fiends, until now, apparently. The Dreadlord, he was the most powerful ancestor of the void line. His line shouldn't have appeared here at all, and Ryu was very clearly a dark fiend. So how was it possible for him to be of the void fiend line? A fiend chilled, that was the only explanation they could come up with, but it wasn't just any fiend chilled, but rather a spontaneous fiend chilled. Ryu's parents should be dark fiends, but the Dreadlord should have awakened some time during his conception and chosen to bestow upon him a blessing. If this was true, then Ryu could have been born of a very normal dark fiend line, only to awaken to his powers recently. This would explain why none of them had ever heard of him. Ryu didn't even need to say much. They had filled in all the details for him. But he also knew that taking this approach came at a great risk. That was because his identity now went from a nobody to a shocking chess piece. The appearance of the first void line was a truly shocking matter. It wasn't just this, but Ryu had very clearly displayed the characteristics of the void just now. That would explain why much of the Lord Dark Fiend's attack had just been swallowed up. I mean your Dark Fiend line. The Tao God finally replied coldly. The Shade. The answer was expected. The weakest line of the Dark Fiends. They hardly produced any Tao sovereigns, let alone Tao gods. Of course, this was all relative. The Shade line still had their Tao gods. It was just that the number wasn't substantial by any stretch of the imagination. A silence fell once again, and it became shockingly oppressive. Ryu didn't move, but he was frowning inwardly. This person still wasn't letting him go. There was one hole in his story, and he knew it well. But in most cases, others wouldn't think of it. Had he underestimated how cautious these people were? Chapter 1956. Powerful these were, quite frankly, the last words that Ryu expected to hear. No matter how stoic he usually was, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. However, there still wasn't any part of his reaction that wasn't perfectly curated. Being entirely expressionless in a situation like this one would be just as bad as having a fierce reaction. The chaotic silk meridians held great significance to the fiends. It was the bane of their existence, and in other ways, the greatest treasure of their race. It was impossible for anyone to react indifferently to such words, especially if they were fiends. If Ryu were to react indifferently, then it would appear to be forced, and that would only make him even more suspicious than not. Ryu's thinking speed at this point was no inferior to any usual Tao god. In fact, even that wasn't quite doing him the proper justice. He was faster than most individuals in the entirety of existence. He could already somewhat keep up as a true sky god, let alone now. The mutation of his mind was inextricably linked to both his former bone structure and his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. Now that his cultivation was quickly catching up to his pupils and allowing them to display more of their power, his ability to process, observe, and absorb information from his surroundings was simply beyond most people. Even if in terms of raw power he was lacking in comparison to true powerhouses, he might not necessarily lose in combat because his mind existed on a level of its own. It was a simple logic. For his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils to be able to see through so much, something had to be processing all of that information. And that something would obviously be Ryu's soul and brain. Ryu didn't reply, but his frown said all that needed to be said. From his expression, all one could feel was that he was surprised by the Tao God's sudden turn. It could be said that his reply was perfect. However, he didn't expect the response. Kill him. Ryu wasn't even meant to hear these words. The Tao God disseminated the order to everyone else, cutting him off from the information. However, Ryu was still able to see through it. Maybe the Tao God would have been able to hide it from him if he was speaking with another Tao God. But the fact he was speaking with omnizignets, lords, and sovereigns left Ryu all the loophole he needed. Unless both ends were perfect, they couldn't possibly hide from Ryu's eyes. Ryu's act faded and a cold indifference returned to his face. Since things were going to go like this, there was no use in him wasting his time anymore. His aura was still restrained, but chaos chi began to flow freely through his meridians for the first time in decades. He felt as though he was ascending the heavens themselves, the chi flooding his body and making him feel several times stronger in an instant. Every time he progressed in his cultivation, the chaos chi he could pull from the chaos plane likewise became several times stronger. The darkness around him faded and his hair returned to its streaking white. By this point, he had already been surrounded and several attacks were aimed at him. Tatsuya constellation. A silvery star appeared high in the skies, rotating slightly. The lines of fate twinkled in Ryu's eyes and he shook his head. According to his abilities, there was about a 10% chance of what was happening right now to happen. Although a 10% chance was still a chance, he had a feeling that his ability to read the future still had some kinks it had to work out. It was clear that when powerful individuals were involved, his ability to predict properly plummeted. Ironically enough, he didn't believe that the powerful individual, in this case, was the Tao God that had just spoken to him. If he was correct, the one that was responsible was a certain elder of the Ruin Master Guild. There was one loophole in Ryu's plans that he had always known was there. The Ruin Master Guild and their involvement in this world could easily put a kink in many things. If Ailsa was truly worthy to be his life partner, even in the case that she was being held back by his own weak primordial yang, this world should be no match for her by this point. The only reason she was stuck between a rock and a hard place should be because of the Ruin Master Guild. And it seemed that now the Ruin Master Guild was trying to put him in the very same situation. Amusing. However, he was the head of the Tatsuya household and would always be. If they thought they could paint him into the same corner, they would be sorely mistaken. He had a feeling that back then Ailsa was unprepared for the appearance of such a power. He, however, knew of their existence quite well. So how could he not be prepared? Several auras locked onto Ryu at once, but he just shook his head. Death Acupoint, Lines of Fate, and Tatsuya Constellation layered atop one another. At that moment, the first saw through all the weaknesses in the folds of space for him, the latter read the probabilities of it being interfered with, and the last twisted the laws of the world in his favor. He took a step, and suddenly strolled out of an encirclement of dozens of Tao lords and sovereigns, his expression almost leisurely. "I'll remember this," Ryu said with a smile. "Given how important this holy world is to you, I'm sure you've got quite a lot of geniuses inside, no?" The might of a Tao God descended from above and a line of blood oozed from the corner of Ryu's lips, but he was already fading into the holy world as his words echoed. Chapter 1957. Fun. The world spun around Ryu and he took a deep breath of what could only be described as death. Though it at least didn't smell like it, it definitely had a certain chilling cold to it that was more piercing than normal ice would be. Ryu had realized that a lot on the way here. The cold was soul deep, making it feel different. But there really was no reason why his normal ice couldn't be that way. It was just that the type of ice affinity he had tended much more toward defense. It was said that the Ice Phoenix had among the strongest defenses of all the ancestral beasts, while the Dark Phoenix had the strongest offense. When you put things into perspective like that, it only made sense that the Dark Phoenix's death would be able to attack the soul. It's no wonder their fusion together works so well. I guess I should have my Tao heart and perfect blackbody soul start working on some soul techniques. He had gotten into the habit of thinking of his clones like a pair of rascals. They did what they wanted and they were incredibly arrogant, believing that their way was the only way. But at the same time, they seemed to be aware of one another's existence. Due to that, of the over 100 techniques his Tao heart had created, not a single one of them was a soul attacking technique, which was a shame considering the flexibility of his perfect blackbody. By the same token, when his perfect blackbody soul streamlined these techniques, it tended to go out of its way to knock his Tao heart down a peg, taking pride in being able to keep the same power through a much simpler process as though it was a slap to his Tao heart's face. However, there was only one true master here, and now that Ryu had a rare moment of enlightenment, the creation of the technique should be even faster. He gave them solid parameters to follow, so he bet that within a few hours, to a few days at most, he would have a perfected technique. A Death Ice Soul technique. I wonder what I should name you. Ryu looked up to the skies with a slight smile. He was feeling a little bit better these days, and it was ironically because of his battle against the heavens. He had been able to unleash in a way he hadn't been able to in a long while. Of course, escaping from all of those lords, sovereigns, and that Tao God was certainly a helper as well. When a holy world appeared, it was considered to be a distortion in the world's spacetime. As such, most wouldn't even dare to rip into the void or teleport near it for fear of what might happen. That was even more true when your cultivation was above the holy world. If you accidentally stepped on the wrong node, you could be shredded apart by the world's pressure if your cultivation was above the bounds of the holy world. However, Likewise, if you stepped on the wrong node on purpose, you would be able to enter the holy world without even being all that close to the portal. Ryu's control over spacetime, even without having absorbed a spacetime holy world just yet, was still among his strongest comprehensions. At the very least, his talent for it was ridiculous. Now, let's have a bit of fun. The world around him was as dark and dreary as one might imagine, with hardly much of a difference between the foggy ground and dense black clouds above. The only points of light were curves of silver that followed the outline of the clouds above, almost as though they were hiding a silver moon's shine behind them. Because Ryu hadn't entered the holy world through normal means, he was randomly teleported and he wasn't sure exactly where he was, whether that be human or fiend territory. Of course, he had no intention of relying on the humans here. For one, the human race was weak from all the oppression it faced, and even if they weren't, he preferred to work alone one way or another. Now, if he was in the fiend race's territory, well, I guess that's my answer. Ryu looked in a certain direction and already felt several auras raging toward him. However, he was calm and indifferent. This might be a Lord-grade world. But, his eyes were still almost invincible here nonetheless. The fiends inside must have already gotten information about what happened in the outside world and were on an all-out manhunt. Ryu laughed into the skies. It had truly been too long since he had had so much fun. Deep within fiend territory, a young woman sat on a throne. Well, if you could call it that. She had one foot on the seat as her other dangled, unable to reach the floor due to her shortness. She must have been barely 5 feet tall and she didn't seem to be wearing any clothing at all. Instead, her breasts and lower half were covered by a dense array of solid carbon-like earth, exuding an eerie blackness. Her hair, however, was a flowing river of water that seemed incapable of spilling even a single drop. What was odd about this little genius woman, though, was that her eyes seemed to contain a completely different pairing of elements. One was bronzed and shimmered like polished brass, and her other eye was an icy blue, emitting a frigid air. In the fiend race, this was known as metamorphosis. She was born as a child of earth and water. But through her cultivation, she gained metal and ice. It was an evolution, a step up, and unlike her counterparts, it didn't clash with her current body at all, it only made her several times stronger. She took another chunk out of the enormous beast leg she was eating. "Press me down." Her voice almost came out in a growl. Of course, this woman could only be Arya Moon. Chapter 1958, Reverend Dark Claw Boom. A world-shaking aura descended in a furious tempest. Right then, a dark fiend suddenly appeared high in the skies, not far from where Ryu had just been standing. But it was obvious that he was a step too late, having missed out on Ryu by a hair's breadth. Obviously, all of this had been perfectly calculated by Ryu. The Tao God was too used to those far beneath his cultivation realm being unable to read and react to his presence. He had no idea that Ryu had long since locked onto him with third perspective. By now, his third perspective was so powerful that even lower Tao gods couldn't easily sense it. The fiend had no idea that he had been observed from the very beginning. Of course, third perspective was originally a technique of Ryu's heavenly pupils that most couldn't sense at all. In the beginning of his journey, he used it like a cheat to read the cultivations of his opponents even when most wouldn't be able to do so. Because it worked using the lines of fate and karmic strings, those of too low cultivation didn't even have the right to sense their probing at all. And the more powerful Ryu became, the less able even those that would become. Much like space and time, those of high enough cultivation would be able to feel their fate and karma. However, also much like space and time, there would be a vast gap between those that had the requisite affinity for it and those that didn't. And now, this fiend was learning of this personally. Reverend Dark Claw, several lords and sovereigns bowed. Even the humans did the same in a truly pathetic display. Reverend Dark Claw was an existence of the lower Tao God realm and he was tasked with overseeing this portal. This was especially odd and it was a dead giveaway to the importance of his particular holy world. Usually, even if a Tao God might be tasked with a certain holy world, that didn't mean that they would be physically present. There was a reason why Ryu was escorted away by Tao sovereigns and not Tao gods after leaving the Ice Darkness holy world. And that was also why Reverend Dark Claw's expression was so ugly. Despite having been here, he had actually allowed a transcendent of all things to slip through. He could only ignore all the respectful bows he was receiving, his gaze flickering again and again. He wasn't sure what to do. On the one hand, this was certainly something that he should be reporting. But if he did so, he would be putting his neck on the line for sure. There was simply no way he would escape punishment. Although he certainly wouldn't die, a Tao god was far too valuable for that. He would most likely lose a pound or two of flesh and his lineage would likewise take a hit. But now, Reverend Darkclaw inwardly shook his head. He knew that one way or another, there was no escaping his fate. However, that didn't mean that he couldn't lessen the punishment. If he was the one to capture the chaotic silk meridians, the merit would certainly offset his mistake. The trouble was that the pride for such a thing would almost certainly fall onto Arya's shoulders because she would definitely be the most likely to capture Ryu. However, he had an odd belief in Ryu. Ryu had come here knowing that Arya was here. It was even something he tried to take advantage of to make his way in. There was no way that Ryu didn't know how powerful Arya was by now. On top of that, he was also the one who had a heavy hand in the destruction of their light false shrine. In that case, he had outmaneuvered even those mysterious figures back then. Even in this situation, he managed to slip out of both the lock-on of a Tao god's spiritual quintessence and make it through all of their defenses as a mere transcended. Such a person wouldn't be foolish enough to send himself to death. It only took Reverend Darkclaw a few split seconds to grasp exactly what sort of situation he was in right now. He would have to strike a balance. First, he ordered for this news to be sent to the fiends inside of the holy world. Second, he sent all the Tao lords deployed to defend the outside, sending them into the holy world as well for an extra helping of manpower. Then, using the sovereigns, he set up a perimeter of defense and had his formation masters begin to set up several nets. It was clear that Ryu had a spatial soul nature. Although setting up a protective net to stop spatial teleportation was impossible around the holy world portal itself because of the volatility of space here, that didn't mean that they couldn't do anything. All they had to do was solidify the non-volatile space around the perimeter. Of course, this would take a ridiculous amount of resources, but it was a necessary evil. It would also be able to stop outside interferences. Once this was finished, the man contacted the other powerhouses of his lineage. They knew that his screw-up would end up falling onto all of them if things went south, and though his lineage wasn't among the strongest, they certainly had more than just one lower Tao god. In fact, they had several middle Tao gods and a single higher Tao god. By secretly contacting them, those that were able to slip away from their duties or were free to begin with would be able to make their way here. The man planned out everything meticulously, even to the point he didn't return to his secluded cultivation. He stood like a statue in the skies, ready for the worst-case scenario. Even if Ryu managed to clear the holy world, he'd have death waiting for him. Chapter 1959. A proxy. Ryu didn't know what was going on in the outside world, but he certainly had a few guesses about how that might go. Now that the Ruin Master Guild wasn't directly involved, he could see the fate lines of the future with added clarity, so the movements of the Tao God could be fairly well predicted by him. Of course, these were all probabilities and not certainties. Thanks to the unruly laws of math, even if he had 90% assurance on every prediction he made, if enough stacked up, he would have less than a 1% assurance in guessing anything. It didn't even particularly take that many variables. A 90% assurance in guessing 44 things in a row would mean that the odds that he would be correct about all of those things would be less than 1%. That said, the odds that he would be incorrect about all of them would be even less than that by a large margin. However, that hardly mattered when he was trying to guess at things so far into the future. The problem with parsing apart future events was that every event built on what happened next. That meant that in order for Ryu to have an accurate reading of the future, he had to get all 44 of those events correct. If even one thing in the chain was wrong, then it would throw the entire timeline off. This was all to say that predicting futures related to Tao gods and probably even Tao sovereigns was beyond him. He had more assurance against Tao lords, but the potential added variables could still make it a toss-up, unless he was in a world where the Lord Realm was the top realm that could exist. Before, Ryu was already able to read fate in these holy worlds in ways that others couldn't imagine. It allowed him to find the hidden treasures that others couldn't fathom with the greatest of ease. And now, his eyes were even more powerful than they had been in the past. It only took him a single glance to see through a great many things. Without the canopy of a Tao god mucking up the waters, Ryu could see everything clearly. While he didn't know exactly what Reverend Darkclaw was doing in the outside world, he knew that he had sent in a great deal of Tao lords, and now they were all hunting him down. Unfortunately for them, they could bend their backs over for years and still not find a single trace of him. There was no one in this world capable of finding him. Now, it was a matter of what he should do. He had a plan for entering anyway if he was detected, but what he didn't have a plan for was what he would do after he entered should he be detected. The false shrine's core is hidden deep within fiend territory. Unless I can find a way to lure all of them out, there's simply no way to get to it. Back in the light holy world, Ryu had meditated and resonated with the world, refining it and snatching it from the jaws of his enemies. But this situation was very different. For one, that world had been in a chaotic, half-formed state. That meant that, 1. His enemies couldn't easily find him even after they sensed him refining it, and 2. It was much easier to refine it as a result. But in this case, the false shrine was in perfect health, and there was no chaos to distract his enemies from locking onto him. That said, there was good news as well. The Lord Great Holy World was large, about somewhere between the size of the 6th heaven and 7th heaven of the true martial world. That meant that if Ryu could really manage to find a way to lure everyone to a single location, they wouldn't be able to make it back in time to stop him even if they were Tao Lords. That might not necessarily be the case, Ryu thought after he had this idea. Because this is a Lord Grade world, it's much easier for them to tear through space than it would be in the outside world. If they're willing to risk it, they could really cut down the time they'd need. Still, only the most powerful of them would be able to do that. Ryu thought of idea after idea before tossing them out one by one. What if? Ryu's eyes began to brighten. All of the problems with these ideas were that he would have to refine the world and the shrine personally. If he had to be occupied doing that, he would be too vulnerable to attack. At the same time, while he was quite confident in protecting his life against one Tao Lord, if there were 2, 3, or several thousand in this world, he would be finished. It had to be remembered that it was usually incredibly difficult for a sky god to fight against more than one opponent of their realm even if they were significantly more powerful. In the past, this was an amorphous concept to Ryu, but now that he had experienced Lord Control himself, he was beginning to understand it more. Having more raw power didn't directly translate to more control over the laws of the world. That required more finesse and an intangible will and focus chi of sorts. Even if one Tao Lord was twice as powerful as another, his or her Lord Control wouldn't necessarily be. If they were facing off against 2 opponents who combined their Lord Control to suppress theirs, they would quickly end up on the losing end. Ryu found all of this to be quite amusing, mostly because he felt that this gave him the opportunity to do quite a few shocking things. However, that would be for the future. What mattered now was that he certainly couldn't allow himself to be surrounded by so many enemies. So, what if I automate the refinement process through a proxy? Chapter 1960. Confidence. What Ryu was talking about doing was ridiculous, even by his standards. Using a proxy to refine a world was like creating something that could mimic the complexity of his mind and automate it. It was practically like creating an artificial intelligence through the use of formations. Not only had Ryu never seen an example of such a thing before, this was the first time he had ever considered doing such a thing, or was it? Technically speaking, his internal matrix was a high-level application of this same exact concept. It offloaded much of the thoughts and processes his mind had to go through to figure things out, even to the point that it helped his Tao display strength far beyond itself. But the trouble was that his internal matrix was directly connected to his soul. With his soul being the core, the more human aspects could be offloaded onto it, and he could benefit from the plasticity of his own mind, while also harnessing the rigid computational prowess of a matrix at the same time. Obviously, if he just recreated his internal matrix in the outside world, there would be no soul to guide it, making it useless as a result. Unless I make the core of the internal matrix the soul of this world itself. If he could manage that, not only would it not be difficult, but it would be incredibly easy. But the problem was, how could he do that? The soul of this world was its heavens. But the problem was that these heavens were just an extension of the heavens of the world outside. That was why it had the strength to keep those above its grade out. Otherwise, a Tao God would just be able to rip this world apart. Due to this, connecting to it was significantly harder. There was no easy soul to just pluck out from the depths of this world. Ryu stood in confused silence, his brow furrowing. As he stood there, he had his 2 clone souls give up their deduction of his soul attack for a moment to focus on this problem along with him. Their minds churned together and they came up with several ideas that they tossed away just as quickly. Nothing seemed viable. Should I just make a more permanent clone of myself, then? Or, maybe I can split my attention. Or maybe I can create a remote communication array that can allow me to refine it from afar and hide at the same time. Every thought he had was stricken down for one reason or another. Suddenly, Ryu froze. Am I just overthinking this? He was still measuring himself by his former yardstick. But with his current eyes and Tao, would it truly take him all that long to refine this world? His eyes could see through the mysteries of this world with great ease to the point that he could predict things with near 100% accuracy. At the same time, his founding Tao was a level beyond this world and had broken free of its constraints. Although his internal matrix didn't allow him to form the equivalent of a Lord-grade Tao with it, if he used Heaven's Gate, he just might get there. Ryu's gaze flickered. Why was he wasting his time with roundabout methods? Sure, he couldn't face off against so many Tao Lords alone, but if he could lure them away, he might only need a few minutes to succeed. On top of that, this was exactly what he needed. The less time he gave those bastards outside to prepare, the higher chance he would have of getting out of here alive. In that case, Ryu took a step and vanished. In the next few hours, carnage was unleashed. Ryu attacked city after city, rampaging about. The Tao Lords couldn't seem to pin him down at all. The closest they got was when a few dozen came together to use their Lord control to stop him from teleporting away. Unfortunately for them, Ryu had a space-time soul nature, not a space soul nature. Even if they could lock down the aspects of space, their Lord control wasn't yet strong enough to nail down time nearly as well. In the end, Ryu walked by them without them even noticing. The small lag in their senses and what was actually happening left them completely disoriented. The manhunt for Ryu grew larger and larger, especially as Ryu's actions began to dry their faith well up. For some reason, Ryu's actions had a much larger effect on their faith than it should have. They had no idea that he was manipulating the lines of fate of this world. If another person's actions could give them 1 point of faith, Ryu was forcing the world to give him 10 by comparison. He couldn't do this in the outside world because the heavens were too powerful. But in this world, he was king. Soon, the changes were something that even Arya couldn't ignore. If things continued like this, it would only be a few months before Ryu conquered this holy world through a faith victory. In just a few hours, he had caused more movement in their faith than they had in the last several years. In truth, the fiends could have won this holy world via a faith victory long ago. The reason they hadn't was because it was the perfect place to protect their false shrine. But now Ryu was shockingly reversing that, making a holy world they could have won at any time feel like it was slipping through their fingers. Arya stood with a gloomy expression on her face. Taking personal action against a transcended was so far beneath her that even after Reverend Darkclaw had tried to goad her into action, she still didn't move. But now, it seemed that she would have to. If the faith dropped too far, it would affect the false shrines. At that point, the Rainbow Wall might start to retreat and that would cause problems for their entire race. This couldn't be allowed to continue for even another minute. Plus, even though Ryu was certainly dead even if he did succeed in taking this world over, it would be a humiliation to her if he did succeed in such a way. She had been the preeminent genius of her generation ever since she was born. She wasn't about to let some newbie take that from her. The moment Arya moved out, the skies seemed to shift as the world trembled. She was to this world what a Tao god would be outside, and it showed. The weather twisted and turned, what little light there was waning. However, mere minutes after she left, a hidden formation pulsed and Ryu stepped out of it. He looked around with a leisurely smile on his face, his actions casual. No matter how powerful Arya was, her movements couldn't escape his notice. He had known exactly when she would leave this place and he could track her from anywhere in this world. No one could escape his eyes. He moved around the region like a ghost, assessing the situation. They left behind quite a few Tao Lords. But I knew this already, it would certainly be impossible for all of them to flee such an important region. But this still gives me some leeway. Ryu finished walking around the entire region until he fully understood it like the back of his hand. Time to start. Ryu shifted and vanished. When he appeared again, he was deep underground in a place so protected that even a breeze couldn't pass through without someone noticing. And yet, here he was, strolling forward unhindered and unnoticed. Around him, a familiar irregular formation was pulsing, a treasure of the unbalanced art sect. However, he knew the moment he started refining, everything would go south. This formation wouldn't be able to protect him for long. And yet, the light in his eyes only grew brighter as he approached the center of the node, and what was effectively the center of this world. Indeed, why had he been so worried? Refining a world, why did it have to take so much time? So much effort? His Tao stood above this world. His eyes stood above this world. He, Ryu Tatsuya, stood above this world. Suddenly, a pair of 8 trigram diagrams appeared in each one of his eyes. Then, they reflected once more, one appearing beneath his feet and the other above. The full brunt of his founding Tao pressed its might onto the world. Earth Gate, open. Ryu's hair fluttered wildly, his aura skyrocketing. He didn't even wait until Arya was hours away, appearing barely a few minutes later. That was the confidence he should have as the man who would reach the peak of all things one day. One above all. In a distance not too far off, Arya had been flying as fast as she could toward where she thought Ryu would be, only to come to a freezing halt. Her eyes widened and she reversed directions immediately, tearing through the laws of the world as fast as she could. Chapter 1961, but Ryu smiled. At the moment, his heart felt light as confidence pulsed from him. He could feel the effects of Earth's Gate more clearly now than ever before. He had always known that it was borrowing from his future self, but things had somewhat changed after the mutation of his eyes. Originally, Earth's Gate and Heaven's Gate were based on years of exchange. His eyes would extrapolate fate to see how much he could improve in a certain number of years and grant him the power in return. This was why he had become so powerful after soaking in so many black vein lilies. He had been able to tap into a potential future that was trillions of years ahead of his current time. However, these two techniques, Earth's Gate and Heaven's Gate, had their own limitations. And it wasn't just that in the past he would have them go into years of dormancy. Though that was a shocking matter that he didn't think nearly enough about these days. Although the max potential of Earth's Gate and Heaven's Gate had decreased, the fact that he could practically use them every day without consequence now was huge. But this aside, the limitations of the two weren't just what was on the surface. Technically speaking, a Ryu who had experienced trillions of years of growth should have been far more powerful. Why didn't his eyes project him a future where he entered the true martial world and reshaped his entire foundation? Instead, it extrapolated as though he would spend his entire life in sacrum. Not only that, but he wouldn't find the secrets of the shrines or any other treasures for that matter. Had his eyes factored those things in, just how much more powerful would a trillion-year-old Ryu be? Would he have even needed to struggle against the martial gods at all? In fact, even if Alina's father descended, he should have been able to kill him with a flick of a finger. But that hadn't happened, and that was precisely the limitation of his eyes. It couldn't just pick out the most optimal future, and it couldn't incorporate the aspect of treasures or things of the like. Essentially, if Ryu were to summarize it, it extended him the easiest future he could grasp, or in other words, the most likely future. It couldn't factor in shocking treasures he might find or sudden bouts of enlightenment he might stumble across. Instead, Heaven's Gate and Earth's Gate always represented the steadiest form of cultivation and nothing else. Now, though, it no longer worked based on years. Instead, it directly leapt him up by one cultivation grade. The only issue was that it seemed to be having issues crossing the Lord Realm. If not for this, he wouldn't have any issues right now and there would be no need for a gamble at all. He didn't believe that he would need to fear anyone. He didn't even need to use Heaven's Gate. All he should need to do was use Earth's Gate on his body realm and it would be enough. This seemed like a huge drawback, so why was Ryu smiling right now? It was because he could feel it. He could sense the mutation more clearly now than ever before. He could sense his Earth's Gate feel out the paths for his Tao and then pick out a single one. But by extension, he could also vaguely feel what the other paths could be, paths that both made his Tao far weaker than it was now, or paths that made it far more powerful. At the same time, he could feel how strained his eyes were right now. He felt just fine, and the strain wasn't much more than what a mortal might feel on a light jog. However, the strain was there nonetheless. I understand. In order to improve my current Tao beyond its current transcended grade, my eyes have to complete the far more difficult path of reaching ahead of what's possible for this world. Ryu's Tao had transcended the upper bounds of this world. But his eyes needed an anchor for the lines of fate that it was analyzing. One's fate was always inextricably tied to the heavens. If there were no heavens, there would be no fate, and thus no lines of fate to analyze to decide how to progress his Tao. Essentially, much like how back in Sacrum his trillions of years of cultivation was capped by it, his Tao was currently being capped by this world as well. At the same time, Ryu could also feel the shocking aspects of time that his eyes were using as well. Or, rather, he could feel how space rolled into time, and how time rolled into fate, and how fate rolled into karma. One after another, they stacked upon one another in a cascade of increasing complexity, and it made Ryu realize something. This was a process that usually happened naturally. But much like he had changed the form of rob the world of its color, turning it into a scythe that could slash apart the lines of fate, there was no reason he couldn't take control of Earth's gate and Heaven's gate as well. However, he also wasn't a fool. He realized that the only reason he could use them so frequently now was precisely because his eyes were constantly picking out the easiest path, the path of least resistance. If he started to control it to pick harder paths, he would begin entering territories like the past where his eyes would be dormant for a long while. For a situation like this one, it wasn't quite worth it. At least in the past, before the mutation, only the technique itself would be dormant. But now everything had changed. His eyes would become dormant instead if he was too eager. But that didn't mean that there wasn't a balance to be struck. If he went too far, he would lose his eyes for years. But, Chapter 1962, Change Boom. Ryu's aura surged. In a moment, he had already thought of several methods to weaken the pressure on his eyes. But all of them were things he would have to study much more, and it would take far more time than he had right here and now. In fact, he had also thought of a method of using Heaven's Gate and Earth's Gate to improve his internal matrix. If it worked, then he would no longer just have quasi-improvements to his Tao, but his Tao would truly be able to reflect those higher grades. At that point, he would truly be invincible beneath the Lord Realm across all of existence, not just here. But that would also take time. However, he happened to be a master of both space and time. And unlike others, his affinity was so high that he could comprehend laws even within a time warp. Ryu seemed to freeze in place, his body unmoving. The world around him was unmoved, but in his inner world, time had practically slowed to a crawl. His three clones moved at once, seemingly forgetting what their original task was. The idea for fixing the first was simple. In an ideal future, Ryu wouldn't need to rely on other heavens, he could just rely on his own inner world. At that point, the pressure that using either skill would give him would be next to negligible. When that day came, he would be able to strengthen himself to another tier with hardly any effort at all. But his inner world wasn't at that point yet. Right now, it had pretty much all the elements there were, and his realm heart had already pushed them to beyond extreme. As such, right now, Ryu's inner world was already far more powerful than the world he stood in right this moment. But, it was missing a foundation of space and time. And beyond that, Ryu realized after analyzing his eyes that it would likewise need a foundation of fate and karma as well. The first two he could probably fix just by finding the world of time and space he planned to find anyway. But the latter two would require his own feats to rise to a level that could match a world of such strength. That would take time. As a result, though his inner world was truly powerful right now, it was handicapped by its ironic lack of a strong foundation. Without that foundation, having such strong elements wouldn't help very much, especially since he hadn't gathered all the false shrines to stabilize it just yet. This was all to say that using it for his eyes right now was impossible, but he did have two other methods. The first was his chaotic silk meridians. The second was his fate star and Tatsuya constellation. And maybe he could make it even easier by using both. His meridians were a bit of a cheat. No matter which world he was in, it would directly connect to its chaos plane. The irony of that was that if he stepped into a weaker world, then his chaotic silk meridians would also weaken. But that wasn't something that he had to worry about recently. It could be said that it was a double-edged sword for this reason. His fate star, by comparison, was similar. It was tethered to the abyssal plane, but it had a faint line of connection with him no matter where he was. If he extended this thought, his spiritual foundations were similar. But they were less useful in this case because they didn't have the foundation he needed, at least not one nearly as flexible as these two options. His fate star had the foundation of fate and karma that he needed because it was the direct representation of both for him. By comparison, his chaotic silk meridians were flexible. Rather than being tethered to the same spot like his spiritual foundations, it could disconnect and connect as it pleased. If he could find a method to use both in conjunction with one another, he might be able to connect with a stronger world that was nearby and lessen the burden of improving his Taos even further. However, this was easier said than done. Setting aside the how for a moment, what about these worlds themselves? How would he find them and pinpoint them? That was where Tatsuya constellation came into play. This technique was built from the foundation of domain, the movement technique of Hope's race. It was created using star maps of existence. The stars would then be a proxy and foundation for your movements in battle, not only amplifying your evasion ability but even your overall combat ability. This required a ton of leg work because it meant memorizing all the star maps of existence. If you didn't know the star map of a particular region, you were out of luck and the technique wouldn't be usable for you. Ryu, however, had managed to find a workaround for this. Rather than wasting his time memorizing so much stuff, he was able to directly map out the stars in real time. So instead of memorizing everything, he was able to recreate the star map of a particular region in real time. That was where the change in Tatsuya constellation came in. Ryu had changed the technique once more, not just to incorporate spacetime like he had in the past, but to also incorporate fate itself. By using his own fate star as the center of the constellation, he wasn't just able to use the star map of a particular region, but he was able to warp and change it to small extents, allowing him to exert far more control over the region in combat, even to the point of twisting the laws of the world in his favor. That was what Ryu planned to do this time. If he could use his fate star to probe around and sense a stronger world, he could then use third perspective to lock onto it, and then his chaotic silk meridians to tether himself to their chaos plane. Once he succeeded, he would not only be able to use their far stronger chaos chi for a moment, but he would be able to use Heaven's Gate and Earth's Gate to their standards. Chapter 1963. Third and fourth. All of this sounded great on paper, but whether he could even find a world in close enough proximity to allow him to do this in a cost-effective way was still up in the air. He had no guarantee that there was a world nearby that was stronger than this one. It was likely that in this entire quadrant of existence, this was the strongest world for thousands of light years, or worse than. Even that, until Ryu grew stronger, finding and locating these stronger worlds to connect to would be a great strain and one that wouldn't necessarily be worth it. However, his conversation with Ailsa had told him something else. In order for Little Gem to have been taken away, there was very likely a strong world ruled by griffins not too far from this one. In fact, the fact that such a world existed made it incredibly convenient to find. Because he could use third perspective to lock onto Little Gem. After all, at one point in time, this beast was contracted to him and he had saved the little girl from a fate of being left to die by her clan. Thanks to this, Ryu found the world almost instantly. However, he didn't finish the process to contact Little Gem. He didn't know what the little one's exact situation was right now, but he did know that if this was a Griffin clan in the truest sense, then they were powerful beyond measure. His third perspective couldn't be sensed under normal circumstances, but contacting Little Gem might cause her to become the flaw in the loop, resulting in him being sensed. However, now he knew exactly where Little Gem was and he would make sure to deal with that situation properly. If she was happy, he would leave her be. If she wasn't, well, he still had a belly full of anger he had yet to vent anywhere just yet. Boom! Ryu's aura skyrocketed to another level. He pulled on the Griffin world, connecting his chaotic silk meridians to them. At the same time, his Earth's Gate usage soared. The Griffin world wasn't just one level above this world, it was an entire 3. Meaning, in order for you to have a lower founding Dao in this world, you would need to have a peak founding Dao in this one. Even Ryu's Dao only counted as a middle founding Dao in this one. At the same time, the Chaos Chi was clearly levels beyond as well. Just sensing it made him feel like he was floating on clouds. Ryu forewent using Earth's Gate to raise his Dao to the omniscient grade. Instead, he pushed it forward. From middle founding to higher founding, from higher founding to peak founding. The insights poured into his mind as he felt his Dao take leaps forward by qualitative bounds. And then he began. At that moment, deep within his spiritual sea, his internal matrix began to shift and change. The eyes were the window to the soul. They were inextricably linked, so much so that Ryu was a bit disappointed in himself for not thinking of taking this step earlier. His plan was simple. After seeing Earth's Gate and Heaven's Gate in their truest form, he realized that it was a perfected version of precisely what his internal matrix was trying to do, at least in one aspect. Right now, his internal matrix worked exactly like a real matrix. It could take an input, handle all the computational rigor, and spit out a nice and easy to consume answer. When this was applied to his Dao, it amplified its effects so that it was quasi-similar to a Dao of higher grade. But what if he could take it a step forward? What if he linked his eyes with his internal matrix, allowing it to take on the computational rigors of fate itself? In that case, his internal matrix wouldn't just be spitting out what it hoped his Tao could become, but was instead studying all the paths that his Tao really might take, and producing a result that stood above them all. When Ryu linked them like this, he felt his heart palpitate as he gasped for breath. It wasn't a gasping for breath because he was tired, but rather one akin to a mortal breaking through the surface of a body of water after far too long beneath the surface. It felt like for the first time, he could see, he could feel, he could breathe. The connection between his soul and his eyes was suddenly perfected, and at that moment, his spacetime soul nature finally gained a companion. The spacetime star he had absorbed from the Zhu clan ancestor was so powerful that he hadn't even been able to think about getting another. Although his perfect black body could help him gain soul natures, if one was more powerful than the other, any he consumed would be suppressed. In all this time, he had yet to run into a second affinity that he could absorb into his soul that would match the Zhu clan ancestor's might. However, what Ryu hadn't known was that his third and fourth soul natures would be sitting right in his head. The moment the linkage was forged, there was a feedback loop that formed between his perfect blackbody soul and his eyes. In that moment, he seemed to see through fate and karma far more clearly than he ever had before. And in that same instant, his heavenly pupil's abilities took yet another step forward, as though he had finally gained more of a right to control them. Ryu was shaken. He could see something now that he had never been able to see through before, and what it was shocked him to his very core. It can't be. Ryu's eyes widened. However, in that temporary lapse, his control over time slipped and the world accelerated around him. Boom, boom. The skies overturned as Arya appeared in the skies. Chapter 1964. Distracted. 1964. Distracted Ryu stood in the middle of a large protective formation as the building above his head was ripped to shreds. Soon, a petite young woman appeared, one of her eyes glistening with a brass radiance, and the other releasing a frigid chill. Fiend chilled Arya Moon. Ryu looked up almost indifferently. It was as though he didn't realize that he was in danger at all. In fact, his gaze still seemed to be somewhat distracted, as though he was still trying to wrap his head around what he had just seen. It was hard for him to believe, but he had to. Boom. Suddenly, Arya attacked. She didn't seem to realize that Ryu was distracted, or maybe she simply didn't care. Her gaze was vicious and she clearly wanted him dead as quickly as possible. And yet, the attack vanished the moment it appeared above Ryu's head, as though it had been blown away by the wind. I'm busy, if you don't mind, Ryu said lightly, still absent-minded. Arya's eyes widened. What was that? How had he just done that? It felt like he had just stretched out the space. No, it was time. Arya's heart nearly leapt out of her chest. Ryu actually aged her attack until it ran out of energy and just puffed out of existence. But how was that possible? No, even more importantly, how could a transcended do such a thing? What Arya didn't realize was that she was still wrong. Ryu hadn't just aged her attack. He extended the space between them until her attack might as well have been a lifetime of travel away, and at the same time, he severed the fate between Arya and her attack until she couldn't even truly see what happened. With fate, the attack lost its very foundation. If anything, Ryu had gone a bit overboard. But right now, Arya just felt weak. Ryu shook his head, realizing that this certainly wasn't the place for him to think. At the very least, he didn't want to waste his time with annoying flies right now. He looked down at the formation beneath his feet and it trembled once. Arya froze. Stop. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Crack. At that moment, a false shrine began to rise up from the ground. But its fate with the fiends had already been severed. Without much effort, Ryu took it into his inner world, receiving the second and last piece he needed to construct his great sword staffs. He looked up into the skies and took a step. At that moment, the number of lords was greatly increasing in the air. Ryu, still a bit absent-minded, stood in the midst of all of them. Because of his little mistake, he hadn't been able to finish refining the world at the same time, but that much was fine. He would just have to deal with all of these people first. And Arya Moon would be a decent summon as well. He needed to rapidly raise his fate anyway. Subduing such a woman would go a long way. Ironically, the best thing to do was to make it obvious that the so-called goddess Tatsuya was actually his wife. But his pride was much too deep for such a thing. If he was going to raise the foundation of his inner world, he would do it himself. And he certainly wouldn't rely on his own woman to do such a thing. Tatsuya constellation. A silver star appeared high in the skies behind Ryu and his birthed phenomena took shape beneath it. Heavenly Dao tree. His voice was soft, and yet it seemed to project to the corners of the entire world. A crystalline tree appeared to Ryu's back, wrapped in mystery. Suddenly, it lashed out. It was impossible even to react to, and the result was shocking. The targeted lord tried to dodge, and seemed to succeed, only to realize the branch was somehow still on its way. He dodged again, only for the odd feeling to occur again, and then again, and then again. It felt like his body was being constantly reset, transported backward in time only to be forced to try to dodge again. His afterimages layered on top of one another, becoming more and more numerous until... Splat! His head splattered into a rain of blood. Everyone froze. Ryu hadn't even moved, and yet a lord had died in such a mysterious fashion. Was this really a transcended? The worst part was that Ryu still seemed to be somewhat distracted. He wasn't even looking at them, nor could they feel his spiritual quintessence. It was as though his entire mind was elsewhere. Suddenly, the heavenly Dao tree began to move more sharply, more fluidly. Ryu seemed to have resigned himself to a fact and he focused more on what was happening. And as a result, the lords began to fall in droves. They were like children in the middle of an adult's game. Ryu just stood there, his hands clasped behind his back as he gave them a level gaze. At that moment, his Dao heart seemed to become sharper and more refined. He was going through a sublimation right before them all, and most couldn't even sense it, let alone understand why it was happening. Only Arya found herself trembling. She had been a genius all her life, only to realize that she was nothing before this man. Ryu leveled an even gaze at her. If her Dao heart shattered because of this, he wouldn't even be interested in taking her as a maid anymore, let alone a summon. However, surprisingly, she didn't disappoint him. Arya unleashed a roar that seemed to pump her full of courage. Her aura pierced toward the skies, but compared to Ryu's own, it was like a moth to a flame. She shot forward, grasping at the air and forming a brass halberd she swung down with all her might. Ryu reached out with a finger. Arya struggled, but she found herself slowing down more and more until her blade came to a stunning halt on Ryu's extended finger. Ryu seemed to look right through her, his attention seemingly already elsewhere. It was no wonder he was so distracted, though. In the moment his soul and eyes connected, he saw through fate and he realized something profound. The spacetime star of the Zhu ancestor was practically identical to the fate of his eyes, and that wouldn't make any sense unless he was either born with it, or he had been the one to create it in the first place. Chapter 1965, Why? Ryu looked at the brass halberd Arya had swung at him. Trapped on his finger, there wasn't much that she could do at all. The power to control fate in a world that was capped at the mere Lord grade was too powerful. There were no powerful individuals here that could even begin to contend against this new soul nature to him. And worse than that, Ryu had a far higher natural affinity for fate and karma than he ever did for space and time. Since his birth, he had been steeped in this comprehension thanks to his eyes. Every ability of his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils manipulated fate on some scale or another. The simplest ability of his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, third perspective, allowed him to view the world from a bird's eye view. But the reason most couldn't even begin to detect it was because it used fate to observe things. Even Tao gods had difficulty grasping such a thing, let alone normal cultivators. For the most powerful abilities, even less needed to be explained as they were all obviously tied with space. Back when Ryu got his spacetime soul nature, it took a lot of time and adjusting. And though this would certainly require at least some of that, it wasn't nearly to the same extent. With the foundation of his eyes, it was as though the world had just opened up to him. While it was the case that it would be much harder to manipulate in the outside world, in a holy world like this one, and maybe even a sovereign grade one, he was practically invincible. However, as amazing as all of this was, both what he had already thought through and things that he realized he had yet to think through, it didn't change how shocked he was internally. The good news, at least in one timeline or iteration, he had managed to become as strong as he had always dreamed, somehow breaking the fundamental laws of time itself and going backward. Ryu remembered how he felt when he first learned about the Zhu ancestor. He had been floored about the fact someone could go back in time in the first place. It just didn't make any sense whatsoever. Honestly speaking, it still didn't make any sense, and that was despite having gained both time affinity and fate affinity beyond. But it did start to make a little bit more sense. Theoretically speaking, if he had such great control over space, time, fate, and karma, then it was possible for him to step outside of fate and karma for a moment and reverse the stream of time. However, while Ryu understood how to do step 1, the rest of it, well, it was a complete mess. If he just wanted to go back in time to personally observe something, that would still be fine. But changing the occurrence of events or even tweaking the timeline seemed impossible. After all, if he stepped outside the stream of fate, then obviously, manipulating fate was impossible. And going through all that effort just to witness something with his own eyes was a complete waste of time. Back in Sacrum, Ryu had already been able to use his eyes to read fate and reconstruct past events to some extent. Now, he was even more capable of doing exactly that. If he wanted, he could wave a hand and experience the last 100 years of a particular location in the blink of an eye. And that was without trying particularly hard. That was the power of having gained a fate and karma affinity to match his time affinity. It was highly unlikely that anyone would be able to hide anything from him these days. His ability to comprehend and deduce had touched upon entirely new levels. So, why would he need to physically go back in time? The obvious answer was that there had to be a reason, but that wasn't much of an answer at all. Clearly, my future self wanted me to have this spacetime affinity earlier. By extension, it's also possible that the person who left my perfect blackbody in the death shrine was also myself, maybe to escape from the fate of having it stolen by the martial gods, or potentially controlled by the Phoenix Sky God. Ryu thought of the possibility that he was the Phoenix Sky God as well. Someone who could return back in time to muddy the waters of history would be the perfect person to leave behind the messy tales that were the Phoenix Sky God's life. It had to be remembered that even Ryu didn't know the true backstory of the Phoenix Sky God. He had just managed to cobble together countless folklores and tales to maybe piece together who to awaken their spiritual foundation. However, now that he thought about it, it would have made perfect sense if the Phoenix Sky God could return back in time to obscure the truths of their life so that others could inscribe their fate. But he dismissed the idea. Although he could potentially become a Phoenix Sky God in another timeline, after all, he did have the bloodlines necessary. The real issue with him being the Phoenix Sky God was that he had seen the Phoenix Sky God in this timeline. No matter what kind of voodoo and tricks he could pull, there was simply no way that two of him could exist at the same time. And on a deeper level than that, his new fate soul nature made him even more sensitive. The Phoenix Sky God was someone with strong ties to him obviously, since he had their spiritual foundation in his body. But he was 100% certain that they weren't him. So the question was, why? What did he deem was so important that he had to return like this? Was he just trying to reach a higher realm of cultivation? Or was it something else? And what did the Zhu clan have to do with it? Chapter 1966. Awry, that was the other oddity to this puzzle. Why the Zhu clan? Ryu thought of the possibility that the Zhu clan was actually his own clan, but he knew himself. First off, if it really was his own clan, he was certain that his future self would have found a way to stop Eska from becoming his wife. He didn't care how many generations separated them, he had no intention of betting one of his descendants. And second, he would never change his name from Tatsuya, even for a plot. He had too much pride for that. Unless it was the case that he had changed more than he thought, which he guessed might be possible, there was simply no chance of any of this happening. But the Zhu clan felt useless to him. They were weak, and the only thing they had ever really brought him was trouble. Being mistaken for a Zhu clan descendant was why he had been bullied so fiercely at the start of his second life, the reason he had been labeled a so-called white devil. There were so many moving pieces that it was hard even for Ryu to wrap his head around them all, and ironically enough, everyone was just either frozen in time or being ruthlessly slaughtered one after another as he stood in silence. Arya tried to take her halberd back and attack him several times already, but it was a completely useless endeavor. She couldn't even break through his defenses. And when she tried to retreat, she found the passage backward inexplicably long. It took her several seconds just to succeed in taking the equivalent of a single step back, when before, she could easily cross tens of thousands of miles in that kind of time. Instead, it looked as though she was flying backward in place, something that made her face flush with embarrassment and rage, especially when she remembered the words that had been sent in earlier. Had he really come here to press her down? Unwillingness brimmed in Arya's eyes and her dissatisfaction was quickly boiling over. However, at that moment, Ryu finally looked up. Okay, let's end this. He wasn't getting anywhere with his thoughts, so he just didn't want to waste his time anymore. He had to be fast with dealing with these matters, or else the trouble in the outside world would really come back to bite him. As easy as it was to control fate in this world, he knew that he would have already become a mummified husk if he tried to repeat the same in the outside world, especially if it was against enemies stronger than lords. So before a certain Reverend Dark Claw finished up his plot, it was best he get out here. Ryu reached forward and clamped a hand around Arya's neck. She struggled and clawed at him, but it was useless in the end. She was unceremoniously suppressed and sealed by the might of his inner world before being tossed inside like a bag of sand. Ryu yawned. It wasn't a fake one, but a legitimate one. It seems controlling fate even in this world can take its toll. If I can raise up the fate of my inner world to a high enough degree, though, I bet it would offset a lot of the cost. He raised up a hand as he thought and the world shuddered. His lips parted slightly and death acupoint reflected in his eyes. All of a sudden, under his control of fate, these small, impossible to grasp targets expanded to the point they became large bullseyes. Die, Ryu said softly. Poochie. The world fell to silence. Hundreds of Dao Lords fell from the skies, completely and utterly dead. The drastic difference between how Ryu thought this matter would go, and how it actually ended up going, were two vastly different. But sometimes, you were only one slight breakthrough away from a shocking windfall. And this time, it seemed that he had been holding himself back too much. A slight hint of fatigue pinched his brows, but that was when something shocking happened. Ryu combined focus, his time affinity, and his new fate affinity together, and in that moment, the fatigue between his brows had been wiped away. What he had done just now was far more effective than even the prayer mat had ever been. Even if he was comparing it to his days in Sacrum, and those were the days he used to have unlimited focus chi. Focus was the technique of his eyes that allowed him to sink into states of meditation whenever he wanted. This technique of his eyes had an inextricably linked status to his focus chi as a result. So, using it as a conduit, Ryu reversed the time and fate on his own focus chi. And in an instant, he was back to 100%. Ryu chuckled, looking up into the skies. I'm really going to miss this world. He was truly a god here, a god that broke laws without the slightest scruples. However, soon, I'll be just as much of a god in the outside world. When that day comes, I'll bend a certain disobedient wife over my knee and see if she still dares to be so arrogant. A flash of malevolence sparked in Ryu's gaze. Surpassing me isn't so easy. He remembered the words clearly. But she had obviously forgotten who her husband was. Ryu's aura flared and the Lord Grade world seemed to crack. He didn't need to waste his time refining it or gathering fate anymore. He was the master of fate in this world. If he said he wanted it to come to him, it would come. And when he did that, the world would obviously acknowledge him as its victor. In the outside world, Reverend Dark Claw was continuing his preparations, feeling that he had time. The formations in the surroundings were quickly coming together, the Dao gods of his family were on their way, and he was personally standing guard even if something went awry, and awry they went. Boom. Chapter 1967. Mindless the portal shuddered and the world overturned. At that moment, Reverend Dark Claw's head snapped in a certain direction, his pupils constricting when he noticed that the rainbow wall was crashing backward. It approached by several thousand more miles before it came to a wobbling stop, or so it seemed. With his sharp gaze, Reverend Dark Claw could see that it was still collapsing, albeit slowly. Unless they changed the formation of the shrines, it would continue to recede. In a few hundred years, it would return to the original borders. Damn it, he didn't understand how this could be possible. There were so many lords in there, how could Ryu possibly have succeeded? He had had a bad feeling when he saw Ryu's confidence, but he had thought that after exposing Ryu, things would be fine. What he didn't expect was that it wouldn't matter in the slightest. Not only had Ryu managed to succeed, but he had also slaughtered every single one of their lords as well. And now, he had refined their Lord Grade world. A pillar of blackness pierced toward the skies. This time, Ryu didn't suppress the chaos chi aspects in the slightest. Since they knew what he was, he would show them the might they had feared so much. The world overturned and large amounts of insights poured into Ryu's mind. But this time, he didn't turn it into potential. He already had a dark world, he didn't need another. Instead, he would use it for something else. The false shrine appeared high above Ryu's head and his gaze blazed with light. At that moment, the seed of darkness pulsed through his body and the world turned even darker and more dreary than before. Reverend Dark Claw didn't know what Ryu was doing, but he still acted first. So long as Ryu died, everything would be fine. He would be able to fix all of this. A Tao God was too fast. Ryu had barely begun when he felt a pressure that almost shredded his chest apart. However, Hope appeared before Ryu, her small palm pressing out and shattering Reverend Dark Claw's momentum. The Reverend's expression twisted. He should have expected this. The only reason the humans would be so bold is if they had such support. Kill him, he roared, pulling out a halberd and slashing out at Hope. He could tell that Hope should have only recently broken through. Such a lower Tao God shouldn't be a match for him at all. However, that was when he sensed a Tao that twisted his face into a terrible expression. Founding Tao. High-level Taos weren't a shock for Tao gods. If one was a Tao God, at the absolute worst, you would have an ancient Tao. Just being a Tao God alone meant that you were a genius among geniuses. Still, the vast majority of Tao gods tended to have lower founding Taos at the peak of sovereignty, only to slip down to the ancient realm upon becoming Tao gods. To see a Tao God with a founding Tao already made them a cut above most. To see a Tao God with a higher founding Tao, however, Reverend Dark Claw felt his throat constrict. What he didn't know was that if Hope hadn't grown up in the true martial world, maybe right now she would have a peak founding Tao. The only reason it was a step below was that this world was on a tier higher. Reverend Dark Claw only had a peak ancient Tao. In the true martial world, that would be a lower founding Tao. But even if he did have that grade, he was wholly inferior to Hope whether she had just broken through or not. Realizing his situation, and knowing that running would only mean death, he immediately swapped techniques. Stall, stall, stall. It was the only thing he could do. He took out a great number of treasures and tossed them into the surroundings, burning through what little wealth he had managed to retain. So long as Ryu died, it would all be fine. But when he noticed that Hope didn't even look back toward Ryu as though she wasn't worried about his safety at all, he felt his heart constrict again. That was when his pupils shrunk into pinholes, his body shaking as he sensed the aura coming from Ryu. "My name is Ryu Tatsuya," Ryu said with a smile, his handsome visage being burned into their minds and souls. "Those of you that happen to survive, do well to remember that." The seed of darkness pulsed and the world turned black. Death acupoint. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Beams of darkness lashed out toward the surroundings. One shot, one kill. It didn't matter if they were lords or sovereigns, it made no difference whatsoever. One after another, they collapsed, freezing in the skies and then slowly falling. Ryu raised up a hand, his silvery eyes flashing as he analyzed the formations in the region. It took him no more than a handful of seconds. The formations they had put so much effort into shattered beneath the weight of a single word. Break, bang, crack, chi, let's go, Ryu said casually. He took a step and darkness warped around him. Okay, Hope said lightly. She smashed out with a palm that collided with Reverend Dark Claw's chest as though all the defensive measures he had put up were worthless. Then, she vanished along with Ryu. Reverend Dark Claw fell from the skies, coughing up countless mouthfuls of blood as he cursed continuously. They were too smart, too smart. They didn't delay in the slightest, and he even suffered that palm for no reason at all. Damn it, he realized that he couldn't hide this matter anymore. Without a choice, he began to send out messages to mobilize the entire Chaos Plane. Then, he gave a vicious glare to the humans that managed to survive. They all deserved to die. Die. A mindless slaughter ensued. Chapter 1968. I would do it. News of a human boy with 2 shrines in his possession and the legendary chaotic silk meridians in his body spread like wildfire. Most of the fiends had already noticed the shuddering of the rainbow wall, but when they learned of this, the entire race was shaken, even more so when they learned that Arya Moon was dead. It wasn't long before the Moon Fiends came out to confirm that this wasn't the case. Arya Moon's soul flame was very much still active, but that only made things worse. That meant that the pride of their race, and the genius that was most likely to be their next Tao God, had actually been captured alive, by a transcended sky god. News spread like wildfire and suddenly there was a plane-wide manhunt for Ryu. And yet, the man they were looking for was lying on the lap of a beauty. Well, maybe his situation was a little worse than that. Ryu was, indeed, resting his head on Hope's lap as they soared across the skies on Little Silk's back. The problem was that his body was filled with cracks that were exuding black fog. It looked like he would shatter like porcelain at any moment. He was fiendishly circulating embryonic chi, but it was slow going. If not for the fact his body had become so powerful, and the fact he had used the blessings of the holy world and the shrine as a proxy, he would have already collapsed. His seed of darkness was no longer at the pinnacle standard of the true martial world. It was at the pinnacle of all darkness across existence itself. There wasn't a purer concentration of darkness anywhere else. And yet, Ryu had just used it with impunity. On the one hand, it allowed him to kill a large number of lords and sovereigns. And on the other, it practically left him half dead. Damn it, Ryu coughed. Hope seemed to be a flustered little wife doing her best to seem composed. But Ryu could see right through her. Seeing her state, he couldn't help but chuckle a bit. What are you laughing about? Do you know how reckless you are? Ryu smiled. It won't matter. I'm not worried about them finding us now. Before they entered the Chaos Plane, he told Hope not to appear unless she absolutely had to. The appearance of a new Tao god in the Chaos Plane, under usual circumstances, would definitely be sensed by the others. However, now that he had a fate and karma soul nature, he wasn't worried anymore. He might not be able to use it as freely as he could in the Lord Realm, but there was no way even a Tao god could sense him or those he wanted to protect so easily. He was sure that a manhunt was well on its way. But, did it matter? Don't underestimate Tao gods, Ryu. Hope said seriously. All of them are geniuses that could have given you problems at a cultivation realm or two ahead of you. Some of them, especially the peak Tao gods of this world, were geniuses that could have given you trouble at the same cultivation realm. The title of Tao God, Hope looked down to see that Ryu was looking at her with a casual smile on his black vein, cracked lips. He wasn't listening to what she was saying at all. Hope sighed. She realized that if she were someone else, Ryu's gaze would have already grown cold. But because she took her to be his woman now, he was listening with a smile. But that didn't change what was in his heart. Defeat him at the same cultivation realm? He didn't believe there was anyone in existence that could do that any longer. He hadn't believed that before he entered the Lord Realm, and least of all now. If he wasn't being chased by Tao gods, how could he have any fun at all? It made Hope feel both warm and contradictorily cold at the same time. On the one hand, she was happy he was willing to deal with her nonsense. But on the other hand, she didn't think she was speaking nonsense at all. Ryu might think that letting his women be so willful was a great thing. But sometimes, it was patronizing. Ryu's gaze flickered. He always called Hope, little woman, for a reason. She was too easy to read and wore everything she felt on her sleeve. Now, he was even more sensitive to such things, so he could guess what she was thinking. Taking a breath, Ryu sighed. Indeed, his father was right. Having so many women was truly a headache, not because women in general were, but rather dealing with so many different personalities, thoughts, and feelings was like its own path of cultivation hardship. Ironically, outside of Yana and Elena, he had spent the most time with Hope, so he understood her quite well, and also well enough to know that she wasn't really upset by his casual listening to her words. She was upset because he had found a casual reason to blow off her advances, and he hadn't made any moves on her since. He called her his little wife without having actually consummated anything. It made her feel like she didn't have the same place in his heart even if he acted like she did. She could tell that he was upset about Ailsa and didn't care to focus on anything but cultivation, so she wouldn't complain about such a thing even if she knew Ryu wouldn't blame her in the slightest for doing so. But logic and emotions often existed on two different spectrums. Even if she understood, it didn't stop her from feeling like Ailsa would always be more important to him. And if Ryu was honest, was it even possible to love so many women equally? Ryu looked at Hope for a long while, his gaze soft but his heart confused. After a moment, he reached toward a hand Hope was using to stroke his hair absent-mindedly. He held it tightly, pulling it to his chest. If you wanted me to make my divorce with Ailsa official right now, I would do it. Hope froze when she heard such words, suddenly feeling flustered. Chapter 1969. One chance Hope had never expected to hear such words, and the moment she did, she began to tear up. Suddenly, it didn't matter if Ryu's action felt patronizing to her or not. The reason being treated like a child would hurt in the first place if there was some sinister intention or underlying disdain. But for Ryu to say such words, how could she not be moved? Ailsa was his life partner, the only woman that had broken his stubborn streak, the woman he was designed to love the most, whether it be by nature or the heavens themselves. And yet, he had said such a thing. When Ryu first met Ailsa, he was completely opposed to her entire existence. It could be said that in his whole life, Ailsa was the one person that had ever applied external pressure to change any of Ryu's internal thoughts. In his life, or lives, Ryu had changed, altered, and grown as a person in various ways, but not a single one of those instances was because of something someone else told him. At least not when it came to large things, and certainly not in regard to things that he had decided to be stubborn about. Ryu had never put it in so many words, but maybe the catalyst for his largest change in self was Ailsa. If not for Ailsa, he would have never even thought to look at a woman other than Elena. If not for Ailsa, he wouldn't have come to accept the heavens for what they were instead of always thinking of them as his number one enemy. If not for Ailsa, the foundation of cultivation he relied upon to this day wouldn't even exist. It had been trillions of years for Ailsa, but to Ryu, it had barely been a blink of an eye, and the things he had learned with his wife by his side were very much there. It could even be said that if any other wife had done what Ailsa had done, maybe instead of threatening divorce, Ryu would have directly done it. And maybe it was precisely because such a thought was his reality that Ryu realized that it might truly be impossible to love so many women equally, and that was when an unexpected feeling appeared. Guilt, even a small bit of regret. Ryu had heard his father's words, and had taken heed of them. However, he hadn't truly changed from the bottom of his heart. He had only planned to follow what his father wanted because he respected him, but it wasn't because he felt to the depths of his soul that this was something he should do. But now, he could feel it, truly feel it. Before, it had been Aizmine to a small extent. He wasn't a fool. He knew that Aizmine was more than a little dissatisfied with their relationship. If he had the time to fuck her brains out at least a few times a month, she would be content with that. But he didn't even have the time on hand to do that much. Of his women, she would certainly be the one to most easily turn his back on him. And, he couldn't say that he would care very much at all. He had no feelings for her whatsoever, and outside of their playful and somewhat enjoyable banter, he had hardly any impression of the type of woman she was at all. So when his father spoke, and mostly used her as an example, Ryu listened, but he didn't truly listen. Hope, on the other hand, was someone he did care for. He would definitely care if she left him, and it wasn't just because she had risked her life to save his own. Ryu always had a soft spot for women willing to risk so much for him, and a lot of that was why Ailsa had been able to break down his ice-cold walls. But Hope resonated with him on a deeper level than that. She wasn't just the woman who would be likely to carry his first child either, he saw too much of himself in her. If Ailsa was his idealized reflection, the cultivator he could have become had his life never been tampered with. Elena was the one who picked up the pieces, Yana was the silent support by his side, and Hope was the one lying in pieces on the ground with him. She too had had her life ruined at the hands of others, her fate toyed with, and her destiny ripped from her hands. Her fate was now tied to his own, and he remembered distinctly the sort of despair she had felt when she thought that she had calculated wrongly and hitched herself to the wrong person. The last time such a woman had broken down before him like that, Ryu had directly abandoned any thought of ever being with her. Of course, Surreal hadn't truly broken down into tears, but in Ryu's eyes, it might as well have been no different at all. That sort of resignation to fate was something he hated to see, and even more so in women since his most liked women were the exact opposite. Even so, he remembered almost ignoring Hope back then. At first glance, it seemed that he was just as disdainful of her as all the others. But the more he thought back to that moment, the more he self-reflected, the more he understood his real emotions back then. He had seen a potential reflection of himself, a reflection of what he might become if he never broke free of the martial gods, of how he might fail if he took a single wrong step, of how he might crumble if the walls crashed unexpectedly. And even that was being too charitable. Because the reality was that she wasn't what he could become, she was what he had been. A failure who gave up, a failure who just needed one chance to reverse their fate. Chapter 1970. Impossible. Ryu raised a weak hand and caressed Hope's cheek. These sorts of feelings had truly settled in for him after he saw his past lives. He knew he wasn't special. Given a different set of circumstances in life, he might be at the bottom of a barrel somewhere, despairing just as much as Hope or cowering just as much as Surreal. What he did know was that this version of himself, the version that could look down on the world and dauntlessly stare into the face of death, was the version of himself he wanted to be. But that didn't change the fact that he could have easily been different. And yet, even that was more complicated than it seemed. He had had almost 3 decades of secluded meditation. Most of that time seemed to have been spent calculating out his body realm cultivation method, but only he knew how much of that time had been idle, running experiments, testing how the flow of different elemental chis worked and how they vibed with his vital chi, so on and so forth. It had also allowed him a lot of time to calm down and a lot of time to think. During that time, Ryu thought back to the trial of the Phoenix Sky God. It was the one reincarnation that he experienced that he could fully remember even without the aid of the dream wraiths. It was funny, the reason he thought of it to begin with was as a vain attempt at debunking the idea that he wasn't unique and special. After all, in that life, born to the Tor clan, he was in a completely different environment than he was in the Tatsuya clan. Logically, he should have become a different man. But why was the little Ryu of then of the same make and build as he had been as a scion of the Tatsuya clan? That should prove that he was special. No. Even while being suppressed by his own elders, his own father and mother, he had managed to display his intelligence, and he was staunch in his arrogance. That seemed to contradict everything that he had come to learn from his reincarnations, but was that the case? Wasn't he only able to display his intelligence because he had intelligence in the first place? His ability to cultivate was still gone, but he still had his eyes despite the fact his eyelids had been forcefully sealed shut. Beyond that, his bone structure was still the ice jade crystal body, so it would still be able to mutate his brain folds and make him smarter than most. On top of that, wasn't the Tor clan the equivalent of what the Tatsuya clan was to the shrine plane to the higher mortal plane? He had been given pretty much the same gifts and the same opportunities. Ironically, if it wasn't for the fact his clan had come to hate him, he would have ended up in the same cycle he had in the Tatsuya clan, hating everything around him because the heavens wouldn't allow him to cultivate. It had to be remembered that in order to pass the Phoenix Sky God trial, Ryu had to break free of his mental restraints. Even if his father, Emperor Tor, hadn't tampered with his awakening ceremony, he would have still failed it without this awakening. When Ryu realized all of this, everything came back full circle. Once again, his environment had dictated how he changed and what kind of person he became. It was almost a sick joke, and it was something that made him sympathize with Hope all the more. They had had 10 years in the black hole together, and many more years outside of that. He had learned so much about her, he had heard her voice more times than he could count, been forced to withstand her little woman antics. He was certain that she was a woman who deserved to be by his side. She had fought through so much, and unlike his circumstances, she was even more unlucky. How far did a woman of Hope's caliber have to be pushed to force herself to have the child of a man she hadn't even known all that well back then? Should he look down on her for not having enough pride? For not being stupid enough to act against the will of the heavens as though it was something she could truly fight on her own? Did he even have such a right? Hope tried to open her mouth to speak, but only sobs came out. Her chest rattled with guilt as she held Ryu's hand to her cheek. She didn't even know why she had said something so stupid. She didn't want to put Ryu into such a position, but she just couldn't help the emotions she was feeling. No, 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 she kept saying the word over and over again, faster and faster as though she was afraid Ryu would do something stupid. Ryu couldn't help but burst into a fit of laughter. Little woman antics, indeed. Don't laugh at me, and don't say something so bad again. Bad, Ryu said with a weak smile. I meant every word. Don't say that. Hope hurriedly covered his mouth. I do not want my sister wives to hate me. I still have to ingratiate myself with Sister Eismine and Big Sister Eska properly. Don't ruin this for me. Ryu was suddenly speechless. Why did it sound like he was getting pushed to the side? Still, his thoughts couldn't help but drift off as Hope continued to sputter words somewhat quickly and part incoherently. He had just put something together that he couldn't put together before because he hadn't known it at the same, but wasn't the reason he was ostracized by the Tor kingdom because he looked like a white devil? And wasn't he now suddenly an ancestor of these white devils, aka the Zhu clan? And wasn't the hatred of the Tor kingdom the difference he needed to break through his mental constraints and earn the White Phoenix spiritual foundation? In that case, could it be his future self set all of this up? It's impossible. I can't be the Phoenix Sky God, can I? Ryu was confused once more, because his title was certainly not Phoenix. Chapter 1971, shortly something about it still seemed off. Plus, he was having a hard time wrapping his mind around how time could possibly work like that despite his time affinity. How could he become the man that was capable of reversing the flow of time in the first place if he needed the help of his future self to even pass the trial in the first place? It was like a chicken and the egg situation, but even worse than usual because it was just an outright paradox no matter how you answered. The only way this would make any sense was if the purpose of his future self wasn't just to help him pass, but rather to speed up the process. In fact, now that Ryu thought about it, before, he had thought about creating a technique that would allow him to reforge his foundation. What if this was similar? But if that was the case, he was doing a very bad job. There were still many holes in his foundation now, and it felt like too little had been done in that regard. Was it that his future self couldn't be too hands-on? Maybe. It hadn't been too obvious to him that someone was helping until now. But Ryu still felt that it was likely more complicated than that. Ryu realized that he should probably focus on recovery. Although he had brushed off a lot of what Hope had said, she wasn't exactly wrong. He couldn't underestimate the fiends or else he would end up suffering for it. However, there wasn't much he could do right now other than shielding them from detection and focusing on undoing his wounds. He was in one part trying to control the false dark shrine to pull the damaging chi away from his body, and another part using the embryonic chi to quickly heal himself. He didn't dare to ask Hope to help because the chi that was rampaging around right now was the strongest dark chi in existence. The only reason he was still alive was because he had the false shrine and limited control of the seed of darkness. In fact, had it not been for the fact he was limiting himself to using as little of it as possible, he might have even been able to wield it to kill the likes of Reverend Darkclaw. Though, that was more of a pipe dream than anything else. If he had gathered up so much of his dark seed chi, he wouldn't even be alive to flirt with this little wife of his. Hope continued to ramble, mostly trying to distract herself from her own worry. However, it was hard to when Little Silk wasn't even flying toward the rainbow. Instead, they were flying diagonally away from it, slowly going deeper and deeper into fiend territory. She knew that this was the smartest thing to do, but that still didn't make it any better. Therein lied the elephant in the room, though. If Ryu was wrong about all of this and he really was the Phoenix Sky God, how would he face Hope? After all, that would mean that he was the one who destroyed her world and put her in the situation to suffer like this in the first place. Ryu took a breath and closed his eyes. It seemed that no matter what happened, he would just have to take it in stride. The odds that he was the Phoenix Sky God as well as the Zoo ancestor were low. But at this point, it was hard to rule it out completely. For now, he chose to keep it a secret, not because he wanted to hide anything from Hope, but rather because he felt that he would only be harming her by even suggesting it. She had gone through enough for now. When the time came and if he was right about these speculations he would deal with it then. Time passed quickly and the powder keg that was the Chaos Plane only grew worse. The number of fiends searching for the duo was only growing and even several higher Dao gods had been mobilized. The importance of the false shrine was too great, but to stack that on top of the chaotic silk meridians. It could be said that Ryu was one of one in terms of high-priority targets. It only made it worse that one of their fiend childs was in his possession. Arya was the crown jewel of not just one, but two fiend lineages. When they confirmed that she was still alive, both sent out 3 higher Dao gods. This sort of firepower was something that hadn't been seen on such a scale since maybe this war began all those generations ago. By now, much of those ashes had settled down, only for a little transcended sky god to flip it on its head. In fact, even the peak Dao gods were alerted about this matter. If not for the fact that their positions were too strategic, they would have likely been deployed as well. The commotion was so great that news began leaking to the real plane, and soon, in a matter of days, the Dao gods of the Fae and their allies would be slowly awakened to the truth. As for how they would react, it was hard to tell. But there would definitely be at least one person incredibly antsy about it, and that was none other than Star River. She had never wanted Ryu to go for precisely this reason. Even if Ryu managed to escape to the real plane, there was simply no way that the fiends would let this go. This would certainly lead to an all-out war, and by then, just how many would die? The human emperor stood at the bottom of the valley in silence. He looked from one human corpse to the next and he felt his Dao heart creaking and shuddering. He had experienced this more than once. Every time the human race was humiliated, every time they scorned or genocided, every time they were forced to suffer both at the hands of their enemies and their supposed allies. He took a breath and looked into the skies. When will this end? Eel waved a hand and his Tao thrummed. The souls of the humans here, shackled and suppressed, were relieved of their burden. In one breath, they were both sent into the cycle of reincarnation, and all their thoughts, hopes, and memories were taken by the human emperor. This was part of his human emperor Tao. Usually, such things would be cleansed away by the dream wraiths. But he had the ability to step in and act as the middleman. Eel was then able to incorporate the understanding of cultivation that these humans had and use them to strengthen himself, as well as add positive karma to himself by relieving them of the curse and burden the fiends had placed on them. When fiends wanted to be especially cruel, they could do so. It had to be remembered that the fiends were antithetical to life and order. As such, they were neither born through normal means, nor did they reincarnate through normal means. The powerful among them even had the ability to taint souls that relied on order with chaos, making it difficult to almost impossible for them to reincarnate as well. It wasn't a surprise that the race that suffered this the most in this world were the humans. There was a time that the human emperor even wanted to find out why it was they were so viciously targeted like this all the time, only to give up years ago. Soon, the human emperor learned of what happened here and he couldn't help but frown. A truly reckless child. The human emperor sighed before he realized something. Was this Ryu the same one he had been stopped from helping almost 27 years ago now? He had survived. The human emperor frowned. This was troublesome. Why would such a hope for the human race come here? He didn't blame Ryu for not saving the humans. He had simply seen too many die. Although he thought Ryu was a bit selfish, in this regard, he felt that it was only right that he be exactly that. Such a talent, with a founding Tao so high at the transcended realm, had an excellent chance of becoming a Tao god so long as he could break into the Lord realm. Eel was too valuable, but by the same token, if he didn't take such risks, he would end up heavily suppressed by the Fae. Before, they didn't take him seriously because he was a mere true sky god. But now that he had stirred such a commotion and given them such a good reason to target him, well, the result could be guessed. The fiends might not be Ryu's only enemies very soon. What the human emperor didn't know just yet was that Ryu's current actions would unravel a mystery that had caught them in a web for generations to come, and the other foot would fall very shortly. Chapter 1972. Simple, Ryu pushed all other thoughts out of his mind, rushing to heal himself. At the same time, he set part of his clones to focus on finding quicker solutions to all of this. Luckily, he ended up finding one. The best sort of method he could use to heal himself was, obviously, his body realm cultivation method. After all, it was built on the foundation of his natural treasures to begin with. There's no need for a new technique. I can use the excess dark seed chi to temper my body and turn the chi itself into more normal injuries. By then, it'll be easier for my embryonic chi to heal it, albeit only by a small bit. This process would speed things up by about 50% or so, but considering the damage he was already suffering, he would be hard-pressed to finish up in a short time regardless. Luckily, his eyes had already recovered quite swiftly in just a few hours. There should also be a method of changing the fate around me to make my embryonic chi more effective. His embryonic chi had been shown to be less effective on those that didn't have the proper fate. He, himself, got screwed over when he started relying on the 9-pillar flame sect's taboo methods. Hope had also suffered because of this as well, and his embryonic chi was far less effective on her. But now, after coming to a new world, Ryu realized that the other half of his chaotic silk meridians was perfectly mirrored by his embryonic chi meridians. Meaning, his embryonic chi connected with the laws of a new plane when it moved as well. In this world, his embryonic chi was actually even less effective on him than usual. However, if he changed the world he was connected to, Ryu tried another world as soon as his eyes recovered and flickered when he realized that there was a change. Then he shifted again to the world that he could most easily connect to. Sacrum. In his opinion, there would be a bit of a trade-off. Sacrum's fate might be far more aligned with him, but it was also a weaker world. So it was likely that the embryonic chi it produced wouldn't be able to help him as well. But since Sacrum was also the world that Ryu could connect to the easiest regardless of distance, it wasn't much of a problem to at least try. And the result shocked him. Weak. Who had said that it would be weak? The second Ryu circulated a single drop from Sacrum, his injuries had already healed by over 5%. It practically floored him. Is it that my affinity with Sacrum is so high that the weakness is offset by the gains? Or is it that Sacrum is powerful to begin with? The answer was hard to pin down, and Ryu didn't have the time to waste on trying to figure it out, not when he needed to heal as quickly as possible. The foundational injuries, the ones done directly to his body, forming lacerations and bone fractures, were healed first and within a half hour. It would have likely been faster had Ryu not had to wait for the embryonic chi droplets to form one by one, but there was no helping that. Unfortunately, when connecting to a world that was so far away, the droplets formed even more slowly than usual. And that wasn't the only problem either. While it was relatively easy for Ryu to connect to Sacrum, it was still an impossibly long distance away, a distance that couldn't even be properly described in terms of light years alone. If not for the fact, fate and its fabric worked with means well beyond mere distance, connecting to Sacrum would have been impossible. And it was also because of that ease was just a relative term. After half an hour of being connected to Sacrum, Ryu was absolutely gassed. If he pushed his eyes to maintain the connection for any longer, he would end up collapsing and forcing them into dormancy once again. He gasped for breath, severing the connection as he now focused on pushing the rest of the dark seed chi back to where it belonged without doing more damage to his body. Unfortunately, some damage was inevitable, reversing some of the good progress he had made. But, fortunately, it wasn't nearly as bad as before. At first, Ryu had been trying to return the chi to his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, but he eventually realized that this wasn't worth it. The process was too long and he would end up doing more bad than good. However, that was when he remembered that his meridians were damn near indestructible, being the third most durable material in all of existence. The more he learned about the world, the more he truly understood how shocking such a rating was. That was to say that even the material that was used to make these false shrines was inferior to his own meridians. He had begun neglecting the fundamental talents of his meridians because who wouldn't? Would he care about such simple abilities when he could control the chaos chi of the various worlds? But now, this simple ability was going to be what saved him. Every time he improved the foundation of his chaotic silk meridians, it transcended to the chaotic silk of a world that was on par with its new stature, thus making its durability even more profound. Right now, his dark seed chi was much more powerful than the current foundation of his chaotic silk meridians after his spiritual foundation got a hold of it. But the fact his chaotic silk meridians were so durable in the first place should be able to offset this gap. Ryu then began to direct all of the dark seed chi back into his meridians. His body began to swell as though it would blow up at any moment. Chapter 1973. A little bit all the while Ryu was being put through the ringer, Hope could only sit there in a nervous mess. He had gone through many cycles of injury and recovery, and he looked as though he had almost died several times now. How could she not be nervous? The only thing stopping her from crying out was the fact that Ryu did seem to get a little better every time he went through one of these cycles. But no matter how much she tried to keep herself calm, it was nearly impossible to do so when her husband started blowing up like a balloon. It sounded like bombs were going off in Ryu's body, or like a heavenly tribulation had been triggered right in her presence. However, all the while, Ryu's eyes remained almost lightly closed and his face was entirely expressionless. One could have thought that it was someone else's body undergoing such horrors and not his own. That calm sort of sharpness seemed to stir something within Hope. She remembered the first time she met Ryu. Then she remembered the first time she learned that Ryu's fate wasn't anything special at all. In fact, it was shackled and might have been even worse than her own. Even now, she had no idea how Ryu had made it through with such poor fate, and it hadn't made any sense to her until he exited the dark holy world they had just left the vicinity of. With high affinity for space, one was no longer bound by it. With high affinity for time, training in a time warp was possible for you when it wasn't for anyone else. It was an ability that most would absolutely kill for. And with a high fate affinity, could it be that you stood outside of its influence? Was this the reason her scribe had fallen onto Ryu? Did it calculate this? No. Hope knew that that was impossible. She was called the favor alchemy god, but she knew her level, especially back then. There was no way that she could calculate such a thing. That meant that in all likelihood, it was Ryu that had acted upon her fate rather than the other way around. Hope almost laughed when she thought of this. And all the while, she thought that she was the one taking control of her own fate and changing it. If it was someone else, maybe she would have collapsed at this realization again, not much different than how she had reacted the last time, but since it was Ryu, She looked down at his handsome, expressionless visage and couldn't help but caress his cheek. If her fate was being controlled by her husband, then maybe she wouldn't mind too much. She had realized something after she tied her fate to Ryu's all those years ago. Her path to supremacy had already been cut out. The fact that she had taken such a way out indicated that she would never become the Tao God that she hoped to be. If she had wanted to maximize her potential, no matter how great her foundation was, she should have never taken on 3 tribulations at once. That was nothing more than shooting herself in the foot. However, she knew that this was the right thing to do. Trying to scrounge for every little bit of foundation when Ryu needed her protection would be far too selfish. And she also knew that given her husband's talents, what she was lacking in would likely soon be made up for. Being the favor alchemy god meant more than just weaving your own fate. In fact, because alchemy was tagged onto it, it had almost never been about her own fate at all. Her role in the world was to create the greatest pills existence had ever seen. She was meant to find her place in the world instead of forging it for herself. She was meant to rely on teasing apart the mysteries and unveiling them slowly, rather than creating new ones herself. Whether it was the title she had chosen or the path she had taken, she realized that her previous dreams were nothing more than pomp and circumstance in the mind of an immature child. However, she gently stroked Ryu's cheek again, a light smile playing on her face. She looked up for a moment, realizing that they had been found, but the calmness in her gaze didn't fade in the slightest. She had only allowed Ryu to try so hard on his own because he knew that whenever he was pushed into a corner, he would force his way out. And this time, he had managed to make it 90% of the way through. In that case, she would cover the remaining 10%, and pretend as though she couldn't cover the full bill. The funny part about all of this was that she had a solution within a few minutes. However, she allowed Ryu to take the reins nonetheless. Now that there were enemies here, she could give her husband's ego a light massage. Hope waved a hand and the laws of the world solidified into runes. Magical energies swirled and her slender fingers looked as though they were plucking at the stars and gliding through the silvery rivers of fate. Then, she made a plucking motion. In that moment, a pill condensed from the runes and the skies above suddenly shook. Hope smiled and then giggled to herself. Maybe she liked being patronized by her husband a little bit, but only just a little bit. Now was time for her reward. She pressed the pill to her lips and then kissed Ryu. Ryu was taken aback for a moment because he felt the medicinal effects pour into his body. His eyes snapped open with hints of surprise in them, but he still couldn't move for a moment as his meridians rumbled. All at once, his body shuddered and the dark seed chi vanished into the air. Boom, boom, boom. Hope looked off into the distance, a sinister light in her eyes. Chapter 1974. Womanizing. Ryu suddenly felt that his body was incredibly light and he couldn't help but chuckle. He could read Hope's thoughts without much effort and he knew what she must be feeling. Indeed, he had boxed her in a bit too much. She was an alchemist. First and foremost, everything else came secondary to her. All things considered, it might actually be somewhat impressive that she could harm Reverend Dark Claw because his godhood wasn't founded on combat at all. He had been worried about her trying to help him because the chi would definitely harm her, but he hadn't considered the fact that she could use a pill to reverse his situation. It didn't even seem like it had taken much effort from her, and that was when he realized something else. He was likely not the only one with fate affinity. Why was it that Hope had been able to sense his existence? Why could she create pills that could reverse and change fate? Wasn't the answer to that obvious? In fact, if he wanted someone who could teach him how to use his fate affinity to the greatest extent, the answer was probably this little wife of his. Just now, that pill had bolstered his control over fate. The moment he grasped it, the effort it took to manipulate it had plummeted and he had been able to reverse his situation in an instant. The combination of Hope and himself was truly powerful. Suddenly, he looked down at her belly and couldn't help but smile. His first child would truly be a little monster, now wouldn't they? Hope blushed and pinched his cheek. Where are you looking, pervert? I seem to remember that it was someone else who begged me to be their Tao companion. Who was that again? Hope blushed profusely. You're not allowed to bring that up. Ryu laughed heartily, standing to his feet and sweeping Hope into his arms as though he couldn't sense those on their way at all. He planted a kiss on her lips, greedily almost inhaling her pleasant scent. She squirmed a little bit before she seemed to melt. She had kissed Ryu before, but for some reason, this felt like their first. She could practically feel his heart opening up to her, and it made her feel like she was riding on a cloud. There was even a slight moan that left her lips. But then she felt like she was electrocuted when Ryu's hand pinched her bottom. She jumped, almost taking Ryu's nose out. Ryu's laughter made her feel more embarrassed, but also confused. She could never understand men. In her time, she had been ogled more than once. She could never understand the fascination with such a weird place. Ryu smiled, finding this little woman quite adorable. He didn't understand why she was so bold sometimes and so shy at others. He was going to take his time to truly understand her. Sometimes he thought about why it was that he was so attached to Elena. Of course, she was his first love, and that was obvious enough. But it was deeper than that. When he first met Ailsa, there was a strong attraction to her as well, and he was ultimately a man, but he had no intention of crossing that line with her. And it went beyond just him hating the heavens being involved in his affairs. He just didn't want to betray Elena's trust, which was ironic considering she was always the one trying to convince him to have more women. But the reality of it all was that he had felt such strong emotions for her because he knew her like the back of his hand. She had been his fiancée for centuries, and though he never touched her during those times, at least not so intimately, their hearts had been as close as they could be. Didn't he owe all of his women such loyalty from him? Was it fair if he didn't give them such a thing? How well did he know them? How many of them did he know as well as Elena? He had known Yana so well once, but not only was she gone now, she had been reborn and even changed her name. Was she still the Nuri he had once known? He thought that Ailsa might fit the bill, but she had experienced trillions of years of life without him. What right did he have to say that he still knew her? And this situation only seemed to further prove that. When his thoughts reached this point, Ryu found himself relaxing somewhat, his Dao heart shining more resplendently. He was so reluctant to seal the deal with Hope, not because of Ailsa, but because he felt that he owed her more than just the cock between his legs. He wanted to make her happy. He wanted to make all of his women happy. He had always wanted to make them all happy. It was just that his methods were too immature, and maybe that was the real point his father was getting at. He had always allowed his women to be as willful as they wanted, but was that really the perfect solution? Ryu laughed to himself, holding Hope in his arms as the world collapsed around them. Plenty of women had thrown themselves into his arms in his life, but he had always been terrible at wooing them himself. His charm was practically non-existent. He only seemed capable of attracting women when he didn't give a damn about them. Il had ignored Elena and been quite cruel to her for the longest time. Ailsa was a perfect mirror image of that situation. Yana was more of the same, though he had only ignored her and never been so cruel to her. Time and time again, the same matters were reflected. It seemed he could only attract women with his pretty face and terrible personality. That was fine enough to get them, but what about keeping them? Did he have any method aside from threats and the societal pressure around them? Or the fact he had their primordial yins in his clutches? He suddenly recalled Eska's words, or rather, Eismein's words on behalf of Eska. Eska hadn't liked the way he treated Wobbling Fairy, not because she cared for the woman herself, but rather because it made her look bad as his wife. She was an extremely prideful woman, and that was part of why Ryu liked her so much. She was his favorite type of woman, and as such, because of her pride, she couldn't stand the idea of another woman thinking that her husband was inferior in any way. If her husband couldn't even woo women properly, wouldn't that be just as embarrassing? Boom, boom, boom. Ryu looked into Hope's eyes, his smile becoming deeper. It seemed that he was going to have to train up his womanizing. Hope's blush deepened. Stop looking at me. Where do you want me to look? I don't know. Somewhere else. Hope seemed to have forgotten that there were enemies on their way as well. Ryu had stopped touching her ass, but just the firm hand on the small of her back made it difficult for her to focus on anything else. Our fate is tied, right? Ryu asked. Of course. Hope replied almost absent-mindedly. Interesting, Ryu said with a chuckle. Suddenly, Hope felt a tug on her. Her blush deepened when she realized it was her primordial yin. What was this guy doing? Let me borrow it for a bit. You can't just. Hope didn't even know what to say. This guy. Ryu's smile didn't fade and it made it hard for her to even look directly at him. Just for a little bit, I'll give it back. You. Pat, pat. Another jolt went through Hope as she felt two light taps. Her primordial yin hadn't had much resistance the first place, but now it practically flew out of her body. She still didn't even know how that was even possible. Suddenly, the connection between her and Ryu became even firmer and she could practically see through his eyes. Ryu's plan was simple, really. He was going to lean on his wife to act a little badass for a moment. Since he had a Tao god for a wife, why not take advantage? Suddenly, the two completely vanished. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of fiends at the sovereign realm and above appeared high in the skies. They thought that they had already surrounded the duo, and yet nothing. How was that even possible? Poochie. One of them suddenly fell from the skies. It was a completely inexplicable death, one that struck down like a bolt from the blue. The group froze, looking around with wary gazes. Poochie. Another fell, just as silently, just as inexplicably. There was nothing to sense, nothing to grasp. Poochie. Yet another. Then another. Fear gripped their hearts and their stomachs rolled in their guts. Run. They had to run. Chapter 1975. Solution. Ryu and Hope stepped out from thin air. The latter's expression was filled with surprise, and Ryu's was covered in a slight sheen of sweat. Even so, the bright smile on Ryu's face couldn't be restrained in the slightest. It was this sort of power that he had been seeking all his life, killing lords and sovereigns like dogs. It was hard not to be intoxicated with what he was experiencing. It was like he was flying on cloud nine. However, it didn't take long before he reined in his enthusiasm. This wasn't his power, it was Hope's. Just now, he had been using Hope a lot like his internal matrix. By letting her take on the burden of fate quantity, he could direct its action with his eyes. It made it far easier to use the abilities of his eyes as a result, because in a lot of ways, his body was reacting as though he was a Tao god now rather than the transcendent he was. Thanks to that, he was able to access a depth of ease of use that he shouldn't be at yet. All it cost him was some focus, but he was able to replenish that easily enough. An affinity of fate is truly powerful. It felt like Ryu was toying around with the fundamental laws of the world. Things that should be locked in position, unchangeable, or at least restrained, felt like putty in his hands. With Hope's primordial yin in his body, he could offload the burden of playing fate to her, and that sounded easy enough, but the only reason he could take her primordial yin so easily at all was because of fate in the first place. Ironically enough, the sheen of sweat on his body wasn't because of the effort of killing these few ants. It was instead because of the effort he put into taking her primordial yin, and that was despite the fact she didn't resist. Still, Hope couldn't help but look around in shock. She had a fate affinity herself, obviously, but she had never been able to do such things. Was this the power of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils? Let's go. Ryu and Hope vanished once again. However, Ryu couldn't help but think. How had they found him? Was it because of Arya? Unlikely. She was in his inner world. There was no way they could sense it, right? Did they have a fate expert as well? As powerful as Ryu's affinity was, it wasn't to the point of truly being able to ignore all the powerful experts of the world. His advantage was that he had mutated mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. But it had to be remembered that Tao gods all naturally gained some control of fate. If there happened to be one that also had a small fate affinity on top of that, it wouldn't be impossible for them to circumvent his defenses. Ryu assigned a small probability to this. It's odd. If they had such an expert that could find me, why send these weaklings? If they were so confident, given how important I am to them now, they would certainly send someone far more powerful if they could get away with it. It smells much more like they're throwing darts at a board blindfolded. But how were they so close, then? Odd. A realization suddenly hit Ryu. I see. That would explain it. He had neglected something. He was hiding himself from detection with fate, but there were certain things that he couldn't hide, or rather, it wasn't that he couldn't hide them, but rather that, 1, he hadn't thought so deeply, and 2, it would be much more difficult. The underpinning of the problem was clear to him now. They were in the chaos plane. They weren't locking down his location in particular, but rather he and Hope's existence in this place was an anomaly to begin with. They were creatures of order in the chaos plane. There would naturally be some rejection. Because of his chaotic silk meridians, things would even out a bit, and that was what caused them to send such a weak contingent. If Ryu was a full creature of order, pinning down his location would probably be extremely easy. But because he could meld in well with the chaos plane, there were many more phenomena that might appear here that could give off signatures similar to his own. Meaning, they were likely sending out a net, trying to find his location by sending several groups to places that he was likely to be. That meant, because we wiped out the group, they've narrowed down the region. There'll be a next and then a next one after that. Even if we manage to survive, they'll also only grow stronger. Realizing this, Ryu changed Little Silk's direction. Since they had been exposed, continuing to head deeper into fiend territory, albeit at an angle, would be suicidal. His expression became a hint serious. How should they get out of this one? His mind churned. Suddenly, he looked over toward Hope and raised an eyebrow. Her shock from earlier seemed to have faded somewhat and her breathing was even. She seemed much less nervous now than she did before. You have a solution? Ryu asked. He had learned his lesson, so he might as well ask this little wife of his. There is a long-distance teleportation method in Domain. You just stopped bothering to ask about it because you want to walk your own little path. Ryu chuckled. Little path? You're too stubborn. Hope huffed. You would be the only Tao god in existence to never rely on someone else's technique. It's not normal. Ryu smiled, and Hope rolled her eyes. It was the same as always. Whenever he was smiling like that, he might as well have stopped listening and was just letting her ramble. We can do it. It's a bit involved, which is why I didn't mention it before. But, Chapter 1976, Fluctuation. Ryu only really knew one way to teleport long distance, and that was formations. No matter how high his spatial affinity, there would be a diminishing return on time and energy the longer distance you wanted to teleport. It was far easier to shrink the ground than it was to pierce through space. But when you shrunk the ground, you were forcefully bringing together two folded pieces of reality. The further apart those pieces, the more energy it took, and even if you had infinite energy, it would still take time. Piercing through space was actually something that happened more on a quantum level than not. But the complexities were irrelevant to Ryu right now, because the main point was that even they would have diminishing returns. After all, if you were piercing through space, even if it was faster than folding space, you would still run into the problem of energy and time eventually. It was a problem you would have to face no matter what. That was where formations came in. It was possible to use a formation to make shrinking the ground or piercing space easier, but those were lesser spatial formations. The strongest spatial formations formed two gates, one on each side, before connecting them. That way, the issue of time was handled in advance. Then, it was only a matter of energy. But because the connection was already formed, even the energy needed was much less substantial. However, doing this was difficult for obvious reasons. If he could draw a spatial formation for where he wanted to go, he would already be there, so why would he need the formation? There's an argument to be made that maybe he should have tried to set up such a formation ahead of time as an escape route, but there were too many variables involved with such a thing. The largest problem was that it would be a huge investment of resources, and it would also give the fiends an easy path to enter the real plane. That wouldn't be worth it in the long run. But now Hope was saying she actually had another method. And the more he listened, the brighter his eyes became. Fate can actually be used like this. The explanation was simple: using fate manipulation to strengthen the connection between 2 points in space. The more complicated explanation was, of course, much longer. But it was apparently a segment of Domain that Hope had been yet unable to learn, mostly because she had only just become a Tao god, and this was reserved for the highest echelons of the technique. However, with Ryu's control, they could mitigate her unfamiliarity with the technique. There would still be a risk involved and they might end up in the wrong place. But it was a risk that was worth taking now after seeing Ryu's abilities. Let's do it. Ryu nodded. Hope nodded. She knew that Ryu would agree and had already begun gathering up her star chi. Ryu put Little Silk away, and the two stood in the middle of nowhere as a gorgeous cascade of starlight fell from the skies above. Suddenly, a constellation formed, and the skies overturned with darkness. Ryu took Iolape's hand and his eyes flashed. His internal matrix thrummed and his sensitivity to fate skyrocketed. The difficulty of the technique stemmed from the fact that it was like the normal difficulty of Domain doubled twice over. It had to be remembered that Domain was a pain to learn because it required memorizing all the star maps of existence. If you didn't know the star map of your current location, you were out of luck. Those of Hope's race, a race that Ryu still didn't understand quite well, had a great amount of sensitivity to star chi. At Hope's level, they could practically feel the stars in their region imprint their very being onto their body. As such, Hope didn't have to put in much effort to memorize star maps. They practically spoke to her themselves. However, that didn't change the fact Hope was unfamiliar with this world. She might be able to execute her techniques, but there was no way she understood the star map of a location far away like she might in the true martial world. This made executing the technique even more difficult, which was another reason she hadn't suggested using it before. However, with Ryu's third perspective, he should be able to project himself far enough away for them to get an understanding. Then with his control of fate, Hope could focus on the stars, and he could establish the connection they needed. Together, they would be able to execute the technique. Ryu basked in the feeling for a moment, trying to find the perfect location. It should be easy. Illa's sensitivity to fate was high enough that he was able to feel the places that he had been before. To anyone else, even to many Tao gods, the fate would be too faint by now. But between him and Hope, the more they focused, the clearer that image became. Suddenly, the technique solidified. The stars around them flashed. But at that last moment, Ryu's gaze flickered as though he had just realized something. Unfortunately, it was too late. The human emperor stood, gasping for breath. His breathing was labored and blood covered his body. He chuckled beneath his breath, looking up with a dauntless expression. He had been going all out to find Ryu, but he didn't expect that he would be ambushed like this. Though, maybe he should have. He had been such a pitiful ant in the eyes of these people that he had been completely ignored for years. He had hoped that he could fly under the radar once again, but it seemed like he wouldn't get such a chance. They had actually sent 2 higher gods and a middle god after him. It seemed that he would finally be laid to rest today. That was when there was a sudden strong spatial fluctuation that caught all 3 of them off guard. Chapter 1977, Mistake. Ryu and Hope appeared, and both couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that something had ended up going wrong anyway. No, it was the right direction. The main problem was that the human emperor's Tao had bent their landing location. It only took a glance for Ryu to understand. The human emperor must have a strong control over the human race, and most importantly, the fate of the human race. If he knew the title of the man, he would be even more certain of his conclusion. The human emperor had been making use of his Tao, doing his best to try and find Ryu using it as an extension. That ended up twisting the fate around Ryu and caused him to appear here. Obviously, the human emperor hadn't been trying to get him to teleport here, especially not when he was on his last legs and about to die. He had just wanted to increase his luck a bit in an attempt to find Ryu. When he realized that he wasn't going to make it, he changed his tactics, trying to pour some of that juk toward Ryu in hopes it would give him a better chance of escaping. Unfortunately, that luck ended up getting twisted as Ryu and Hope tried to manipulate that same fate. In the end, their destination became muddied and they ended up in the same dead end as the human emperor, facing off against a higher god and middle god. Seems my luck isn't all that great. The 2 fiend gods were taken aback. They had sealed off the region and didn't understand how anyone could make it in. When they saw that it was likely to be Ryu, their target, they were even more stunned. Was their luck so good? Ryu sighed. I'm sorry, Hope, I made a misstep. Hope shook her head. She had already somewhat understood what happened as well, and it certainly wasn't Ryu's fault. If anything, she blamed herself. She was a Tao god, but she actually had to rely on Ryu for something like this. As powerful as Ryu's control over fate was, how could it be stronger than the human emperor's? However, before she could say anything, she realized that Ryu had already moved on from the topic, focusing his attention on something new, survival. The human emperor himself was the third to understand what happened. His face twisted with unwillingness, not understanding how he had picked up a rock just to drop it on his own foot. Hey, old man, focus. Now's not the time to show that kind of face. Ryu's voice astonished everyone but Hope. But soon they were going to learn that they weren't facing off against a normal transcended. Unfortunately, judging by his pale face, Ryu was pretty close to his last legs as well. His words might have sounded confident, but whether his bravado would actually get him anywhere was up in the air. However, Ryu's words did seem effective. At the very least, the old man cast a wary glance toward the 2 Tao gods, prepared for their attack. At that moment, the 2 fiend gods seemed to have finally accepted the current situation. The middle god couldn't help but laugh. Warden, it seems our luck isn't bad. Not bad, indeed. The Coldfang Warden, the Glacial Ring, a pair of Lee fiend gods felt like they had everything in hand. I can find a chance for you to escape. Can you use that skill again? The human emperor's voice echoed in Ryu's head. Ryu didn't respond immediately. He had only wasted time speaking because he needed to snap the human emperor out of his lost state. Otherwise, they would die even faster. But after that, he had practically closed off the world, his mind churning in 3 different directions at the same time. The gap between Tao gods was too large. Maybe if there were lower gods here he could have Hope deal with one or a few of them, but that was impossible now. Hope wasn't a combatant to begin with. Although he didn't know her exact combat strength, he wouldn't let her face off against a middle god, let alone a higher god. Their best bet was the human emperor. But not only was he weaker by comparison to the Coldfang Warden, he was now heavily injured as well. But his strength comes from the human race. He'll be stronger now that he has to protect me, but it still isn't enough. The human emperor was starting to feel anxious. What was wrong with this child? Why wasn't he answering? Even if the thinking speed of a transcended should be much slower than his, it wasn't this exaggerated. No, old man, I'm completely spent right now, I can't do it again. Especially since this region is cut off. Ryu had a feeling that part of the reason he was so spent was because he had to break through this barrier before. He had thought that it was just the natural difficulty of the process, only to realize the problem too late. Now, his stamina was practically at rock bottom and he simply didn't have much more to give. There's only one way. Ryu's gaze sharpened as he realized what he was going to have to do. Listen to everything I say. Don't miss a beat. Don't be slow. What about? Stop. Listen to me. And also, don't try to get my wife involved. Ryu preemptively stopped the line of inquiry. In fact, he took Hope's hand and protected her at his back, his silver eyes blazing with light. He was just going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. The human emperor and the fiend gods were taken aback once more. Why was a transcended protecting a Tao god? No, why was a transcended even so intimate with a Tao god in the first place? Having finally reached the end of their patience, the 2 fiend gods suddenly attacked. At that same instant, Ryu's lips began to move. Chapter 1978. Listen. The human emperor felt his heart constrict before Ryu's words made his eyes widen. Not only did a huge stream of information enter his mind, there were 3 streams. Not only that, but there was something that hit his back. It felt like a droplet of water, though thicker and more viscous. And suddenly he felt like a great deal of energy had flooded into his body. He couldn't fathom what was happening. One stream of information told him exactly how to move his body. The second told him exactly how to circulate his chi. The third told him the weakness of the attack he was facing. His horsetail whisk lashed out and he felt that it was a bit awkward. He would definitely never use it like this. He had moved subconsciously, trusting a child for reasons even he didn't understand. But the moment he did, he regretted it. Ryu had never used a horsetail whisk before. He knew nothing about it. It was only natural that he had no idea how to make effective use of one. The fiend god seemed to realize the problem immediately as well. The human emperor had never been this unskilled. Was he just too heavily injured? Regardless, they planned on capitalizing. It only took less than an instant for Tao gods to analyze everything before them and realize the issue. But the result, the whisks lengthened, shooting through gaps in their defense that even they didn't notice. The Coldfang Warden reacted first but was still lagging a bit. However, just as he was bracing for a hit, the whisk suddenly gained a flare of energy. The hairs pulsed and suddenly changed directions, slapping down at Glacial Ring's side just as he was about to take advantage. Glacial Ring's style in battle was very defensive. Even if he helped outnumber the human emperor, he was still a middle god. The only reason he could participate in this battle at all was because of the Coldfang Warden, and the fact his Tao was focused on control and defense. This time, he thought that things would be no different. But he was wrong. Very wrong. Bang! Glacial Ring was sent flying, his body slamming into the ground heavily. At the same time, Coldfang Warden was retreating, his eyes widening as he realized he had been fooled. I can decide if this weapon is good or trash, Ryu thought to himself, but he was already calculating the next steps, and then the next, then the next. His face was getting paler and paler, but he continued to press. While Ryu directed the human emperor, his chaos chi surged, trying to suppress the control of the fiends over the atmospheric chi in the surroundings. This was the real reason the chaotic silk meridians were so feared. The trouble was that Ryu shouldn't be capable of suppressing god-level chaos chi. However, these people didn't have god-level chaos chi. They controlled chi far inferior to chaos chi. Ryu didn't have to be able to control god-level chaos chi in order to suppress them. More shocking than that, The awkward movements of the human emperor were becoming sharper and more defined as though Ryu was learning how to use the horsetail whisk in real time. The shock in the human emperor's heart was only growing with every passing moment when the hairs of his whisk suddenly sharpened, shredding into the heart of the glacial ring. Damn it! Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling his eyes dimming. Tears of blood ran down his face, his inner organs feeling like they were shutting down. Hope caught him, her face twisting with worry. He had already been past his limits when he appeared, but this was far too much. The human emperor felt like he had lost his eyes when Ryu's support collapsed. However, he reacted quickly, pulling back his whisk and attacking the Coldfang warden who had already been heavily injured by this point. Ryu gasped for breath, feeling his vision blurring. The sounds of battle echoed in his ears, but he was inwardly cursing. He had wanted to hold out until they both died. Now that he was losing his consciousness, there was no guarantee that the human emperor would be able to finish off the battle even with how injured the Coldfang warden was. This would also end up putting Hope in danger. All this time, Hope had been protecting him from the shockwaves of the battle, and the backlash she had suffered as a result was enough to piss him off. Unfortunately, he didn't have the strength to do much more than what he had already done. It was then the situation changed once more. Ryu barely had the time to see a woman bathed in starlight descending from above, shattering apart the barriers that Coldfang Warden and Glacial Ring had put up, before he collapsed. Star River, the human emperor, Star River, and Hope stood over the corpses of Tao gods, gasping for breath. They were all at a huge disadvantage battling it out on the Chaos Plane, and it wasn't easy to kill a Tao god even under easy circumstances, which was both why it was so shocking what Ryu had managed to do against Glacial Ring, and also why Coldfang Warden had managed to escape. Hope carried Ryu, blood leaking from the corner of her mouth. "We need to go." The two nodded and they all shot off into the distance. The fact that Coldfang Warden had managed to escape was a huge problem. It likely wouldn't be very long before they were pursued. News was likely already being sent. The good news was that they were much closer to the Rainbow Wall than before, both because the human emperor had been closer to begin with, and because the integrity of the wall was collapsing thanks to Ryu. The bad news was that close was only relative. Star River couldn't help but grumble inwardly. This boy was going to get her killed. Chapter 1979. Again Ryu felt odd. This was the first time he had been truly unconscious since he began using his Tao heart and perfect blackbody soul as clones of his thoughts. But that ironically made being unconscious odd. His real ego took a back seat, and his Tao heart and perfect blackbody soul seemed to take over. There was a shift in the way he thought about things as a result. A push and pull, a tug of war of sorts, was erupting between the two powerful aspects of his body, and it felt like they were fighting for supremacy over his body. By comparison, his ego was lost in a weird dream-like state where he could observe, but he couldn't do much at all. It was a feeling that should have left him feeling a bit helpless, but honestly, he didn't really feel that way at all. He saw his Tao heart and perfect blackbody as extensions of himself. Even if his ego one day died by mysterious means, they would still be him regardless. However, it also made him realize just how odd the situation he was in was. No one's Tao heart or talent soul should be like this. They were almost too independent. Now that he knew it was likely a future version of himself that had allowed this to happen, he couldn't help but wonder why that was. Ryu had already successfully created one above all, but that was ultimately just a cloning technique with extra steps. In some ways, it lived up to its name. But was that really all a technique with such a grandiose name should have? Ryu suddenly saw a light at the end of the tunnel, and his eyes snapped open. The first thing he saw was the dreary sky of the Chaos Plane above him. Then he saw Hope's blood-drained and soaked face. Eel frowned, not liking the sight at all. When had Hope gotten so injured? His mind raced back to action and soon he had pieced together many things. When he understood his situation, he realized that after he fell unconscious, the battle against the Coldfang Warden must have gotten several times more difficult. After analyzing things, the odds that he had escaped were probably high. His third perspective flared out and he found that Hope wasn't the only one here. Well, she was the only one nearby, but nearby, to cultivators, and especially Tao gods, was all relative. In the distance of what must have been thousands of kilometers away, Star River and the human emperor were taking up the rear, fighting back against rains of techniques. He had to admit that the silly woman was better than he thought. Not in terms of power, he had already assumed that anyone personally taught by Ailsa would be quite decent at the very least. Instead, it was her character. Although she didn't agree with his decision and hated it, even, she had still come. In the end, she had turned out to be mostly right. Of course, if the human emperor hadn't interfered in their teleportation, Ryu and Hope would have gotten off scot-free. But the aftermath and fallout would have still been in line with Star River's thoughts. It was just that Ryu had never given a damn about this. In fact, he wanted to force the hand of the real plane so that he could personally see who stood on which side. This, however, wasn't something that she had ever planned for. Now he was being cradled in the arms of his own woman, and he couldn't help but shake his head. A pathetic state, indeed. One day, he had lost count of the number of times he had had this exact thought, but he had never given up on it, and would never. Eel took a breath and his negative thoughts and emotions vanished. Ryu's gaze flickered. That wasn't as natural as it seemed. His Tao heart had swallowed them all up on its own. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to mind the phenomenon. He knew that emotions weren't so intangible. For example, his rage flame literally fed off of a type of negative emotion. They could be used, manipulated, and changed. Even the 7 corporeal souls were built on types of emotions as well. His one above all should have undergone a mutation while he was unconscious, or more accurately, it seemed to have completed its foundation in ways that he had to be unconscious to accomplish. He didn't quite understand it yet despite the fact he was the one to have created it. But, he realized that after his Tao heart swallowed his negative emotions, his mind became clearer. His sleep had already made him feel a great deal refreshed and his mental stamina had already returned to around 60% or so. But now, it was back to over 80%. It was like he had never failed the teleportation at all. If he and Hope had some time now, they could even do it again. Ryu's gaze flickered as he began to calculate something. Elope realized that Ryu was awake, but she was so focused on running and protecting him from the speed of a Tao god that she didn't have the mind to say anything. She also realized that Ryu didn't say anything either, and that could only mean one thing. He was thinking of a solution. For some reason, she relaxed when she saw this. Maybe it was a bit unseemly of her as a Tao god to place things in the hands of a transcended. But Ryu had a way of leaving her feeling comforted. Let's do it again, Hope. Hope's expression changed. He couldn't want to leave Star River and the human emperor behind, could he? She knew that Ryu was stone-hearted enough to do it. But she was not. But at the same time, she didn't want to place her husband's life at risk for their sake either. Chapter 1980. Both sides. No. I can do all of us at the same time. Just be sure to carry me some more. This might be more comfortable than I thought. Hope had to refrain from rolling her eyes, but she also sighed a breath of relief. That was right. Ryu might be stone-hearted at times, but he was also a person who repaid his debts. He bowed to those who showed him respect, guided those that helped him, and if his pride was the matter on the line, he wouldn't mind going particularly far. The benefits the rebirthing cultist sect had gained in the last quarter-century were too mind-numbing to describe. And it could be said that other than the value of Ryu himself, this was another reason why Star River had appeared. Because of Ryu's breakthrough and his enlightenment on the Tao, there were countless geniuses of the sect that had benefited greatly. Someone who didn't know Ryu might think that this was just a coincidence. But this was another aspect of Ryu proving a point. Not only could he take the resources of the sect he wanted just by becoming their throne, he could even give them far more benefits than he took in return. He was the head of the Tatsuya household and he wouldn't allow anyone who wasn't his very own father to try to usurp that position. And now, he would do it again. Starlight suddenly began to descend from the skies and Ryu's gaze flashed as he began to calculate. Synapses fired in his mind faster and faster and he found that his mental capacity had broken into a completely new tier. He was really fascinated by what was happening, but he forcefully suppressed his curiosity. Time. Hope's heart skipped a beat. It had taken Ryu several minutes before, and that was just the two of them in small quarters. This calculation was orders of magnitude more difficult. Could he just be trying to buy them some time by teleporting just anyway? But they were only a half-day's flight from the Rainbow Wall. If they ended up even further behind, they might not get such a chance again. Trust your husband, little wife. The words dispelled the last bit of Hope's confusion and she chose to put her fate in Ryu's hands once again. She had already done it before, so what was the harm in doing it again? After all, their lives were tied as one. For all intents and purposes, she might as well be his life partner. Though, it was a one-sided partnership in this regard. Ailsa and Ryu had their fate intertwined and mutually reliant. By comparison, Hope's fate was clearer as the child to Ryu's parent fate. It was a different dynamic. But from her perspective, it brought warmth nonetheless. The world around them flashed in Star River and the human emperor felt a strong tug. Realizing it was Hope's energy, they chose not to resist it and the world twisted around them. Boom, boom, boom. Several fiend gods fell from the skies, their bodies causing the landscape to overturn and nearly collapse through the nothingness of time and space. However, they were still too late. Hope and the others fell from the skies before stabilizing themselves. When they looked around, their eyes couldn't help but widen. The rainbow wall, it was actually right there. With eagerness, they rushed forward, crossing over and finally exhaling a breath of relief. The suffocation of the chaos plane left them and their bodies finally felt comforted again. On the chaos plane, it felt like they were fighting with a hand tied behind their back. If it wasn't for how desperate they were, and how Ryu had been able to hand over several embryonic chi droplets to Hope before he passed out, they would have been finished. They looked over to Hope with thankful glances, but they were inwardly confused about how she had only just managed to do this. Could it be that she needed all that time to set up her success? However, when they saw the state of Ryu in her arms, they realized that it must have been him again. Ryu looked as though he had been practically mummified. They were certain that his state had been somewhat stabilizing before. For it to get so much worse could only mean that he had taken action. They really couldn't understand it. Just how could a transcended be able to affect the battle of gods so profoundly? However, what shocked them even more was that Ryu seemed to react even faster this time. His mummified body pulsed with life and energy as it slowly regained its vitality. Primordial chaos chi thrummed through his body. Black lightning, raging dark flames, blackened green winds. It didn't matter what type it was, his body greedily swallowed it all and quickly replenished itself. His eyes flashed open and there was a sharpness to them already that surpassed what should have been possible for a man drained of his energy. Of course, Ryu wasn't already back to 100%, he had never been back to 100% in the first place. But he was back to 20% after falling to nearly zero. He didn't know just yet why his Tao heart could feed off of his negative emotions. But he had plenty to give it, that was for sure. I think I can find a way to help Master now. Of course, the master Ryu was referring to was his first master and the man with a special place in his heart. The Zhu clan ancestors had ended up in the same state as Ailsa, caught in a trap of time. Although their souls were able to survive quite a long time, there would be a limit even to this, and they had nearly reached it. All of them were dormant. He was hoping that he would be able to change all of that. And Ryu's thoughts were cut off as he looked up into the skies. He subtly flicked a droplet of embryonic chi to Star River and the human emperor as he stood from Hope's arms. Unfortunately, they had enemies on both sides of the wall. Chapter 1981. Human. Unsurprisingly, if the news could get to Star River, there were others that were aware of the commotion that Ryu had kicked up. So, it was even less surprising that they would be here. The moment the group crossed the rainbow wall, they had been sensed by several existences. The good news was that these existences were extremely spread out. After all, their first role was to defend the border. This had been a preemptive measure taken just in case the fiends truly went crazy. The bad news was that they were undoubtedly hostile. Just to make it through the wall the first time, Star River had certainly broken a great deal of rules. On top of that, the human emperor was on a mission and shouldn't be allowed to return right now. Then there was Hope, who was an unregistered, unknown Tao god. And finally, there was the greatest sinner of them all, Ryu, who they would have surely preferred to have died on the other side. It could be said, then, that all four of them were rebels, traitors, or whatever word you would like to use to describe criminals that should be hunted down to the last man. It was as though at that moment a man riding on the back of a lion with a flaming mane crashed to the ground. Mountains collapsed and overturned. A middle god, there was clearly very little respect. With a higher god like the human emperor present, a middle god should be obedient to the point of tucking their tail. Then there was the fact that Star River was also a higher god. But she was in disguise currently, not wanting to implicate the rebirthing cultist sect in all likelihood. Unfortunately, this flaming fae didn't care in the slightest. Ryu couldn't help but chuckle. Kill him. The human emperor's eyes widened as his head snapped toward Ryu. Do you want to waste time here? I promise you that they will take this opportunity to knock you down several pegs. Whatever pathetic holdings the humans have left in this world will be crushed. But, Ryu continued to speak as though he couldn't sense the human emperor's anxiety. I also can't believe my human race has fallen to such a level. You know, I've never been to a world where humans aren't king. You're really dropping the ball here. The human emperor's gaze flickered. It sounded like Ryu was being the same unruly teen he always was, but the words suddenly hit the human emperor in a different way. Other worlds, humans were king. Suddenly, he made a decision. His palm slammed out with a vicious momentum. The Fae was taken aback, his eyes widened. He had never expected this to happen. Stop, Star River called out, but she was a step late, not having expected the human emperor to actually listen to Ryu. From what she knew, the human emperor was a very mild-tempered man who often kept his head lowered. He didn't try to stir up trouble anywhere because it would only implicate his people. But now he wanted to kill a Tao god under the umbrella of the Sun Fae. What the hell was he thinking? This wouldn't just be a normal fallout, especially considering the commotion that was already being kicked up. The palm landed. The middle god Fae didn't even have the time to react before he was smashed to a pulp. The gap between a middle and higher god was so large that the former didn't even have a right to resist. This was an insurmountable gap. Let's go, Ryu said. Star River put her hands to her head, truly feeling like tearing her hair out. Insane. She was in bed with insane people. However, that was when something that made her eyes widen happened. The human emperor's body shook and a bottleneck he shouldn't have even been close to suddenly loosened. Then, all at once, his aura underwent a shocking breakthrough. It was so powerful that Star River was sent stumbling several steps back. But her shock was so great that she didn't seem to notice at all. The commotion was fierce, so fierce that there wasn't a single Tao god of the real plane that didn't sense it. And, every peak Tao of the chaos plane did. The only ones who might have been left in the dark were those stuck in Aeoli worlds, holding down the fort. And yet, the most powerful of them also sensed it. A peak Tao god had been born. All of the Tao gods tried to think of who it might be. But the only one with enough experience and who was close enough was the human emperor. And that was simply unacceptable to them. There was no way they could accept such a thing. It took many hours before the human emperor's aura settled down, his eyes flickering with one part confusion and another part gratitude. There's no need to be confused. Your Tao is about protection, but offense is a sort of defense as well. Enlightenment washed over the human emperor when he heard these words, and having only just broken free of one breakthrough, he seemed to be having another. However, this time, he couldn't help but look toward this young man with awe. Even Tao gods wouldn't dare to casually comment on the Tao of their juniors, regardless of how low level the Tao was. If they were going to, they would have to be incredibly subtle. Yet, Ryu did it as though he was just waving a hand. He even mentioned the word Tao on purpose. Just what kind of monster was he? Under the shocked gaze of Star River, the human emperor's Tao actually progressed from the middle founding grade to the higher founding grade. That was actually a level beyond hers. And now that he was a peak Tao god, she didn't even have the right to question him any longer. And yet, this still felt like the beginning. Chapter 1982. Oh, Ryu seemed entirely uninterested in the human emperor's breakthrough. He never got excited about the strength of others. The only strength he cared about was his own. That said, he had helped the human emperor out for two reasons. One was because he had falsely accused the man before. He had thought him to be a coward, but the situation was much more complicated than he knew. He tended to do that a lot. He didn't give people much leeway for their mistakes. His only exception was his wives, but even that seemed to have its own tipping point, one he hoped he would never come across again. That aside, the man had proven that not only would he help him if given the opportunity, but had even gone a step further and actually done it. Although it was his fault that they were in so much danger to begin with, he also put his life on the line for Ryu's sake. And Ryu could respect that. He would always respect that. As for the second reason, it was because having a peak Tao god by his side would make many things easier. It would also shift the balance of power. The gap between Tao god tiers was such that the human emperor might as well have entered an entirely new realm. Also, Ryu didn't believe that the human emperor even understood just what kind of potential his Tao held. Of course, there would definitely be a large number of human experts who wanted him dead. After all, a title like Human Emperor was absolutely shocking. It was a huge deal that he had even managed to survive the Tao God tribulation with such a title. But Ryu didn't care about any of this. Like he had said, the only power he cared about was his own. After he left this world, he would likely never think of the human emperor again. When he sat on that mountaintop, the race he started as would hardly matter. Ryu bent down and pressed a palm against the mutilated corpse of the middle Tao God. He wanted to test something. Long ago, he had realized that the best way to upgrade his realm heart was to absorb godhoods. He had killed quite a number of sky gods by now and he just did it subconsciously at this point. But he never really felt much of a change. This was why he was so shocked when his realm heart revealed such an absolutely broken ability. Being able to take an entire holy world and force it to perfection, not just of this world, but existence itself. Ryu didn't have the words to describe just how ridiculous such an ability was. But even if he could thank his spiritual foundation for displaying such might in mutating his realm heart, he felt that something was missing. The problem wasn't with the ability. But power couldn't come from nowhere. There had to be a limit somewhere, and even back when his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation duplicated the divine chains of the martial gods, it was only in part, forming illusory divine chains and not the solid state of the real ones. So what was up with the difference? As much as he wanted to embrace this new power and strength with open arms, something about it, all was fishy and almost too taboo. Star River's lip twitched when she saw Ryu's actions. It was like she was watching the past replay itself, and the pain of losing all those powerful corpses was coming back to bite her. However, something told her that the human emperor wouldn't mind. She would give up 1,000,000 corpses more for a chance to break into the peak Tao God realm and an upgrade to her Tao. No, she would actually do it for either one, without the slightest hesitation. Unfortunately, this wasn't her party to crash. Ryu absorbed the godhood and frowned as he stood in contemplation. Star River's eyes widened. Did he just absorb a Tao God's godhood? Realm hearts were so rare that she couldn't even begin to wrap her head around how that might be possible. The idea of a realm heart didn't even cross her mind. Odd, Ryu thought to himself. It felt no different than usual. It vanished into a seemingly bottomless hole. He didn't usually think much about it because it was only natural. A realm heart was the seed of an entire world. There was absolutely nothing that a single Tao God could do against it. It was only natural that it just vanished. But now, he was starting to feel like there was something off. Ryu began to communicate with his Tao heart. He realized that there was a deeper connection between him and his souls now, a mutation triggered by him becoming unconscious. He wasn't sure if that would make much of a difference now. After all, he had always had a strong connection with this spiritual foundation. It was his spiritual foundation. As expected, nothing much happened. His Tao heart just told him the same thing he had sensed himself. Nothing was wrong. No. Something is off. Ryu frowned, his mind churning. He wasn't used to not figuring things out immediately. Various ideas came to mind, but he dismissed them one by one, not one of them seeming like the truth. Then there was the most boring conclusion of them all, that nothing was wrong and that he would just have to be patient. His spiritual foundation and Tao heart had set up shock in his realm heart. It was under his complete control and its former soul had basically become one with him. If there really was a problem, he would have sensed it long ago. It was less so that there was a problem, and more so that... Oh, Ryu's gaze flickered as he realized something. This might be a problem, but it could also not be. It could be a boon, but it could also not be. No wonder I couldn't sense it. Chapter 1983, or... Ryu's realm heart had long since left the path of normalcy long along. Well, it was hard to say that there was a normal path for realm hearts in the first place. Technically speaking, they all followed their own unique paths, each one having different laws to establish themselves upon. As they matured, they would naturally begin to deviate along their unique paths, and thus begin to shift and change along with those laws. That said, they all had a natural sort of progression, although said progression was incredibly slow. And that was part of the oddity here. Usually, those lucky enough to stumble onto realm hearts would all die long before said realm heart could even begin to blossom into maturity. And that was even if said person managed to become a Tao God. The length of life of worlds was so far beyond that of living beings that they couldn't be compared at all. And therein lay the problem. Due to the influence of his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, Ryu's realm yard had experienced accelerated growth and was actually on the verge of becoming a real world. The reason he hadn't noticed was because the process was completely different from what it should be. For example, his realm heart wasn't expanding like it should, nor were its laws maturing in the normal sense. Or more accurately, the laws were being obscured, twisted, and changed by, once again, the influence of his spiritual foundation. This sounded like a good thing. After all, how could he turn down a world that was in his control? But there were several problems with this. The most obvious of which was that this world might not be in his possession at all. A realm heart was valuable because they were immature and could be easily controlled. A true world wasn't so simple at all. Even if Ryu had influenced it all throughout its youth, if it actually matured, it would have a heaven of its own and it would begin to be more in line with the rules of order. As such, it would begin to restrict Ryu just as much as it helped him. Depending on the situation, this could be a great help or it could be a great detriment. And given all the variables in his body, Ryu was actually more inclined to believe that it would be more detrimental than not. And therein lay the second issue, his spiritual foundation. If his connection with his realm heart faltered, or was at least no longer under his full control any longer, he might also lose control of his spiritual foundation again. In fact, it was worse than this. Let alone losing connection, his spiritual foundation might become directly assimilated. Why would his realm heart miss the chance to accelerate its own evolution? And what stronger path to evolution could there be outside of absorbing so many strong treasures? His realm heart was easy to control, but that was only because it was a bundle of instincts. And this bundle of instincts was only focused on one thing, evolution. 1627. His spiritual foundation to his realm heart now was practically like a big, juicy steak placed in front of a rabid dog. There was simply no way it would just leave it be if it was given the chance. He could lose everything in an instant if he wasn't careful. And yet, this still wasn't everything. There was a deeper layer to all of this. His own inner world. Even if he managed to leap through all of these problems and concerns, it would be hell to have two worlds in his body, each one pulling in different directions. The worlds would certainly clash, and they wouldn't like having to share his body at all. In fact, it would probably be worse than even that, they might try to swallow one another. This was a huge problem for Ryu because just fusing them wasn't a solution at all. 1/3 his realm heart had to be the vessel for his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. If it wasn't there, then he would lose one of his greatest reliances. By the same token, his inner world was currently inextricably linked to his soul and his eyes. He had many plans for it in the future, and it was also the foundation of one of his strongest techniques. He couldn't give it up either. Fusing them together into one simply wasn't an option. They were located in and performed completely different aspects of his cultivation. There was something else as well. If his realm heart succeeded, or rather, when it succeeded, judging by the pace it was moving at now, it would be far beyond his inner world. As such, the winner between their struggle would be clear and obvious. There was an obvious problem to this. Even if he managed to avoid all the pitfalls of his realm heart's evolution, in the end, it would be his Tao heart ruling it. But by comparison, his inner world, headed by his perfect blackbody soul, would be far behind. This would cause an imbalance to his souls and his Tao heart could end up trying to take over again. That would throw a wrench in his one above all technique and end up screwed over. Suddenly, he understood at least in part how his Tao heart had begun to absorb his negative emotions. That just might be an evolution related to his realm heart, one that had been allowed to happen after he was unconscious. That couldn't be a coincidence. His Tao heart chose to act while he was out of it. It couldn't be any more obvious than that. It seemed like his own body was trying to kill him again. However, rather than being perturbed, Ryu chuckled. It was quite a frightening chuckle, too. Because it was hard to tell if he was so confident because he truly had a solution. Or if he was only so confident because his Tao heart sucked away his worry. Chapter 1984. Clear Path. Ryu was smart enough to catch this. Illa's Tao heart was, of course, a part of himself. It was impossible for these thoughts to escape him. He had to admit that he was clever. His negative emotions were probably something that were holding him back the most. If his Tao Eilert could suck them away for him, he would feel grateful and even let his guard down. In the end, his Tao heart would be able to continue its plans in silence. By the time he noticed what was happening, it would already be too late and there would be no chance for him to reverse the situation. He had to admit that he was quite the genius. However, his Tao heart, or his perfect blackbody, could never outthink him. As clever as they were, he was even sharper, and the steps he could see to were on another level. Whether it was his Tao heart or his perfect black body, they were both rigid in their thoughts and set in their personality. Illis Tao heart was obsessed with improvement, and his perfect black body was obsessed with laying the perfect foundation. This was both their greatest strengths and their greatest weaknesses. Illis Tao heart was willing to risk losing everything to his realm heart for the chance to gain a huge leap in strength in a single instant. And because of that, it was predictable. And by the same token, his Tao heart might be a piece of his soul, but it was missing the one thing that made his intelligence so shocking in the first place. His brain. Just like those dream wraith ancestors had said, it was the mutation to his brain and its folds that truly made his intelligence so shocking. And unfortunately for his Tao heart, it didn't have the support of it. You might be my Tao heart, lighting the beacon of my cultivation path, but before me, even you must bow, because I am the ego. Ryu felt his Tao heart quake. And contradictorily, it actually shone more brightly, polishing itself and becoming several-fold firmer. The sky gods to his back sensed this and their eyes couldn't help but narrow. Yet, neither one of them dared to interrupt Ryu in the slightest, feeling that he was on the verge of something shocking. Ryu never feared his clones, even after they separated. That was because he knew that they were more like siblings in rivalry than enemies. No matter what, his clones would never truly turn on him. They might try to trick him to reach their own ends, and they might even try to replace his ego, but it would all be in the pursuit of getting stronger. And at the end of the day, they all represented aspects of himself. When his Tao heart heard his words, it wasn't enraged at all. Instead, it was excited and even proud. This was the version of Ryu he hoped his ego always was. But by the same token, it didn't plan on stopping its plotting and scheming either. As for Ryu himself, he was still in deep contemplation. He didn't have a solution for this problem just yet. His realm heart was silently stocking up on godhoods, preparing for its final push to evolution. On the one hand, he could stall it simply by not absorbing godhoods anymore. But on the other, he didn't want to do that. This was a power boost that he wanted. It might let him reach the Lord realm ahead of schedule. However, he would need to handle this delicately. Troublesome. I would need a lot more years of seclusion to figure this out, but I don't have the time. Ryu's gaze flickered as he stood to his full height. Il had stirred up a storm in this place, and he couldn't just pat his ass and leave. He had to prove to an unruly wife of his that the problems that kept her at bay for so long weren't problems to her husband. And that unfortunately meant that he couldn't deal with this issue. He smiled, looking off into the distance. Hope, Ryu walked to Hope's side, sweeping her waist into his arms. What are you doing? She hissed, trying to hide herself from Star River and the human emperor who still couldn't get used to seeing a Tao god in the arms of a transcended like this. Let's go see your sister wives. After this, we're going to return to the human empire. We have some changes to make before this boils over. Hope's gaze flickered, not understanding. What Hope didn't know was that she was experiencing something Ailsa had in the past. Back when Ryu first awakened his Tao, he seemed to make a breakthrough every time he breathed. It was exaggerated to the point he could be in a meaningless battle and still progress it. It was something that had left even Ailsa speechless. She didn't know how to deal with the situation at all. It had been a long time since Ryu had such rapid-fire breakthroughs, but right now, his mental state seemed to be undergoing such evolutions in real time. He seemed several times calmer than he did even moments ago. And how couldn't he? All of the negative clouds that had hung above his head had been swallowed up by his Tao heart and devoured. It seemed like cheating. Even Ryu felt so in part. It felt like this was something that he should have worked through on a personal level. However, wasn't this exactly what he had been refining his Tao heart for all this time? Every step he took along his cultivation journey was like another building block to this stage. However, Ryu knew that this wasn't the perfect, endless solution. Even so, he also knew that it was the light at the end of the tunnel. So long as he could make this final breakthrough in mental state, there would be a clear path to Tao godhood. Chapter 1985. A human Ryu sat on Little Silk's back with his eyes half closed. Hope's body shrank into his lap and he breathed in her delicate scent. Until now, he had been meticulously taking care of her injuries, though she insisted she was fine. Truthfully speaking, she was closer to all right than not. She had a great ability to protect herself, and her healing factor wasn't bad. Plus, even if it wasn't, she was the favor alchemy god. She could just concoct a pill if she couldn't naturally heal something. But Ryu would be upset even if a hair on her head was harmed, let alone the fact she was actually bleeding. Luckily, he had embryonic chi and was able to help her even if she was a Tao god, and then, in a rare moment of peace, he was able to hold her in his arms in silence. There was something about a woman's body, though so small and seemingly fragile, that made him feel a great deal of comfort. Though, he didn't find the dichotomy of it all amusing. Hope's body felt as though he could break it by accident, and yet it was very much the opposite. In all likelihood, if she wasn't careful, he was the one that would be in pain. The human emperor followed after the two of them from the distance, giving them their space. As time passed, he got more used to the scene. If he, as a peak Tao god, had still chosen to follow this young man, then was the fact a lower Tao god fell in love with him really so shocking? If anything, the former was more shocking. It was just that the human emperor wasn't used to seeing himself as a powerhouse. He spent so much of his life lowering himself for the sake of survival. But now, he had chosen another path. Humans would certainly die as a result. But if things worked out the way he hoped in the end, then there would be light at the end of the tunnel. The skies warped and the earth rapidly changed beneath them. Soon, over the horizon, they could see their destination clearly. The front lines. Whether it was xianxia or Mei, both of them were unknown existences. Without a backer like Ailsa to help them, doing something like entering a holy world was impossible. In fact, they might not want such a thing. After all, it had to be remembered that Mei was still in hiding, not wanting to expose her identity as a dream wraith. And on the other hand, xianxia was technically a beast. If any one of them was thoroughly investigated, it would lead to problems. As such, they both made the smart choice to stay here on the front lines where things might be more dangerous, but there would also be plenty of opportunity to train and keep themselves hidden at the same time. Ryu had chosen to leave xianxia here because it was her choice. She had the pride of a dragon and didn't want to constantly be following after him even though a part of her heart pined after such a thing. As for Mei, he originally wanted to find her immediately but thought differently of it when he felt xianxia's wishes. He had met Mei when she was young. Unlike his other wives, she herself hadn't truly decided what kind of person she wanted to be, and he didn't want to make that choice for her. In the end, he felt that this training experience the dream wraiths were forcing onto their young was actually a good thing. So other than contacting her here and there to let her know that he had come for her, he was completely hands-off. Well, not completely. After all, he still had Lucard, Empana, and Yonjur around. Though, only in a slight capacity. They lingered around the battlefield from time to time just to make sure that anything untoward didn't happen. After all, comparatively speaking, the cultivations of the two were too weak, and they were too beautiful. That was a terrible combination in any cultivation world, let alone this one where they didn't have the backing of powerful families. Sometime a decade or so ago, xianxia and Mei had met up and were now on the battlefield together, and this was the battlefield that Ryu was approaching from the skies. At this moment, there was no battle ongoing, so the encampment was filled with just the usual hustle and bustle. As a result, the appearance of such a powerful beast definitely warranted some attention, and it only became worse when Hope and the human emperor were sensed. Ryu didn't seem to care, though, as he descended from the skies. At the moment, his clothing was still in tatters and covered in blood. And yet, there was a certain sharpness and aura to him that couldn't be ignored in the slightest. He walked forward calmly. By the time he touched the ground, the main tents of the encampment had already opened up and several Tao sovereigns had appeared, frowning. A human? It wasn't like they had never seen a human before, but one coming with such fanfare and arrogance was simply something they didn't have a box of memories for. It was so shocking they didn't even know what to say or do. At that moment, however, two women with beauty beyond words appeared. One had a head of snow-white hair and blue eyes that looked like an exploding nebula had been set off within them. The other had a head of jet-black cascading hair and eyes of delicate crimson that suddenly carried a rare gentleness to them. The two women felt Ryu's presence almost immediately, but they weren't sure what to do. Before, Ryu had hidden his relation to them for their safety. Should they run to his side? Or should they stay put? The answer was quickly given to them as Ryu smiled and opened his arms. Chapter 1986. Doran, xianxia and Mei didn't hesitate, flashing forward and leaping into Ryu's arms with happy smiles. Ryu wrapped an arm around each of their waists, lifting them up with a blooming happiness in his heart. Mei was truly as light as a feather, but xianxia might as well have been a mountain. She was so heavy that it wouldn't have been a surprise even if he blew out his back. Xianxia was even a bit regretful of her actions, feeling that she had been a bit too impulsive, only to be shocked that her husband picked her up and spun her around as though she weighed no more than Mei did. Her eyes lit up and a fire of lust flared in her eyes before she quickly suppressed it. As much as her bestial side wanted Ryu to ravage her right here and now, she knew that she had to have at least some propriety. The encampment of Fae and beasts was completely shocked. These two fairies had become commonly spoken about amongst them for a long while, and there were no small number that had tried to approach them. However, all of that had stopped after a certain person made their intentions known. The reality was that it was supremely rare to find such good stock amongst the common people. Usually, beauties that were both so talented and gorgeous were all from the most elite of families, or were swept up from their youth to become part of such families, usually through marriage alliances. The fact that Mei and Xianxia had made it so far, seemingly without being used as a bargaining chip in this way, made them a hot commodity amongst the dreamers of their encampment. It could even be said that the various men that were drooling and or seething right now just didn't know how many of their own had already suffered for having such thoughts. Most of those that were left had some sort of propriety. Those that were foolish enough to take action on the thoughts of their lust had already died through mysterious means. Ryu eventually put his wives down, but he held them close. He truly felt at peace at the moment, so much so that he almost forgot that his actions were about to bring a war the likes of which the real plane hadn't seen in generations down on all their heads. "Alright, are you guys ready to go?" The two blinked, looking at one another before nodding. "Okay, good." Ryu tightened his hold around their waists slightly and was ready to lift off into the air when his eyes narrowed. Boom, boom, boom. A falcon beast shot over from the distance, flying so fast that the air continuously shattered against its body. On its back, a young man with a furious expression and the momentum of a lord rode on its back. "Young Master Doran is here." Ryu's ear twitched as he heard the whisper. Honestly speaking, he didn't know much about what happened here in these years because he never asked and his wives weren't willing to tell him the details. Ryu tightened his hold around their waists slightly and was ready to lift off into the air when his eyes narrowed. A falcon beast shot over from the distance, flying so fast that the air continuously shattered against its body. Boom, boom, boom. On its back, a young man with a furious expression and the momentum of a lord rode on its back. The reality was that he knew that if he was aware of every little thing that happened here, he would have killed his way over a long time ago. It was honestly better that he didn't know and things were handled silently. However, considering the look on the man's face, Ryu's happy expression had already faded even before they let him go. "That's trouble. I hear he's young Master Moon's elder brother." Years ago, Doran had passed through this region on a casual trip. He had broken into the Lord Realm finally and was given some responsibility. But considering his standing, he wouldn't be stationed here permanently. However, because he had seen Mei and Xianxia, he took it upon himself to take up a post here. As arrogant as he was certainly powerful as well. This battlefront had seen unprecedented victories, at least at first. Unfortunately, after the fact, the fiends reacted by sending their own geniuses while also calling the real plane shamelessly for trying to take advantage of it. Since then, the situation on this battlefield had completely flipped and they suffered more casualties in the last year than they had the last 100. Although things looked peaceful now, it was only because the commotion that Ryu had caused on the other side had not only caused the Rainbow Wall to retreat, but it had occupied the fiends. So they were taking a rare respite. Even though they felt that Doran was to blame for all of this, which of them dared to say anything about it? Although many of them were jealous, they somewhat hoped that Ryu might teach this scumbag a lesson. They had lost too many friends because of his attempt to woo women that apparently weren't his to begin with. Bang! Doran landed on the ground with a heavy thud, his eyes blazing. "Unhand them, now!" The thunderous might of his lord aura blazed. Both Mei and Xianxia's bodies shrank, their cultivation not nearly strong enough to go up against a lord. The gap was simply far too large. Both had reached the omniscient realm, but they were still pressing for a chance to take that final step. Just this alone was enough to infuriate Ryu, but he was in a decent mood and the fact his wives didn't think twice to lean on him for support despite sensing his cultivation being weaker than their own settled him down. This was enough to put him at ease. However, when Doran saw their subconscious action to lean on Ryu, his white hair nearly stood up and a frosty aura came out from him in waves as a moon reflected in his pupils. "You too slew." Die. A flash of gold seemed to envelop the word, a murderous word laced with venom and fury, making their hearts sink to the bottom of an abyss. By the time their vision cleared, Dorian's head was spiraling through the air without so much as a single spurt of blood. Chapter 1987. Difference. Ryu watched the head spin through the air indifferently. He thought that his temper was better these days, but apparently not. Basically, the moment he felt the intention of what Dorian wanted to say, a flip inside of him switched, and whatever attempts his Tao heart made at swallowing his negative emotions failed on its face. This was the problem with just suppressing everything. There was a reason. He had been warned many times in his life that a Tao heart that was too stubborn could often be brittle instead of strong. However, Ryu didn't believe it was a problem in this case, nor was it. If he hadn't already figured out what his Tao heart was up to, it might have been a red flag. But other than that, he was in an unprecedented state of calm. Well, other than the fact his internal organs were lacerated again. This time, he had used the false light shrine, and the result was to be expected. But he had overestimated this, Lord, a bit too much. However, no one could see his injuries. All they could see was the almost careless disregard for life Ryu had, that and a sheer contempt for the background of those he targeted. Let's go, Ryu said indifferently. There were several sovereigns in this encampment that wanted to say something. They couldn't just let things stand like this. Even if it wasn't their fault, there was no doubt that they might get caught in the crossfire when things were done. Dorian had been a core member of the Moon Clan. He wasn't someone that could just die without repercussions. Of course, if they knew that they had just come from killing a Tao god of the Sun Clan, they wouldn't even bother hesitating. This matter was clearly above their pay grade. Unfortunately for them, just as it seemed like they were going to make a move, the aura of a Tao god descended from above, and they all froze in place. The worst of them pissed themselves directly, and even those that were slightly better off collapsed to the ground. Ryu didn't look back at them, stepping into the air with his wives in his arms and landing on Little Silk's back. The wings of the beautiful butterfly beast flared out as a strong downward pressure almost shattered the encampment below. However, this soon vanished as Little Silk adjusted xianxia's weight. Then, in a twinkle, they vanished over the horizon. Those that remained in the encampment looked at the corpse of Dorian. Bang! Before they could do anything, it seemed to explode in a rain of gold. The body was completely desiccated. In one moment, it had been the remains of a genius. In the next, it might as well have been the remains of any other dying soldier on the battlefield. They all trembled, realizing that this had easily made an already bad situation 10 times worse. But who was that young man who was being followed by a Tao god? They couldn't remember anyone with the cachet worthy of such a thing, not even young Master Moon. At that moment, Empana silently left the encampment. His speed accelerated after leaving the region. His cultivation was in the omniscient realm, and he had yet to break through that final veil. Honestly speaking, even he didn't expect that it would be so difficult, and he only felt more inferior when he saw Ryu's current strength. He had no idea that Ryu had relied on a treasure, but even if he had known, it wouldn't have changed much of anything, especially if he knew how Ryu had gotten his hands on those treasures. Empana was a genius himself, and he had been improving a great deal even though his cultivation had stalled. But compared to Ryu, it felt like he might as well have been running in place. However, there was light at the end of the tunnel. With Ryu's talent, how could he not have already become an omniscient at worst? Yet he only had the aura of a transcended. There were places in the universe where there were teens with such cultivation. Of course, they were incredibly rare. But it was true nonetheless. The fact it had been almost 3 decades, and yet Ryu was still at the transcended realm, meant that cultivation speed wasn't everything. There probably wasn't a single one of those teens that would be confident in defeating Ryu. Empana clenched his fists as he flashed into the distance. He would be better. He couldn't let his wishi to improve consume him. His strong Tao heart pulsed, and he even sensed the gateway to lordship open up. However, he forcefully suppressed it, his eyes blazing. He had to be stronger. Much stronger than this if he wanted to be Ryu's summon. Ryu wouldn't let a worm like Dorian affect his mood for long. It wasn't much time before he was introducing Mac and xianxia to Hope. Xianxia was somewhat familiar with Hope, though to a small extent. But it wasn't long before the women were well acquainted. Ryu took the opportunity to observe from the sidelines with a slight smile on his face. It wasn't because he was just admiring his handiwork, but because he felt like he was learning new things about his wives. Well, at least about May. Mac was probably the vaguest in his mind. It was odd, he understood her soul implicitly and could probably deduce how she'd react in any given situation, but it was more surface-level things that he didn't quite understand. Despite her dream Asura side, she was quite reserved and quiet. Now that Ryu thought about it, it was her cousin who had always been the shit disturber. May was often just along for the ride and got caught up in her cousin's nonsense. No, reserved isn't the right word. Ryu continued to observe in silence. May wasn't reserved. At the very least, she wasn't nervous or hesitant when meeting Hope. Back when she had lost her primordial yin to him, Ryu remembered that she seemed to have flipped a switch, becoming a dutiful wife instantly without any hints of shyness. Of course, that wasn't related to dual cultivation. In fact, they didn't share a bed again for quite a long while after the first time because they had been stuck in the incomplete heavenly path together. Instead, she seemed to defer to him and placed a great deal weight on his words despite the fact they were mostly just strangers back then. Since then, Ryu had done quite a lot to actually earn her trust. For example, without him, her dream Asura clan would have already gone extinct. He was a key reason why her master was her master right now. But that was now, and then was then. The fact she had acted like that so soon after they met made it curious. She wasn't reserved, she was disciplined. She kept her cards close at hand and laid them out when it was necessary. Her relationship with Selhira was very good, showing that they hadn't just perfunctorily gotten to know each other, but had instead taken extra steps beyond that. For Selhira, it wasn't surprising. The Selhira that Ryu first met was incredibly gentle and kind, in addition to sociable. He remembered her treating him to food, only for practically everyone they met to greet her as though they were worshipping her like a goddess. The only difference between then and now was that she had a bit more forcefulness between her brows as though she could flip a switch in an instant. Her arrogance before was almost passive-aggressive, but now it was more aggressive than passive. This was all to say that if there was going to be any hold-up in the relationship between the two, Selhira wouldn't be the problem. She knew how to ingratiate herself with people and earn their favor. Any other man whom Selhira had pursued like she had Ryu would have been wrapped around her finger. It was only because Ryu was a particular brand of stubborn that she had ended up being forced to suffer a loss. Though, ironically, it was because of that she loved him even more implicitly. All of this made Ryu realize that May was quite socially adept as well. She preferred not to have to interact with people, but she was more than capable when it came down to it. Her temperament was far more refined and graceful now. She wasn't quite the same level of gentle that Selhira was. Instead, she was more like Eska. Ryu's eyes glowed. What an unexpected surprise. Eska was the type of woman he liked the most, and he didn't expect May to begin to grow such a direction. But he should have known. Originally, she followed him so dutifully out of a sense of duty. She felt that that was what she should do as a woman who had lost her primordial yin. That sort of duty, wasn't it just like Eska? But there was a large difference between them as well. Chapter 1988. Ice Empress and Mother of a Nation. Eska was a woman who was regal and arrogant in an empress-like sort of way. By comparison, May was far more motherly in nature. If one could be considered an icy empress, the other was more like the mother of a nation. It was quite interesting to view this from afar because Ryu didn't expect to see such a thing from Mac. Inwardly, he was actually quite thankful that he made the decision to let her grow on her own. If he hadn't, who knew if he would have accidentally suppressed this side of her? Although this had certainly always been a part of her personality, it had never been so pronounced. Despite the fact both Hope and Selhira were years her elder, she seemed to be the most mature of them all. He couldn't help but chuckle. Selhira was at most a few decades older than Mac, but Hope was tens of thousands of years older. This was definitely a bit embarrassing on her part. Hope sensed Ryu's gaze and looked over with a questioning one of her own. But when she saw his teasing smile, she seemed to have pieced it together on her own and couldn't help but blush. "What are you laughing about?" She pouted. "My luck, of course. Look at my 3 beautiful wives. What else would a man need?" May blinked in surprise for a moment before blushing shyly. She sensed that something had certainly changed in Ryu since she saw him last. But to her, the difference wasn't all that important. From the day he took her primordial yin, she had accepted that she would be his in all ways. That decision had only gotten easier after he moved heaven and earth to help her family. What could she possibly have to complain about with such a husband? When she noticed that Ryu was looking at her, She subconsciously looked away, trying to regain her bearings. Ryu sighed inwardly. It was nice to have women who were so devoted to you. What man wouldn't like to have his ego stroked in such a way? But there was also a problem with the sort of women Ryu liked the most. They might be with him out of a sense of duty, and their actions would never show the slightest hint of disobedience or unruliness in most cases. But, would it truly be love? Ryu could tell that Mac had a fondness for him, and she was quite happy to have him as a husband, but it wasn't the same sort of deep infatuation that Elena, Selhira, and Yana had, or even the Ailsa of the past. In fact, even though Hope's reliance on him had already crossed into the realms of infatuation, he felt like it was cheating a bit. After all, what choice did she have when her fate was tied to his own? This was inevitable. He had never been a naive man. He didn't think that claiming a woman's body meant having her heart. It was just that in the past, he didn't really care about the distinction. But now, he was finding that he did. Even so, these weren't things that he could change with a single swipe of his hand. If he could, then it would be meaningless on its face. Why would he even waste his time then? Ryu settled down, and his Dao heart swallowed up the feelings of dissatisfaction he had. This time, however, he was sure that it was a feeling he would be able to press down on his own. This matter was clearly his fault. He wasn't a good enough husband. Since there was no one to blame but himself, why be angry about it? He would just fix it. So, he stopped observing and began to participate in the conversation between his wives. In fact, he even brought Eska and Ismine out as well. Since they were a family, it was about time everyone got to know one another. "We're here." Ryu looked up to the distance as he was about to speak again. It was the beast domain. Since he had saved it, he hadn't been back. And honestly speaking, the volatile appearance of the light holy world had thrown a wrench into a lot of things. However, it seemed to have recovered just fine. Though, now it had a mysterious overlord that wasn't so mysterious to Ryu at all. Roar! A silver dragon soared through the air, cutting through space to appear before them in an instant. A single flap of its wings flattened the ground below and hit them in waves. Little Silk seemed dissatisfied with the display and flapped her own wings. A torrent of ice began to coat Lucard. Hey! Lucard still wasn't a match for such a powerful sovereign beast and immediately regretted his actions. In the end, he had to rely on Ryu to save him from Little Silk's wrath. "Who told you to be so arrogant?" Ryu asked with a laugh. "Me." Lucard was stunned when Ryu of all people said these words. Even the latter's wives couldn't help but cover their mouths in a light chuckle. It isn't arrogance if it has foundation. It's confidence at that point. Lucard's lip twitched, but he was also finding it hard to refute it. He had seen Ryu accomplish more ridiculous feats than he could count. "I'm going to refine a weapon here. I need you to keep the beasts away so that I can succeed." Lucard frowned. What? There was no reason for Ryu to do this if he was just trying to act in a small area. He had not just one Dao god following him, but two. In the far-off distance, there was still the human emperor who was walking on pins and needles by now. The human emperor couldn't be blamed. After all, he really wanted to return to the human domain but couldn't because he was following Ryu. Although logic told him that the Fae wouldn't turn on the humans so quickly, especially since there were no witnesses to what happened, logic and emotion didn't always coincide. "I need the whole beast domain," Ryu said calmly. After speaking, he hopped down from Little Silk's back. Also, if any fiends tried to interfere, kill without mercy. Lucard's pupils constricted. What the hell was Ryu about to do? The fact he was making such a big deal meant that he was really about to use the entire beast domain to refine something, but that was the equivalent of millions upon millions of miles. How could he even control such a large region? No, more importantly than that, what weapon would even require such a large region? "Hope," Ryu called out. "Yes." Hope hopped down. "If I do this on my own, it would probably take at least half a century to finish the array. I'll need your help to speed things up." Hope nodded. Ryu took a breath and then closed his eyes. A breeze flew by, and Lucard wasn't sure what he was sensing. However, for some reason, he still felt as though he had been stripped completely naked, his flaws exposed for all to see. Hope was the one who felt it the fiercest. Ryu was no longer using normal means to scan the region, he was using faith directly. Because of third perspective, using fate like this was even easier for Ryu than using spiritual sense would be. With his new soul natures layered on top of it, it was like the world was whispering into his car. Alright, Ryu opened his eyes barely 3 hours later. First, we'll need to extend this river from here to about here. Hope felt a probe on her mind, and a string of fate directed her actions. She was surprised once again. She had never seen such an interesting method of fate control. It was like Ryu was directing her almost like he would a corpse puppet, but since she was living, she could obviously easily resist. However, there was no need to. Her figure flashed. She appeared high above a rushing river and struck down. Flatten this mountain. Press into this fissure. Suppress the cold energy here. Ryu's commands came out in a rapid-fire series. In fact, at one point, he even forced Lucard to start using his spatial control to help Hope move around even faster. The landscape of the beast domain didn't seem to be changing much, and yet, after 3 days or so, a subtle dividing line began to form. On one side, everything was just a little bit brighter as though filled with life and vitality. On the other side, there was a hint of a shadow that filtered all the colors you saw, suppressing and muting the vibrancy. Though, not to the point of making it feel like death. And then, Lucard cursed. Son of a bitch. It wasn't just because what Ryu had done was shocking, but because this bastard had actually taken out the 2 shrines that fiends were losing their heads in an attempt to find. Always dragging me into your bullshit. Chapter 1989. Heaven and Earth. Ryu seemed to forget about the world, entering an unprecedented state of focus. Usually, he wouldn't want to rely on external items to supplement his battle strength. He felt that if he did so, the moment he lost them, he would end up in an untenable situation where his strength would plummet and his life would be in danger. But the truth of it was that this thought process was too inflexible. What good was not relying on external items if your strength wasn't going to get to the point naturally anytime soon? If he ran into an enemy that could take these external items from him, or even destroy them, then without them he would be even more screwed. Not to mention the fact that these were not normal external items. It had taken him too long to realize this, but his alchemy, his formation mastery, his blacksmithing, all of these things were part of his strength. They were as much a part of him as his cultivation was. In fact, not using them was like snubbing his nose at a large part of what made his eyes so special. Unlike others who would have to rely on external items created by others, he was Ryu Tatsuya. Even his so-called external items would be forged by his own hand. Ryu's eyes flashed and he suddenly slapped his palms. At that moment, the 2 false shrines vanished, appearing in 2 different nodes across millions of miles. If one looked at the scene from above, it would look as though they had become the centerpieces of a large, swirling array of yin and yang. While Lucard was panicking about the fiends sensing them, the reality was that Ryu was messing with him. He had prepared more than well enough. If the fiends could sense this, he would cut his own head off and hand it right to them. He wasn't even in the omniscient sky god realm, and simply put, Ryu didn't believe that he was very far from the pinnacle of crafting. When he had this sort of preparation time, and the help of a Tao god no less, there was simply no one, in this world at least, that could possibly see through his plans. Ryu's pressed palms trembled and his veins became more and more obvious. Bloodmancy. Ryu hadn't forgotten about it. In fact, this unique profession his second master guided him in actually was a large part of why he succeeded in creating his body realm cultivation method so quickly. And it would also be the secret to how he finally dealt with his bloodlines. Ryu seemed to have put a lot of effort into his body, yet the changes to his actual blood were minimal, or so it seemed. The foundation of body realm cultivation was vital chi, which was just a fancy way of saying vitality that found its roots in the blood. The problem was that while Ryu had completed the cultivation method, he wasn't yet strong enough to force the result he wanted. Ryu's main problem in the past was that he had too many talents, too many techniques, too many paths to follow. In fact, it only became worse when he realized that these talents were actually combating and fighting against one another. Creating a body realm cultivation method that relied on the power of his spiritual foundation wasn't a bad step toward fixing that, but it wasn't nearly enough. The reality was that his body realm cultivation method didn't just rely on his spiritual foundation, it also relied on his inner world, which was quickly forming and forging its own fate. One of these days, his bloodlines would be truly free to act as he wanted them, not how their fate dictated that they should act. And actually, they had already made large strides to doing exactly that. And these greatsword staffs would be another shortcut to doing this. Boom. The explosion was so profound that it echoed across the entire beast domain. It could be heard for many miles even beyond that, shaking the very foundation of the real plane as though the gods were punishing them from below. The skies overturned as two pillars pierced upward. Within the center of these pillars, the false shrines seemed to begin to shake into pieces, being refined again and again until they were nothing but dust particles, and then refined again until they were nothing more than the essence of energy. At the same time, the landscape of the beast domain began to crack as though along the lines of folded paper. The destruction should have been widespread and uncontrolled, and yet the cracks and fissures almost looked as though a god had carved them with the delicate stroke of a knife. These fissures raced across the landscape and met at controlled points before pools of energy began to gather along with them. From the side, Hope was watching with flickering eyes. She had helped with most of this, so she understood it more intimately than most other than Ryu himself. However, seeing the actual result, she couldn't help but still feel shock. There were details popping up time and time again that she felt that she had missed earlier. Her gaze locked onto Ryu, her heart palpitating. She was a woman who had wanted to make Ryu her Tao companion purely because of his skill in alchemy the very first time they met. It was safe to say that she really liked men with this sort of talent. But this, Hope bit her lip and forced herself to look away. If she didn't, she couldn't promise that she wouldn't pounce on Ryu at such a crucial time. And a crucial time it was, because it was then that the motes of energy the false shrines became poured into the cracks and fissures they had created. The earth rumbled and mountains collapsed. The pillars of light reversed, and dark and light sides swapped. Chapter 1990, Crack. The energy of Ilevan and earth moved with Ryu's will. All he did was stand there, not even using any energy at all, and yet it felt as though the world was listening to his beck and call. Ryu couldn't help but bask in the feeling, almost like this was what he was always meant to do. They called his eyes the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils, and for the first time, he seemed to truly understand just what that meant. It was only a casual thought, and yet he felt like he heard the sound of shattering glass reverberating through his mind. He subconsciously opened his eyes, only to find that there was an explosion of color before him. However, this color certainly wasn't ephemeral tapestry, it was something else. It wasn't that the world gained color, but rather the color that was there seemed bolder and brighter. Ryu had no idea what was happening. It felt like his eyes had just had a breakthrough, but he didn't understand it at all. It felt as though everything had changed, and yet like nothing at all had changed. He also didn't really understand how his eyes could break through at all. He had already unsealed all 999. Ryu's heart skipped a beat as he looked internally. He had realized it a step too late. There was a perfect loop formed between his body, his soul, and his spiritual foundation. It was the loop that he had been pushing toward all this time. Eel wanted to consolidate his paths down a single lane. And he had actually succeeded. His self-created body realm cultivation method was the last piece to the puzzle. Or more accurately, his new weapons were. These great sword staffs would form the foundation that his weak body currently couldn't on its own. And because of that, even in just a half-completed state, they were already enough to complete the loop between his body and his inner world. This was certainly not a bad thing, he thought. At least not on the surface. The real devil was in the details, and the completion of this loop meant that his souls had more of a direct impact on his body. Including his Tao heart. Ryu's gaze flashed. This meant that if his Tao heart succeeded in controlling his realm heart like it wanted, it would basically be impossible for him to escape. It seemed that the problem was even more serious than he thought. However, this state of panic only lasted for a few moments before Ryu's lip curled. His Tao heart certainly had its weaknesses. It was far too obsessed with progress no matter what the cost. And what it probably realized but didn't care about was the fact that while it had given itself a great advantage, it had given Ryu an even greater advantage. He had only felt this change to his heavenly pupils for a short time, but he could already feel that this level of control was truly profound. His Tao heart had picked up such a mountain only to drop it on its own foot. Ryu couldn't help but wonder if this sort of immaturity was something that always plagued him. Eel didn't need to think much about that either before he realized that it was true as well. What his Tao heart had done was precisely something that he would have done in the past, and maybe even something he would still do right now. He would never believe that someone else was his better, so as long as something helped him out, he wouldn't mind taking such a step, even if it meant potentially putting him at a disadvantage in the future. But the difference this time was that the person he was helping was none other than himself. Shoo. Bang, bang, a swirl of auras descended, and at that moment, all the veins in Ryu's body exploded. Hope covered her mouth in shock, but she forced herself to remain standing. She knew that Ryu had done this on purpose, she just didn't know why. There was a reason he had wanted to stand in that particular location. Ryu's blood seeped into the ground, his embryonic chi pumping to force the creation of more and more. His blood flowed out of him in rivers and filled up the fissures. Every time Hope thought he was finished, he would pump out more, and then more even on top of that. He was even more ruthless to his own body than he was against the land itself. At that moment, the motes of light in Ryu's blood met. The world froze for a moment before everything reversed. The blood began to rush back into Ryu's body with a new energy piggybacking it all. However, the problem was clear in an instant. There was far more blood than Ryu's body could handle, let alone the fact there was an additional energy not designed to be vital chi in the first place. And yet, Ryu remained calm, his eyes closed as his body continued to grow in size. He looked ridiculous. Even worse than that, he truly looked like he might die at any time. His skin began to grow in blotches that quickly began to look like cancerous growths. His stomach, arms, and legs bulged in odd ways, even one of his eye sockets almost popped as his eyes didn't miss out on the swelling either. Even a sovereign couldn't pull Ryu's eyes out of his skull, so one could imagine the kind of pressure his body was under for even his eyes to begin to swell like this. However, Ryu himself didn't make a single peep. The more the aura of death surrounded him, the sharper he seemed to become, the more determined. There was a stoic sort of silence that filled the region as though the world was ready to mourn the loss of a true hero. However, crack, Ryu's body fissured and an aura rushed out all at once. Lord Body, Chapter 1991, stuck Ryu's body soared in strength. After his tribulation, he had already been knocking on the door of lordship with his body, but he hadn't been able to take that final step. The first reason was a lack of foundation, and the second reason was a lack of comprehension. The body realm wasn't as simple in the god realms as it was in the previous realms. In the mortal, immortal, and cosmic realms, the body realm was just a matter of how much pain you could withstand and how much talent was stored in your bloodlines. However, in the god realms, there was a certain essence of spirit involved. It wasn't quite the same as comprehending a Tao, but one needed to have a comprehension of the body to an intimate level, and part of that secret lay with the 7 corporeal spirits. The real difference between the chi realm and the body realm, though, was that talent could easily make up for a gap in comprehension with the latter. Even if one stumbled onto the right solution for the body realm, it was good enough. It was like how an athlete could perform an action but not precisely break down exactly how it was done. That was good enough. There was no difference between a body realm cultivator who could naturally feel and understand versus one that could break down exactly how they were feeling. And Ryu was obviously someone who was the latter. He could fully understand it all, and the way his body moved and pulsed was completely under his control. In fact, he was on a deeper level than even just understanding. He had configured his own body realm cultivation method to be in tune with the movements of his own spirits, and as the final connection was made between them all, his blood rolled and rumbled like thunder. At that moment, a pair of tattoos began to etch themselves onto Ryu's forearms. Both of them were identical in every way other than their color. One was a sleek gold with a blade edge of red, and the other was a sleek black with a blade of the same crimson color. Each tattoo pulsed with power, and then Ryu's blood began to respond in kind as though a feedback loop was being formed between themselves and the weapon. The resonance became stronger and stronger until more tattoos began to spring up all across Ryu's body. The original body realm technique of the sky god that mastered both light and darkness had used a method of tattoo etching. It was a method of grafting energy onto oneself and using it as a catalyst to trigger something else. In this case, Ryu was using this to maximize the 2 false shrines he had just forged into his body. By using the tattoos as a medium to communicate with the heavens, he was able to offload much of the pressure of the techniques he wanted to use. At the same time, Ryu's aura flared and the weapons etched into his forearms howled along with it. With a flash, they appeared in his palms, their crimson edges practically reeking of blood. Ryu took a step forward and casually swung out. He had only swung out halfway before his eyes lit up, slits splitting his pupils and expanding the darkness in his silvery irises. This is the feeling. His father had been able to take the talents of his fire dragon bloodline and incorporate them into his halberd stances. Ryu had always been shocked by this, especially since he felt like he could never quite manage to do it. The time and effort it would take to distill such a skill into a form factor it wasn't suited for was no less difficult than Ryu trying to dual-wield polearms. He simply couldn't split his attention down such a complicated path. But now, he had managed to craft a weapon that could do it for him. His great sword staffs now had an inextricable link to his bloodlines. When he wanted to act, they would resonate and carry the momentum of a dragon, a Qilin, or even a phoenix so long as he desired it. With one, he could call down a storm, and with another, a dragon's breath. Shoo! Ryu slowed his blade before it connected with anything, and yet the residual force still cut into the ground. A dragon's breath seemed to manifest from the air itself, howling along the split ground and into the distance. The fire raced across the ground and pierced through layer after layer of trees, cutting down mountains, and drying up rivers. Ryu pulled his greatsword staff back, allowing it to rest on his shoulder as he looked off. He felt powerful, practically invincible. And yet, deep inside, he felt that it wasn't enough. It wasn't because of his Tao heart, though he knew that it was probably it at least in part. Still, the largest part of it was definitely a shadow he was chasing. He looked off into the distance and seemingly not in any particular direction. And yet, his eyes pierced through it all until he landed on a world. Convenient. He didn't explain his thoughts even to himself as he simply turned away. Standing there, he closed his eyes and took a breath. With the evolution to his eyes, he felt like his control over fate had reached an even more exaggerated height. Although it wasn't to the point of intuition, Ryu felt that he could almost ask his eyes a question and achieve the answer he wanted. Of course, he wasn't really asking a question. Instead, he was testing the strings of karma until he found something that was in line with what he wanted. And what he was looking for this time was the world of space and time that he needed to complete the last and final step of his body. 1906 he found several. However, there was only one that stuck out to him. The holy world Ailsa was stuck in. Chapter 1992. Maybe after confirming that his earlier realizations were correct, Ryu had a decision to make. Would he go to the other worlds and take the Casey path? Or would he end it where it should be ended? Truthfully, he already knew the answer. He didn't even need to ask himself because he knew the reality he was facing. His pride would never allow him to take the easy way out even if he knew it was foolish. But at least this time, he wasn't being completely willful. Ryu had never really had to deal with a heart demon in his lifetime. Or rather, the times he would have were either triggered by someone or something else, or he wasn't able to feel the full effects of it. For example, his first life could be certainly said to have birthed a heart demon in him. But he hadn't even been able to cultivate, so it was minimal. And at the same time, his Tao heart wasn't even with him, so there was nothing for it to latch onto. Then there was the time Mei's Dream Asura clan caused his Tao heart to shatter. That could be considered another form of a heart demon, but it was more artificial than not. It wasn't even his fault back then, it was the shoddy workmanship of the crafter who forged it. Had it not been for the fact that the person who forged those stairs was far beyond him in strength, he would have been able to easily shatter those illusions. This time, however, although his Tao heart was doing a good job suppressing it, this could very easily become something more troublesome. It would have been one thing if he hadn't been able to tell. But now that he couldn't let it go. No, he wouldn't let it go. Ryu flipped his great sword staffs in his hands and, in a flash of light, they disappeared into his flesh once more. I'll call you two bloodless judgment. Boom, crack, the skies split and a tribulation began to fall from above. However, this one was far more normal than the last. Ryu just took a seat as bolts of lightning descended. Even when the streaks of lightning formed into heavenly knights that pierced into his body, he didn't react. The wounds he suffered were just rapidly healed and his embryonic chi continued to slowly circulate. His control over his body was immaculate, and he seemed to treat the tribulation like it was his own personal backyard, gathering up the fierce lightning and bolstering his lightning seed. The fact that this tribulation could hurt him at all, though, was a testament to just how powerful it was. The land around him was certainly left charred and crucified, but Ryu didn't mind it. A long while later, and very naked, he stood to his feet. His skin peeled off of him in layers and he soon looked as though he had just been born. The tattoos on his body faded until they became like brand marks on his skin, somewhat subtle and yet clear at the same time. With a wave of his hand, he put on a new set of robes and the intent in his eyes blazed. Hope, I'll need a pill that can help push my mental realm up to par. Hope blinked, still in somewhat of a daze. But she understood what he meant soon after. Ryu had the perfect blackbody soul, he could practically expand his soul indefinitely even within the same realm. Even if he didn't break through, the strength he could add by expanding his spiritual sea was no joke. Plus, a pill to gather spiritual quintessence was far easier to concoct than one that helped one break through. Following this, the breakthroughs would obviously come more naturally anyway. For Ryu's current soul strength, it really only took Hope a wave of the hand. Although Ryu could forge such a pill himself, he would need ingredients he didn't have in extra time and effort. By comparison, Hope could gather what she needed for fate itself. And all things considered, her depth of alchemical knowledge was still far deeper than his own. It was just that he was far better at using the knowledge he already had to create things that were new and unique. Ryu swallowed the pill as he walked back toward Little Silk. With every step he took, his spiritual quintessence soared until it finally began to reach the limits of his body. Watching Ryu take in so much spiritual quintessence, Lucard's lip couldn't help but twitch. Normal person's soul would have already burst apart. The amount of spiritual quintessence it would take for Ryu to reach a state appropriate for the current power of his body was absolutely ridiculous. It was hard to even put into words just how ridiculous it all was. However, Ryu took it all in stride. With the connection between his eyes and soul now, it was even easier. He was able to take the quintessence that was coming in and manipulate its fate such that it believed it had always been a part of him. Let alone absorbing the quintessence, it didn't believe that this was what was happening. Instead, it felt like it was just returning home, and that made something that might have been a complicated and difficult process as easy as breathing. By the time Ryu got to Little Silk, his aura was already settling down. He looked back to the human emperor and nodded. Let's return to your human domain. They should be learning the truth right about now. The timing is good. The human emperor was in such shock that he wasn't even quite sure how to respond. He could only dully nod, looking at Ryu as though he was staring at a deity. Lucard, where is Langer? It's time. How would I know? Lucard snorted. The two had gone their separate ways a long time ago. Found him, Ryu said. Let's go. Then why the hell did you bother to ask me? Do you just like ordering me around? Maybe. Ryu's laughter peeled across the skies like streaking lightning. Chapter 1993. Debatable. It truly didn't take Ryu much effort to find Langer at all. But what he was involved in was enough to leave a person without words. Langer had ended up in the human domain as well, funny enough. Though, maybe it made sense considering he was, obviously, also human. What was surprising was that he was actually spending his time as an academy instructor. The human domain of this world wasn't as poorly managed as one might have thought. In fact, the human emperor had put quite a lot of effort into managing it properly despite the circumstances. He had put in place a top-down education system with several levels, and in order to avoid the prying eyes of others, he didn't seem to be placing much emphasis on cultivation at all. The humans of this world learned a lot about periphery matters such as history, culture, agriculture, and anthropology. However, even after observing this for just a small while from a distance, Ryu found himself feeling a rare bit of praise once again. It was extremely rare that he was impressed by something, so much so that that was the bar one had to cross in order to be his master. But it seemed that the more he learned about the cultivation realm, the higher up he went, the more frequently this was happening. On the surface, it really did seem like the human emperor was punting cultivation in favor of a more docile lifestyle for the human race. However, in Ryu's eyes, he saw something else. This system wouldn't generate a large number of warriors. However, given the circumstances, this system would surely have the best chance of raising up the next human emperor. Cultivation could come in many facets. Often, after spending a large amount of time in closed-door seclusion, it was necessary to experience life and accumulate experience before one could continue to proceed smoothly. The state of mind, one's understanding of the world around you, were all important to cultivation and could even be considered pillars of it itself. There was a reason that there were stories of absolute geniuses becoming Tao gods in a single bound by following disciplines such as painting, or even the game of domain. Maybe the most important part of cultivation was the state of mind. There was a reason the Tao heart and the spiritual foundation, the latter of which one couldn't even begin to cultivate without, as Ryu would know intimately, were one and the same. This system wouldn't be able to create a large army of illumines, but at this stage, and with the level of suppression they experienced, there was simply no way that the human race could ever get away with building up such a large army instead. So, the human emperor used a different approach. Using his Tao and his comprehension of the human race, he forged a different method, one that he hoped would blossom a few seedlings that could at least replace him when he was gone, and hopefully, in the future, lay the foundation to break them free from this prison. As the human emperor was observing things, though, he couldn't help but sigh and sigh again. Now that his Tao had improved, he could see several mistakes that he had made in several aspects. If I changed this, and made a tweak here, maybe we would have already produced another genius. 1207 It was likely that the Fae knew of just how potent the human emperor's Tao could be for the human race, which was why they kept him away from them for so long. Well, other than the fact they wanted him to use up what remained of his lifespan. If the human emperor had more time to sit by and observe, he would have likely noticed these issues with his system even without the improvement to his breakthrough. Even so, Ryu was still impressed. The human emperor was a man worthy of respect. Tanger, though, well, that was debatable. Part of the reason the human emperor was sighing was that Langer was practically raising up an army himself. The human race was greatly dissatisfied with the current state of things. And though this was considered to be the Illumin domain, how could there not be Fae here to monitor things? Of course, these Fae were supposedly here under the guise of diplomacy, but they mostly spent their days suppressing the humans and doing as they pleased in a society that wasn't their own. This bred discontent, and some even harbored hatred for the human emperor for not doing enough to protect them. Ironically enough, Ryu had once put the human emperor in the very same camp. Though he never expected the human emperor to save him like these people did, he had once looked down on the human emperor for not even showing up. Yanger, though, was doing a bang-up job at reversing all of the human emperor's hard work. He had gathered up large segments of this dissatisfied populace and was training them in secret. As for why that was in quotations, it was because he was practically an open secret. Ryu could see that not only were most of the human population aware of it, but so too were the Fae. The Fae ignored it because this was probably exactly what they wanted. When the population lost trust in the human emperor, the only person who was actually wholeheartedly helping them, it would begin the true downfall of the race. There would simply be no coming back from such idiocy. The human emperor didn't seem to mind it. He even blamed himself, thinking that his guardrails simply weren't good enough. Of course, it was also much easier to be relaxed about it now that he was following Ryu. Soon, the human race would either die out entirely or rise like a phoenix, and the human emperor had a feeling that it would likely be the latter that won out. Chapter 1994. Same time Ryu gave Yanger a look while he rubbed his nose. Human emperor, is it? Nice to meet you, Langer said while clearing his throat. Human emperor, Ryu asked with a cocked eyebrow. Don't you mean Fae emperor? Isn't that what you've been calling him? Yanger sent Ryu a glare. Of course not, don't listen to his nonsense, human emperor. I've heard great things about you. The human emperor smiled. As easily as Ryu could tell, so too could he. When it came to anything related to the human race, he was highly tapped in. Even if Ryu didn't mention it, he would have a subconscious understanding of everything that had happened here. Tanger was quite sensitive to this as well, so when he first met the human emperor, his instinctual reaction was actually one of respect. He could feel instantly that the caricature he had created in his mind wasn't accurate. There was something about the gentle purity of the human emperor's aura that couldn't be denied. Maybe any human but this cold-hearted bastard here would feel an instinctual closeness to him when they met usually. Langer would be put off by this feeling. But there was something so natural about it that he had a hard time feeling that way at all. And this was definitely a surprise. It didn't take a genius to understand why Langer had been raising up an army to begin with. He had spent much of his life under the thumb of a man far more powerful than himself. There was nothing he hated more than a situation like the one the human race of this world was in. He trained every day for just the smallest chance to skin Primus alive, so when he saw that his human race was actually being declawed in this place, when he wasn't playing babysitter for Ryu's wives, he was usually here, training them up. They had been at it for almost 2 decades now, and it could be said that he had built up a few with a substantive edge. But unfortunately, those with the strongest Tao hearts, those with precisely the chance to become the seedlings that the human emperor was looking for, were also those most likely to join Langer's little army. It could be said that any chance the human race had of raising up a replacement for the human emperor was destroyed thanks to Langer. Ryu couldn't help but give him a thumbs up for his rare brand of foolishness. Luckily for Xianxia, none of this mattered very much because with how things were, whether he had been raising this army for 20 years or 200 years, the difference wouldn't be all that great. They were still too weak. Especially since Xianxia's training wasn't all that effective at all. Xianxia didn't have Ryu's eyes or the human emperor's insight. He had no method of training people other than working them hard. And in the world of cultivation, unfortunately, hard work didn't always equal results. Otherwise, there would be far more Tao gods than there were. Ryu couldn't help but clap for Xianxia again. Well, at least you have spirit. Fuck you, Ryu, some of us have hearts. I think I've done more for this world's human race in a couple of days than you have in 20 years. I would show some more respect if I were you. What the fuck could have possibly? Tanjiro was about to fall right into Ryu's trap, but he caught himself in the end. Since Ryu dared to say it, he probably had. So, he turned to the human emperor instead. Don't trust this bastard no matter what he's done for you. He's shameless to an extreme, has no bottom line, and has a particular fondness for manipulating people into doing what he wants them to do. The human emperor chuckled lightly but didn't respond. Either way, Ryu moved on, seeing that Xianxia wasn't biting. Let's get rid of the rabble first. Kill all of the Fae here. The human emperor just nodded and then vanished. Xianxia's lip twitched. Why was this peak Tao god listening to Ryu's orders? Sometimes he hoped that for just once this smug son of a bitch wouldn't have a reason to be smug. The human emperor returned in no more than a few seconds. In truth, he didn't have to disappear at all, but he felt that it would be more respectful to do so. Finished. Good. Xianxia, bring the seedlings you ruined here. I did not ruin them. All but. Tanjiro shook his head and eventually came back with 3 people, 2 women and a man. He knew Ryu well and knew that he wouldn't waste time on useless people. The ruined seedlings should be the absolute best of the bunch. Ryu observed for a small while. They were all in the omniscient sky god realm and all under 100 years of age. All things considered, this wasn't too bad. Truthfully, he didn't care about raising these people up. He was only acting for 2 reasons. First, he wanted the human emperor's heart to be at ease. This wasn't just for the sake of his peace, but also for his cultivation. The human emperor needed confidence just like every other cultivator. The more at ease he was, the smoother his cultivation would be. Although he seemed to have reached the pinnacle of cultivation, there was always room for improvement. Deepening his foundation, strengthening his Tao, mastering new techniques and methods, it could be said that the road of cultivation never truly ended, otherwise there wouldn't be individuals as powerful as the Phoenix Sky God. The second reason he wanted to do this was to see just how strong his eyes had become. 3 individuals on relatively mediocre paths, at least in comparison to himself, should be easy enough. He scanned them for a moment and then his eyes flashed. His finger rushed forward, and he touched them all on the forehead one after another. In that instant, they all seemed to have reached enlightenment at the same time. Fuck you, Ryu, some of us have hearts. I think I've done more for this world's human race in a couple of days than you have in 20 years. I would show some more respect if I were you. What the fuck could have possibly? Tanjiro was about to fall right into Ryu's trap, but he caught himself in the end. Since Ryu dared to say it, he probably had. So, he turned to the human emperor instead. Don't trust this bastard no matter what he's done for you. He's shameless to an extreme, has no bottom line, and has a particular fondness for manipulating people into doing what he wants them to do. The human emperor chuckled lightly but didn't respond. Either way, Ryu moved on, seeing that Xianxia wasn't biting. Let's get rid of the rabble first. Kill all of the Fae here. The human emperor just nodded and then vanished. Xianxia's lip twitched. Why was this peak Tao god listening to Ryu's orders? Sometimes he hoped that for just once this smug son of a bitch wouldn't have a reason to be smug. The human emperor returned in no more than a few seconds. In truth, he didn't have to disappear at all, but he felt that it would be more respectful to do so. Finished. Good. Xianxia, bring the seedlings you ruined here. I did not ruin them. All but. Xianxia shook his head and eventually came back with 3 people, 2 women and a man. He knew Ryu well and knew that he wouldn't waste time on useless people. The ruined seedlings should be the absolute best of the bunch. Ryu observed for a small while. They were all in the omniscient sky god realm and all under 100 years of age. All things considered, this wasn't too bad. Truthfully, he didn't care about raising these people up. He was only acting for two reasons. First, he wanted the human emperor's heart to be at ease. This wasn't just for the sake of his peace, but also for his cultivation. The human emperor needed confidence just like every other cultivator. The more at ease he was, the smoother his cultivation would be. Although he seemed to have reached the pinnacle of cultivation, there was always room for improvement. Deepening his foundation, strengthening his Tao, mastering new techniques and methods, it could be said that the road of cultivation never truly ended, otherwise there wouldn't be individuals as powerful as the Phoenix Sky God. The second reason he wanted to do this was to see just how strong his eyes had become. 3 individuals on relatively mediocre paths, at least in comparison to himself, should be easy enough. He scanned them for a moment and then his eyes flashed. His finger rushed forward, and he touched them all on the forehead one after another. In that instant, they all seemed to have reached enlightenment at the same time. Chapter 1995. Obvious, easy enough. Though Ryu thought this, he was surprised by himself, especially as 3 Lord Tribulation triggered all at once. He was even forced to put a faith barrier up between them, lest they fuse into one and cause more trouble than he was expecting. He had always been able to help others break through, even long before he got embryonic chi. In fact, this time, he hadn't used embryonic chi at all, but that was beside the point. The only reason Ryu didn't use this ability of his more was that he had no interest in it. It was the same reason why he felt that his Tao would be capable of making him maybe the greatest emperor to ever exist, and yet he never used it either. Only rarely did he use the manipulation aspects of his Tao, and even then, it was in niche circumstances. The earliest instance he could remember of this was when he helped out a senior of the Armament Guild back in Sacrum. He had helped him become a true god in one go, though those titles had different meanings in Sacrum versus this world. Ryu froze. The moment he had this thought, it felt like a flashbang had gone off in his mind. In Sacrum, there were 2 states of Sky God. It was to the point that Ryu had once thought that the Sky God realm itself was the end-all, be-all. There was the false Sky God realm and the true Sky God realm. Sacrum had nothing else beyond that. False Sky Gods and true Sky Gods weren't things that you could just hop between or cultivate to. It was decided from the moment you broke free of the World Sea realm whether you would be a dragon amongst Sky Gods, or a flood dragon. Ryu had never thought about this much. Things like this could be seen all over the cultivation realm. It simply represented a broken system, one that represented a false step somewhere in the understanding. In this case, Ryu thought he understood it. They were missing the Tao. In more complete worlds, the Tao was a part of cultivation almost from the very beginning. Some of the best geniuses would comprehend their own as early as the awakening realm. By comparison, this wasn't the case in Sacrum. The Tao only came into play when it was absolutely needed, and in this case that was at the very apex of the World Sea realm. However, when one thought about it, the issues with that became very apparent, very quickly. In the cosmic seed realm, one formed their cosmic seeds, planted them into their spiritual foundations, and cracked their foundations apart from a solid state into a more accessible liquid state. This process allowed one to control a vapor form of cosmic chi at the cosmic seed realm, and upon reaching the World Sea realm, one could use true liquid cosmic chi. The process of going from the cosmic seed realm to the World Sea realm seemed to only require forming enough cosmic seeds, and that was technically true, but there was another process as well. In order to enter the Sky God realm, one had to enter godhood, and forming a godhood required binding all of one's cosmic seeds together into a foundation that could hold your Tao. This step didn't necessarily have to start at the end of the World Sea realm. In fact, the best geniuses probably started the moment they planted their second cosmic seed, laying a solid foundation for what would come next. But how could one even begin to do this if they didn't at least have a concept for what their Tao was? How could they even know if their cosmic seeds were compatible with the Taos they would eventually form? There was simply no way of knowing, and a sudden enlightenment like the ones the Sky Gods of Sacrum might have to rely on could come at any time, for anything. Ryu had a feeling that what separated a false Sky God from a true Sky God in Sacrum was whether or not they managed to grasp a Tao that was at least semi-compatible with their cosmic seeds and coincidentally, or maybe by design, matched up with the path that they were already on. A genius among geniuses might be able to do this on purpose by meditating on their purpose, but those that ended up as false Sky Gods, while they were assuredly geniuses as well for being able to grasp onto something so obscure without any sort of guidance whatsoever, were also clearly a tier below. That was all fine and well, but why was Ryu even thinking about this now? For some reason, when he had this thought, he had another. Wasn't the difficulty in breaking through from the world sea realm to the sky god realm in Sacrum a lot like the difficulty in breaking through from the omniscient realm to the Lord realm? It was a random thought, hardly without any foundation at all, and yet the moment Ryu grasped onto the faintest string, he kept tugging and tugging only to run into a dead end. Was he trying to say that even his current cultivation method was incomplete? Just like Sacrum's was, even he wasn't sure. It was like he was looking for something that evaded his grasp again and again. He circled around the thought once, then twice, then thrice. He eventually lost count of just how many times he had the same thoughts again and again, but it continued to slip out of his grasp until his heart skipped a beat. His gaze sharpened and there was a certain menace that was uncovered deep within them. He didn't like when others manipulated him. Not in the slightest bit. Piss off. Invisible bindings of fate and karmic strings were shredded apart with a flash of Ryu's eyes, and he could finally see it. The answer was so obvious. Control. Chapter 1996. On purpose it was such an obvious answer that Ryu couldn't believe he hadn't thought of it earlier. Of course the answer would be something hiding in plain sight. It wouldn't even make sense if it was something that was completely out of the blue. In a way, the reason Sacrum had yet to properly stumble onto the Tao was because there were too many things that could be mistaken for it. In fact, now that Ryu thought about it, he had had that exact same thought in the past. Inheritances, natural enlightenments, mortal endowments, each one of these things was a form of comprehension, and they could easily be mistaken for a Tao under the wrong circumstances. In fact, each one could easily become a Tao should one make it the center of their cultivation. It was easier to avoid someone when you were hiding where they least expected it, and often where a person would least expect it would be at the very scene of the crime. It was the reason Sacrum had been lost in a fog for so long, and now it seemed to be the reason the Lord Realm was obscured by such difficulty. There were such detailed analyses for the control at each realm every step of the way. But then you reached Lord Realm. And then what? What was even the difference between Lord Control and Sovereign Control? Just that the latter was a little stronger. What about God Control? It was just a little stronger than that. When Ryu thought about it, that seemed to be the answer. He couldn't find another answer even after several more moments of thought. It was like a shroud over the whole thing. Even when he first committed himself to studying the realms of the Sky God, he subconsciously stopped after finding a detailed explanation of the first 6, thinking that he was stopping before he could bite off more than he could chew. But was this really the case? Or was he just convincing himself to follow through on something someone else wanted for him? What is it? Atmospheric chi, immortal ring, something else? Almost immediately, he thought through several possibilities. Controlling atmospheric chi and his immortal ring seemed like the most standout features. Could it be that he was supposed to do something more with his immortal rings? It would make sense. After all, such a powerful ability was basically pushed to the wayside. He didn't even use his immortal rings anymore. It was a waste of time. Controlling atmospheric chi was a huge part of one's battle strength, and control seemed to be a perfect offshoot of that. Ryu started reworking his cultivation system in his mind, but he had too many ideas, too many paths to take, and in the end, he wasn't sure if any one of them was the right one. In truth, he wasn't even sure if this was really what he was supposed to be seeing in the first place. The destruction of the fate chains obscuring his vision had been too easy. Although that was in part due to the evolution of his eyes, he had a hard time believing that whoever this was would make it so easy on him. Ryu suddenly frowned as another question popped into his head. Why was it that his future self went back in time for the Zhu clan of all things? Setting aside the fact that logic made him feel like it should be impossible in the first place, what purpose was there? Was it for Eska's sake? Did someone else find the jade in that timeline and he ended up marrying her anyway? Was there another story that he was unaware of? As the fate seal mine? The thought was like a whirlwind that hit him almost as though someone else was suggesting it. Or rather, someone else wanted him to realize it. Why? Is now not the time? Ryu's gaze flickered as he seemed to piece things together. Maybe there wasn't some hidden cultivation method obscured by the elites of the world after all. For once, it didn't seem like he was being targeted by someone above. Instead, it might just be that he had created this method. He had been thinking about recultivating for a while now. It was just that he needed a method to do so, and he hadn't thought of the perfect one just yet. It seemed that he had now not only stumbled onto it by accident, but he had also comprehended another secret. What was so special about the Zhu clan? He really didn't understand. Other than being good with visualizations, there was nothing else that was particularly important about them. Something made Ryu feel like he was once again facing an obvious answer, one that was right in front of him, and yet, there was nothing there for him to peel away this time. Ryu suddenly awoke from his daze to find that the three youths had already completed their ascent into the Lord Realm. However, Ryu still felt like he was in a bit of a daze. It was hard to snap out of such realizations, and he had a feeling that this might very well not be the last realization he had about this version of himself, and that was because he already had another thought. The White Phoenix Spiritual Foundation, it was a type of control as well, wasn't it? It was a control type built right into a spiritual foundation, a gift from the heavens at the birth of a young genius. In that case, if there really was a secret to be found about Lord Control, Sovereign Control, and God Control, then wouldn't it be found in it? And if he was really pushing things to the logical extreme of it all, if this version of himself really had managed to find a way to avoid paradoxes in return, and it grasped this new method of cultivation, could it be that his future self had allowed himself to be taken over by the Phoenix Sky God on purpose just for a look at this secret? Chapter 1997. Young Master Moon. Deep within a Iololi world of fire and ice, a young man sat. At the very least, it seemed to be a world of fire and ice. But for some odd reason, the flames seemed to be continuously and ruthlessly suppressed. If one took a step back and observed the rest of the world, it would be possible to see a great number of fire fiends shivering. It was as though the cold was growing to be too much for them. This rare Lord Grade realm was one of the defects of this world. From time to time, an untenable holy world would appear where powers of opposite structures appeared, making the holy world itself highly unstable. Holy worlds of earth and wind, or light and darkness, or in this case, ice and fire. But what was even more shocking about this world was that it hadn't started as a world of ice and fire. No, it had instead started as a world of water and fire. However, over the last 2 decades, a great change had been occurring, and for no other reason than the existence of a young man. Young Master Moon. He hadn't moved a single inch in these last 2 decades. Even when he broke through into the Lord Realm under everyone's gazes, and the fiends tried to assassinate him several times over, he hadn't moved. It was as though the lightning strikes of his tribulation were meaningless to him. People couldn't even get close even when they wanted to, and all around him, there were the frozen statues of failed, would-be assassins who could do nothing but watch themselves slowly lose their lives. What young Master Moon was doing here was absolutely unprecedented. It was something that even Ryu had never done, though this was because Ryu had no interest in doing so, and likewise no reason to even attempt it. He had entered this world of clashing elements on purpose, so that he could suppress the flames and affirm his Tao. Bang! Young Master Moon's eyes flashed open, revealing a deep, eerie blue. His sclera and pupils were nowhere to be seen, as though his eyeballs had been replaced with a pair of shining, polished ice balls. With a single thought, the aura he had been suppressing for years burst out from him. From the lower founding Tao, his Tao burst into the middle founding Tao, from the middle founding Tao, it burst into the higher, and from the higher, it burst into the very peak. Waves rolled and rumbled around him as he inhaled once. All the flames of the world surged into his body. But if one observed closely, it would be clearly possible to see that the closer they got to young Master Moon, the more blue they became. First they lost a tinge of red, then they became a hint violet, before they finally became a beautiful radiant blue as they disappeared into him. Young Master Moon's hair became a dancing mass of blue flames. For a moment, he seemed to be more fairy than fae, or maybe more fiend than fae. Boom! The holy world burst apart and a pillar pierced into the skies. A flash of arrogance and domineering lit in young Master Moon's eyes. He had been in this Lord Grade holy world ever since he first entered the omniscient Sky God realm. He was never interested in outside news and directly turned people who tried to distract him from his cultivation away. Because of this, young Master Moon was under the impression that he was the first to clear a holy world in countless years, and it was a Lord Grade holy world at that. How could he not feel prideful? Honestly speaking, it truly was impressive, especially considering the method he had used. If he had entered a normal water or ice Lord Grade holy world, he would have succeeded long ago. But he also wouldn't have allowed his Tao to rebound the way it was. He looked up into the skies as the blessing fell onto him. The Fae and the fiends were expelled from the region. In a shocking showing, young Master Moon was the second person in history to ever claim the entire blessings of a holy world for himself. He took deep breaths as his aura continued to rise. Unlike Ryu, he didn't store away most of the potential for the sake of an inner world. He absorbed everything he could himself. And because of that, his aura continued to skyrocket. From the lower Lord Realm to the middle, and from the middle Lord Realm to the higher. His power baffled those in the surroundings, but there was a particular lower Tao God on the scene that had eyes that were shining as bright as torches. This Tao God was of the Moon Clan and had an odd title. He was known as Tao God Shai. But as things went in the world of cultivation, the simpler the title, the more shocking it was. If the Moon Clan had such an individual, why was this war even still ongoing? But what was even more pertinent to the current situation was that Tao God Shai seemed to still be anticipating something. Even when young Master Moon's aura broke into the peak Lord Realm, he was still biding his time, still waiting, as though all of these benefits weren't nearly enough. And then it happened. The moment young Master Moon sucked away all of the real plain blessings from the holy world, he unleashed a roar that traveled for countless miles. With just the chaos blessings remaining, his body was rebuffed and suffered countless backlash. However, he forcefully pushed himself to absorb one small strand after another. And then, boom, 1402 young Master Moon's founding Tao trembled and an enormous manifestation of a reflective blue moon appeared high in the skies. At that moment, his natural enlightenment, mortal endowment, and Tao seemed to all air. And his Tao broke past the ceiling of this world. Chapter 1998, Final Phase. From this day forth, my title will be. Young Master Moon's words seemed obscured by the laws of the world as though he was waiting for the right moment to reveal it. However, he seemed happy and content. Or rather, he seemed more happy and content than usual. Those who knew him felt that he was an existence who was always stone-faced. Having just the slightest curl of his lip now spoke volumes about his mood. He descended slowly from the skies, his aura billowing about and his hair still dancing with blue flames. When he touched the ground, it iced over beneath his restrained aura alone, and several fire fiends that were far too close found themselves becoming streams of energy that entered young Master Moon's body. Dead without even a single glance. And among them, there were sovereigns. For a sovereign to die so easily, it could be imagined the kind of power young Master Moon wielded now. Congratulations, Tao God Shai said with a smile. For some reason, he seemed to be speaking to young Master Moon as more of an equal than not, which was odd considering he was no less talented, and yet far more powerful by several measures. Young Master Moon might have accelerated through the Lord Realms, but if he wanted to keep that nice Tao of his, he was going to need to work and put in a great deal of effort. Though he was at the peak of the Lord Realm, it might not be until thousands of years later that he broke into the Sovereign Realm. Though, of course, if it really took him so long, this Tao God Shai wouldn't be interested in him in the slightest. Am I worthy now? Young Master Moon spoke indifferently. His words seemed to be from someone seeking approval, but his tone seemed to say that he already knew the answer. Tao God Shai smiled almost bashfully, something that was even more odd for a man of his stature. You have met the standards. You can now participate in the deeper matters of the family. But, you should know that a lot has happened while you've been away. Well, you aren't the only one of this world to break the ceiling. Young Master Moon's pupils constricted. Arya, his mind obviously went to just one person, but he didn't really believe it. He had always been a half step ahead of Arya, and her thinking wasn't nearly flexible enough due to her temper. Surprisingly, though, Tao God Shai shook his head. No. Then who? Someone who had risen up. After he went into seclusion. Just how long were they? Was that even possible? Unless, you would not know him even if I told you. It is a human, so they broke through the ceiling before the Lord Realm. I am uninterested, then. Young Master Moon made the logical conclusion. The only way someone could rise up after him and succeed was if they did these things before the Lord Realm. Otherwise, it would be too exaggerated. There was a huge difference between breaking through the ceiling before and after the Lord Realm had been entered. Of course, what he didn't know was that Ryu had broken through the ceiling in 2 worlds now. He couldn't be explained with matters of common sense. Il has also cleared about a half-dozen holy worlds. Tao God Shai continued. That is easy if you break the ceiling, young Master Moon replied just as indifferently. One of which was a Lord-grade realm. Young Master Moon finally paused, his gaze flashing. Everything that Tao God Shai had told him until now left him feeling completely uninterested, until this moment here. Although his feat was still much more difficult because of the clashing wills of the two elements, and the fact he had done it with an inferior Tao, he couldn't look down on this. Human. Young Master Moon frowned. He had been so careless about this information that he only now remembered that Tao God Shai mentioned that he was human. How was that possible? Could this be a hidden genius the human emperor was raising? They would certainly not like that at all. I also hear this human has killed your elder brother. Boom. A light of fury sparked in young Master Moon's eyes for the first time. However, what made him furious wasn't brotherly love. It was that this human had almost certainly known who his brother was and chosen to kill him regardless. Where is he? Young Master Moon asked with a sharp gaze. Tao God Shai chuckled. I wouldn't advise you go now. He is under the protection of the human emperor. Young Master Moon's pupils constricted. Just how many things had changed while he was in secluded meditation. Since when did humans dare to be so, well, daring? Why have we not mobilized the family already? The human emperor seems to have broken through to peak Tao God. His vitality is no longer waning, and his Tao has progressed substantially. Those that could kill him are all occupied, and there's no one around who can order them around. The peak Tao gods of their realm plane were all taking care of important tasks. They couldn't just leave because they felt like it, and the human race wasn't so easy to deal with now that they had a peak Tao god. In time, if this ceiling breaker was also able to rise up and the human race gained a second peak Tao god, it would truly be troublesome. Young Master Moon wasn't a fool. No matter how arrogant he was, he knew that he wasn't a match even for a slightly stronger sovereign, let alone a peak Tao god. However, the gloominess to his face had returned as a result. There's no need to harp on this too much. Although this move by the human emperor is shocking, he has overextended himself, even killing one of the Sun Clan's middle Tao gods likely as a show of dominance. He would need tens of thousands of years to flip the situation. However, we can enter the final phase of our plan right now. Chapter 1999, Descent. Young Master Moon's gaze flickered. A plan. He hadn't been privy to this information at all. In fact, there were only a select few in the family that were. It was such a well-guarded secret that he wasn't even made aware that there was a deeper level in his family until he broke through the Lord Realm while maintaining his founding Tao. And even then, he had only had the right to know that his family had more secrets, but not exactly what they were. Come with me, please. Tao God Shai spoke lightly. He motioned to place a hand on young Master Moon's shoulder, and the latter accepted, still somewhat at a loss for how a Tao god could be so timid. He couldn't fathom what kind of Tao could possibly be related to the title of Shai. But whatever it was, young Master Moon didn't feel like he had the right to know just yet. Soon, the two had vanished. It was a long while later that young Master Moon could finally see his surroundings again. Tao God Shai was simply far too fast, and this experience had solidified just the kind of gap there was between him and a true powerhouse. In the future, he would certainly reach this peak. His gaze flashed with determination before he settled down and actually looked around him. If Ryu had been here, he would have found this place to be eerily familiar. It was a practically empty world with nothing more than the statues of 9 figures standing in silence. However, these were not the same 9 statues that Ryu had seen before. That said, when a voice echoed, it was eerily similar in that there were 9 voices speaking atop of one another. The more they spoke, the brighter young Master Moon's eyes shone until they were as bright and white as torches. His understanding of the world was being overturned in real time. He hadn't even known that there were worlds outside of his own, but to think that not only were there, but there were many worlds where the Fae weren't even the rulers. The 9 figures wove a tale of tales, speaking about the continuous clash of the Fae with the ancient beasts. But this was hardly the most shocking part of it all. As the final bits of information settled in, young Master Moon stood in a daze for a long while, staring off into blank space without much focus at all. Tao God Shai stood by his side and didn't say a single word, simply allowing things to play out as they might. There weren't many who earned the right to come here, but those that did all tended to have differing reactions. The through line that tied them all together, though, was this pensive sort of silence. Geniuses would think first, then react later. Young Master Moon was taking his time to process what he had just learned and understand how that would impact his current life. This struggle between Fae and Beast wasn't something that he ever expected to hear of. Was that why the beasts in this world were so suppressed? But then that would mean that in other worlds, it just might be the opposite. That couldn't help but leave him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The idea of his race being pressed down beneath the foot of another felt like a slap to his own face. It was the same reason he was so infuriated by the death of his elder brother. It wasn't that he loved him so much, but rather that a person could know of their relationship and yet somehow still be bold enough to act. It was enough to make his stomach turn with disgust. But that also made him wonder. It made sense that the beasts were so suppressed considering their history, but what about the human race? Why did they put so much effort into suppressing them as well? What is the plan? Young Master Moon finally asked. We will call some help over to finish off this war, or, rather, it can be said that we'll be mutually aiding one another. Once they've finished tying up the loose ends with us over here, we will be helping them to take control of their world as well. Are they facing off against beasts? A fighting intent flared in young Master Moon's eyes. He had always thought that dragons were just the stuff of fantasies, and phoenixes were just fairy tales, but now, he really wanted to feel what it would be like to slaughter these powerful beasts. The ruler of that world is actually humans. Young Master Moon's gaze flickered as he came to a realization. It seemed that they had fallen so far in some places that even humans could suppress them. Do not take humans lightly. They are our enemy for a reason even deeper than the ancient beasts. The ancient beasts are the antithesis of what we once were. However, the humans have the capability to adapt and change to all circumstances. They can fit into our roles even better than we can sometimes. Although their floor is much lower than ours, their ceiling has just as much potential. Young Master Moon fell into silence again, remembering that the human emperor had somehow managed to become a peak Tao god when everyone thought his lifespan was reaching its end. There was no doubt that this matter was a shocking surprise, and it should be more than enough reason to not take humans lightly any longer. But in those words, Tao God Shai had said something that would cause many to raise eyebrows. The ancient beasts are the antithesis of what we once were. The words didn't make much sense. Ancient beasts were in tune with the heavens, as were the Fae. They literally represented the moon and the sun at their highest levels. How could they be the antithesis? And that was none other than because of the shocking revelation the statues had just revealed to him. The Fae descended from fiends. Chapter 2000. Conquer. We will begin the final phase of the plan now. But how? Young Master Moon couldn't help but ask in confusion. He had grown exceptionally powerful now, but even he still couldn't fathom a method of leaving this world. It just felt too vast. The dome of the skies was too tall. How could they even make it to another world, let alone contact and connect with enough helpers from this world to bring them back? You're already standing in the answer. This place is a reflection of a technique of the Dream Wraiths. Dream Wraiths. They are the overlords of the Nether Plane. This world does not have a Nether Plane in the normal sense because of the Chaos Plane's fusion with the real plane. As such, you have never heard of them. Young Master Moon frowned, not quite understanding, but allowing Tao God Shai to continue anyway. All you need to know is that we've captured enough Dream Wraiths in our days to forge this method. This is why this world is so important to us. Only in a place without Dream Wraiths could it be possible to do this, as Dream Wraiths are the only existences that can move between worlds with ease. This is because all reincarnation paths are connected. So long as your world has a Nether Plane and the Dream Wraiths are present, you can be reincarnated into any other world upon death. Then what happens to us in this world? Young Master Moon did not like asking questions. It made him feel ignorant and uninformed. But his curiosity was simply too great at this point. We have a self-enclosed system. Those that die here are reincarnated here in a cycle. Well, it's actually more complicated than that, but this isn't important for now. Either way, this unique ability of the Dream Wraiths is what allows us to connect to other worlds. If not for this, even a peak Tao god wouldn't be able to easily cross. The only other organization I know that has this ability is, well, that's also something you don't need to know for now. You need my help for this. Not necessarily. Just observe. You'll be representing us. I'm sure you understand what that means, right? All of young Master Moon's confusion was wiped away when he heard this. He might have been very confused before, but there was nothing to be confused about now. Even if they were all of the same race, there would still be some vying for power. There could only be so many people who held the name Moon and Sun. Eventually, they would have to decide who led and who followed. And he had no intention of being a follower. He was here to prove that their Moon clan had more potential than the others, and Tao God Shai was here to prove that they had pillars to hold it up while also not revealing all of their cards. After all, Tao God Shai was only a lower Tao god at the end of the day. Though he had yet to meet them, young Master Moon had a feeling that there were only existences more powerful waiting in the wings. One day he would meet them. But for now, he would have to show them that they should have invested in him long ago. He was the future of the Moon Clan. He and no one else. His pride blossomed forth and his Tao heart shone like a beacon. There was a flicker of light in Tao God Shai's eyes, but soon his bashfulness returned as he began to prepare. Ryu was focused on setting things up for the future. Entering that world couldn't be done without preparation and he hadn't prepared nearly enough. However, at that moment, he couldn't help but frown. There was a shifting to the fate of this world and he was the first to feel it. Something was putting some weight on the scales and it was making him feel slightly uncomfortable. This is a problem. He knew that things couldn't be so simple. After all, even if his primordial yang had held Ailsa back, there was a reason she was his life partner. There was no doubt in his mind that after all this time, she was obscenely powerful. So the question was, how could someone so powerful be tied down for so long? The obvious answer was the Ruin Master Guild, and that had been satisfying enough to him. But now he felt that his answer was a bit incomplete. The world rumbled and quaked, but it was so far beneath ground that no one other than the two Fae could feel it. It was then that a portal appeared in the midst of the 9 statues. It stood tall and proud, and soon, there was the light sound of footsteps as several powerful existences began to make their way out. The first was a Tao god, regal and proud. The second was also a Tao god. But soon, other existences began to make their presence known, and these were the few young Master Moon focused the most of his attention on. This was his competition, and his momentum couldn't lose out to them. But then he saw her and he found himself struck. She had the delicate, pointed cars of an elf, skin that reminded one of silvery moonlight, and a pair of violet eyes so beautiful one could lose themselves for an eternity within them. She wore a flowing white dress that contrasted perfectly with her cherry red lips and fluttering black hair. She was dainty in all the right ways, yet had a hidden sort of flair and arrogance to her that was hard to conceal. But then there came those hints of bashfulness as though she was a fair maiden on her wedding night. Her temperament seemed to change with the winds, but each one was astoundingly beautiful in their own way. The temptation to a man was shocking, almost as though having her would be like having dozens of wives in one. The moment he saw her, young Master Moon made a decision. This woman, he would conquer her. This woman, Surreal Moon. Chapter 2001. Lower your gaze. Surreal walked forward with light steps, her beauty lighting up the otherwise dark atmosphere. Basically, all Fae women were beauties amongst beauties, and yet she managed to stand out anyway, as though the heavens themselves had reached down their hands to mold her to perfection. Although her expression seemed unchanging, the constant sway of the air and aura around her made it feel as though she was constantly switching between differing temperaments, and somehow that only made her feel all the more enticing. She was only in the Lord realm, and yet her momentum made those around her feel as though she had already completed her journey of cultivation, stepping into the highest realm there was and basking in the glory of true godhood. Young Master Moon didn't seem to have eyes for anyone other than her. Although he was calm, his eyes seemed to have stars exploding within them. On the one hand, he had the dignified air of an expert, his aura and the strength of his Tao heart leaking and pervading the region. It was enough that those around could sense his level of talent without the slightest doubt, and it made many of the geniuses turn serious. But on the other, a young man took a step before Surreal, blocking young Master Moon's gaze. Lower your gaze unless you want me to dig your eyes out for you. His voice was calm, and his expression was just as unreadable as young Master Moon's. And yet, also much like young Master Moon, his eyes seemed to tell a completely different tale. The auras of the two young men clashed in the air, a reverberating echo causing the basement to shake and quake. The young man across from young Master Moon was simply known as Falling Snow. His black hair had changed over the course of his life, becoming a trail of white that followed behind him like a flowing stream of pale, silvery light. However, what was more interesting than even that was that his excessively long white hair hid a gorgeous white tail behind it, one that swayed ever so gently and seemed to radiate an energy that was both cold and dark. Falling Snow was enormous, standing at over 2.5 meters tall. His broad shoulders looked as though they could block out the sun if one stood before him and looked up at his gaze. When he spoke, a pair of canines flared, reflecting in the light, and a bestial sort of aura flickered for a moment before vanishing. Comparatively, young Master Moon was much shorter in stature, only being around 2 meters tall and even a little shorter than Ryu. However, that didn't mean that his aura lost out in the slightest. A swirl of blade-like snow manifested purely from falling snow's aura. But by the same token, young Master Moon's aura sparked with blue flames that clashed against them. Any expert could tell that these two hadn't actually chosen to attack. Their Daos had sensed their clash of wills and chosen to act all on their own. However, from the sidelines, their Dao gods didn't say a single word. Dao God Shai watched on from the sidelines with a somewhat bashful, but expectant glint in his eyes nonetheless. However, he seemed to be distracted by Surreal's appearance as well. It was hard for any man, no matter his cultivation, to not be. That said, he was still seeing beyond the layer that was her beauty. Seeing her, he couldn't help but think of something interesting. On the other side, there were several Dao gods, but the most important of them was obviously a man who likewise radiated the aura of the lower Dao god realm. He was known as Dao God Darkness Rising. He had a cool and unapproachable temperament that became somewhat gentle and doting when it landed on falling snow. They seemed to have a master-disciple sort of relationship, but this wasn't the case. Despite not having a tail or a bestial aura, Dao God Darkness Rising was actually full-blood brothers with falling snow. As for how that was possible, maybe only these hidden experts of the true martial world would know. That said, the reason they didn't have this sort of master-disciple aura between them was that Darkness Rising was obviously much older than Falling Snow. He had been guiding him since he was in diapers, and now his little brother was finally growing into the young man he expected him to be. While this sort of clash was occurring, Surreal didn't seem to react much to it at all. In fact, it was the girl by her side that smiled and chuckled bitterly, shaking her head. It seems that little sister Surreal's charm is truly great. One of these days, you're going to have to get a husband so the world doesn't just burn down around you wherever you go. It's best to let people know you're taken. The girl blinked and seemed to only be about 13 or 14 years old. And yet, she too radiated the aura of a lord. As for why she would be calling Surreal little sister despite being so young, well, that was a tale maybe for another time. Surreal looked at the little girl and didn't respond with anything more than a smile and a nod. She had always said that she would marry the man who showed himself to be capable of helping her revive her family. Originally, she had settled on that man being Falling Snow quite comfortably and had planned to accept. But, something she ended up inadvertently learning changed the situation. Now, she wasn't sure any longer. Her gaze shifted and landed on young Master Moon for a brief instant before she looked away. This was the first time she was seeing a man who could stand on the same level as Falling Snow. Rare, indeed. Regardless, time would tell. There was a certain calmness to her, one that suddenly changed when she felt a familiar aura. Chapter 2002, Sweet Surreal's pupils constricted. She thought that she had made it up when it appeared, but all of a sudden a voice echoed out that made her speechless. This idiot, she couldn't believe that he was actually still so reckless. How had he even managed to survive so long? Didn't he know how to keep his head down? But when Ryu was provoked, it was like he didn't care about anything else. So the moment he confirmed that it was actually Surreal, and then shifted his third perspective to see the clash between young Master Moon and Falling Snow, his chuckle echoed out. I see, so that's what's going on. You know, I had speculations about Yufei. What an annoying race of people. I assume your existence is why the martial gods are always hiding their true power. I was wondering why that was. Selhira's mother had told him not to underestimate the martial gods, though that wasn't really necessary. She mistook his arrogance for underestimating an opponent. That was never something he did, he just felt that no matter who the opponent was, it didn't matter. There would only be one winner in the end. Ryu Tatsuya. All of the Fae looked up into the air trying to see something, but there was nothing there. The aura was so fleeting, and it was completely untraceable. With the evolution of his eyes, it was even easier for Ryu to use his third perspective like this. His relationship with Surreal could be considered decent. In fact, because they were both from Sacrum and had followed a somewhat similar path, their fate bond was actually strong enough for Ryu to sense her. But, it shouldn't be strong enough for him to pass through layers of protection and see the deepest held secret of the Fae like this. Still, it seemed stupid that he was revealing himself like this. But this time, Surreal had misunderstood him. After he broke through the barriers to get here, Ryu already knew that it was an impossibility for him to hide his presence. Dao gods gained small control over fate much like Transcendence did with space. Because of that, they would certainly sense him given these circumstances. In that case, why hide his head? When did he ever have anything to fear? As for why he was provoked, it wasn't really because of Surreal. He didn't care about her much at all, although he had grown more mature since then, and he understood her perspective about lowering her head and biding her time. He couldn't just reverse track and rebuild the attraction he had to her. That memory was already tainted, and even if she had come married, he wouldn't care. She wasn't his woman, after all. She could do whatever she wanted, and he had no desire to conquer all the beautiful women in the world. Let alone the fact that he had more than enough beautiful wives beneath his belt. No, the real reason he was provoked was because of Eska, a woman he actually cared about. Remembering Ismind's words that pushed him to give Wobbling Fairy a good time, he knew that if he wanted his arrogant wife to be happy, he had to be a man that women only had good things to say about. That was part of Eska's pride. Before, she had laid down that pride for the sake of family. But as she grew more fond of Ryu, and felt that her previous decision wasn't so bad after all, that same pride began to creep back up again before it exploded due to the Wobbling Fairy situation. Ryu had already made a commitment to woo his wives properly, and ironically enough, that happened to now place Surreal on a list she couldn't escape from. That said, he had no interest in making Surreal his woman or his wife, or even concubine for that matter. He remembered Surreal's goal quite clearly. She said she would marry whichever man proved himself to be strong enough to help her reach her goals. He just had to prove to her that she was a fool for looking toward any man for that but himself. As for what happened after she made that realization, he didn't give a damn. Just because she chose him didn't mean that he had the obligation to choose her. He was just doing this to keep his wife happy. Darkness Rising and Shai's aura both flared as they tried to entrap Ryu's consciousness, but he didn't seem to notice. Watching these Tao gods try to match him in fate and karma control was like watching a toddler trying to grab a slippery fish out of a bowl. He completely ignored them. Surreal, it seems that your husband candidates aren't quite so good after all, huh? I killed the brother of one of them, but here he is with his tail tucked between his legs. I'm sure he's learned of it by now, and yet he came here instead of seeking me out. Isn't he a bit too cowardly? He doesn't even want to face off against a mere little transcended. And what's with this other one? I thought your people hated the ancient beasts. But this oversized, pathetic excuse of a genius actually spliced his own bloodline with that of a fox. Do you think he shits in the forest and smells it afterward too? Ryu's words were sharp and incisive, and for a moment, the two geniuses completely forgot that they were supposed to be clashing with one another. Their expressions remained calm, as expected of geniuses. However, much like before, their gazes told a different story as their auras flared. I'm sure you all will be going to the God-grade holy world. After all, you've spent so long planning all of this, it would be a shame if it fell through now. I'll be there to put an end to all of this. As for the matters of this woman, though, I'm sorry to inform you that they ended long ago. Her lips tasted quite sweet, in case you were wondering. After saying these words, Ryu's aura vanished. Chapter 2003. Interesting as silence fell over the underground region. Surreal's temper had been well restrained in these years. She had learned to always keep her calm, a necessity when she was facing off against the odds. Hiding her emotions, controlling them, and keeping them under wraps was what she did best. As she grew stronger, and her Tao heart only followed along, the end result was that her control only became better. But right now, her gaze couldn't help but flash with fury. The worst part was that Ryu was far too prideful to lie about anything, but he was also far too prideful to feel the need to spread his conquests to the world either. This meant two things. First, she had indeed given her first kiss to Ryu, although it wasn't technically her, and was instead an alternate persona resulting from her special cultivation method. The ultimate truth was that she had. She also liked to pretend that that person wasn't her, but the reality was that it was. That version of her was a shy, naive girl who very easily acted on the whims of her feelings. The fact she had kissed Ryu meant that that was what she had wanted to do. Or more accurately, at least a part of her, a sliver of her personality, wanted to. And secondly, that meant that Ryu had a purpose for saying those words. He was using her first kiss as a method of attacking the men around her, their psyches, and ultimately their Tao hearts. That made one thing very clear. He didn't give a damn about her at all. She had been around Ryu for long enough to know how he treated his women. She had observed what he had done for Elena. Despite the trouble she brought him, and how her naivete only made things more difficult on him, she didn't blame her in the slightest during that final battle with the martial gods in Sacrum. That was the kind of man he was. If the roles were swapped and it was Elena standing here instead of herself, there was simply no way that he would ever use his experiences with her to his advantage, even if it meant targeting his enemies. For some reason, that was what pissed her off the most, because it made the change of Ryu's feelings toward her all the more real. Back then, her senses were sharp enough to sense it. Ryu had suddenly gone from a man with intense desire toward her, much like almost any other man she had come across, to a man who couldn't be bothered to give her the time of day. She didn't even care that he revealed the kiss. It was the purpose behind it that truly pissed her off. In any other situation, she just wouldn't react at all. She didn't particularly care whether young Master Moon or Falling Snow believed him or not. It was easy enough for them to believe that Ryu was just lying. And even if they saw the oddities of the facts, and realized he was likely telling the truth, it still didn't matter. Her virginity was intact, and her charm was such that any man would wish to conquer her nonetheless. There were probably plenty of powerhouses out there who would want her even if she was no longer a virgin, so long as she still had her primordial yin, that is. And even then, there would still be plenty. However, regardless of all of that, for the first time in decades, she truly lost her temper. A powerful aura flared out, her heavenly pupils flickering deep within her eyes. She was going to kill this man herself. The murderous intent of three geniuses spiraled, and to the surprise of many, Surreal didn't seem to be inferior in the slightest. In fact, they truly had no idea just how much Surreal was holding back. If she was so weak, then maybe she would have already been married. Ryu awoke from his third perspective, a snickering light hidden deep within his eyes. He didn't really care how much Surreal hated what he did. Her choice would never be based on love, and whoever kissed her ass the best anyway. It would all be dependent on how valuable he was to her. Once he killed her little lovers and defeated her again, what choice would she have? Lionel stood to his feet, looking toward where the God-grade world was. Now, all he had to do was find a method of entering that world. That world was far too important. There were several high gods in that region, and there was no doubt that the peak Dao gods invested a lot into making sure that it was well protected. It was safe to say that it would be much more difficult now. And unfortunately, his first plan had fallen through. He originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos of killing the middle Dao god of the Fae, distract them with a peak Dao god human emperor, and then find the opportunity he needed to slip in. But now, that was obviously impossible. The Fae had reacted much more calmly than he expected, and now they had apparently brought backup to make this matter even more difficult. Honestly speaking, the more he learned about this situation, the more suicidal it seemed. But this holy world was too important. Not only was it the location of the third and final false shrine he would need to destroy, but it also held the spacetime fusion that he would need to absorb in order to finally complete his body realm cultivation method. Ryu sat in silence, his gaze flickering as he thought through several possibilities. But then his eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. Those statues, interesting, interesting. Ryu called out Mei, and she sat in his lap as he finished the last of his thoughts. Finally, he opened his mouth to speak. Chapter 2004, Hypothetically, are you the only one that was sent to this world? Ryu asked. I'm not sure. Ryu nodded. He already knew that the answer was no. He had a feeling that the portal that the Fae finally finished building was only completed recently, and that meant that they had relied on a dream wraith to do it. Obviously, it wasn't his wife, otherwise, she wouldn't still be alive and kicking. So that meant it had to be another poor soul. And that was going to be the key. They were using the abilities of the dream wraiths, but the odds that they had full control over it were next to nil. In fact, he was willing to bet that it was zero. Ryu's hand subconsciously squeezed Mei's waist a bit, causing her to blush. Noticing, he looked over with a chuckle. What is it? You're still so shy. Mei looked away, unable to meet the intensity of his eyes. Honestly, she was a bit disappointed. Ryu hadn't even tried to take her to bed in this last while. It almost felt like he was either too occupied with other things or, worse, had already expelled all his desires on others. Oh, Ryu's smile deepened. His hand shifted down from Mei's waist to her ass. Suddenly, he felt that the dress she wore was far too in the way. Ryu looked at Mac intently, who seemed to now want to find a place to bury her head. He reached for her chin, pulling her face to his and kissing her lips. He savored the taste. The sweetness practically flowed like honey, a feeling of intoxication overwhelming him. The feeling of having a woman like her in his arms was undoubtedly the best. He pulled away slowly, looking into her crimson eyes. The various lines of different shades of red seemed to pop. May's eyes looked a bit hazy, her head leaning slightly forward as though it wanted more. Ryu smiled, stroking her cheek lightly. It isn't because I'm neglecting you. I'm sorry, but my focus is just elsewhere. After I deal with this, I promise I'll show you a good time. May blinked awake after hearing these words. When she realized what she was doing, and how Ryu had read her like an open book, she felt slightly ashamed. Ryu shook his head, pulling her in closer. There's nothing a man loves more than for his wife to desire him. If you weren't like this, I would be disappointed instead. I don't want you to feel ashamed. This is just a problem I have to deal with myself. May's gaze flickered with confusion, but after a moment, she slowly nodded. She leaned her head against Ryu again, feeling at peace. What do you need me to do? She asked softly. Her voice had a foundation of gentleness to it, but there was a regal sort of temperament as well. It was enough to make Ryu almost regret not taking her right here and now. Tell me about your abilities as a dream wraith. Let's say, for example, you wanted to establish a path of reincarnation, could you do it? One half May's lips parted before her brows furrowed. It was a bit of a silly question because the answer was obviously no. Even if the dream wraiths could do such a thing, her own cultivation was far too low to even attempt it unless she went to a lower world like Sacrum. But that obviously wasn't the kind of help Ryu needed. But that aside, dream wraiths didn't have such capabilities. Their task was to guide and nothing else. They erased memories, cleansed the soul, and passed them on through the worlds to be randomly selected by another world to be born into. From there, everything else was handled by the heavens. There was a reason the phoenixes were the embodiment of reincarnation and not them. But even the phoenixes didn't have direct say in what happened. In fact, they had little to no involvement at all. Just representing something didn't mean that you were a part of the process, the same way fire dragons didn't appear every time someone defied the heavens and lightning kilins didn't appear every time someone was facing a tribulation. Ancient beasts were just the heavens' method of refining their laws. By allowing these beasts to carry aspects of their abilities, the various phoenixes of their world could refine and better rebirth, so on and so forth. However, she knew that Ryu would never ask such a stupid question. At the very least, this shouldn't be his actual intention. Ryu smiled. How about manipulating an already existing path of reincarnation? May hesitated again, still not quite knowing what to say. The answer was yes, somewhat. But again, she wasn't powerful enough. But this time, the possibility was at least less remote. The problem was that this world didn't have a normal path of reincarnation to begin with. On the one hand, this was good because there were no other dream wraiths here that could stop her. But on the other hand, the mess that it was would make it impossible for her to do much of anything. It might even be easier to create a new path of reincarnation from scratch, but that was expectedly nigh impossible. Ryu's smile deepened. Now, let's say, hypothetically, someone here already opened up a partial path of reincarnation just so that they could communicate across worlds and transport people to and from them. These people have no idea what they're doing, and now there's this gorgeous, red-eyed, slim-waisted, and proud-busted wife of Ryu Tatsuya who's just waiting here to take it over. What do you think would happen then? Mac's pupils constricted as she suddenly understood something, but then she blushed due to Ryu's praise. Why didn't she remember this man being so unserious sometimes? Ryu's grin widened. His plan was simple. 1659 The foundation had already been laid out by the efforts of the Fae. He just had to work with May to take it over, tweak some things, and throw them into chaos. At that point, they would have no choice but to dance to his tune. 2/3 Chapter 2005, Plan Ryu sat in silent meditation with May on his lap. He communed with her primordial yin as he held her tight, trying to work out the kinks in his plan. Il seemed confident enough in his explanation, but many of the things he mentioned were simply far easier said than done. This would probably be more difficult than forging his great sword staffs had been, except back then he could rely on a Tao god's help, but this time, it would be difficult for anyone other than Ryu and May to participate. An added person would throw in yet another chaotic variable that was hard to manage. If it came down to it, Ryu could try to commune with Hope's primordial yin at the same time in hopes of a better outcome, but whether that would be successful or not was another matter entirely. In the end, he felt that it was best he stay the course like this. But that was just one aspect of the problem. What if he actually succeeded? How exactly would he use this to throw a wrench in the plans of the Fae? That was another variable that needed to be worked out. There were many ways that he could answer this question, but the real goal wasn't just to disrupt them, but also to disrupt them in a way that maximized the benefits he received. Bonus points if he could somehow manage to find a way to lower his odds of dying in the holy world. It wasn't lost on Ryu just how ridiculous what he wanted to do was. Il was planning on entering a world that peak Tao gods all had their eyes on, and somehow he wanted to effect change in it, enough that he could conquer it. Even with his arrogance, he knew how completely and utterly ridiculous it all was. Even the Fey Tao gods would want his head on a platter, never mind the fact that the location of this god-grade holy world was actually in the Chaos Plane, a plane where an entire race of people wanted his head on a pike. And yet, Ryu was the picture of calm. With his beautiful wife in his arms, the delicate fragrance of her hair wafting to his nose from time to time, he felt at peace, and for more reasons than just the machinations of his Tao heart this time. I know what to do. Ryu had comprehended Nether Chi, but since then, he had practically ignored it. This wasn't really by design, nor was it because he had just forgotten about it, rather, the circumstances took the matter out of his hands. He had been completely focused on his body realm cultivation, but the Nether Chi he had incorporated into his path was more related to his soul. Whether it was his mental realm or his Chi realm, he hadn't placed a very great emphasis on them in the last couple dozen years, so it seemed that he had neglected these things. This was often why cultivators chose to focus far more on one path than another. But obviously, Ryu had no intention of doing such a thing. Nether Chi was the embodiment of lowercase chaos, and Ryu felt that it just might be the key to bringing everything together. However, as he was exploring down this lane, he paused. He sensed something stirring deep within his wife, so deep that he could only feel it after his Fate 18 to 55 affinity was strengthened so many times over. Now, not only had he formed a soul nature, but the mutation to his eyes had strengthened it again, bringing it to an even higher, elevated platform. Dream Asura. Ryu's eyes opened, and his gaze flashed with light. Mei wasn't technically a dream wraith originally, she was a dream Asura. Wire clan descended from the dream wraiths and eventually broke off from them. They were forced to return to the nether plane due to Mei's Tao being too strong. They wanted to avoid being hunted down by the higher planes of the true martial world. What Ryu never considered was what differentiated the dream wraiths from the dream Asuras. Of course, he had a rudimentary understanding. For example, dream wraiths were mostly mental realm experts. By comparison, dream Asuras, though they had mental realm aspects as well, also had extremely strong bodies. Well, relatively strong, that is. 1/3 on a macro scale. The dream Asuras were so much weaker than the dream wraiths that the fact they had relatively strong bodies compared to the others of the fifth heaven they once resided on was a worthless tidbit. Ultimately, a dream Asura would lose to a dream wraith 10 out of 10 times without any sort of suspense. This was precisely why Ryu never really cared about the intricate differences. Ultimately, after Mac's fate had been changed thanks to him helping her become a chosen, everything else didn't matter anymore. He thought that she would become among the best of the dream wraiths, and that would be that. But what he hadn't bothered to consider was the fact that the chosen blessings wouldn't just make her a dream wraith outright. Of course, it would enhance her suppressed dream wraith characteristics to a maximum, but would it do anything else? Regardless of the situation, now didn't seem to be the time to think about it, but Ryu was entranced for a very specific reason. Mei's body held the key to what he needed. He only knew how to make use of Nether Chi in respect to his mental realm, and his body realm cultivation method didn't touch upon its aspects at all, nor had he ever had the desire to look into it. His body realm method was already far too complex as it was. Even now, he didn't have the intention to do it, but what he saw in Mei's body was a bridge that just might connect the two, not for himself, but rather, his plan. Chapter 2006. Obvious answer. Deep within Mei's body was a body realm potential that was still waiting to burst through. It had to be remembered that the dream Asuras weren't just descendants of the dream wraiths. Mac in particular had the blood of fire giants and Eilorn devils within her. Together, this gave her both astonishing flame control abilities and a powerful body. That had mostly been suppressed by her dream wraith characteristics because it was the most prominent of her bloodlines. However, they were still there. It was this horned devil bloodline that was the most intriguing. Horned devils were pure monsters of power. Their bodies held a shocking amount of strength, and their bloodlines held the secret to turning Nether Chi from a useful mental realm booster to a body realm one. Once again, this wasn't for the sake of Ryu himself, but why this was so important was because a cycle of reincarnation would be incomplete without all three pillars of cultivation. And that was where the fire giants came into play. If the dream wraiths were the pillar of the mental realm, and the horned devils were the pillar of the body realm, then what were the fire giants if not the pillar of the chi realm? Ryu felt that Mac had a truly profound path within herself that she was neglecting, but right now he didn't have the time to guide her. He could only allow her to sense it all passively through what he was going to do next. The two slipped into an odd state. Much like Ryu could communicate with and enter the chaos plane as he pleased thanks to his chaotic silk meridians, and the fairies and Tay could do the same with the ethereal plane, the dream wraiths could do the same with the nether plane. Or in this regard, the incomplete path of reincarnation. Ryu felt the connection immediately, but he kept it subtle, not pressing the issue just yet. So long as he did this, the odds that the Fae would sense him were next to nothing. He took his time to familiarize himself with the incomplete path, and he found it to be almost surreal in a way. In his mind's eye, there was nothing but a long tunnel that seemed to extend to everywhere, and yet, nowhere at the same time. This feeling gave the impression that it could connect with anywhere at any time. A normal person would just see a foggy road built of clouds that extended toward a light in the distance, the so-called light at the end of the road. But Ryu saw an endless den of runes and patterns so complex it made his head spin. By now, his mental capacity was at a level that could rival some of the weakest Tao gods, and yet he still felt completely overwhelmed. It was shocking, indeed. But that was why he took his time. In fact, he took an entire year, just sitting there in silence, feeling it out with his wife in his arms. In this year, May seemed to have also subtly grasped something, and those hidden seedlings within her began to stir. Before, she was disappointed that she hadn't been able to break into the Lord Realm. But now, she was thankful she hadn't. Wouldn't this have meant that she had lost out on her best potential otherwise? This road, it represents potential, hope, chaos. Chaos is the spark that's needed to trigger life. He could remember every single one of his reincarnations, enough to know that not a single one of his lives could be easily mapped onto another. Every time, he was likely a completely different person. No, he was a completely different person, so much so that after he got over the fact, they didn't even feel like him at all. Seeing this winding chaos before him, Ryu understood it. Lowercase chaos was all about randomness within order. 3 variables alone were already impossible for normal people to track. 4 was a nightmare, but how many variables were involved in the life of a person? What about if you restricted it to just their birth alone? It was this tunnel of chaos that could throw these random assortments of variables together and decide the starting point of a person's life. When manipulated in the right way, it could instantly allow people from countless worlds away to appear here. But why was that? According to the quantum laws of the world, there was nothing scientifically impossible about an atom that made up your body suddenly vanishing and appearing countless light years away. The reason why entire humans weren't disappearing every day was that the odds of all the atoms in your body doing that at the same time were so infinitesimally small that it might as well be a 0 chance to begin with. However, this road was able to direct this chaotic probability, which was precisely how it allowed such instantaneous teleportation without a care for time and space. And it was precisely this directing of chaos that was so powerful. If it could allow a Tao god to suddenly cross from their world to this one, what other spontaneous changes could it force with the right sort of delicate hand? Ryu had a few ideas. What about randomly teleporting a few ancient beasts here for some chaos? Maybe a sprinkle of changes to the holy world to trap some people instead, and keep others out. And maybe a dash of subterfuge for a cherry on top. Ryu had a ton of ideas, but how many of them could he actually execute? His stamina was limited, but he was the only one with the mental capacity and comprehension necessary to act. He needed to find just one action that would completely flip the tables. The problem was that he already had the exact answer he needed, it was just that he didn't know if this was really the path he wanted to take just yet. Was this how he wanted to end it? The answer was obvious. Set Ailsa free. Chapter 2007. Just Die. Ryu sat in silence. It was a tale as old as time. A man's fight with his own ego. The truth was that if Ryu was the one to set Ailsa free, he won no matter what. She would be relying on him as always, the way he felt like things should be. However, it wasn't the perfect win he wanted. He could already manage what would happen. The moment Ailsa was set free, everything would be over. There was no one here that was a match for her, he knew that. It didn't even matter that she was outnumbered by so many. Ryu knew that not only would she win, she would make it look easy. At that point, his efforts would seem pale by comparison. It definitely wasn't the perfect victory he thought it would be, and definitely far from the perfect ending he was looking for. On the other hand, he could choose another option. He could take the much tougher road and only release her at the end. When that time came, there would be no room for doubt who was superior. Ryu chuckled. Since when did I care so much about what others thought? He never did, never had. He hated to explain himself. But here he was wringing his hands and brain trying to squeeze out a perfect idea so that he could one-up his own wife. He could consider himself to be a petty, hypocritical man, but that was only when things were in line with his heart and his mind. But this wasn't in line with his mind and his heart. The difference was clear to him. He had been willing to target the God-grade holy world instead of an easier space-time world because the burden would be on his shoulders. No one would suffer other than himself. However, trying to extend this problem just because wouldn't just be making himself suffer anymore, it would be causing extra suffering to Ailsa. And at that point, what sort of husband would he be? Even if he wasn't in a state where he would happily call Ailsa his wife, he couldn't deny himself his love for her. If he was willing to do this, then he probably wouldn't even be a man any longer. Ryu shook his head and chuckled. He didn't need a technical victory. Regardless, he would one day defeat her with his own hands. It was fine if that day wasn't today. Ryu's heart settled down and a stoic sort of calmness returned to him. Deep within a familiar world, Ailsa's eyes suddenly snapped open. She hurried to stand, her eyes opened wide. Her cherry lips parted and she shouted out. No, it was too late. She didn't even know why she was screaming out. Or, rather, she only had a vague, subconscious understanding, one that her subconscious couldn't or didn't want to acknowledge. And it made sense that she wouldn't. After all, the fact Ryu made such a choice meant that she had shifted in his mind. She was in the same category of people he couldn't be bothered to explain himself to. The only reason he had even thought about doing something so petty was that he actually cared what Ailsa thought. She was in his heart in ways others couldn't fathom. A life partner had a bond with another that simply couldn't be described and could only be understood by the two of them. Even Ailsa, who thought she had already been prepared for this result, couldn't help but react like this not just once, but twice. The first time she had such an outburst was when Ryu threatened divorce and then directly ignored her. And the second time was now. Somehow, this one decision, one that should have brought them closer, actually made them feel much further apart instead. Beads of sweat fell from Ryu's brows, but his expression was peaceful. He held his wife in his arms, not tiring of her presence even as the years ticked away. The chaos in the world didn't seem to have anything to do with him at all. All the probes of the Fae and fiends against the human emperor all ended in failure as the man only seemed to grow stronger. None were willing to invest their peak Tao gods, and because of that, failure was the only option forward. The gears of war churned, and soon the years became decades. Ryu continued to sit in silence, and by now, Hope, Selhira, and Eska were by his side as well. It was almost like they had felt how good his mood was and felt that it was only natural that they should be by his side. Soon, it had been almost 70 years since Ryu had entered this world, and the war of Fae and fiends seemed to be about to boil over. It was then that a crack echoed across the world. Ailsa sat in silence, tears streaking down her face. Her golden hair spread across the ground. Around her, fanning out like a gorgeous fan. Beneath her tears, her irises seemed more crimson than ever before. As the last of her shackles were shredded apart, her fury seemed to pierce toward the skies. Her aura made that of a peak Tao god seem like nothing more than a joke. One side of her seemed wreathed in a bright gold so shocking it almost looked white. On the other, there was a dark gold so deep it almost looked black. Her tears fell faster, but her fury rose with even greater speed. She had lost count of the number of years she had spent suppressed here. And now, her mood was particularly bad. So bad she couldn't even quite put it into words. You all should just die. She didn't even bother to dead in. Her heady Einet vanished and Von Che annered high in the chine. She didn't even bother to get up. Her body just vanished, and soon, she appeared high in the skies. Her hair still spread around her, forming a sun in the skies as portals of darkness and light appeared one after another. Chapter 2008. My beautiful Ailsa 2008, my beautiful Ailsa. Everyone in the God-grade realm looked up. One would have thought that they would see something special in this world, but there was nothing special at all. Instead, it looked like a completely normal world. It had trees, it had a sky, running water. If one stepped in from the outside, it would be hard to tell that there was anything special about it at all. At that moment, a laughter came from the distance. My beautiful Ailsa, you finally made another appearance after all this time. Come to spar with me again. A family voice echoed through the land. A fiendish man stood in the far-off distance, facing off against the palace that Ailsa hung above. This was the very same man who Ryu had tuned out the first time he saw Ailsa, thanks to his master. He had the tongue of a venomous snake, and every other word he spewed was a disgusting, grotesque hodgepodge of the foulest things one could think of. And now, he seemed to be provoking Ailsa again. In all these years, Ailsa had never stepped outside the bounds of her palace. Others thought that this was because she had to rely on the palace's formations to act, not realizing that the activation of the formations did nothing more than suppress her time and time again. She couldn't even access her real abilities and was mostly limited to directing her people. Of course, she was very good at the latter as a cultist fairy with a deep understanding of the formations of the world and feng shui especially. However, it had never been enough to harm the fiend. The fiend man stood like a brutish ore. Rather than an element, it looked as though his limbs were made of blood. Deep scars ran across his body, but each one bubbled with blood that seemed to dive into a world hidden in an abyss within. However, as the man's laughter echoed, his expression suddenly changed. From one of the black holes that manifested, a hand that encompassed the skies began to squeeze its way out. What is that? How can you have that? What is that? The fiend's incoherent garbled mess of words didn't seem to make any sense, almost like he was going back and forth between knowing and understanding what he was seeing, and not. Chains rattled, and a blue-skinned arm boomed against the ground, leaving a handprint that would look far more like a valley from a normal-sized person's point of view. Out from one of the white portals, a single feather bloomed. Gorgeous and delicate, it began to form out a path that a swan soon flew out onto. One after another, creatures of the dark and beautiful goddesses of the light began to manifest. The number only seemed to be increasing. At first, it was just a few, a handful, a number that could be counted with just one's eyes. But, as Ailsa seemed to only grow more infuriated, the number continued to increase. From a handful to dozens, from dozens to thousands, from thousands to tens of thousands. And the problem was, each and every single one of them had an aura that made the peak Dao God fiend want to fall to his knees. In fact, he might have already if it wasn't for the last shred of strength in his Dao heart keeping him upright. At that moment, he realized that he had never known the true limits of strength of this woman. If she wanted to raise this world to the ground, she didn't even have to lift her finger personally. Why could she with an army of thousands of beyond peak Dao gods at her beck and call? Destruction rained down. However, Ailsa had already disappeared. She stepped out of the holy world of her own volition as though it was a single glance away. She looked down at the world that had bound her for so long, and the skies shook. Large numbers of powerhouses all turned toward her. And yet, she just forced open more portals. Thousands of beyond peak Dao gods. That was a joke. The scale she worked on wasn't something these people could fathom. Tens of thousands, hundreds, more like millions. If she was pissed off enough, she just might release them all. Her jaw set, her gloomy gaze looking off toward a certain direction. Ryu gently laid hope beneath him, his lips pressed against hers. His hips pushed forward, and he felt her grip around him tighten. In those moments, he didn't seem to have a care for what was going on in the world around him. His wives lay around, and since he had promised them a good time, he would give them exactly that. However, first, he was going to have to get Hope used to his flow of things. She pulled back from his kiss, covering her face with two hands as though she couldn't handle the embarrassment at all. However, there was simply nowhere to hide. Suddenly, she felt a grip on her wrists before they were pulled apart. She thought that it was Ryu, only to find a pair of large breasts swaying above her face. She was speechless to find that it was actually the gentle Selhira who had taken such charge. However, before she could see anything, she could see the light of lust practically spilling over in Selhira's eyes. Hope was speechless for a moment, but for some reason, that gaze made her feel a heat swelling up inside of her. And then Ryu thrust again. Her body shook as the pleasure hit her in waves. It wasn't long before she was practically screaming at the top of her lungs. Ryu's mind worked at full capacity, taking all of his women into his arms, sometimes one by one, sometimes at the same time. He swapped between his member, his tongue, and his fingers with shocking fluidity. One might have even thought he was executing some sort of technique. All the while, the world outside fell into chaos. Chapter 2009, Is That So? 2009 Is That So? The chaos of the world didn't seem to have anything to do with Ryu. He enjoyed the body of his wives with a certain peace of mind that couldn't be described in just a few words. Their delicate waists, their soft lips, the moistness of their folds. He indulged in a way that he hadn't in decades, as though he had forgotten just how much he enjoyed their touch and feel. The outpouring of their souls caused them to connect one after another, and they gained a sense of comprehension for fate and the mysteries it worked with. Ryu had just spent decades comprehending the path of reincarnation and how it allowed such instantaneous travel, ignoring restrictions and making time seem like nothing more than a figment of one's imagination. It was a profound application of fate that relied on chaos. The game of choice that was life, the manipulation of the fundamental variables of the world. The series of complex changes was enough to make one's head spin, and yet they felt like clay putty in Ryu's palms. It was hard to pin down exactly what the path of reincarnation did, and how it was able to fix everything. It felt like a blanket solution, but the truth was that it wasn't exactly like that. What was the purpose of the path of reincarnation? The key to everything was this. The Fae only wanted to use the simplest function, that being the capability of instantaneous travel across existence. Although there were much deeper levels to it, Ryu didn't need to touch upon them either. Just this level alone, should he remain a transcended for the rest of his time, would take a lifetime for him to tease apart and comprehend. To make a complicated matter simple, all Ryu had really done was use the path of reincarnation to allow Ailsa to shift out of her bindings. The moment her restrictions lost hold of their target, they shattered, and she was able to slip away. And now that she was free, she was able to unleash a carnage and pent-up fury that had been stifling her chest for a very long time. Tao God Shai felt like there was a hand pierced through his chest, squeezing down on his heart. It didn't matter what level Tao God you were, or where you were located in this world. So long as you were in this real or chaos plane, you could feel it, the sheer gap between her and everyone else. It felt hard to fathom that a Tao God could even have this power. In fact, it was hard to imagine that even one of her summons could have this strength. Ailsa stood high in the air, her golden hair fluttering and her crimson eyes piercing through everything. It was as though there wasn't a single location in the world that was anything more than a single step away from her. Whether it was fiends or fae, they all died in droves. It was a genocide on a scale that even these cultivators, who had grown up bathing in blood, simply couldn't wrap their heads around. And the worst part was that it was completely unnecessary. She could have just summoned one. If she felt like she was on a time crunch, summoning a dozen or so would have been enough. There was simply no need for her to summon thousands like she did. And even now, she didn't seem satisfied in the slightest. It was like the world owed her something as she unleashed her destruction. Ailsa waved a hand, and the false shrine that had been stored away in the god-grade world rose to her palm. It radiated with a blinding light, but it didn't seem to have a particular affinity to it like the others did. If one didn't know better, it would be easy to mistake it for a normal lighthouse used to guide mortals in the night instead of such a powerful treasure. However, it was probably one of the most valuable false shrines in existence, and it was certainly something that couldn't be easily destroyed, yet, Ailsa barely tapped it. Bang! The rainbow wall shuddered and then practically accelerated backward. In droves, holy worlds that had been under the control of the chaos plane were transferred back to the real plane, and the advantage the fiends had in the war was reversed all at once. Fiends that were stuck in an in-between state found themselves suppressed, having suddenly gone from thinking themselves to be in the chaos plane to being stuck in the real plane all of a sudden. But this was only the surface issue. The retreat of the chaos plane was only one factor. And even more shocking was the fact that now, crossing between the real and chaos planes wasn't nearly so easy. The ease of doing this crossing was nothing more than an illusion allowed by the formation of false shrines. But now that they had lost 3 of their cores, this formation couldn't be used so easily any longer. As such, it was no longer so easy to cross this barrier. The only ones that could do it now were supreme experts, or someone with chaotic silk meridians. Suddenly, the real plane had taken complete control of the situation. Or rather, Ailsa had. She was a one-woman wrecking ball, and everywhere her summons appeared, they killed with impunity. Blood flowed in rivers until she appeared high above the location of the Sun and Moon clans. The region looked straight out of a painting, a wall of blue cold and red-hot forming swirling colors in the air as their auras clashed and yet remained in an odd balance with one another. At that moment, several powerful, but solemn auras shot into the skies. Whether it was the Moon or Sun clans, they both had 3 peak Tao gods each. And at this point, it was simply impossible for them not to appear. Tao God Light Ray, Tao God Sparkling Dawn, Tao God Erupting Pulse, Tao God Frosted Edge, Tao God Blue Moon's Radiance, Tao God Silent Chill. No matter which of them it was, their names could cause the world to shudder in terror. These were peak Tao gods, the overlord existences of the real plane. There were only 7 such existences in total on the real plane, at least in the eyes of the public. And an entire 6 of them were concentrated in the hands of the Fae. However, not a single one of them could do anything but show a solemn expression in the face of Ailsa. They couldn't even muster up any hard words to speak, even if for no other reason than to save face. It was like they were cats with their tails firmly clamped down. They didn't dare to move or even speak for fear that the pain constricting their limbs would only increase. For some, their fists were even trembling within their robes, the solemnity between their brows deep. However, this sort of stalemate could only last for so long. Especially when Ailsa raised her hand and seemed to be about to attack without a single word. In the end, it was Tao God Silent Chill who forced himself to speak first. He was the most slender and unassuming of the peak Tao gods present, and his voice had a gentleness to it that could have almost made one mistake him for a woman in the right context. Tao God Tatsuya, I can understand if you're angry, but do keep in mind how all of this began in the first place. Killing us will do you no good. We've been aware for a long time that we are no match for you. Ailsa's hand didn't lower, but to their surprise, she actually spoke. Is that so? You've been aware, are you sure about that? Tao God Silent Chill wanted to speak again, only for his eyes to widen in terror when he noticed that his lower half had suddenly vanished. He had no idea how it had happened, he hadn't even felt any pain at all. Somehow, the fact that there was no pain made it all the more horrifying, especially as slow droplets of blood began to tick and drip down, falling toward the ground in heavy thuds. The blood of a Tao god couldn't be shed so easily, and yet here it was, falling down to the ground, causing rivers to flow with a single drop and forming valleys with a single collision. Tao God Silent Chill trembled from head to toe. I don't remember the posture of people who knew they were beneath me at all. Why is that? Ailsa asked lightly. Her tone was filled with an edge of darkness, one so cold they almost felt like they had lost control of their bodies to shivering. The constant feeling of a knife twisting into her chest and gut made her more and more infuriated with every second that ticked by. Chapter 2010. Cultus and Quibus. She would never speak so many words to enemies, and she would never bother to say so much to people that she didn't give a damn about. She was Ryu's life partner, his mirror image. She might have been patient with him in the past, but she hadn't even gone to see her own parents in all these years despite having had the power to do so, all because they had slighted her. How could she ever spare the time for these people? But right now, she was agitated in ways that she couldn't quite describe properly. The Ruin Master Guild is filled with nothing but scheming cowards. If not for the actions of the Griffins that day, do you believe that even they would be able to trap me? And yet, you yourselves, knowing what happened, still dared to test my patience time and time again. What were you banking on, exactly? Your little hidden trump cards? Where are they now? Why do you think they haven't appeared yet? The 6 Tao gods froze, their bodies trembling from head to toe. Indeed, this was what they were hoping for. But not a single one of them had appeared just yet, and they could guess why. It seemed that even those hidden experts of their clans felt wholly inferior to this woman before them. At that moment, their gazes slowly shifted as they heard rattling chains. They looked over to find a peak Tao god fiend they had always been wary of in a half-dead state. His eyes had been dug out, his lower half had been castrated, his tongue had been ripped out. Violet centipedes crawled in and out of the crevices of his body, and if it wasn't for the slight moans of pain that came from him from time to time, one would have thought that he was already long dead. Looking at him, it was like they could see their futures reflected before them now. They were mighty peak Tao gods. They had already long refined their Tao hearts to the point that even if existence collapsed, they wouldn't even blink. But right now, they were shivering like children. The problem wasn't that Ailsa was scarier than the end of the world, it was instead that her Tao heart was so much more powerful than theirs that their own had been suppressed into the ground. At this moment, they might as well have only just stepped onto the path of cultivation. Their bodies were completely out of their control. I'm sure that while you're waiting for your hidden experts to act, they're waiting for the Ruin Master Guild to act. But they don't know that the Ruin Master Guild also fears me, so they will likely wait for one of their higher branches to act, or maybe they'll call the Holy Griffin clan here once again in hopes of seeing a repeat of the past. One after another, you who claim to stand above me, are hoping for someone else to do what you cannot yourselves. So I'll ask you again. I don't remember the posture of people who knew they were beneath me at all. Why is that? Who gave you the guts? Her voice suddenly roared out like a clap of thunder, shredding Tao God's silent chill to minced meat. The other 5 Tao Gods felt their hearts leap into their throats. A peak Tao God had died just like that. Stay your hand. A rumbling voice came from the depths of the Sun Clan, and soon, it looked as though a real sun was rising into the skies. A man hidden in a gaseous ball of sputtering chi appeared. The peak Tao Gods of the Sun Clan felt themselves relax a bit when this man appeared. Tao God Smoldering Star. His aura seemed to melt chi itself, smoldering it and refining it into a mesh of energy that forged the gaseous aura surging around him now. Who are you to speak to me? Silence. The echoes of Tao God Smoldering Star's words were suppressed by the world until there was nothing left at all. Then, his gaseous fire was snuffed out. The man froze in the skies. All the 5 peak Tao Gods had time to see where the ashy remains of his corpse before it shattered and then flew off into the wind. Cold sweat matted their backs. Ailsa's power was simply in a realm they didn't understand. None of her summons had even attacked. She only spoke, and the world seemed to obey. This level of God control made them look like children. They didn't even have the right to breathe in her presence. If not for the fact she seemed to be venting something, or maybe just trying to bait out something she could truly vent on, they would likely already be dead. However, she seemed to notice this as well. She looked at the scattering ash in the wind, her gaze somewhat dull for a moment. It was only now that the Tao Gods dared to even look her in the face, only for them to see a scene they never thought they would. Tears. They didn't know what could possibly make such a powerful woman cry, and yet that was exactly what she was doing. The droplets fell silently, and seemingly fed up by something, Ailsa just waved a hand. The 5 Tao Gods didn't even have a chance to retreat or even feel pain before they were scattered into the wind as well. Ailsa stood in silence, staring up into the skies as the Moon and Sun clans were razed to the ground. She already knew that Tao God Smoldering Star was just a distraction. The rest had likely already entered deep into the protective formations. The Fae weren't so easy to deal with, or else she wouldn't have ended up in such a situation in the first place. She had let them go, honestly. It didn't make a difference to her whether they died or not, because unless she could uproot them by their very foundations, killing these ants wouldn't even be enough to abate even the smallest bit of her anger. It was hard to tell how long she stood there. Probably weeks. By now, her summons had already raised most of the world to the ground, and the Ruin Master Guild was slow to react, once again thanks to Ryu. For one, the path they used to get here was now under Ryu's control. And second, he had dealt them a great blow the last time they were here, something that a certain somebody was still paying for. However, Ailsa knew that this wouldn't stop them forever. This world was too important for them to give up indefinitely. They would definitely come, and they would come with a great amount of force and power. She closed her eyes as her tears finally seemed to run dry. The streaks were torn apart by her aura until there was nothing left but a flawless face and equally flawless skin. However, the red of her eyes seemed deeper than ever, churning with a deathly murderous intent. Come, she said lightly. All of her summons flashed from across the world. This wasn't her going all out even nearly. Ailsa wasn't just a cultist fairy, she was also a Quibus Fakric. Both of her lineages ran through her veins, and very few people understood just how powerful this sort of synergy was. On the one hand, she was the ultimate nurturer, an existence the likes of which could help even the weakest talent reach the realms of Tao God. And on the other, she had command over life and death. At the same time, she had forged her own path of necromancy. Her summons weren't just some of the rarest demons across time and space, demon kings, demon emperors, but she also had summons from the heavenly plane. There was no doubt that that had pissed off quite a few people, and maybe that was why she was targeted to such a great degree. However, there was a flap that came behind her. A dove with beauty beyond words shrank down and landed on her shoulder. "I'll kill my way back there eventually," Ailsa said lightly, stroking the dove's head gently, "but for now." The skies suddenly shattered apart. Thousands of vessels and millions of powerhouses bore down from above. In a far-off corner, there was a familiar cloaked man who stood in complete silence. The portals around Ailsa trembled once before they doubled, and then tripled. A blue-skinned demon raised a bow and fired. Shoo! It cut through the skies so fast sound couldn't hope to keep up. Ailsa watched silently as a ship was split in two, erupting into a rain of fire all before the destructive wave and cacophonic boom echoed through the world. Her cherry lips parted slightly. Kill. All at once, her summons shot into the air, a murderous intent piercing the skies. Chapter 2011. Impossible. Several cloaked figures filled the skies. Many of their faces were hidden, as though they were trying to hide their identities from the heavens themselves. All one could tell was that some were vaguely men, others were vaguely women, and others weren't the normal form of humanoids at all, making it difficult to tell anything much other than the fact they were living, breathing creatures. Creatures that held a power that made the world weep. And weep it did. The skies opened up, and raindrops of golden red fell from the heavens. One would have thought that a Tao Lord of great rapport had just died. But this was nothing more than a precursor. Even when Ailsa went on her earlier killing spree, it was like the world had been too fearful to show its dissatisfaction. But now it had truly reached its breaking point. It didn't dare to show its fury, but instead, it displayed its sadness. The potential of the world poured out in waves. Tao Goddess Tatsuya, it seems that you still haven't learned your lesson. This tale will end the same way it had all those years ago. Ailsa stared off into the distance, her gaze still somewhat unfocused. She didn't seem to hear the voice, and she cared even less to figure out exactly who it was that had spoken. These people were still not the ones she wanted to kill. Maybe to the other experts of the world, they were shocking existences that could overturn worlds and even make them weep like this one. But to Ailsa, it didn't matter how many of them there were. None of the people she would actually have to take seriously had come this time around, at least none of them were here yet. Attacks suddenly rained down from the skies above, and the world seemed like it was going to break apart at the seams. Ailsa didn't move in the slightest, her white robes fluttering in the air. Her hair was like a golden waterfall, her crimson gaze so red that it seemed to reflect a blood moon. Her summons acted on their own, beginning a battle at a scale that could only be described as an all-out war. And yet, this war was being fought by one woman against one of the most powerful organizations across the entirety of existence. And yet, she seemed distracted. As the Tao gods above fell one after another, she only lightly took a step forward after a long while. A ripple of gold spread out from under her feet, quickly forming an 8-trigram diagram that seemed to want to swallow up the entire sky. Behind her, a certain fiend was still violently convulsing beneath the torture he was experiencing. No matter how sharp his tongue in the past, it had been dulled down to nothing more than a nub, both figuratively and literally. If one had seen him before, you would have noticed that Ailsa had slowly ground it down with sandpaper, ignoring the shrieks and cries of pain until there was no tongue left to speak of. Wouldn't just cutting it off have been far too casey? Ailsa reached out a hand, and the stream of life and death seemed to ripple. At that moment, the energies of the world converged, and even the slightest injuries on her summons were healed in an instant. Those that had fallen in battle were directly resurrected, and as though that wasn't enough, their strength seemed to take another step forward. Impossible. The voice that had spoken earlier couldn't help but call out once again. Ailsa's strength seemed to be on an entirely different level, one that couldn't be described in just a few words. It felt like everything in the world was truly resting in the palm of her hands. Doom, doom, doom. The heartbeat of the world grew erratic as it was constantly being pushed beyond its limits. The echo of the voice was suddenly snuffed out. Ailsa wasn't even really paying attention, but it seemed that he ended up dying in the rain of attacks. She couldn't be bothered to figure out who exactly was speaking. By now, her tears had dried into sparkling trails along her delicate cheeks. From a distance, it looked as though they were a line of crystal droplets, shining and shimmering along with her beauty. The redness of her eyes seemed to have settled down to the greatest extent. They were so red now that even a blood moon could not compare, feeling like the slightest poke could trigger a rain of crimson to bestow the world with the very same frustration and fury that she was feeling. The split in the skies didn't vanish even as the ships came crashing down. Ailsa stood in the midst of the carnage, her robes fluttering along with her hair. The meteor showers fell around her in droves, and yet no matter how loud the explosions or how great the destruction, her expression didn't so much as change. Finally, she seemed to have sensed what she wanted. Looking up into the skies, another ship appeared, this one so large that it rivaled the size of the world itself. On its helm were more black figures, and if Ryu was here, he would certainly recognize one of them. That was because offset to the side was the very same member of the Ruin Master Guild that he had faced off against all those decades ago now, Lamb. His Dao title was unknown, and he went by this simple name. However, it wasn't I Am who spoke first. It was the vague form of a man with a tall stature and a momentum that could seem to rival even Ailsa's. Yet, with his appearance, Ailsa's reaction was just as indifferent. Dao Goddess Tatsuya, it seems that you have grown a great deal stronger. I am somewhat curious how you managed to accomplish that. Curious, Ailsa said softly, almost as though speaking to herself. Quote. It's simple, my husband grew stronger, so I did as well,